This young man is an 8th circle mage who possesses power, capable of overthrowing a whole kingdom at any time. However, precisely because of suspicion regarding this power of Ian, the king beside him plotted to poison him. Ian could not accept this senseless death. Ian risked his life, using time magic, to return everything to its rightful place. In that moment, his whole life flashed past, gradually rewinding before his eyes. Ian saw many milestones, important in his life, and it all seemed just like a nightmare. When all those memories finished rewinding, he woke up in a youthful body with much shorter hair. Ian was so scared he trembled all over. He hurriedly touched his body, but couldn't find the knife wound, nor did he feel any pain at all. This made him think that his magic had run into a problem. Ian, what's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing Ian's pale face, a worried voice rang out from behind. This woman with beautiful, blonde hair was Ian's mother. But his mother had passed away long ago. Meeting his late mother here made Ian raise a question. Had he succeeded? Or was he meeting his mother in hell? He reached out and grasped his mother's hand. This warm sensation was truly real. Ian turned around to observe the scenery behind. He saw children lining up, waiting to be tested. Surrounding them were local knights keeping order for everyone. And that white flag fluttering atop the ivory tower. Over there could be no mistake. This was not hell. Ian's magic had succeeded. He had truly returned to 35 years ago. The test Ian is looking at is called the Magic Reflex Test. Aimed at training out standing mages. They are the foundation of this Green River Kingdom's power, which every child must undergo. The Magic Reflex Test. In the year they turn 12. The first part is testing brain magic, where magic is manifested. The second part is testing heart magic, where magical energy is generated, circulated, and stored. Children who meet the requirements of these two tests will immediately be sent to the Magic Academy and can hold a portion of national power. After graduation, Ian was a bit confused. Returning a whole 35 years seemed much further back than he thought. Fortunately, the time spell, which he had spent so much time researching to atone for his sins, took effect right before he died. Initially, Ian only intended to go back to avoid committing his sins. However, in the end, it was Ragnar who forced him to use it. Many people had to give up everything for him, and many lost their lives because of blind loyalty to him. Someone who worshipped the promise of loyalty and friendship with Ragnar devoted his whole life accepting being used, only to be betrayed and killed by him in the end. Just thinking about it made Ian's blood boil, and this time, upon regression, he decided not to let things happen in that direction ever again. In this life, things will be different. And to do that, he must find one thing first. After adapting to all of this, Ian restored his inherent calm demeanor, then said goodbye to his mother, because his name was being called over there. I will come back later. The relieved smile on Ian's face made his mother feel more at ease. At that time, she did not know that hidden inside the body of her small child was a man over 40 years old. Ian knew in this life he wouldn't stop at the power of an 8th circle mage, but would have to become even stronger to protect himself and his loved ones. At this moment, he walked up to the local knights to report. Ian Page from Moglian Village. Hearing the name Moglian Village, the knight immediately recognized him. Ah, Vanessa's son, right? Go in. Don't ask too many questions, lest you disturb the mage. The young mage, responsible for testing the children, was currently sitting in the tent, constantly sighing. Sir Aaron, how many children are left? I think you have to stay here for at least another half day. The knight named Aaron replied immediately, making the other guy let out a sharp breath from exhaustion. However, as soon as Ian walked in and greeted him, he immediately sat up straight, flashing a business smile to welcome him. Hello, little boy. Come in here. Bow your head low first. I will use magic to stimulate your brain. You might feel a bit dizzy. But it's only temporary, so don't worry. Ian knew exactly what was about to happen to him. So he obediently cooperated with the other party. The other guy also very quickly sensed the magical energy in Ian's brain and continued to the second test, heart magic. However, for Ian, just joining the magic academy was not enough. Therefore, he actively suggested to the other party, "Mr. Mage, there is something I want to show you." Ian clearly saw the look of question marks gradually appearing on the other's face. And he didn't intend to wait for a reply, but immediately showed off a bit of his ability. Ian took a deep breath, then raised his left hand. A fireball immediately appeared in his palm, while the other was still astonished. A water ball consecutively appeared in Ian's other palm. This is double casting, an extremely rare case. Ian was clearly showing off intentionally. But after finishing, he put on an innocent look and said, "I don't know why either, but before this, I could naturally do these things." This scene not only made that young mage, but also the knight standing behind him astonished. To confirm, he asked Ian, "Has anyone ever taught you these things?" "No sir, no one." Ian immediately shook his head. Of course, this was the power he had from his previous life. But how could he tell the other party that he was a regressed 8th circle mage? To check more clearly, the guy decided to use a detection spell on Ian. It is a magic skill used to detect lies by checking every move of the target's body. Target: think carefully before answering me. If you lie, you could become a criminal. Both you and your family, even your close neighbors, will be beheaded. Accompanied by a warning from the young mage. But his magic had no effect on Ian, a man who had weathered a lifetime of storms inside the body of a 12-year-old child. When enduring pressure from the detection spell, he remained as calm as if nothing happened, and replied, "How would I dare lie in a place like this?" Just like that, the guy had to concede to this child. Because his detection spell could not detect any lies, which also meant the child before him was a bright gem that needed to be preserved. But before either side spoke first, Ian suddenly heard a shrill scream. And the owner of that scream was his mother. Outside, Ian's mother was having her wrist held tight by a knight, although she showed clear discomfort and tried to pull her hand back. "Be quiet," the other shouted. "Don't you know there are important people inside? Being a widow for 7 years must be very lonely, right? At this age, you can't be sold anywhere anymore, so stop playing hard to get. You should be glad someone is interested. Don't you know how to say thanks?" This knight was the person Ian had just met outside the tent earlier, and also the one who, at a glance, recognized him as Vanessa's son. Back then, he thought he had misjudged the guy's sly smile, but it turned out he really had bad intentions toward his mother. Hearing the noise, Aaron and the people in the tent also stepped out. "What's going on?" Seeing him, that lowly knight hurriedly let go of Vanessa and replied, "It's nothing, sir. This lowly kitchen maid doesn't know her place, so I was just teaching her a lesson." Just as he finished his sentence, before anyone could react, Ian rushed forward. "Lowly?" He intended to give the guy a lesson, but was stopped by the young mage. He announced to the lowly knight that, just a few minutes ago, Ian was recognized as a mage, because he met both requirements. Precisely because of that, his parents now possess power equal to the nobility, and those who dare to disrespect nobles or mages are no different from challenging the authority of the emperor. That crime is fully sufficient for judgment and execution. When he said this, both Aaron and the knights following him simultaneously drew their swords. That lecherous lowly knight, seeing this, was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly knelt down, bowed his head to Ian, and begged him to have mercy and forgive him. "Why are you apologizing to me this time? There is someone more deserving of your apology over there," he replied coldly. This tone and expression did not resemble a 12-year-old child at all. Sensing the immense threat in that voice, the guy hurriedly turned towards Vanessa and knelt down. "Madam, my crime deserves death." But please give me one more chance. Vanessa was probably also very confused because she hadn't adapted to this dizzying change. She looked at her son with pleading eyes. Ian sighed, then slowly walked over to the knight and crouched down to be at his eye level. Listen here. He lowered his volume, so only the two of them could hear. Disgusting people who go around badmouthing my mother. Like you. I know them all. Trash like you had best. Go tell them about the lesson you learned today for me. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Sir Mage. He could only swallow his pride and reply. Once done, Ian walked towards the young mage and thanked him for helping just now. The Ivory Tower's job is to protect mages. The man replied kindly. Speaking of which, he turned to Aaron and instructed him. From now on, look after and protect Ian as well as his mother. As for the remaining information, he would send it to Aaron via the crystal ball. Just like that, Ian was taken by Aaron to the inn, where knights like him were staying. Ian had no objections and held his mother's hand tightly, then waved goodbye to the young mage. The young man watched his retreating back for a long time, then couldn't help but think to himself. To be so intelligent and talented at that age. It seems the royal palace and the ivory tower are going to be very lively soon. That night, when everyone was fast asleep, that brutish knight carried his belongings and left the inn. In a drunken state, muttering curses as he walked. He was naturally extremely frustrated at suffering such humiliation this morning in front of Ian. So he still harbored the ambition that one day he could defile Vanessa right in front of him. And he would have to kneel and beg him to spare his mother and son. That scenario was beautiful to him. But regrettably, it would never happen, because he had crossed someone who always pays back grudges. In the morning, because adults were present, Ian couldn't conveniently take action. But now he had found him. Like a cat, Ian silently approached the opponent from behind. First, he used paralysis magic, making him unable to move. Only then did Ian speak up. What did you say about my mother again? I told you I would keep an eye on you, didn't I? His voice wasn't too grave, but this sudden appearance along with the paralysis magic scared the knight out of his wits once again. He couldn't utter a word, and Ian continued. Today you were humiliated by the son of a lowly kitchen woman. Because of the humiliation, you went drinking, wandering the deserted streets, and suddenly you slipped on this bridge, falling into the rushing water below, and you died just like that. As he spoke, Ian set the scene, exactly as described in his words. With a splash, the knight's body fell into the river. While he stood on the bridge with a cold face, devoid of any expression, Ian had actually wondered if doing this was okay. He had come this far, just to learn how to atone for his sins in the previous life. Turning back time to make the right choices and wash away all the blood on his hands. But meeting someone like him made him realize that he couldn't completely erase them. Ian only wanted to protect his loved ones. That's all, and he would do everything for that ideal, even though he had wished that his hands wouldn't have to be stained with blood ever again. But there are those who still deserve punishment. Like that lecherous knight. Or like the one who poisoned him in his past life, Ragnar. Thinking of Ragnar, Ian's heart sank. What exactly made him utter those words? It seems he is about to understand. After completing his revenge on the man who insulted his mother, Ian returned to the inn in an exhausted state. He felt like his head was about to explode. He never thought he would run out of mana after just one use of paralysis magic. Like this, it makes sense, as this 12-year-old body is too frail. Ian could only hope it would develop more soon. His mother Vanessa was still sleeping soundly at this time, and didn't realize her son had just left. Looking at her beautiful face, Ian recalled the painful memories of his past life. Back then, after just 1 year at the Magic Academy, he was placed in the first-class mage course. His mother, who was left behind in this land of Mogul, passed away from a sudden illness. Without ever seeing her son become a true mage and enjoy a life of wealth and luxury. But in this life, things will be different. Ian believed so. And he swore that he would definitely protect his mother, so she could live happily. In his past life, he couldn't even protect his friends and abandoned his family. He used to be unable to protect anyone or anything. And that is the motivation for this life. Ian must use all his strength to change. The next morning at the capital of the Green River Kingdom is Green Riverium. Emperor Terry Green River was having a serious discussion with the Master of the Ivory Tower, a fifth circle mage named Herbert Leon. Tower Master, what do you think? Terry asked absent-mindedly. At this moment, I cannot rule anything out. However, magical energy is a part of the soul circulating within the bloodstream. The moment you can move that part of the soul on your own, you are a mage. Stimulating brain magic through artificial means is the simplest method to manifest magic. Typically, the Academy teaches these methods, just as I and other mages once did, but some have claimed that they manifested it entirely on their own. And those people, they can freely use first-rate magic just like the Archmage. Herbert replied in one breath. The Archmage that just appeared, in his words, is a great existence from long ago. Thanks to his presence, humanity was able to discover the adaptability of magic. He found the way to manifest magic by himself, without needing anyone to teach him. It can be said he is a legend among mages. His presence is like a dragon in legends or myths. The difference is that dragons are merely illusions. But the existence of the Archmage is a reality. As for the reason why they mentioned the Archmage, with the ability to self-manifest magic, without needing stimulation from others, it is because of Ian and the double casting he demonstrated yesterday. That is something that even Herbert's logic cannot explain. Therefore, he wants to verify it with his own eyes. The mage sent to Moglian village is not a liar. Your Majesty, if this is just an exaggeration or a mistake, then that boy's ability is truly dangerous. This is all I can tell you right now. Terry pondered for a few seconds. Then his gaze suddenly shifted to the door. Prince, are you out there? Yes, father. A rather young voice replied, it is me. Come in, Terry requested. The door opened and a handsome face appeared. That is the current crown prince of the kingdom, Hayden Green River. Terry had personally requested Hayden to come here because of an important matter. The last time he went out of the palace was 5 years ago, when they went on patrol due to a crop failure. This time, the king wants his son to go out for another trip, along with cavalry, 300 royal soldiers, and 3 third circle mages. Hayden's mission is to go to the land of Moglian and bring the boy named Ian Page to this palace. Father said Ian Page? Hayden asked back. He's just a little kid. For me to personally go catch him with such a large crowd, isn't that too exaggerated? You still haven't heard anything about that kid? Terry asked again, his tone sounding very disappointed. Then he sighed. Never mind, I told you. You must pay attention to all news in the kingdom. I will assign another prince to do this task then. Hearing the king say this, Hayden looked panicked. He hurriedly begged his father to assign this mission to him, and he promised to complete it, without letting any mistakes happen. After some consideration, Terry still decided to entrust that responsibility to his crown prince, and requested him to quickly go prepare, because this will be quite a long trip. After Hayden left, Herbert also asked to be excused with the reason that he needed to return to the ivory tower to prepare. Do you have something to prepare? Terry immediately asked. You know well that we mages hate having to go outside. If I don't go back now to persuade them, I might not be able to mobilize 3 mages to accompany the crown prince tomorrow. Terry felt that what Herbert said made sense, so he urged him to return quickly. After leaving the Emperor's study, Herbert's face became extremely serious. The trusted mage accompanying him thought that he would return to the ivory tower now. But no, Herbert said that there are a few things he needs to stop. First, meanwhile, at Moglian village, Ian was currently obediently staying at the Knight's Inn. But he knew very well that sooner or later, the ivory tower and the royal family would take action. He recalled the young mage who tested him yesterday. Looking at the way he acknowledged him as a true mage. As soon as the test ended, Ian guessed immediately that he would likely report back to his superiors right away. But that was exactly what Ian wanted him to do. The king is currently very anxious to find a talent who can accompany Crown Prince Hayden Green River. Meanwhile, the ivory tower master, Herbert, is siding with the fifth prince, Ragnar. This will create a conflict between the royal family and the ivory tower, whether Ian is on the king's side or the ivory tower's, or even chooses his own path. With that outstanding talent, his potential is still limitless. The only difference is, in this life, Ian is no longer a naive person, allowing people to manipulate him freely. While Ian was busy thinking about this issue, a large crowd had gathered around the inn, and a voice with extremely loud volume from the young mage from yesterday pulled him out of those vast thoughts. Mage Ian, page of the kingdom, please hear the king's decree. Ian was startled. The king's decree? It seems Terry acted much faster than he thought. As soon as Ian poked his head out the door, he immediately encountered the business smile of that young man. You're awake, kid? The king has just issued a decree for you. I will teach you the royal etiquette first. So please perform the movements as I say. Ian nodded obediently. But actually, he had memorized these etiquettes by heart from his previous life. Just like that, Ian politely knelt on his right knee and placed his left hand over his chest. His series of movements were so standard and graceful that they made the other guy astonished, wondering if this was really the first time Ian had performed this movement or not. Putting that wonder aside, preparations were ready. Holding a magic crystal ball in his hand, the guy solemnly announced, Mage Ian Page, please listen to my decree. I highly value Ian Page's talent and recognize him as a mage of this kingdom. I allow your name to be registered at the ivory tower. And I also invite you to visit the royal palace. My eldest son has been dispatched to accompany you on the way to the palace. Wishing this journey to be smooth sailing. When the entire decree of the king was announced, Ian also slowly stood up. Another group of knights had arrived early, led by Aaron, the captain of the Moglian Knights, responsible for taking Ian to the Lord's palace. For him or the other knights in the squad, escorting the Crown Prince and Ian was an absolute honor. Therefore, his attitude towards him was also extremely careful. And not just Aaron, even the Lord of Mogul, Marcus, was waiting readily at his palace. Before Ian officially entered the castle, he had constantly reminded his two children, Ravi and Margaret, again and again, that they must pay attention to their words, and at the same time treat the upcoming mage with the utmost respect. The carriage stopped. Ian and his mother stepped down from the carriage. They carried a status completely different from yesterday. Although Ian was young, it could not change the fact that he was a mage recognized by the king, and his talent even made him sit on pins and needles. Precisely because of that, Marcus knew well that he should welcome this kid thoroughly. After entering the Lord's castle, Ian immediately became a hot topic for everyone, including the maids. They all mentioned how Ian could create fire with his bare hands during the test. Truly an amazing child. And after entering the castle, Ian did not lazily enjoy himself. But he had been at the training ground for 15 consecutive days. Ian trained extremely seriously, and what he demonstrated far exceeded what other children of the same age could do. However, Ian was still not satisfied at all. This much was not enough for him. If it were his previous life, after using the Frost Nova magic, he could have frozen this entire Mogul palace. However, now in the body of a 12-year-old child, he could only freeze this tiny training ground. This small body still had too many limitations, requiring Ian to have something that could compensate for the lacking magic. Mage, Sir Mage. An urgent voice rang out, pulling Ian out of his current train of thought. A servant in the Lord's palace panic-strickenly ran over to beg for his help, because the castle owner, Marcus Mogul, had gone missing. According to this man's account, Marcus still hadn't returned to the palace after the goblin hunting trip yesterday. Young Master Ravi, and the knights who went with him on the hunt, were the same. Currently, manpower in the palace has all been mobilized to search, but still with no results. They could only find a few traces left over after a battle. After listening to the report from the butler, Ian fell silent for a few seconds. He didn't think this was the time for Marcus to die. Although in the previous life, Lord Marcus Mogul would indeed die at the hands of an enemy assassin, the timing was right before the eve of the First Unification War. That would happen in the future. As for his son Ravi, he would give up and flee from this land right after the resistance broke out. Precisely because of that cowardly act, he would be executed right after the war ended. Don't you think asking for Mage Marco's help would be more useful than me? Ian asked back. If Marcus went hunting as usual, then the possibility of this happening due to his regression is very low. Regardless, Ian had to consider carefully, and naturally, he didn't want to get involved in trouble. But that butler seemed awkward, because Mage Marco is currently not present in Moglian, as he had to do another mission. This made Ian extremely suspicious. Marco is the mage of this territory, yet he went to another land to do a mission? This sounds absurd. Could it be that him turning back the past actually created a butterfly effect, causing things to deviate from the inherent trajectory of the previous life? For a mage to go outside their designated territory to perform a mission, this is something that truly rarely happens. Ian was unclear about the exact details, but he thought it must be related to him. For example, if someone secretly reported this to the master of the Ivory Tower, then that could cause danger for him. The strongest weapon that Ian has right now is the ability to know the future. And if the death of Lord Marcus changes the future, then he will lose that ultimate weapon. No matter what, Ian cannot let this happen. Seeing Ian pondering for a bit too long, the castle's butler seemed impatient. He spoke again. We can't do anything more, so I had to come here and ask for your help. Got it, I will cooperate in the search with you all. He made his decision. After agreeing like that, Ian returned to his room and prepared a bit. Vanessa seemed worried. She had heard about what just happened, and wasn't very assured, seeing her small son also planning to go up the mountain with the search team. Even though Ian had been recognized as a true mage, in the eyes of a mother like her, he was still too young to do these things. It's fine, Mom. I am a mage now, Ian seriously reassured his mother. Even so, Vanessa didn't feel any less worried. Ian gently held her hands, then promised that he would definitely return. Vanessa wanted to say something more, but suddenly, a girl rushed into their room, with a face soaked in tears. It was Marcus's daughter, Margaret. That lady who was always very cold was now abandoning all face to beg Ian. Please find my father and my brother. If you can find them, I am willing to do anything to repay you. I will ask father to give you lots of wealth. land, and even servants. So please? Ian was talked into dizziness by Margaret. He just wanted to leave here quickly. However, while distractedly glancing at that girl, he was attracted by the gold ring on Margaret's finger. Normal wealth clearly couldn't move Ian, proving that the ring had something special. I promise I will find them, Ian affirmed with a firm tone. Margaret felt much more at ease as soon as she heard that. On that beautiful face, a smile finally appeared. After that, Ian asked to borrow the ring she was wearing on her hand, with the reason that he sensed magical energy radiating from it, and this thing might help him find where the Lord was. Just hearing that, Margaret had no reason to refuse Ian. She immediately took off the ring and placed it in his palm. When Ian put that ring on, a strange sensation immediately ran through his body. This feeling was exactly like in his previous life. This wasn't a normal ring, it was the Mogul ring, a low-tier artifact, said to be able to increase the magical energy of the wearer. It seems that instead of giving this to the heir, Marcus gave it to his precious daughter. You must definitely find them. I'm only lending you the ring, because this is a family heirloom father gave me. Seeing Ian admiringly looking at the ring, Margaret seemed worried. I know, Ian immediately replied to reassure the girl. He didn't intend to steal this artifact from her. It's just that this thing can temporarily compensate for the lacking magic due to his body's limitations. With it in hand, Ian became much more confident. After that, he set off with the castle's night squad, heading towards the forest where Marcus lost his trail during the goblin hunt. At the location where he went missing, there were still a few bloodstains left on the ground. Ian asked the night squad if they had buried the deceased yet, but they said they hadn't found anyone, so the whole team thought that those unfortunate people had been eaten by the monsters. Ian stepped forward a bit and observed carefully. Apart from the blood, the only things left were a few dozen bodies of the goblins. This also means Marcus might have been attacked by hundreds of those goblins. If that is true, then he must find him before it's too late. Thinking this, Ian snapped his fingers, using summoning magic to call out a spirit wolf. The words spirit wolf made the knights behind him extremely tense. They thought Ian would summon a huge wolf. That was extremely terrifying. However, what appeared from the magic circle was just a small, immature wolf. Look at the way it wags its tail continuously. How is it any different from a house dog? Even Ian was a bit disappointed. Because regarding the thing appearing in front of him, if it were him in his past life, he would have moaned a large wolf. But looking at it, this spirit wolf looks no different from a puppy. However, with the amount of mana he currently has, he couldn't do anything more. Ian could only accept reality, then assigned a task to that cute thing. Track the location where Marcus and his entourage had passed. After sniffing around for a while, the spirit wolf barked once and ran off quickly. Ian immediately followed it. As for that squad of knights, they seemed not to trust that little dog very much. We just need to follow that wolf spirit, he affirmed firmly. Compared to that little wolf, Ian's words carried much more weight. The group of knights hurriedly put away their BTS and moved forward with him. Fortunately, Marcus was still alive. But at this moment, he was lost in the deep forest and facing a whole bunch of goblins, surrounded by goblins on all four sides. So even though the Lord was still struggling to fight, he couldn't stop his despair. He swung his sword completely on instinct, without thinking about what he would do next. If this continued, Marcus would surely die from exhaustion. Thinking about his little daughter at home, Marcus didn't want that to happen at all. Ravi, he suddenly called out loudly. We will deal with the goblins here. So you must find a way to return to the place. Tell them that Mount Mog Lion is being threatened by goblins. Hurry up. Marcus's heir was just a coward. The proof is that right now he was constantly trembling violently. Even when seeing his father about to be sneak attacked by a goblin, Ravi was too scared to utter a warning to him. Not until that monster had jumped up and was ready in attack position did Marcus realize it. In that situation, for Marcus to dodge or fight back was completely impossible. But his fate was extended when Ian appeared just in time. After all, he had to prevent the future train from being derailed. Just one Frost Nova spell from Ian successfully finished off the monster, and not only the goblin intending to attack Marcus. All the surrounding goblins were frozen by him. That scene was truly astonishing. Considering Ian was just a 12-year-old child, Marcus was now completely exhausted. He only managed to vaguely see his face before fainting from exhaustion. But fortunately, Marcus Mogul had been saved. Hearing the sobbing of his daughter ringing in his ears. Father, oh, father! Marcus drowsily woke up. He looked around the room, and sure enough, his daughter was by his side. Margaret, surprised to see her father wake up, called out, Father! Marcus didn't expect that he could see his daughter again, so he hurriedly asked, Is it Margaret? He slowly sat up on the bed, rubbed his temples, and asked his child, What happened? Margaret reminded him of everything. It was Sir Ian who saved you, father. Saying this, she couldn't hold back her emotions and tears fell freely. Father, you and brother were unconscious for 2 days. You don't know how worried I was. Just hearing the news that the Lord woke up. The butler rushed over, My lord. It is fortunate that you have awakened. Seeing him arrive, Marcus immediately asked about the current situation. Haga. Are the others okay? However, he stammered, unable to speak. That matter? Haga hesitated a bit then spoke clearly. 12 soldiers and Sir Rotten could not return. Hearing that, Marcus fell into deep thought. Then he asked the butler, Where is the mage? I must meet him personally. Ian was currently training alone at the training ground. Suddenly he heard someone call his name. Sir Mage. It turned out to be Haga, who came by the order of the Lord. He said, Here you are. Ian replied, I heard the Lord has awakened. Haga joyfully answered, Yes, it is all thanks to you, Sir Mage. After a few greetings, now he respectfully got to the main point. I was ordered by the Lord to bring you to the reception room. I think he has something urgent to tell you. Haga finished speaking. But Ian still didn't understand what the Lord's intention was. When he wanted to meet him. A while later, Marcus dressed neatly and went to the reception room. Seeing his benefactor had arrived, he happily spoke up. Welcome. Accompanying him was his son, Ravi. Ian immediately asked, Lord, how do you feel? In that spacious room, Marcus's steady voice rang out. Thanks to everyone's concern. I feel much better. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your help, for securing the present and future of the Mogolian family and the foundation of our homeland. While listening to his father speak, Ravi standing behind also smiled at him. Marcus placed his hand on his chest to express his deep gratitude. Then continued. Because you also swept away the goblins of Mount Moglian, and protected our territory, I cannot be called a great lord of the empire, if I ignore this, without giving you an appropriate reward. So after thinking carefully, I chose this. He spoke while pointing towards the gift. Marcus softly requested, Please open it. Ian followed suit and opened the box. Seeing the item inside, his eyes widened in surprise. This is. Holding a mogul ring in his hand, Ian listened to the Lord's explanation. I heard from Margaret that you wanted to borrow this ring because you could detect mana from the ring. Margaret asked Ian. I thought it was just an old heirloom. But what power does that ring have? Does it help you? Mage Ian explained. This ring amplifies the mana of the wearer. It helped a lot when sweeping away the goblins in the canyon. Hearing that, Marcus showed clear joy and told him, "Fortunately, I want to give that ring to you, Mage. Please consider it a token." Ian's attention shifted back to the Lord. When hearing him say that, he raised his head and asked back, "A token?" At this moment, Marcus declared firmly, "From now on, Mage and Page will forever be considered a distinguished guest of the Mogul family. This thing will be a token for this lasting promise. Will you accept this token?" Ian touched the ring. He didn't rush to answer the Lord, because he thought to himself, forever a distinguished guest, a cove net lasting 1,000 years for the nobility of the empire. Seeing him hesitate, Marcus bowed his head and continued with all sincerity, "Our family will always welcome Sir Ian Page's visit. If you need help from our family, we promise to always stand by your side." During that, he remained silent. The Lord and his son placed their hands on their left chests together and pledged, "I swear on the northern flow of the 6 rivers, that we will follow this promise." From one generation to the next, scene shift to a trail through the forest near the Lord's residence. Early the next morning, the captain of the Moglian Knights, along with a few soldiers, were taking Ian to a certain place. After a while without arriving, Ian impatiently asked the captain, "How far is Loy Town?" Aaron replied, "We will be there soon. Just over that hill over there and we'll see it." Hearing that, he didn't say anything more, but only looked in the direction the captain had just spoken of. At this moment, a memory surfaced in Ian's mind. "My lord, I have something to ask. Do you know any alchemist in your territory capable of creating elixirs?" Marcus replied that, "In Loy Town to the north, there is an alchemist named Redio." He put his hand on his chin and added, "They came from the capital, but migrated to the north because of a special herb." Remembering this, Ian muttered the name, Chemist Redio. A look of worry flashed in his eyes. "This is a name I never heard of in my past life. Hope I can find an elixir to replenish the mana I have lost." The voice of a soldier in the squad shouting interrupted that train of thought. "Captain, Sir Mage, over there, we can see Loy Town." However, the scene before their eyes was chaotic. The entire Loy Town was engulfed in a sea of fire. Ian's eyes widened in surprise at the scene. Aaron and the soldiers immediately became alert and drew their swords. At that time, the town below was desolate. Not only were houses burned down, but the people of Loy Town were being oppressed to bloodshed by bandits. Fresh bloodstains were still on their axes. It turned out that axe belonged to the leader. He shouldered the axe and casually ordered his underlings to gather. The runts started to regroup. A satisfied smile was clear on that face. He continued, "Finish quickly so we can get to CAUT." After the leader's order was given, the subordinates grabbed a boy nearby. He struggled in despair and screamed, "No!" The child's father was Redio. He hurriedly rushed over, calling his son's name, Douglas. As Redio approached, he was kicked to the ground by the bandits. He stomped on him repeatedly while cursing, "About to die anyway. What a piece of trash." He was stomped on so hard that he was bloodied. But the bandit didn't stop. Witnessing his father being tortured, Douglas couldn't bear it and continued to struggle. "Let go. Let me go, father." The bandit leader, hearing the screaming beside him, turned and said, "This stupid kid is so annoying." Then he uttered cruel words to the child. "If your father dies, will you shut up?" Douglas immediately froze and tried to hold back his tears. Perhaps he was afraid that just making another sound would mean his father wouldn't survive. But the bandit didn't stop. He raised the cold sharp knife in his hand, aiming at the father. and said coldly, "I will sell your son to a very nice place. Goodbye." When saying those words, there was no humanity left in his eyes. Only extreme madness remained. At this moment, Douglas screamed in despair. A heart-wrenching scream at the moment of his father's life and death. He was surprised to see the bandit pierced by an ice spike. Red drops kept splashing on Doug Loss's face, making him stunned into silence. The leader died instantly. The very next second, his subordinates realized the problem. One of them kept gasping, "What? What is that?" Another just realized. What had just pierced through the leader? Is it ice? The bearded guy also panicked. Where did that come from? Just then, the bandits whispered to each other. "Soldiers over there." At this moment, Ian didn't bother saying a word to them, but ceaselessly cast ice magic towards that group. Sharp ice spikes fell like rain, accurately rushing straight at them. The bandits screamed and ran for their lives. Damn it! Run! However, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't escape Magian's ice spikes. Throughout the town, now only the shrill screams of the bandits echoed. A while later, when everything was resolved, Ian stood alone on the cliff. He was focusing on sensing the changes in his magic power. Ian looked at the mogul ring on his hand and thought, "It's effective." He looked at it longer, thinking that thanks to the ring, his mana limit must be equal to a third circle mage. Back to Loy Town. Although the bandits were destroyed, the damage they caused was countless. Several surrounding houses were burned to ashes. The townspeople, from mothers and children to strong fathers, were now kneeling, crying for their dead relatives. The young mage, Ian, was standing alone looking at that desolate scene. When suddenly a voice called out, "Sir Mage." It turned out to be Aaron. As he called him, he asked about the captain's situation. "Are any soldiers injured?" He replied, "No, thanks to you, we weren't injured." Ian listened and replied with relief, "That's good." But in his heart, he couldn't help but worry about the alchemist he was looking for. "I don't know if they are still alive." Just then, an urgent call rang in Ian's ear. "Hey, Radio." Hearing the familiar name, he turned his head to look. A man named Barton was trying to support Radio, who was gasping for breath in his arms. "Hang in there." Douglas at the side was also very worried about his father. He kept calling, "Father, father." Ian, seeing the person he wanted to find, immediately stepped forward, touched Loss's shoulder, and said, "I'll take a look." Ian's eyes widened in surprise, because he saw that Radio's current condition was not very optimistic. Pale skin without a drop of blood, hair turned white. A thought flashed through Ian's mind. Could it be mana poisoning? A disease that makes one neither fully alive nor dead. It is considered God's curse, because if a certain amount of mana enters a body carrying a mana brain without a mana heart, the mana fragments will refuse the body, stimulate the brain, and bring severe pain for the rest of their life without a minute of rest. Ian looked at Radio's current situation and made a judgment. He couldn't pump mana into himself, so surely one of the mages did it on purpose. He thought, looking at the symptoms, it looks quite bad. However, Ian also quickly thought of a cure. So he said, "Wait a bit." Then he put his hand on his forehead. Because there is a way to suppress the pain for a moment. That is to infuse pure mana and release the stagnant mana from the body. Just a few minutes later, Radio's painful expression from before had now relaxed. After finishing the treatment, Ian told Barton, "Please take care of his wounds." Barton stammered, "Yes, thank you." Just as Ian turned to leave, suddenly a small hand grabbed his shirt. The person pulling Ian's shirt was Douglas. Then he hesitantly asked, "My father, will he be okay?" Ian looked at the boy and replied concisely to the point. For a moment, he thought to himself, it is possible to temporarily treat the disease by infusing mana. But this cursed disease cannot be cured completely. Hearing that, Douglas anxiously asked again, "So will he be in pain again later?" Ian didn't answer the child but only thought to himself, "Because the mana I infuse will also become stagnant mana. That person will have to make a decision." Ian silently looked at Douglas in front of him. The honest words that should have been spoken, Ian kept hidden in his mind. Continuously infuse mana, and endure it, or die. Although he knew the outcome clearly, he still only told Douglas, "Probably so." The boy understood immediately after hearing that. His complexion wasn't very good. Douglas's whole body trembled, tears flowing down his cheeks. He immediately made up his mind. I must find the flower of Landier and create the antidote." Saying that, the child turned and ran away. Barton saw that and hurriedly shouted, "Douglas! Where are you going?" "Douglas?" Ian froze when he heard that name. At that moment, he recalled the name of the greatest alchemist in history. A tall young man with a solemn aura, completely different from the despairing boy right now. That boy later became the royal court alchemist, Douglas Heyman. Ian recalled those cold eyes. A person who was once very poor, now standing next to Emperor Ragnar. Thanks to his genius ability. When Ian saw him in his previous life, he always had a hostile attitude towards mages. Thinking of this, Ian recalled everything that just happened. Piecing together an alchemist suffering from mana poisoning, caused by a mage, and a herb he was looking for in the north. Every sentence, every word Douglas just said repeated in his head. I must find the flower of Landier and create the antidote. Leading Ian to an unavoidable conclusion. A herb capable of neutralizing mana in the body, if that is true. A voice rang out in Ian's head, as if to remind him. It is a poison that neutralizes mana in your blood. At this moment, Ian remembered everything. He stood there stunned for a moment. Immediately after, Ian cast haste to prepare to chase Douglas. In the blink of an eye, Ian was right in front of Douglas, making the boy startle and stop. Then Ian placed both hands on Douglas's shoulders to stop him. There are still bandits outside the village and the forest is very dangerous. Tears welled up from the corners of Douglas's eyes. But I can't wait any longer. If I don't find that flower and make the antidote, soon father will. My father will. While Douglas was still sobbing, Ian cast a spell. Sleep. Douglas spoke unconsciously. I must. A second later he staggered, unable to stand steady. When he collapsed onto Ian's shoulder, Douglas still mumbled, "The flower." Ian gently supported the boy sleeping on his shoulder. A while later, sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating the whole forest. Douglas was sleeping soundly on the green grass. That small face was now extremely peaceful and harmless, far different from Ian's memories of his previous life, making him unable to help but think, looking closely now, if his face back then wasn't full of intimidation, then his current face would look exactly like before. Ian sat silently next to Douglas. Thoughts surged in his mind again. If I hadn't come to Loy village, his father would not be alive, and he would have been sold as a slave by the bandits. The emotionless appearance of Douglas in the previous life made Ian recall the poison he ingested in his previous life. It must have been created by him. He probably followed orders and created that poison, even knowing Ragnar's plan. Thinking of this, Ian suddenly paused as if planning something. He glanced at this child version of Douglas. Then a thought appeared in his mind. Should I eliminate him? However, that intention was immediately rejected by him. No. Acting hastily like that could be very dangerous. Because only Ian knows the infinite future of Douglas. He has the talent to become the greatest alchemist in history. I can turn him into my ally. Although thinking so, Ian was still relentlessly worried. Even if he lives differently from before, it cannot be predicted that he won't betray me. The hand wearing the mogul ring paused. Then in that moment, the mage seemed to have made a decision. Just then, someone called Ian. Sir Mage. Captain Aaron stepped forward. Ian asked, "What is it?" He replied while panting. "Suddenly you ran off, so I chased after you." When his breathing stabilized, Aaron looked over and saw Douglas there. He curiously asked, "Who is that child?" Ian didn't explain clearly what just happened, only simply answering, "I thought he would do something reckless, so I put him to sleep." Saying that, he slowly stood up and continued. "Since you are here, please take him back to the village." Ian walked past Aaron. Seeing that, he asked, "Are you not coming with us?" Ian looked back and hesitantly said, "I have to go somewhere." As soon as he finished the sentence, his figure was no longer seen. Only the sound of whistling wind remained. That night at the small house of Ridio and his son. Although it was late, the light still shone through the window frame. Ridio sat beside his son's bed. He looked at his son for a while, then spoke up. "Douglas, are you asleep?" Hearing his father call, he didn't pretend to sleep anymore and replied, "Not yet." Ridio looked at his son and said, "Barton told me a certain mage came to the village and saved us. And I also heard you tried to do something reckless again, you brat." He scolded him like that. Douglas guiltily explained, "I was just trying to find a flower." It seemed he also knew Douglas's intention well. But for his son's safety, Ridio frowned and reminded, there might still be bandits near the village. As soon as his father finished speaking, Douglas suddenly sat up. His next words contained both dissatisfaction and overflowing concern. For his father. "Then what am I supposed to do? That mage said you would be in pain." Ridio now could only reassure him with one sentence. "I'm fine." He added, "If I find the flower of Landier." Hearing this, Douglas couldn't take it anymore. He sobbed and replied, "It's been a year and you haven't found it. Does that flower even exist?" Just then, suddenly, a voice of someone spoke up. Firmly, "It does exist." The father and son were startled and looked in the direction of the voice. It seemed someone was standing right at the door. Ridio tensely shouted towards the door, "Who is it?" Receiving no answer, he shouted again asking, "Who is that?" At this moment, the person standing in front of the house spoke straight to the point. "I heard you were looking for the flower of Landier." Inside the house suddenly went silent. After a moment of hesitation, Ridio slowly opened the door. When that person took off the hood, it turned out it was the familiar face of the Mage Ian. He politely walked into the house. "Pardon the intrusion." Douglas's eyes widened in surprise and then vaguely realized, "It's that mage." Ridio was also surprised to hear his son say that was the mage who saved him in the morning. "What?" Then Ian slowly introduced his name, "I am Ian Page." Then he placed a small block of ice on the table. That thing quickly caught Ridio's attention. He immediately asked, "What is that?" But a second later, when he saw clearly with his own eyes what was inside the ice block, Ridio exclaimed as if not believing what he was seeing. That is, it turned out the object Ian placed on the table was exactly what Ridio had always been looking for. It was the flower of Landier. Ian knew that Ridio needed this flower to treat his illness. So he made an offer, "I will give you this flower. But let me ask you one question." Ian asked him seriously. "How do you know about this herb? If its effects are still unclear." Ridio, hearing that question, did not answer immediately but hesitated. "It's because of the diary." He finally answered Ian like that. Ridio repeated again, "I saw it in a diary." Then, he didn't hide it anymore but directly took that book out. "This book is the herbal diary that father left for me." At the same time, Ridio's hand turned each page and stopped at a page. If you look at this page, on the middle page of the diary, it clearly recorded information about the Landier flower. Has the effect of neutralizing mana. Only found in the north of the continent. A 12-petaled flower. Has poison in the stem and withered blue roots. Cannot be cultivated or harvested once picked. Ian took the diary and looked at it directly. Then he wonderingly asked, "Did your father know alchemy too?" Ridio replied, "It is the family business." Hearing that, he immediately understood. Then this diary must be a family heirloom. And he also confirmed, something like that. Ian raised his head again, looked straight into his eyes and said, "Then you must know that? For a mage with a mana heart, and a mana brain, the flower of Landier, which has the ability to neutralize mana, is a deadly poison." Hearing this, Ridio froze for a moment. Then he immediately explained, "I understand what you mean, but the alchemists of our family would never create elixirs to harm others." Fearing he wouldn't believe, Ridio even affirmed, "I can bet the family name." However, Ian's sharp eyes had now moved elsewhere. That scrutinizing gaze finally stopped on Douglas, making the boy a bit surprised at being stared at. A few seconds later, Ian's blue eyes gradually relaxed and he said, "I understand." Then he picked up the ice block containing the Landier flower and said, "Thank you for answering the question." Suddenly, Ian slowly added 2 words, "also." Then he cast magic on the ice block. Blue flames blazed on Ian's hand. He only then said, "Sorry." A second later, the ice block completely melted and the Landier flower also immediately withered. Ian looked at the falling remains of the flower and spoke, "Even I couldn't find it. I could only freeze and preserve its shape." Ridio realized in astonishment, "You tricked me?" Ian replied, "I was just trying to prove that you can always find the flower of Landier." At that moment, he made another offer, "Mr. Ridio, how about a trade with me?" He still didn't trust Ian after the trick just now, so he hesitantly asked, "A trade?" Ridio silently listened to Ian explain clearly. "I will continuously infuse mana into you so you won't die from mana poisoning." He said, "I also promise to find a way to allow you to use the flower of Landier." But in his heart he thought, "I can certainly find the information related to it. Information that Ragnar and Douglas found." Ian added, "So please come to the capital with me." Ridio heard this and asked back, "The capital? Why do I have to go there?" Now, the condition for the exchange was stated. "Please create mana elixirs for my lacking mana, and learn how to create the antidote for my mother's illness." Hearing this, he wondered, "Can't you ask a famous alchemist? My alchemy isn't that good." Ian replied, "I want someone to stay with me and continuously provide elixirs for me." Then he looked at Douglas. That boy ran into the forest full of bandits to find the herb that could cure your illness. Please make the right decision, at least for him. Douglas, seeing Ian mention him, was dazed for a moment. A sudden thought flashed in Ridio's mind. He is not a normal child. Who is he? Then he stated a small request. "Can you give me time to think?" Ian didn't care about the time, so he replied coldly, "As long as you want." He looked at the father and son again. Thoughts ran through his mind again. In this life, Douglas doesn't have to lose his father or become a slave. Ian's eyes kept looking forward. He silently waited for Ridio's answer. He looked at the boy Douglas smiling innocently in front of him, thinking that his talent would not fall into the hands of Ragnar. The next morning, Ian still patiently stood looking towards that house, and waited for the father and son. Aaron's voice rang out from behind, "Sir Mage." Hearing it, he turned his head back. He came to report that, "We are ready to return to the Lord's castle." Ian was silent for a long time. It seemed he still wanted to wait for Ridio to come. But that door still showed no movement. Ian had to answer, "Aaron, let's depart to return." While Ian was sinking in disappointment, "Has he still not decided?" Suddenly the door slowly opened. Ridio and his son, carrying some simple luggage, stepped out. Douglas called out, "Mage." Ian looked over at them. His face was a bit surprised, but he still turned and walked over to ask them, "Have you decided?" Ridio hesitantly replied, "I have decided." Do I have any choice? I must live first. As he spoke, he walked down the steps with his son. Ridio's face now showed clear happiness. He said, "Please keep your promise." Receiving the answer he wanted, Ian brightened up, of course. His eyes suddenly noticed the small son. It seemed Douglas wanted to say something. The boy hesitantly spoke up. "Can you really cure my father?" Ian exhaled a breath, then smiled and said to Douglas, "Yes, I promise." The boy still didn't trust him much, so he confirmed once more. "Really?" With all his patience, Ian gently replied, "Really?" Hearing that, Douglas immediately became happy. "Then can I consider you the boss?" Ian was a bit awkward but still tried to reply, "Okay, sure." Douglas put his hand on his left chest and said seriously, "Yes, boss." Looking at the carefree kid in front of him. Mage. Ian unable to help associating him with Douglas in the previous life. How cold and cruel he was. "Get out of my sight." He couldn't control the exclamation in his heart. Was he like this when he was young? Just then, suddenly the sound of horses rushing towards them from somewhere. Ian turned his head to look, while Douglas was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A soldier rode a horse up to them. He stepped down, approached Ian, and said urgently, "Sir Mage, we must quickly return to the castle." Ian asked him, "Did something happen?" The soldier immediately explained the situation. "I heard the Crown Prince has crossed the Gamas River." A look of surprise flashed in Ian's eyes. "Crossed the Gamas River already?" The soldier stammered. "Yes, this news was just reported this morning." Ian didn't answer him but thought to himself, why did they only announce it now? After that, it seemed he knew what the next step should be. "Lend me your horse." The soldier asked back, "Do you know how to ride a horse?" Ian walked to the horse and stroked it a few times. "Not very well, but it can become my friend." It turned out Ian could befriend the horse by using a taming spell on it. A few seconds later, the horse's eyes changed. It obediently listened to Ian. "I want to go to the castle. Can you take me there?" Suddenly the horse stepped back a few steps. Then gently lowered its body and lay down, intending for Ian to easily climb onto its back, while the people around were still bewildered. Ian spoke up and instructed, "Sir Aaron, please bring Mr. Ridio along." By this time, Ian had successfully climbed onto the horse, then hurriedly added, "I will go ahead." Scene changed to this side. Crown Prince Hayden's convoy continued to move forward. Moving between the cavalry troops was the royal carriage. Inside the carriage, Hayden was sitting thoughtfully looking out the window. He recalled past events. "You called for me?" "Yes, father." Emperor Terry said sternly, "I have something to tell you before you go. I heard Herbert frequently meets the fifth prince." Hayden was startled to hear his father say that. He silently listened to him speak. "Since many nobles act according to the ivory tower, you must know that whose side the tower master takes is very important." Speaking of this, Terry also understood. He guessed that. It seems the tower master intends to side with the fifth prince. More than anyone, he always understood his child. The fifth prince Ragnar is a smart child. I'm sure he will use Herbert and try to pull influential people under his wing. Terry paused for a moment and then looked at Hayden. "At that time," he said, "Ian Page, do everything to make him your person before the ivory tower approaches him." Hearing a long speech from his father, Hayden remained silent, but his voice ceaselessly crept into his mind. "He is telling me to make him join my side and build a foundation." Recalling a stressful memory, Hayden sighed wearily. He rubbed his hair helplessly. Even if he is a mage, what can a child help with? The ivory tower is full of mages. Yet none of them are on my side. Suddenly, Hayden's eyes became extremely serious. How dare he abandon me, the heir, and choose the fifth prince? Thoughts constantly appeared in his head. The day I ascend the throne, I will eliminate those bastards. Just then, the captain of the Second Knight Order, Oliver Zeus, came to the carriage and called, "Your Highness." He went straight to the point. I think it is best to inform the Mowglian family. Hayden didn't bother to glance and replied directly, I recall that we already finished discussing this, right? But Oliver still tried to persuade. We must give them time. At least to prepare before you arrive. Please consider it for them. Hayden rested his chin on his hand, clearly showing boredom, and said. Speaking of which, isn't your family part of the Mowglian clan in the north? Oliver replied, yes, that's right. Hayden's voice echoed from inside the carriage. How much longer until we arrive? Oliver estimated the distance and replied. It seems it will take another 2 days. At this moment, Hayden's expression changed. He smiled and ordered. Good, 2 days is enough. Send word to them. His mood now was full of anticipation, accompanied by a bit of contempt, saying, let's see how the Northern Guards, or rather the shield of the Empire, will prepare for the royal visit in 2 days. Hearing this, Oliver dared not speak anymore. He had to comply with the Crown Prince's wish. Yes, Your Highness. Scene changed to Lord Marcus's mansion. He was focusing on directing the servants. This is where the Crown Prince will stay. Remember not to miss a single speck of dust. Marcus waved his hand to order. However, right now he was very distressed. I thought they wouldn't come because no one reported it. But suddenly, as the lord of the Mowglian territory, all worries must be hidden deep in his heart. So he turned to continue asking the butler Haga. Have the other families arrived yet? Haga replied, yes, my lord. All families have arrived except the McFaddens and the Zeuses. They sent word that they will arrive soon. Marcus's eyes showed a hint of fatigue as he asked further. What about the mage? Still no news? Haga replied with some embarrassment. No, not yet. At this moment, Marcus became tense thinking about the current situation. The situation is really dire. Let's go outside for now. A while later, soldiers from the gate shouted the announcement. The Crown Prince has arrived. Immediately after, the Crown Prince's carriage slowly entered the Lord's mansion. At this moment, Hayden's carriage finally stopped. He slowly stepped down, his whole body radiating a solemn aura unmatched by anyone. At that time, Marcus and the other families were standing ready in the hall to welcome the Crown Prince. A man turned to whisper to Marcus, Sir, where is the mage? Just as he was hesitantly replying. Regarding the mage, suddenly a loud shout rang out, interrupting his words. Looking toward where the voice came from, a horse slowly approached, then stopped according to the command just given. It turned out the person sitting on the horse was Ian. He struggled to hold on to its back, as if afraid of falling off at any moment. A few seconds later, Ian slowly raised his head. His hair was completely disheveled. Ian then spoke up. Sorry I'm late. Marcus confusedly replied. You have arrived, that is enough. Please come this way. The people around, seeing Ian's current appearance, immediately started whispering to each other. Is that kid really the mage from the rumors? The child can't even ride a horse. Marcus placed his hand on Ian's shoulder and said, Mr. Mage, you have been summoned by the royal family. You must stand at the highest position according to imperial law. After being clearly informed of the situation, the two of them immediately went to meet the Crown Prince. They stood looking at each other in silence for a while. Hayden spoke first. Are you Ian Page? Ian did not answer. He stood there carefully observing the Crown Prince before his eyes. Thoughts resurfaced in his mind. A face he hadn't seen in a long time. He then looked over at the mages from the ivory tower beside him. And over there, Ian noticed a black-haired girl among them. Seeming to sense someone watching her, she turned to look at Ian and smiled. Her name was Cecilia. A smile appeared on Ian's face, because he knew very well that she was a spy from the Coldwood Empire. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the banquet inside Marcus's mansion. Oliver was patiently reminding the Crown Prince, Your Highness, you must not drink too much. However, Hayden ignored him and replied, "Aside from this wine, is there anything else good to drink?" Then he voiced the dissatisfaction in his heart. "I can't believe I have to socialize with these hateful nobles after traveling such a long distance. This party isn't fun at all. And I don't like that brat either. I want to go back and rest early." Hearing the prince complain, Oliver could only listen in silence. On another side, Cecilia held a glass of wine, standing in a corner, separating herself from the noisy crowd. She was lost in thought. What a strange coincidence. The Coldwood Empire is also interested in that kid. Cecilia remembered that not long ago, the Coldwood Empire issued 2 directives to eliminate the rumors about Ian Page by personally observing him. Thinking this, her eyes flashed with determination. If it's true, I must capture the kid, the mage, and his mother, and return to the Empire. Cecilia looked at the nobles before her, but did not see Ian anywhere. What kind of person is he to cause such a commotion? I guess I'll go look for him. She walked alone to the training ground not far away. When she saw a familiar figure, she immediately recognized him. There he is. Cecilia stood behind him, channeling power, intending to sneak attack Ian. Should I test his rumored abilities? Let's start with something light. Something equivalent to a moonstrike. Just as she thought that, magic arrows rushed towards him. One by one, the magic arrows fell right where Ian had been standing. Dust and smoke immediately filled the air. Cecilia's eyes were still focused on observing. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, witnessing that her entire attack had been completely blocked by the mage she despised. Blocked it all. Only then did she realize belatedly, is that a shield? Ian glanced at the girl and questioned, "Who are you?" Cecilia replied very calmly, "You see my magic and don't know? I am your senior, from the ivory tower. I was just saying hello." He asked again, "Is that how you greet people?" With a look of disdain for Ian, Cecilia mocked, "Oh my, look at how this kid talks. This senior is just joking with a junior. You don't need to make me feel bad dash." Before she could finish her sentence, Ian called out her exact name, Cecilia. This made her freeze for a moment, not understanding why he knew her name. But hearing Ian's next words, Cecilia Coldwalker. Only then was she truly terrified. Seeming afraid that her plan had been exposed, she hastily asked, "Who are you? How do you know that name?" Ian simply replied calmly, "I know you very well." The reason Ian knew all that information was due to old memories. He couldn't help but know. "You wiped out the Coldwalker scum infiltrating the kingdom in my past life." Ian smiled meaningfully and said, "If you want, I can list other names too." Cecilia, feeling guilty, cut him off, "Stop talking nonsense." However, Ian didn't stop and continued. "The stable boy of the Morton family." The sound of his footsteps got closer and closer to her. Familiar names were continuously listed. Royal Secretary Robin. Ariel from the National Guard in Squad 9. The assistant to the palace head maid. The head maid has probably not arrived yet. Saying this, Ian tilted his head looking at her and asked, "Do you know what the common trait among these people is?" "I think I know." Cecilia was about to lose her composure. "Brat." She glared at Ian and said, "I don't know how you know those names." Simultaneously, Cecilia began channeling fire magic in her hand. She continued her previous sentence, "But it would be better for you to pretend you don't know them." Then immediately, she hurled a giant fireball toward Ian. The blazing force lit up the entire night sky. Cecilia clenched her fist, looking at the sea of fire she had just created. It seemed she thought she had finished him. However, in just a moment, from within that still blazing fire, a figure rushed out as fast as the wind. Cecilia was stunned when she saw Ian walk out safely, without a single scratch. Ian slowly walked forward with a magic orb in his hand. "I already knew you were from the Coldwalker family." She tried to keep calm and asked, Then why are you here alone? If you already knew? But inside, she was ceaselessly astonished. Did he really dodge my attack just now? What is he? Ian spoke while raising the orb of light high. I knew you would come looking for me at the training ground. Cecilia's eyes followed that movement. In the next second, who knows how many times her eyes had widened. In shock since meeting Ian, because the thing before her eyes was a multitude of ice spikes, aimed straight at her. Under the dim moonlight, the ice spikes became even more sparkling, magical, and radiant like a deity. At this moment, he spoke firmly. I predicted it. Then Ian coldly pointed his hand toward her. Ice spears. Following his command, a barrage of sharp ice spikes simultaneously shot forward. Cecilia retreated in panic. Luckily for her, she managed to erect a mana barrier before her body took the full brunt of the ice rain. But Cecilia's barrier didn't last long. In just an instant, cracks appeared on it. She cursed in terror, damn it. At this moment, Ian created a giant fireball. Its power could be said to be 10 times stronger than Cecilia's fireball. Earlier, Ian's sharp, cold eyes looked through her, while his mouth chanted, explosion. In the very next moment, Ian threw the massive fireball towards Cecilia. Now, fear was taking over her mind. I can't move with the mana barrier. I'll die. In a situation hanging by a thread, forced, Cecilia had to make the decision to dispel the mana barrier. To be able to move. As soon as it disappeared, she immediately turned and ran for her life. However, the ice spears did not stop, piercing through layers of her flesh. She was cut all over by the spears, but this was better than dying. Thanks to that decisive decision, Cecilia barely escaped the horrific explosion caused by the fireball. Injured all over, she turned her head, looking back in terror at the impact behind her. She was still in shock after the moment just passed. I'm still alive. Having just escaped death by a hair's breadth. Cecilia collapsed onto the ground. She thought to herself, that guy must be out of mana after using explosion. Calculations resurfaced in this spy's mind. Others will start coming here. There is no proof that I am a spy. And they won't suspect me just because of a child. The tower mages won't believe him either. She lay there calculating, so when I recover, I'll deal with him later. Meanwhile, Ian was slowly walking toward her. He calmly said, I plan to make a name for myself by selling you. Ian uttered those words with absolute calm. However, Cecilia still smugly said, do you think that will work, kid? Ian's lips curled up into a mysterious smile. Of course. There is evidence that even you guys don't know about. She began to feel uneasy. What are you talking about? Immediately after, the royal knights and the mages of the ivory tower arrived. Oliver hurriedly asked, what happened? Cecilia, seeing the mages, they saw her lying on the ground, so they ran to help her up and asked, what happened to you? These wounds are. Ian bluntly admitted, I did it. Hearing that, everyone turned their eyes to him. Oliver seriously told Ian, please explain the situation. What happened? Ian immediately switched on his acting mode, lying without blinking. I happened to see that woman over there, talking to a masked person. Cecilia widened her eyes in shock. What? His face showed a look of grievance as he continued. Then suddenly she tried to kill me. Hearing this, Oliver roughly understood the story. He concluded, so you made her end up like this? Ian immediately justified, because I needed to survive. Oliver asked cautiously, can you prove it? Ian replied, I appeared as if they were checking something. A mark on their body. Oliver listened and pondered suspiciously. Moments later, he ordered without hesitation, check that person's body. 2 mages accompanying them reached out to protect her. A guy named Finn spoke up first, hey Captain. Don't you think you're being too excessive? Have you forgotten that we are mages of the ivory tower? As the captain of the royal knights, Oliver did not fear them at all, but instantly drew his sword. the sword point aimed straight at the two of them. They retreated a few steps in fear. Oliver solemnly raised his sword and said, "The person with the highest authority here is me. And this happened for that reason. Whether the tower mages are involved or not, we have a responsibility to find out the truth." Finn retracted his aggressive attitude from earlier, now cowardly saying, "Well, at least let me heal her first." Oliver replied coldly, "You can do that after the full inspection." Then he tactfully waved for two female knights to come and check Cecilia. A moment later, the inspection was complete. Cecilia immediately asked the two female knights, "Is there anything suspicious?" The two girls bowed and replied, "We didn't find anything." Finn started shouting again, "What did I tell you? Why could you suspect her? We must immediately heal her urgently." At this point, Oliver didn't want to doubt. But there had to be suspicion towards Ian. "Are you lying?" But Ian shook his head and replied, "Of course not." Then he confidently walked towards Cecilia, startling and scaring her. As if afraid her secret would be discovered, Ian approached behind her and said, "Excuse me." Cecilia's eyes glanced back asking, "What are you planning to do, kid?" Ian did not answer, but just placed his hand on the back of her neck and performed some magic. Suddenly, everyone was astonished, looking at the scene before their eyes. It turned out that on Cecilia's neck, a mana seal appeared clearly. Cecilia herself was surprised by this seal. "Kid, what did you do?" Ian smiled smugly and replied, "I wondered what you two were doing. It seems they checked for this thing." Memories from his past life ran through his mind. Like a film reel, Cody Coldwalker was sent to a training school with a mark. They didn't know about it because only the managers knew. Even I found out only after interrogating a manager. For a year. It was in his previous life. He also took such a long time to realize it. Oliver, still unaware of Ms. Coldwalker's secret, turned to ask the two mages, "Does anyone know what this mark means?" Finn stammered, "This is the first time I've seen it." Oliver asked Ian, "What about you, kid?" When Ian was asked, he pretended not to know and innocently said, "It's my first time too." Ian thought smugly to himself, even if no one knows what it means, it's still evidence. After thinking for a while, Oliver ordered, "Heal her. Then we will interrogate her." Then he looked at the two ivory tower mages and requested, "Please prepare a mana prison." They reluctantly agreed, yes. After assigning the tasks, Oliver looked at Ian. He said, "If it is all true, the Emperor will have a reward for you." Ian pretended to be dazed upon hearing these words, even though it was all within his calculations. Later, Oliver reported what had happened at the training ground to the Crown Prince immediately. Hayden asked in astonishment, "That child defeated a third circle mage of the Ivory Tower?" Oliver immediately replied, "That's right." Hayden laughed and said, "I didn't expect he could actually do it." The Crown Prince asked further about the impression of the person standing in front of him. "What do you think about that kid, Captain Oliver?" Oliver also replied seriously, "It seems what the dispatched mages said is true. The way that kid behaves and talks is not like a child." Hayden crossed his arms and began to ponder. He said, "I think I should meet the kid and talk before making a conclusion. Captain, bring the kid here." A moment later, Ian entered the room and bowed respectfully. "Did you summon me, sir?" The Crown Prince got straight to the point. "Correct. According to what I heard, one of the mages sent by the Ivory Tower is a spy from Coldwood, and I also heard that she is quite a talented mage." Saying this, Hayden praised Ian. "I think your achievement of defeating and capturing her is very worthy of respect." However, Ian replied very humbly, "I am just being flattered." A satisfied smile appeared on Hayden's face. He continued, "And so, I want to reward you. Please tell me what you want." Ian could completely understand the Crown Prince's true intention. He thought to himself, he is trying to find out my inner desires by asking what I want. Since I'm here, should I say it? Ian hesitated and said, "Then if you allow me, I want to see the old Ivory Tower site on the way to the castle." Ian looked straight into Hayden's eyes as he said that. Hayden was surprised. The old ivory tower site. Why do you want to go there? There is nothing to see. He pretended to be embarrassed, clasping his hands together and hesitatingly exclaimed. I've only heard about it through stories, and have always wanted to go there at least once. Hearing this innocent answer, Hayden gradually lowered his guard. Because he thought, visiting a historical site is what the kid wants while he could request anything. Perhaps he is still just a child. So Hayden easily accepted Ian's request. Very well, then I will take you to this place. Ian bowed his head slightly and smiled smugly. I think I will be able to get it sooner than expected. He secretly rejoiced when thinking about what was about to happen. Approaching the site of the old ivory tower, and the item hidden deep beneath it, the Dragon Tongue scroll. Dragon Tongue plays an important role in the study of magical creatures, and the book contains the essence of the language. Excitement gradually showed clearly on his face. In his previous life, I found it a few years before I died. So I only understood a very small part. How much more will I understand this time? A few days later, the royal escort brought Ian and those close to him to the capital. Inside the carriage carrying Ian, the atmosphere was currently overflowing with joy. Ian's mother couldn't contain her excitement as she looked out the window. This is the first time I've traveled this far. She turned and said gleefully to her son, isn't it, Ian? Ian immediately smiled happily looking at his mother. Yes, that's right. Traveling with them was radio. He sat next to them and said cheerfully, once we reach the capital, I will be your guide. Madam Page. Disregarding my appearance. I worked in the capital with that alchemist for a long time. Vanessa beamed and replied, oh my, thank you. Ian grimaced thinking, just look at this guy. Just then, the sound of horse hooves clattered right beside the carriage, causing Ian to look outside. The second Imperial Knight, Vice, rode up to announce, Master Ian, we have arrived. This is the location of the old ivory tower that Ian requested to visit. Vice said, our plan is to stay here for 2 days. He smiled and added, and as the Emperor ordered, you will be free to explore this place. During that time, Vice spoke warmly to everyone. Please follow me everyone, I will guide you. After that, he led everyone to a small village next to the old ivory tower to rest. For the night, the village was truly peaceful in this quiet night. The village chief, hearing that people from the royal family and a mage were visiting, immediately came out to welcome them. I can't believe you all are visiting the village. It is an honor for 1,000 generations. Hayden laughed happily and replied, think nothing of it. Ian was a bit surprised to see the crown prince so friendly with the commoners. He thought to himself, maybe he treats the citizens in a benevolent way. A stream of memories from his previous life ran through his mind. At that time, he always had a gloomy and hostile expression on his face. Because one reason was that Ragnar was always by Ian's side. Looking at the bright smile on that face, Ian silently understood. So perhaps he makes such expressions with those who are not nobles or royalty. He pondered deeply. I can see the reason why the current emperor prefers the first prince. Suddenly, Douglas came looking and called out, Leader, when are you going to the old ivory tower? Ian immediately asked back. Why do you ask? Douglas embarrassedly expressed, I want to go there too. Ian sighed, thinking to himself, I need to go to the underground area at dawn. Then he answered Douglas, then tomorrow when there is free time. The boy was as obedient as a puppy, his eyes sparkling as he asked, really? Together? Ian was a bit unused to the boy's cute image, so he just replied perfunctorily. Douglas smiled until his eyes squinted and said, thank you. While the two boys were chatting happily, Radio stood behind and told Vanessa that Douglas seemed to like Ian very much. Then he turned to whisper to Madam Page, there is something I want to ask. Radio was so curious he spoke his thoughts out loud. Is Ian always this mature? I don't see him looking like a 12-year-old at all. Vanessa looked at her son with gentle eyes and replied, Ian matured too early. The boy is very kind and caring, just like his father. She also sincerely confided in Radio. I know he won't say it, but he is definitely trying. to fill the empty space of his father, and I feel so guilty. He thought to himself, so the kid resembles his father. Radio asked further, then is your husband also a mage? Vanessa shook her head implying that wasn't it and replied, no. Paige was a normal person. The image of her husband was still imprinted in her mind. Vanessa's voice was a bit sad when mentioning Paige. He went missing before Ian was born. After going to work as usual, only his belongings were returned home. 5 years later. Her eyes cast down sadly as she spoke. And now, Ian thought of the father who had been missing for 12 years. Vanessa choked on her words, sighed, and said to Radio, let's just drop it, it's nothing. After that, they followed the villagers' arrangement to their resting place. The next morning when dawn just broke, Ian appeared at the old ivory tower. He walked slowly and pondered the scene. Similar to his previous life. It is a journey following the wind and the path. The stars. Then Ian remembered himself from his previous life. An endless journey after the war. Of unification and away from the ivory tower as well as the empire. Thoughts came rushing back. Was it simply a coincidence when I entered the ivory tower? Back then? He countered himself. No, it was as if I was guided by something. Lost in thought. Without realizing it, Ian was standing in front of the ivory tower. Whether in this life or the previous one, this place still looked exactly the same. Ian stepped inside the tower. In his heart, he couldn't help recalling the history of this place's formation. 300 years ago, there was a war between the mages of the ivory tower and the Dragonians, descendants of dragons. Back then, the gargoyle army and black magic of the Dragonians were strong enough to destroy the empire. But the emperor and the high mage, Mason Greenriver, led other high mages. He strongly resisted and defeated the Dragonians, and drove the gargoyles to extinction, protecting the peace of the empire. However, that great man, Mason Greenriver, who led them to victory, refused the position of emperor, and instead became the tower master, creating the capital, Greenriverium. Eventually, this place was ruined and abandoned. Ian walked a few rounds around the tower, seemingly looking for something. It's around here. Ian's hand lightly touched a mechanism. Immediately after, the ground beneath his feet suddenly changed. In an instant, a staircase leading down, a tunnel appeared before his eyes. Here it is. Ian did not hesitate and went directly in. The space below was completely pitch black. Ian immediately cast magic to light it up. A ball of light looked like a small sun, illuminating every corner here. Rays of light gradually erased the surrounding darkness. Then suddenly it shone upon a statue. In the shape of a monster. The statue was humanoid but had long ears, sharp fangs, and also wings. It looked extremely lifelike. Ian looked at it and thought to himself, I was truly very surprised when I first saw that statue. Right at this moment, suddenly the thing vibrated continuously. Then in the very next second, it immediately moved, becoming a monster of flesh and blood, and roared fiercely. The reason he was surprised when seeing it before was because he never thought it was a gargoyle. A thing extinct 300 years ago, hidden here. In just a moment, it immediately jumped off that stone pedestal, escaping Ian's line of sight. But just a second later, the gargoyle appeared in front of Ian. It frantically rushed towards him. Ian was also extremely calm. From his hand, a water ball appeared. The water ball was quickly amplified, then shot straight at the monster, making it unable to dodge and take a terrifying hit directly to the stomach. The force of the water ball was so strong it pressed the gargoyle hard against the corner of the wall before it could stop. Ian silently observed the scene before his eyes, because he was also quite worried. In the previous life, it was very simple to kill it. But now it requires more effort. Indeed, just as he feared, the gargoyle was completely unharmed. In the depths of its eyes, there was only the image of Ian, as if it had identified that he was the target that needed to be destroyed. The gargoyle kicked hard against the wall to gain momentum to rush at Ian again. Seeing that, he quickly cast magic. Ice spears. Sharp ice. spears rose from the ground following his incantation. The monster was completely defenseless, and immediately after was impaled through the stomach by the ice spears. Its scream of pain echoed throughout the space. Not stopping there, Ian continued to launch the next attack. Streams of glowing electricity ran around his body. Ian's eyes looked determinately at the gargoyle. The next second, a powerful lightning strike struck the monster. A while later, finally, it no longer resisted, because its whole body was burnt to smoke. Ian looked at it and thought, finished dealing with the gargoyle. He calmly calculated, the next step is now just a matter of time. Just as predicted, only a moment later, a secret mechanism appeared beside him. The door slowly lowered, opening a path inside. Ian smiled with satisfaction, thinking, just like last time. Then he gently used the feather fall spell to land. From above, Ian gently set foot down. Without any difficulty, he began to take the first steps down here, according to memories of the past life. Ian did not hesitate to step forward. Where a book he wanted to find was placed. He thought happily, meeting again sooner than I thought. The dragon tongue scroll lay lonely on the table. A thought flashed through his mind. Ian didn't know who hid it here. He tilted his head curiously. By a dragon or the first mage? Ian's hands held the book carefully. Dragon tongue. A mysterious language. I didn't even understand it in my previous life. If this time is possible. Thinking this, Ian suddenly paused for a moment. It turned out the scroll was completely blank. There was not a single word. Ian carefully turned each page, but still, no page had words. What happened? Suddenly he thought of a possibility. Perhaps it is because it was used by me in the previous life. Seeming to know the cause, Ian slowly closed the scroll. He thought, if I could read it one more time in the previous life. Ian's mouth opened as if wanting to say something, but he froze for a moment. Now Ian realized one thing. I can't make a sound. However, Ian immediately calmed down and thought, dragon tongue is not a sound through voice. It is a magical language using mana as the root. Then there is only one explanation. Cannot use. The dragon tongue has disappeared. Because I can't use time magic without dragon tongue, I can't turn back the past. Regret showed clearly on his face. I thought I could continue, but if thinking in another direction, knowing this early is good for Ian. Because maybe things would be worse if I didn't know about this. More than anyone, Ian himself knew clearly that his second life had just become heavier. Scene change. A prosperous city gradually appeared in sight. A soldier immediately announced, Master Ian. We will soon arrive at the capital Green Riverium. The convoy carrying Ian and his relatives was entering the city gate one by one. Ian sat in the carriage looking through the window. Finally in the capital. In the back was the cage locking Cecilia inside. Ian thought, maybe I should be more vigilant. Because there is absolutely a possibility that something happens. That is if Cecilia escapes and contacts another Coldwalker. The Coldwood Empire will start monitoring me. For that reason, Cecilia will definitely talk about me. The one who knows everything about the Coldwalker's existence. And things will become more troublesome. In many ways. Ian's train of thought suddenly stopped. Due to the event happening outside, Ian's convoy led by Oliver was being blocked. Herbert and the Ivory Tower people spoke up, forcing them to pause. Oliver paused for a moment to see the person in front more clearly. Only then did he realize that it was the leader of the Ivory Tower. Then he got off his horse and questioned him. What right do you have to block the way? Oliver was startled and surprised when hearing him say, I received an order. Herbert calmly took out the order paper and said, it says that all authority to interrogate Cecilia and related matters will belong to the Ivory Tower. Perhaps you are a bit hasty. Seeing that, Oliver also did not yield and asked back. You received the authorization paper, even before the spy arrived? Why? But Herbert insisted, that's not it. Things like this should be handled as quickly as possible. Then he told him, go rest. The Ivory Tower captain will take responsibility from now on. So don't worry. That sentence was no different from an insult to a knight captain like him. But Oliver could only grit his teeth and endure. Because he had the order paper. Then he was forced to order his subordinates Hand over the criminal to the ivory tower leader. Hearing the 3 words, the criminal, Herbert unpleasantly reminded the captain. She is not yet a criminal. Before the truth is revealed, she is still a mage of the ivory tower. Please watch your words a bit. Oliver's hands clenched tight. Although very dissatisfied, he could not disobey the order from the emperor. Oliver's soldiers also couldn't stand it anymore. Immediately complaining to each other, we were the ones who went to catch her. So why are they taking over like that? Captain, it's not fair at all. Even if it's an order from the emperor, I still can't accept it. At this moment, Ian sitting in the carriage observed everything. He thought, I can see what they are trying to do. Because he knew one thing clearly. They aren't trying to protect her. As a mage of the ivory tower, they just don't want mere knights to interrogate a mage. Now they will lock her in the deepest prison of the tower. And try to find a way to make this smoother. Even if she is a spy from Coldwood, she won't be able to escape. Vanessa sat next to Ian, not knowing what was happening outside. She asked in confusion, why is it so noisy out there? Ian reassured his mother with a few words. It's nothing, Mom, don't worry. Then he turned to one side and sighed. There's one more thing I need to worry about. Ian's eyes noticed a call from outside. Master Ian, the prince, wants to go to a place before we return to the castle. Scene changed to a luxurious villa, magnificent and vast. Ian stepped out of the carriage and immediately recognized. This is the villa I was granted by Ragnar when I reached level 5 in the previous life. Hayden gently walked up from behind. Do you like it, kid? He smiled and continued. This is the villa you are granted. It's yours. Ian immediately bowed respectfully and said thanks. My gratitude is unmatched, sir. Hayden laughed delightedly and replied, what are you saying? Ian silently compared the 2 lives. In the previous life, I was 26 when I received this villa. And in this life, 14 years earlier, it's quite beautiful. Hayden didn't notice Ian's thoughts but nodded happily. Planning, now your family will stay here. And you come with me to the castle. We need to meet the emperor, right? As soon as Hayden finished speaking, Ian was a bit embarrassed. He moved his lips as if wanting to say something. Then he decided to speak his mind. If you would allow me, may I take a tour of the villa with my mother? Hayden easily agreed to that request. Sure. Of course. Only then did Ian's face show a rare excitement. He immediately thanked the crown prince. The villa was clearly magnificent. From the exterior design to the decorations inside, which were extremely luxurious. Vanessa looked around and exclaimed in amazement, oh my. Ian followed his mother and asked, do you like it, Mom? She hesitantly replied, how can I just like it? Only then did Ian tell her, this is our home from now on. Vanessa asked in surprise, this place? Us? Her young son calmly replied with certainty, yes. Ian looked at his happy mother and felt happy too. He remembered what had happened. When he received this villa in his previous life, Mom had already passed away. Meanwhile, Vanessa couldn't stop exclaiming, I can't believe it. Is this really a place to live? It's more impressive than a lord's castle. Ian thought to himself, no matter how great a mage I was, I couldn't bring Mom back. He explained to his mother, it means this place was used by the royal family. She was astonished again, the royal family? Looking at his mother's back still present here. Ian silently resolved, but now it's different. Things I want to do for Mom. And things I want to do with Mom are all possible. He walked over and asked for her impression of this place. What do you think, Mom? At the same time, Ian was very expectant. This time I will be able to see Mom's happy expression. Something I couldn't in the previous life. The sound of a thumping heart, along with the rosy cheeks of a boy, 12-year-old Ian, was happily waiting for his mother's answer. Very quickly after that, she replied, it's wide and beautiful and very big too. But it was accompanied by the worry that any mother would have. But how can we clean all this by ourselves? Ian immediately petrified upon hearing the answer. That was beyond his imagination from his mother. He managed to utter with difficulty, Mom. She asked concernedly, "What's wrong, Ian?" Ian said nothing but thought to himself. "I will ensure that from now on Mom won't have to do housework anymore. So Mom won't need to think like this." Scene changed to the royal castle Green Riverium. Ian adjusted his sleeves while thinking with some nervousness. I have never met the Emperor privately. Even in the previous life. At this moment, he had changed into a formal outfit suitable for an audience with the Emperor. In the previous life, when I graduated from the academy and saw how the world worked, he was already on his deathbed. The ruler of this country. In his and everyone's impression, he was an emperor. Praised for his wisdom and sagacity. Ian followed the guide. He looked around curiously. Because I really look forward to learning that from the Emperor. If possible. From the window, Ian looked over at the adjacent castle. He immediately realized it was the prince's palace. Memories came rushing back. What is that guy doing now? The fifth son and born of a concubine. Even though that fifth prince resembled the Emperor the most, he was born lacking his love. He is Ragnar. Also Ian's old friend. And also his greatest enemy. Ian couldn't help but worry, what should I do? When I meet him in this life? The guide finally stopped. In front of a room. He said, "Master Ian, please come this way. The Emperor is waiting for you." Then the door slowly opened. Ian also composed himself. Ready to step inside to face the Emperor. Inside that room, the Emperor and the Crown Prince were waiting for him. Ian knelt down and bowed respectfully. "A lowly person like me is honored to meet you." Terry's stern voice rang out, ordering Ian to raise his head. He looked at the boy and said, "Hero of the North. Ian Page. You have achieved a lot. In just a short period of time." Ian replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Being the Emperor of the country, Terry didn't pay much attention to details. He said, "No need to try too hard. Surely you haven't been taught etiquette. That's enough, so stand up." Ian stood up slowly at his command. In his mind, he reflected on the sentence just now. You haven't been taught etiquette. So no need to try too hard. Because that sentence was very familiar to him. Even the first time I met Ragnar. He said the same thing to me. Terry spoke again, "You traveled a long way to get here. Do you like the villa? I gifted you one of my royal houses." While he was talking to Ian, Hayden standing next to him also noticed the boy. Their eyes met, and Hayden happily waved hello. Ian didn't dare to be rude in front of the Emperor. So he had to reply to him. "It is a very large place that I couldn't even imagine." But internally he kept complaining. What is he doing in front of the Emperor? Terry heard that and asked further, "So do you like it or not?" With all his sincerity, Ian replied, "I like it. My mother is also very happy." It seemed Terry was also very satisfied with that answer. He smiled and said, "Is that so?" Immediately after, he asked straight to the point. "That's right. Are you wary?" "The reason I sent the heir to bring you here and gift a villa as soon as you arrived." Hearing that blunt question, Ian hesitated a bit. Should I be more direct? He looked at the elegant man in front of him, and couldn't help but associate him with the fifth. Prince Ragnar likes to speak frankly without hiding anything. Since he resembles the Emperor, it seems he is the same. No, not yet. Ian clenched his fists. He tried to control himself. Because until I have everything I want, I am just a 12-year-old child. Need to behave properly. Ian thought it would be best at this moment to act like a child. Then he replied as innocently as possible. "Isn't it because I am more talented than the others, sir? According to what they say, it seems my magic is better." "So?" Terry cut him off. "You are more talented than others?" He asked again. "You think so?" Making the atmosphere in the room suddenly become tense. Ian still didn't know how to answer properly. Hayden, seeing him awkward, also felt uncomfortable. So he raised his head and called, "Father." Hayden tried to squeeze out a smile to rescue Ian. What would a child know? Terry was a bit surprised when his son spoke up. He thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen him protect someone. It seems this mage kid will be the best choice to help with Hayden's succession. Thinking so, he replied, correct. Then Terry continued to Ian, your talent. I called you here because of talent. Even knights and mages, seeing that talent, have to utter praises. I heard that. You helped a lot in detecting the spy. In the room with only 3 people, the Emperor's voice rang out steadily. Because a citizen has achieved an accomplishment, being rewarded is completely deserved. Now tell me, do you want anything? He asked Ian directly. He rejoiced in his heart for achieving his goal. Finally having the opportunity. The authority of the current emperor. I have thought about it a lot. He constantly reminded himself that I am just a child. At this moment, Hayden spoke up to answer for Ian. The kid mentioned wanting to visit the old ivory tower. Very curious. Kids at this age are all like that. I think father should allow it. Hearing Hayden say exactly what he wanted, a smile appeared on Ian's lips. Terry didn't consider much, and directly agreed immediately. All right, I will give you a seal. As long as it's here, you can move around with that seal. Next, a servant followed the order and handed that seal to him. Unexpectedly, the thing was made of gold. It sparkled ceaselessly in Ian's hand. Terry added, you can also give it to someone and ask for directions. He asked, that's all you want, right? Ian replied softly, what could be better? At this, the Emperor happily said, then I will reward you myself. Come, bring it in. After his signal, several maids walked in one by one. They brought in a large chest full of gold coins. Terry said, this is the reward for you. Then he turned to the 10 maids on the side, saying, these maids will clean the villa daily. I will send them to the villa so you can be comfortable. Looking at these maids made, Ian remembered his mother's worry. It seems mom won't need to worry anymore. Ian sincerely said, thank you, your majesty. A while later, everything finally ended. Ian stood alone outside the door. Ian pondered, surely he is not like the others. Instead of attraction, I felt more suspicion. He thought that surely he was like that with everyone, just like Ragnar. Thinking this, he clutched the seal he just received in his hand. Suspicion is basic for ruling and managing. Ragnar liked to say that. Thoughts ran along with his footsteps. Focus on the important matter first. I don't have much time. A while later, Ian walked alone to a garden in the royal palace. The guard there immediately noticed him. He asked, Mage, what brings you here? Ian replied with an innocent tone. Where is the garden? Then he happily took out the seal. The Emperor told me to show this. Seeing that, the guard immediately changed his attitude. Yes, please go this way. I will show you. Ian thought to himself. I will try to act like I'm sightseeing a famous spot and go to that place. After a while, Ian finally did it. He had entered the sanctuary of the Empire. His eyes were a bit unhappy as he recalled a sentence. I like it here, Ian. In the previous life, Ragnar told him that. Here, they serve the Emperor and Empress. No one else can enter except royalty. I am just a prince, so currently I can't. But one day I will definitely be able to, right? He smiled and asked him that back then. Back to the present. Ian had already gone inside. An oil lamp faintly illuminated the surrounding space. Ian huddled in a corner of the wall, seemingly sneaking to do something. He saw the guard dozing off negligently. It turned out, normally other guards were always vigilant, but now they were nodding off because Ian had secretly cast a sleep spell on them. After making sure no one was managing anymore, he went inside alone to search for something. It's near the Emperor's coffin, right? Ian ceaselessly searched around. Must be around here. Suddenly Ian's attention stopped at a place. He widened his eyes in surprise. Found it. Ian cheered in his heart. Stoneheart mushrooms. He immediately used an ice spear to skillfully pick those mushrooms up. Having obtained what he wanted, Ian exclaimed, great. This amount will be enough. He slowly put them in his pocket. Suddenly, right at that moment, a sound came from over there. It's this late, where are you going? Ian froze when he heard that voice. A bad thought flashed through his mind. Someone? Don't tell me. Ian quickly deactivated the light ball in his hand. The space inside immediately became pitch black. People outside were whispering something to each other. At times Ian only heard a few vague sentences. Is that so? But he didn't know what they said to each other. Then someone replied. I understand. Ian was a bit nervous. He stood silently in a dark corner of the room, waiting to see the movement outside. Right then, Kelvin walked in and spoke up. Your Highness Princess, even so, this place is a bit. At this moment, Ian hiding in a corner thought to himself. Princess. Currently there are only 3 descendants. Whoever it is, it can't be Ragnar. Princess. Haley Greenriver replied softly. Not many people visit this place. Honestly, people rarely pass by. Sound won't leak out of this room. She added. Also, as a princess. My job is to manage this sanctuary. And you will check the magic cast on it. We both have our roles. Hearing her voice, Ian immediately recognized that it was Haley Greenriver, the biological sister of the first prince. Kelvin asked, Your Highness, why don't you let the ivory tower know? When he mentioned this, Haley immediately changed her attitude, then shouted in protest, No. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Don't you already know that? The ivory tower is very dangerous? But when remembering her father and royal brother, Haley's face became very happy, saying, I'm sure the ancestors will understand. Because doing this is for His Majesty and my royal brother. Seeing the princess's determination, Kelvin knew he couldn't persuade her. So he had to indulge her, saying, I understand. Then I will try my best to assist you until the end. Then he turned to ask, Have you memorized the basic spells I taught you last time? She replied excitedly, Of course. Kelvin praised her, Very good. Then he immediately made a request. Then please show me the light first. Haley also performed very seriously, then let the mana flow like this. Indeed, a second later, this princess was able to create a small ball of light. Ian, seeing that scene from the dark corner, was amazed. The princess is using magic? Haley, seeing her light like that, complained. Why is mine so small? Kelvin patiently explained to her. Because you just started practicing magic recently. Ian remembered Haley Greenriver in his previous life. She lived her whole life like a bird in a cage. And when Ragnar ascended the throne as emperor, along with the first prince being executed, she followed her brother, and quietly ended her life. Not until this life did Ian realize an unexpected thing. Such a woman was a mage. Why did she hide something? Ian was a bit curious about the reason she did that. Because in the Greenriver Empire, hiding the potential to become a mage is a crime. Private magic education outside the ivory tower, and the academy is the same. And I am sure that Mage also knows this. I don't know what Haley's intention is. But she requested Kelvin, next time, please teach me attack magic too. Like volcano, for example. Kelvin answered the princess helplessly. Even I can't use that spell. Your Highness. Hearing that, Haley hurriedly excused herself, I was just joking. Suddenly, it seemed. Haley sensed something behind her. She immediately turned her head to look. Kelvin followed suit and asked, What is it, Your Highness? Haley said, Just now I thought I heard a sound. This news was like a thunderclap to Kelvin. He was afraid the two of them would be discovered. Do you think someone saw us? That would be very bad. Kelvin said worriedly, Let's end it today. Haley reassured him, Rest assured, Sir Kelvin. Because only royalty can enter here. At this time, it was already late afternoon outside. Who knows since when Ian had gone outside. He looked up at the high sky and thought. Today I discovered many worthwhile things. He was surprised. He didn't expect Haley Greenriver to be a mage. Something that even in his previous life, he had never known. Ian recalled the princess's intense reaction earlier. He could guess the reason. She took the risk of committing a crime by hiding it from the ivory tower. Probably because she is wary of the tower supporting Ragnar. Ian pondered as he walked out of there. Although I wasted quite a bit of time in there. As he just passed through the gate, the guard spoke up asking, Mr. Mage, have you toured enough? A bright smile appeared clearly on his face. Ian looked at the guard with innocent eyes again, thinking to himself, but this is more than enough. Then he replied, yes, I am satisfied. A while later at Ian's villa. As soon as he stepped in the door, Radio ran out to welcome him, Master Ian. You're back. He also walked closer and asked. Yes, where are my mother and the others? He replied, Madam Page is chatting with the servants. Sent by the royal palace. And Douglas is touring the mansion. According to Radio, his son was behaving as obediently as a puppy, excitedly touring the new house. The boy couldn't stop exclaiming, this place is so big. Hearing that, Ian said, that's good. Then Mr. Radio, can I speak with you for a moment? So the two of them went into a room to talk. Only then did Ian feel assured enough to speak up. I want you to brew a secret potion for me. Radio asked wonderingly. What kind of secret potion are you talking about? Then he took out a bag of mushrooms that he had just picked earlier. Then he explained more about these mushrooms. This is the stone heart mushroom. It is poisonous. It paralyzes the body and causes the heart to stop beating. Hesitation showed clearly on Radio's face. You're asking me to brew a secret potion with such a dangerous mushroom? How can a poison be a secret potion? Right then, Ian mentioned, have you ever heard of interrogation magic? He hesitated for a few seconds but replied, I have heard of it. Ian clarified his intention. I need a potion to help avoid that kind of magic. Can you do it? Ian had just finished his sentence when Radio agreed, saying, I will have to run experiments. Is it urgent? Urgent. The sooner the better. Ian insisted on the request urgently like that. While Radio was pondering something, Ian noticed a knock on the door behind him. From outside the door came the announcement, Master Ian. The Ivory Tower sent a letter for you. After a moment, a maid respectfully brought the letter in. Ian slowly took the paper out to read. Every sentence and word was written very carefully. Dear Mage and Page. Similar to the royal family, the Ivory Tower is also very eager to meet you. Therefore, although rightfully, we should wait until the official academy enrollment day to meet, but teaching a talented mage, along with other new mages, wouldn't be difficult, right? Ian intently read every line in the letter. Therefore, I want to propose that we meet in 1 week. And I hope you will accept the Ivory Tower's request. As a mage, whose name is on the Ivory Tower's list. Just after reading the letter's content, Ian immediately told Radio, you have 1 week. He asked back in surprise, 1 week? For the first time, Ian showed such an attitude. To Radio, is it too hard? He knew for sure it wasn't negotiable. So he reluctantly replied, of course not. 1 week is no problem. It's just that I'll have to skip sleeping time. Radio said dejectedly. Hearing that, Ian still couldn't change this decision. Then I apologize for bothering you. But I'm counting on you. That luxurious blue carriage was Ian's. He was on his way to the Ivory Tower. Ian sat alone in the carriage. His hand fumbled to find something in his coat pocket. A dark black potion bottle in his hand, it turned out to be the medicine Radio made from the stone heart mushroom. Drinking it will keep my heart beating stably for 2 hours. Anxiety appeared on his face. Only 2 hours? From the small window on the carriage, Ian looked outside. He saw the image of the Ivory Tower standing tall in front. This is the place where I abandoned everything and left in my previous life. Now Ian has returned to this place. After a while, a servant informed him, Master Ian, we have arrived at the Ivory Tower. As soon as Ian stepped out of the carriage, a soft voice attracted his attention. You have arrived, Mr. Ian Page. A girl walked out from the Ivory Tower. She introduced herself as Maris, then greeted him with a bright smile. Welcome to the Ivory Tower. Maris said enthusiastically. Please come this way, I will guide you to the tower master. Then she led Ian inside. This is the first floor of the tower, the entrance hall. Maris introduced it to him like that. Ian looked up to observe the place once. Looking at this familiar scene made Ian think. Then and now. No, in both the present and the future, this place remains the same. Maris gestured forward and said, "Do you see that golden disc?" Ian replied yes. She immediately explained its function. "It helps you move to different floors of the tower. It is a device called a mana elevator. According to Maris, the golden ones are for high-ranking mages, so they can go directly to the highest floor. Please step onto the disc." Ian slowly stepped onto the golden disc. She continued to guide him. "The high-ranking mages are waiting for you in the tower master's room on the highest floor. Goodbye then." As soon as Ian was settled on it, the golden disc under his feet immediately lit up, clearly showing a magic circle in the shape of clocks. In just the next moment, a blinding light illuminated the entire entrance hall. Ian stood calmly inside it. Perhaps because he was too familiar with this thing in his previous life. At this moment, Ian clutched the secret potion bottle in his hand. Then immediately the next second, he drank it. In an instant, the golden disc arrived and stopped. By this time, Ian had prepared everything, ready to deal with whatever was about to happen next. He walked to a large black door. Then the door slowly opened. Ian followed and went inside. Seeing him just appear, the master of the ivory tower, Herbert, spoke up to greet him. "Welcome, Ian Page." He sat arrogantly on the chair and spoke with a superior tone. "Thank you for accepting the invitation to our tower." Seeing Ian still not reacting, he spoke again. "Don't just stand there, please sit." Inside that room, there were many others. Looking at Ian, Herbert said, "You must be quite surprised. But no need to be afraid." He said that while they were all staring at him. Staring. According to his words, this is just a small requirement that every mage joining the tower must go through. Ian slowly sat down on the prepared chair. He looked at their reactions and understood enough. From the atmosphere, I can see they want to ensure that I obey them. Herbert spoke while opening some information panel in his hand. "I already know about your talent. But without even considering that, you are already quite amazing. To be honest, I am still a bit suspicious." He spoke without even looking at the boy. "But aren't we mana brothers? With a bond stronger than blood? If we can eliminate suspicion, then we should do it right now." Ian replied with an innocent voice. "You mean you will torture me?" Herbert crossed his arms and denied. "Oh my. How could we do that? There is no place for barbaric acts in this tower." Suddenly his eyes changed completely, becoming extremely sharp and cold, saying, "We will just ask a few questions and you just need to answer them." In that tense atmosphere, he announced, "Now, let's begin." From Ian's personal information panel, Herbert read exactly from the line, "Ian Page, born in year 488. Zodiac sign is Aries. Father's name is Fran Page, a wandering adventurer. And mother's name is Vanessa. Page, used to be a servant in the castle. Is any information incorrect?" Ian also honestly replied, "No, they are all true." The bald man next to him asked further, "I want to know more about your relationship with Alchemist Radio." From this information onwards, Ian began his act. With the help of the secret potion, he answered completely calmly. "My mother is very weak. I needed an alchemist who could provide a steady supply, and the Lord introduced him to me." Another person questioned Ian. "Why did you visit the old ivory tower?" He replied, "I saw it in books a lot. I always wanted to visit that place." Next, a man in blue named Ronan also spoke up. "Do you remember Mage Cecilia?" Ian calmly replied. "Of course I remember." The guy's serious tone rang out steadily. "You saw her talking to a masked person. And Cecilia was caught red-handed trying to kill you. Can you swear that this information is true?" Because she still remained silent, Ian pretended to be afraid when recalling that scene, then said, "I swear. I thought I was going to die." The white-haired woman also continued asking, "Can you swear that no one taught you magic?" Ian replied firmly, "Yes, never." She still couldn't help but doubt, asking him aggressively, "Then fireball. Spirit summoning as well as ice crystals. How do you know so many spells?" "I want to hear a logical answer. You don't intend to say, 'I just did it,' do you?" Ian replied, "I just thought about them." Then he explained further, "Like imagining fire in the palm of my hand." He said it as if it were obvious. I just needed to imagine it. And one day it became reality. Hearing this answer, the group immediately shouted, "Impossible! That's absurd." For a long time after that, they kept discussing Ian continuously. Only Herbert remained calm and thinking. He put on a serious face. Even the strongest probe magic of the ivory tower is saying that the boy is telling the truth. His eyes didn't leave Ian for a second. A thought flashed through his mind. The legendary first mage. Could it be that the boy is his incarnation? However, a series of other possibilities also appeared in his mind. Or the boy is a mage with such high rank that the probe magic of a high mage has no effect? It is absurd for a child to have that much mana. Herbert's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. What could it be? Just when things were so messy, Helene, a fourth circle mage, stood up in annoyance and shouted, "Enough!" Her attitude right now was very dissatisfied, saying, "Why do you keep asking useless things? Don't waste time anymore, ask the real question." Ian didn't know what to do in this situation. Before his eyes, people around kept speaking up to advise her, "Helene, calm down. The Tower Master is still here. We all came here to ask him that, right?" However, Helene continued. She arrogantly walked up to Ian and questioned him. "What are you?" She spoke in a rude tone. "Use that mouth to tell us what you are. Why don't you say anything but nonsense?" Hearing those harsh words from Helene, Ian thought, right, she is that kind of person. Looking at the red-haired woman in front of him, Ian remembered Helene. She was the youngest fourth circle mage before I arrived. And just like her nickname, Fire. Very aggressive. However, he didn't want to yield to her. "Don't you already know?" Helene froze when asked back, "What?" Ian pointed to his information board and said, "It's written over there." His voice rang out reading those lines again. "Ian Page, born in year 488, Aries. Haven't you read it?" Hearing that, Helene was immediately provoked. She clenched her fists tight. Her face was now full of anger. "How dare you speak like that?" While the two were still in conflict, Herbert loudly interrupted, "Enough." His gaze seemed to pierce through him. Herbert said sternly, "Ian Page, let me ask you one last question. Remember back then, when you took the mana reaction test? I heard there was a small incident. The soldier who looked down on you and your mother. You remember that soldier named Jonathan, right?" Ian silently listened to him continue. Herbert's tone carried a hint of suspicion. The next day, people discovered that soldier was dead when he was found. Rumor has it there were mana traces on him. Then he went straight to the point and asked, "Are you involved in that soldier's death or not?" Ian remained silent. He thought, the Tower Master is indeed not just a title. He looked at his solemn face and assessed. This person is not too confident in his magic. He always considers a third possibility. In a situation like this, a normal person would lose their calm and be afraid of being suspected as a murderer. However, right now Ian was extremely calm. Detailed calculations ran quickly through his mind. If my heartbeat is stable, I will be suspected even more. Ian was hesitating. He said, "This is the last question. So should I remove the potion's effect now?" Ian's determined eyes said it all. He decided that he would tell them the answer they wanted to hear. Right then, Ian skillfully removed the potion's effect, and his heartbeat became irregular. When answering the next sentence, "I don't know anything," the people in that room immediately realized this change. Everyone turned to look at him in astonishment, because they all shared the same thought. Is that boy lying? Herbert's facial muscles relaxed a bit. He said, "You are not involved in that matter?" Ian calmly replied, "Right." It seemed Herbert was very satisfied with this answer. He said, "Of course. You couldn't have killed him. Thank you for your honest answer to this difficult question." Then the tower master justified with another sentence. When I said there were mana traces on his body, I just made it up. He slipped off the bridge and died. That statement sounded as if he thought his test of Ian was successful. Ian remained silent and didn't reply, because only he knew his act was more successful than expected. But the matter didn't end there. Herbert added, I want to end the meeting here and go eat, but I still have work to do. So I hope you sympathize. In that room, his steady voice rang out again. As you may already know, your talent is unprecedented, even within the tower. A mysterious power with unknown information. So we must be extra cautious. He explained like that. Then he continued speaking about his current limits. And how far he could go. A glass orb was placed right at Ian's seat. According to Herbert, the device in front of you is called a mana vessel. You can consider it an important component that operates most of the tower. What its function was all explained to Ian by the tower master. Currently there isn't much mana stored inside, so it has this color. But when it contains more mana, it will turn blue. Herbert ordered him to try pouring mana into it. Ian asked back, pour it all? He replied, of course. Because we want to see your limit. Ian walked up to the mana vessel, calculating silently in his head. The container can withstand the mana of a third circle mage. Pouring in an amount of mana equivalent to a second circle mage would be the most correct decision. After thinking, he placed his hand on it. Ian said to himself, if I show them the amount of mana in their estimation, I can minimize suspicion and be placed in a class. Suddenly he paused for a moment, as his train of thought kept flowing. But why? I am just an 8th circle mage. I am not a wizard, or a renowned leader. History, I have always read, understood the sentiments, and lived a life of calculation. While he was lost in thought, the container had turned blue. Since who knows when. Remembering his past life, he could give up everything. Strength, power, glory. He could give up everything he had. The source of mana ceaselessly emitted from Ian's body and flowed into the container. But he was still immersed in thought. But magic? I don't understand anything better than magic. Powerful mana surged more and more. One thing could be affirmed. If speaking strictly about magic, no one can stand above Ian. The mana vessel received a large amount of energy, turning a deeper blue. Just a second later, it immediately couldn't contain any more and cracked open. Then in the next moment, the container completely exploded, causing the people around to utter a sound of astonishment. Streams of mana escaping from the container were still flying throughout the space. In the room, it seemed like Ian had actually poured all his magic power inside. His breathing became more difficult now. He tried to regulate his breathing again. Even Herbert was speechless seeing that scene. The group beside him was still standing frozen. Only Helene spoke up. How is that possible? She picked up a fragment of the container. The mana vessel can contain the mana of a third circle mage. A thought flashed through her mind. So that child is even higher than a third circle mage? Ian had regained his calm by now. A while after Ian left, when the sky had turned golden, still in that room, a hand angrily slammed on the table and shouted, Ian Page, the rumors about that boy are true. Ronan couldn't keep calm and stood up shouting. He is also a 4th circle mage, meaning he is on par with all of us except the tower master. His anger surged even more when remembering Ian's reaction when asked about Jonathan's death. Clearly the reaction of someone lying. He pushed his luck and continued. What do you all think this means? Before Ian Page becomes a dangerous threat to us, we must chain him up. Everyone in the meeting was silent, calculating something after hearing him say that. Ronan argued, entering the academy and graduating, then serving for 5 years. Don't you think we must cancel those things and tame him right away? Herbert spoke up, saying that would be a bit difficult. But you're not wrong, he said. Ian Page spending time at the academy would just be a waste. Instead, he is a threat to the other students. If high mages like us already find it uncomfortable, then how would newcomers and young mages feel about it? As soon as he finished the sentence, the expressions of the other mages became even more unsightly. Then Herbert ignored everything and said, Whether Ian Page killed a soldier or prevented a death, it doesn't matter. Because what he considers important. Although the detection spell had no errors, we will never know if his lies work on us or not. Herbert seriously reiterated an important matter. Everyone probably already knows. But our highest priority is the value of this tower. To him, the more powerful mages this place has, the higher the tower's status. Suddenly, someone wondered and asked, then why not accept Ian Page as the 12th High Mage? And officially announce the birth of a 4th-class mage? Of course, Herbert was well aware of this. But due to his talent and age, I think it is best to have a special High Mage. Teach him. What does everyone think? All the mages present there voiced their agreement. Sounds good, I agree. I hope so too. Hearing that consensus, Herbert said with satisfaction, very good. Then he assigned the person in charge of educating Ian Page to be. Suddenly, someone's hand voluntarily raised up and said, I will do it. A few days later, Ian returned to the ivory tower. But this time he returned with a different status. Ian was still a bit surprised, not expecting to be recognized as a high mage so quickly. He stood dazed in front of the tower, for a while, lost in thought. I guessed it, but it happened too fast. Just then, the familiar figure of Maris appeared again. As soon as she saw him, she called out, Sir. Ian saw her. Ian was also a bit surprised and said, We meet again. Maris hesitantly replied, Well, I heard the news that you are a 4th-class mage. Ian felt a bit awkward hearing her say that. Right, that's how it is. Maris's eyes sparkled with admiration, it's amazing. Being a high mage at just 12 years old. That terrifying rumor is true. Ian replied perfunctorily, What kind of rumor is spreading? Then she looked at him happily and said, You must have heard the news, but I have been assigned as your support mage. For 1 year. She maintained a polite attitude and said, Please take care of me. Ian also smiled and replied, You can speak casually. You are my senior, after all. Senior, those 2 words immediately shocked Maris. She seemed to have just gained more motivation. Enthusiasm surged. Then, since I am your senior, I will give you a tour of the ivory tower. Ian politely replied, Thank you. Then the 2 of them toured the ivory tower together. Maris pointed to a building ahead. That is the ivory tower's magic academy. She explained further. Normally, you would have been enrolled there today, but you will receive special training from the high mages. Ian just silently followed without saying anything, because in his mind he was thinking, they call that special training? It's just a plan to turn me into a loyal dog. As expected of Herbert. At this moment, Ian's gaze suddenly paused for a moment, because he saw his academy friends from his past life. He recalled that he also used to stand there. However, in the previous life, they were all assassinated by the spies during the First Unification War. So I never thought I would meet them again. In Ian's heart now, there was anticipation. It might be very hard to become close friends, but I should go greet them soon. A while later, Maris radiantly introduced to him. This is your private laboratory. She also spoke extremely thoughtfully. I heard you would be using it, so I used a cleaning spell to clean it up. The door of the laboratory slowly opened. This is. Ian was surprised when he saw the room inside. His eyes widened in astonishment. Because this was also his room in his past life. Seeing that reaction from Ian, Maris immediately spoke up. When this tower was created 300 years ago, there were 24 high mages. But now there are less than half left. So there are many spare rooms. She said that. The tower master wants you to use this room for personal matters. Then she left him alone in that room. So please wait here. I will go call the mage in charge of you. The room door suddenly closed. The atmosphere inside immediately became silent. As only Ian was left standing there. He walked slowly, touching each familiar object. It has been a while since the last time I stepped into this room. Ian emotionally recalled old memories here. Unlike the last time, in this life, he got this room 7 years earlier. He has obtained the authority of a high mage. A thought appeared in his mind. There is one thing I must do. That is to create a new force within the ivory tower. Ian silently calculated the time. Within 6 years from now. He thought. This is the time when Ragnar starts to act. Under the protection of the tower. I must create it before then. A force that can oppose Ragnar. The one protected by Herbert. However, Ian also understood clearly. This is very difficult to achieve. Because it's hard to say. Power here is based on loyalty to the Tower Master. And fear of overwhelming power and high rank. There is only one possibility that can help Ian do that. That is if he reaches the same level. No, higher than the Tower Master. Then the time will come when he seizes full control of this tower. Thinking of this, Ian sighed. I think it's best to behave like a polite child. Until then. Even I cannot surpass the 5th class. With this small body. Suddenly, the sound of the door being opened violently made Ian jump. From outside the door, someone's footsteps walked in without asking for permission. Hello, Ian curiously turned back to look. A forced smile appeared on his face. It seems I'm about to encounter trouble again. They just had to send her. Oh heavens, it turned out to be Helen. She stood there arrogantly saying, long time no see. Then smiled as if provoking Ian. You insolent brat. Ian looked at her and thought, Helen. They just had to send her. At this moment, Ian moved his lips intending to say something. He innocently said, you are the one who cleaned the broken vase, right? But she didn't get angry anymore, just exclaimed. It seems you are more than just insolent. Helen calmly walked over, fine. You must have heard the news. Then she continued, proper conduct, tower history, magic theory. Those are the things you would learn at the academy. But the Tower Master wants to teach you inside the tower. Recalling Herbert's words, he said something about other children losing confidence. If a monster, like you, studies with them. Helen spoke while chanting some spell with her hand. But the problem is? A book on the shelf fell down under Helen's influence. She arrogantly held a book in her hand and said, what good does that do? Meanwhile, a series of other books also flew out. The very next second, the books simultaneously fell to the floor. She waved her hand, tossing the thing in her hand away, and said, such boring things are not my forte, and those old hags teach much better than I do. Suddenly, Helen leaned down close to Ian's face, saying, Cecilia, you defeated that girl, right? She rambled, I had high expectations for Cecilia. She was quite good at combat magic. Perhaps if Cecilia hadn't been discovered by Ian, if she continued, she could have followed in Helen's footsteps. Unexpectedly, she was a spy. Her eyes fell on Ian again, saying, but you were able to defeat Cecilia. Ian silently listened to this red-haired woman ramble. Helen added, since I have become your teacher, I will teach you something. She listed a series of mage types. There are many different types of mages. Mages trained for combat, mages trained to support others, and mages who spend their lives studying alchemy. As for the others, Helen showed a disdainful attitude, they are just trash. Then she turned to ask, which type do you think I am? Ian sighed and replied, the first type. Correct. She happily boasted, I bet. No one can defeat me in that field. Helen claimed, I am different from other mages, who only care about the elegance of a high mage. I will teach you my way. At this moment, she turned to leave, looked at Ian, and said, follow me. Seeing Ian silent, she insisted, of course, you don't have the right to refuse. A while later, the two of them arrived at the training ground together. Helen looked disdainful. Now do you understand what you have to do here? Her voice rang out challengingly. Attack me. Make me want to teach you. Ian looked at the rude woman in front of him and thought. She is no different from the past life. Even back then, she annoyed me by challenging me. But this time I won't let her start it. Deep in his eyes, Ian's determination could be clearly seen. I will cut off that line of thought. The surrounding mages were immediately made curious by the two of them. Whispers ceaselessly rang in their ears. What is this challenge? This kid. I mean Ian. Letting him fight her, isn't that a bit dangerous? Helen still maintained that sky-high confidence. Seems there are enough spectators. Can we start? While Ian was warming up, she said again, you make the first move. I'm the teacher, so I'll go easy on you. Ian smiled, took off his cloak, and seriously asked her. Are you sure? That single sentence successfully provoked her. Helen, annoyed, replied, "Who is worrying about whom here?" He prepared his stance and answered, "Then I won't be polite." Ian spoke while extending his hand forward to cast magic. His eyes gently closed, his mouth muttered the incantation. One could clearly see each stream of energy radiating around him. Helen just stood there watching without any defense. "Well, it seems you have seen many things. Are you planning to set up a barrier first?" Her eyes were full of contempt. "No matter what barrier it is, I will break it immediately." As soon as she finished the sentence, giant fireballs were already right behind Helen, as if ready to attack at any moment. Right then, Ian cast the ice block spell. Ice blocks started freezing from Ian's feet upwards. In just a moment, the cold ice blocks had reached his neck. Then Ian completely froze himself. Helen stared in amazement at his action. "Are you kidding me, kid?" She knocked a few times on the ice block and said, "The best thing you could come up with is just an ice block? Do you intend to sleep in there until you run out of mana? Hello? Do you hear me?" The reason Helen reacted like that was because ice block is the strongest defensive spell to protect the user. But when activating ice block, the user will fall into a slumber, so they cannot use other spells. She continued to complain. "Oh my god, I don't know what you are thinking. I was truly stupid to hope that." Suddenly, the words Helen was about to utter choked in her throat, because she heard a sound from behind her back. The crowd around also heard that strange sound. What sound is that?" Only Helen felt that the sound was coming from the ice block of Ian. She immediately turned around to look. Helen's blazing red eyes now became stiff. An unimaginable thought flashed through her mind. Impossible. That is impossible. Helen continuously denied it to herself, while still staring at Ian. Right then, the eyes that were supposed to be fast asleep of Ian suddenly opened. Helen couldn't believe it and thought, "Can he still move inside the ice block?" That thought made her unconsciously take a few steps back. Suddenly, around Helen, a series of tree roots appeared, surrounding her. She gritted her teeth in annoyance and cursed, "Damn it." At this moment, those roots kept elongating and attacking Helen. One by one, they all moved at extreme speed. Just being distracted for a second and not dodging in time could result in being pierced by it. She had to try her best, dodging while using fire magic to counterattack. Helen looked at the roots chasing behind and said in frustration, "Damn, even if I try to burn them all, they don't stop. If this keeps up, I will be the one driven to a dead end." Then her attention shifted to Ian. "Before that happens, I must get to that kid in the ice block," she thought to herself, "and find a way to drag him out." However, Helen still hadn't thought of a way. But how? How can he move while using magic inside the ice block? While she was busy calculating, a tree root rushed from right behind. Helen couldn't react in time. She could only stare at it in horror. Then, the sound of her screams echoed throughout the space. Finally, this red-haired woman was subdued by the tree roots. After everything ended, he released his ice block and stepped out. Only now did she admit, "I guess the rumor that you have talent similar to the first mage is true." Helen calmly said, "All right, I lost, so can you remove these filthy vines from me now, kid?" However, Ian replied, "No, not yet." Ending it this quickly would be very disappointing. As if disbelieving her ears, she asked back, "What?" A flash of fear crossed Helen. "What more do you want?" "I said I lost, yet you still won't stop?" His arm slowly raised to prepare for the next attack. At this moment, sparks of electricity flashed on Ian's hand. Even dark clouds in the sky surged in. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of her, Helen screamed in fear, "Wait. Kid. Ian." The lightning on Ian's hand became denser. Ignoring her words, he continued to summon it. "This is just a spar." Helen shouted desperately, "Ian. Stop. Stop right there." But Ian showed no sign of stopping. The very next second, he cast the thunder spell. One could see the sky behind him immediately light up a large area. Bolts of lightning struck down one by one. To Helen's astonishment, the onlookers at this moment were now dead silent, not saying a word. The vines and roots around were all burnt to charcoal to the astonishment of her. By this time, Helen realized that she hadn't been hit. The attack just now, Ian had aimed precisely at the roots binding her. "I'm alive?" Unexpectedly, someone as arrogant as Helen would finally have such a thought. When facing a 12-year-old kid, that fear grew even greater when she discovered Ian was approaching her. Although Ian hadn't done anything yet, she hurriedly screamed, "Stay away." Only then did Ian speak softly, "Lady Helen." Just hearing her name called made her freeze, her whole body panicking. She continued to tremble as she heard Ian say, "Is there?" Ian spoke while flashing a mysterious smile. "Anything else you can teach me?" This made her dare not say anything more, only shaking her head vigorously. Ian smiled with satisfaction at having achieved his goal. He said, "Then I will take my leave for now." After saying that, Ian turned and walked away. His steps were light as he walked. Looking at the gossiping crowd in front of him, Ian spoke up. "I apologize for the request, but please make way, could you? I am quite tired." After those words, they all parted to the sides to leave a path for Ian to walk. Perhaps that scene just now made it impossible for them to underestimate this young mage any longer. Late afternoon at the Ivory Tower. The steps of the Ivory Tower's mages were hurrying. Tower Master Herbert turned to ask his subordinate, "What is Helen's current condition?" He bowed and replied, "She is quite haggard. She has skipped meals for the past few days." His face darkened. "I didn't expect her to pick a fight with a 12-year-old child and ruin my elegance. Truly stupid." He was gravely mistaken to think that. "I tried to shatter the pride of Ian Page by having her teach him. I never thought Helen would be defeated by that brat." Only now did Herbert belatedly realize that from the beginning, this was not a matter of whether he could control him or not. He is not a dog that we can leash to control, but a wild wolf. Herbert excused his mistake by reassuring himself, "We will probably need more time than expected to turn him into a useful tool we can use." He hurriedly walked to a room. The door opened as soon as he arrived. It turned out the person waiting for Herbert was the fifth prince, Ragnar. He spoke up. "You have arrived?" Herbert replied respectfully, "I apologize. It seems I have arrived late, Your Highness." Ragnar closed the book in his hand and replied, "It is fine." Then he asked the Tower Master, "Before that, can you tell me the details?" On Ragnar's face, there was now a look of interest in this story. He stated his desire. The incident regarding that mage, Ian Page. A beautiful morning at Ian's mansion. Douglas was happily skipping out. On his body, he was now wearing a new uniform, with exquisite stitching, completely different from his previous simple clothes. His face was filled with excitement as he said, "Father, I am ready to set off. Let's go." Lidio did the same. He put on a new suit and happily replied, "Okay, let's go out." He turned to say to Ian, who was sitting and reading in the house, "Ian, I will take Douglas to the academy." Douglas chirped like a little bird, "I will be back, my lord." Having said that, the father and son gently closed the door and left. As soon as they left, everything became quiet again as only Ian was left there. He pondered. Today is already Douglas's first day of school. The reason the father and son were so happy was because Douglas was accepted into the Royal Alchemy Academy, at the top position as soon as he applied. Surely his talent is very outstanding. Ian was also quite reassured, thinking that he understood the one-on-one teaching curriculum of the Ivory Tower, so it would be relatively easy. At this moment, he closed the book in his hand and leaned back against the sofa. "This means I will be free for a while." However, having not rested for long, Ian stood up. At this moment, he thought again, since turning back time, I have been constantly racing. Ragnar still hasn't made any clear moves. But that doesn't mean I will sit idle. Thinking so, Ian immediately walked somewhere to regain full power. My body must develop more. Ian's contemplative gaze looked through the window. The small hand placed on the glass pane trembled slightly. It seemed he was still very anxious. "But can I just rest like this?" Just then, a maid walked in, "Lord Ian." She brought Ian an invitation card, sent from the palace. Ian looked at the card and asked back, "An invitation?" Even when holding it in his hand, he still wondered, "There isn't any event, is there?" Ian looked closely at the seal. "This seal is?" He realized that the invitation came from the Crown Prince. That evening, Ian went to the location where the party was held. It was also an extremely magnificent castle. Although he had arrived, Ian still couldn't believe that he actually invited him to a place like this. Because there was always an unwritten rule saying that mages, who are not of noble origin, must not be invited to such parties. He put his hands on his hips, hesitating in thought. What is this guy thinking? Looking at such a vast castle, Ian thought, I also didn't expect the party to be organized personally by the crown prince. Perhaps it was because in Ian's impression, the prince he remembered from his past life was very withdrawn when interacting with other nobles, and never organized a decent event with any noble. His attitude caused him to lose the chance to debut in the political world. The consequence was that all the nobles turned their backs on him. Clearly, the Hayden in the past life was unlike the crown prince, who proceeded to build trustworthy relationships with other nobles. In the end, the result was that he stole almost all of the crown prince's political power. Ian sighed. It couldn't be helped, since the crown prince often ignored the emperor's advice, due to his impulsive and lazy personality. But he kept wondering, I don't know what makes him so proactive, but this is probably beneficial for me. However, thinking back on himself, in the past life, he had never even come close to places like this. It seems like Ian will just sit silently in a corner. Finally, Ian mustered up the courage to go inside. He handed the invitation to the servant. Welcome, Sir Ian Page. Then the door slowly opened. I don't know what is waiting for me in here. Inside the castle, everything was decorated splendidly, but no less luxuriously, truly in the royal style. As Ian walked in, all eyes focused on him. Everyone glanced at Ian and whispered something to each other. Ian tried to squeeze out a social smile. Indeed, it is not comfortable at all. Just then, the servant's announcement rang out. The crown prince has arrived. Everyone in the banquet hall stopped and bowed respectfully before the crown prince. Hayden's elegant steps were entering. He appeared with neatly groomed hair and an extremely eye-catching blue suit. Hayden spoke softly. I would like to send my thanks to the precious guests who came to my party today. He stood from the upper floor, his voice echoing clearly throughout the room. As everyone knows, I will host tonight's party on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor. Hayden continued. Normally, the party should start with a speech. But today I want to introduce someone to you all. Having said that, Hayden smiled and turned his head to look towards Ian, making Ian immediately understand his intention. Is he planning to introduce me? At that moment, Hayden loudly announced in a flamboyant manner. The special guest of tonight, the youngest fourth-class mage in the history of the Ivory Tower. My precious guest from Morgrian. As soon as he finished the sentence, he pointed towards where Ian was standing. The name Ian Page being shouted out made him freeze for a few seconds. The entire party fell into silence for a moment. But Hayden broke that atmosphere with a radiant face. Welcome, Ian. He kept rambling on. You probably guessed it. I organized this party to introduce you. Ian had to reply, I thank you. Hayden thought Ian really liked it, so he replied, You're welcome. Only now did Ian realize he had fallen into a trap. He thought to himself, damn it, this is a plot to show the nobles that I am on the side of the crown prince. With Hayden's personality, Ian knew for sure this plan was certainly set by the emperor, not the prince. Then Hayden added, I heard about your performance in the Ivory Tower. He seemed very proud, saying, You were classified as a high mage as soon as you arrived there. I can imagine the faces of those arrogant old men. The crown prince recounted the first time he met him in Morgrian. I wondered why I had to travel all the way there for a stunted brat. Ian replied discontentedly, Stunted? But I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Joy was clearly visible on Hayden's face. Then from the bottom of his heart, he spoke very sincere words to Ian. Although I organized this party for my father, I truly think that meeting you there was a great choice. After speaking, he even winked at him. But everything was just beginning, because Hayden said, I also want to introduce someone to you. He pointed to the opposite side and said, This way. Ian hadn't recovered from the previous shock when another surprise came. In the direction Hayden pointed, a girl with glistening blonde hair and a gown designed similarly to the crown prince's. It was not surprising when he introduced her to Ian that. "This is my sister, Haley." She spoke gently. "Nice to meet you, Sir Ian. I am Haley Greenriver." Haley's voice rang in his ears. "Your name and age have become quite famous, including inside the palace. So even I have heard about you." Her brilliant energy overwhelmed Ian. "I am very honored," Haley shyly said. "It is a pity that today I can only come to say hello. But please accept my invitation to have lunch with me, so you can tell me about your achievements in Morgrian." Ian replied, "I can only tell you stories about magic and monsters, so I'm afraid you will be bored." But she still replied enthusiastically, "It's fine. I am not only interested in magic, but also interested in how this world works." Haley flashed a radiant smile, and sincerely said, "So I really want to chat with you, Sir Ian." She added, "Then I will contact you via letter soon. I hope you will also enjoy the party today." Ian politely replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Princess." After that, Haley left with Hayden, leaving Ian standing there alone. He quietly watched the princess's retreating figure. Seeing her happily chatting with other ladies made Ian unable to help but think, "Princess Haley, she looks completely different from what I saw in the palace." Then he looked over at Hayden. "The crown prince seems nervous, but he is doing quite well in his duty of hosting the party." Finished thinking, Ian decided, "Then I should leave before things get troublesome." Ian quickly pushed the door to go outside. His eyes immediately noticed a young man there. Looking at the person in front, Ian softly called, "Sir Oliver. Is that you?" He also turned to look, asking vaguely, "Ian Page?" Ian walked up and praised Oliver, "Sir Oliver. You look great in these formal clothes." The knight's cheeks immediately blushed. He shyly said, "This is an order from His Highness." As soon as he finished the sentence, the two suddenly fell silent. Maybe because there was nothing left to say, the atmosphere around suddenly became strange. Ian awkwardly thought, "Maybe I shouldn't have stepped out onto the balcony right now." Oliver spoke first, "I heard the rumor." Hearing that, he curiously asked back, "Rumor?" Oliver recounted, "Helen, the High Mage of the Ivory Tower. I heard you defeated that woman." Ian heard this sentence once again, because the prince had said something similar earlier. "I heard about your performance in the Ivory Tower." Then Ian responded, "Is such a rumor spreading outside?" "Really? I thought most things happening in the Ivory Tower were kept secret." For Oliver, perhaps this was a daily occurrence, so he calmly said, "If we didn't have that much information, then what else could knights do in this era?" Hearing the words, "this era," Ian fell into deep thought. He thought, currently, the Green River Empire has several mages at the peak of the energy spectrum. Only knights are significantly weaker, seen as nothing more than decorations or ornaments. Meanwhile, Oliver spoke up, "I was very surprised. Not only are you the youngest fourth-class mage, but you also defeated Helen, the one known as the Lady of Flames. Sometimes I even think, are you really as young as you look?" As soon as age was mentioned, Ian felt guilty and said, "You overestimate me." Suddenly Oliver said seriously, "Now no one can doubt that you have the trust of the crown prince. The prince, who usually avoids interaction with other nobles, personally organized this party just for you. But precisely because of that, there is something I need to verify." The captain of the night order now knelt down in front of him, just to determine one thing. "Whose side will you be on?" Ian paused for a moment, seeing him so serious. "To me, who you are, or how you could reach that rank at such a young age, does not matter. Because what I worry about is the fact that the mages of the Ivory Tower openly support the fifth prince. So now I ask you, will you stand with the Ivory Tower?" Ian calmly replied, "That is a meaningless question. Who could give a proper answer in a situation like this?" However, Oliver still persisted in asking, "As a knight serving the prince, I must hear the answer from you." His sharp gaze fixed on the boy. Then he said sternly, "Are you friend or foe?" Ian also knew well that Oliver Raywood, the loyal knight, stood shoulder to shoulder with the crown prince until the very end. But he still answered ambiguously, "I am still unsure." An intention flashed in his mind. "Maybe I can give Sir Oliver a hint." Then he continued, "However, I will never side with the fifth prince." Ian said that firmly. Clearly, Oliver was surprised by that answer. He looked around fearing someone might hear. But Ian had calculated everything beforehand. He reassured Oliver. I used magic so only you can hear. So do not worry. He asked Oliver, is that answer enough? He smiled and replied, for now, that is a perfect answer. Now Oliver felt more at ease and spoke up. Can I make a request? Ian wondered, what kind of request do you mean? With all his seriousness, Oliver said, until you give a definite answer to my question. Please be my sparring partner. I need strength. Hearing that request, Ian immediately guessed, sparring partner? You want me to teach you how to fight against mages? Is that it? Will that sword eventually be pointed at me? No? But Oliver did not confirm it, instead copying Ian's ambiguous way of speaking. I cannot completely deny that possibility. Ian said half-jokingly, Sir Oliver, you seem to have quite thick skin. He looked straight at him and spoke. Obviously I will refuse this request. I get nothing out of doing that. Suddenly, Oliver took something off his neck. He held it carefully in his hand. This necklace was personally given to me by the Empress on the day I was appointed as the Crown Prince's bodyguard. He said sincerely. Oliver said that it was an enchanted necklace to purify the mind. Ian seemed to recognize this object too. It was one of the royal treasures that I couldn't find any information about in my past life, except that its last owner was the Empress. Oliver handed that precious necklace to Ian. I will pay with this necklace. I believe it will be more useful to a mage than a knight like me. Ian asked back. Isn't this something the Empress personally bestowed upon you? Oliver hesitated not to say. She bestowed it upon me to serve my master better. My proposal is to fulfill that requirement. I am sure she will understand. Ian hesitated for a moment without answering, but finally decided. If you are willing to go that far, then I accept. I will take this necklace. Saying that, he took it into his hand. On Oliver's face, it was clear at that moment that he was completely satisfied. Just then, suddenly there was a huge explosion right inside the banquet hall. The two of them looked inside in astonishment. The explosion was so big that its power caused the tightly closed doors to shatter completely. Fire and smoke billowed out. Oliver's eyes immediately could no longer maintain their usual calm. At this moment, he realized the Crown Prince and Princess were still inside. Then he screamed in despair, calling, Your Highness. Ian and Oliver quickly went inside. Oliver's urgent voice rang out. Where are you, Your Highness? Immediately after, Hayden's voice replied, Captain. Over here. Fortunately, both the Crown Prince and Princess were unharmed. Hayden frowned and said, How could something like this happen in the palace? Oliver rushed over. Prince, Princess, are you both okay? Hayden replied, We are fine. The knight squad indeed acted quickly. As the vice-captain, Paulins, and other knights also ran in immediately. Your Highness, are you okay? Then he turned to Oliver and asked, Captain, are you injured? Oliver immediately asked. I am completely fine. What is the situation outside? He quickly reported the current situation clearly. A series of explosions of unknown origin are occurring inside the palace. We have activated the emergency communication orb, and we are mobilizing all forces to find the source of this explosion. Ian seemed worried when he heard about the emergency communication orb. Why? Because the orb of emergency communication of the royal palace is a network connected to the command center, the Knight's Order, military barracks, and even the ivory tower. It allows concentrating all mobilizable forces to the palace, and that means the activation of the emergency communication orb implies that every soldier and mage will gather at the palace. A bad thought flashed through Ian's mind. What if this explosion is aimed at that? He panicked, fearing that it would actually happen. Could it be? Ian decisively cast a mana barrier. A mana barrier screen covered those present in the banquet hall. Remembering that Haley also knew how to use magic, Ian turned to ask the princess, Do you know how to infuse mana into a barrier? She was surprised and said, What? Ian's tone was extremely serious. This is an emergency, so I need an answer. Haley hesitantly replied, I learned, but Without waiting for her to finish, Ian interrupted. Then can you maintain it? Then he decisively turned away. Ian walked to the maids nearby. I have something to ask. Has a maid named Isabel been here? They all trembled when Ian questioned them. One maid spoke up in fear. Yes. She was assigned to a separate palace. But she said she wanted to see the party. Hearing this answer, Ian understood. As expected, their real target is Cecilia. By concentrating forces at the palace, through the explosion, they will infiltrate the ivory tower. When surveillance is lax, Ian calmly analyzed the situation now. It doesn't matter what happens to Cecilia. But I must ensure the information she has about me is not passed back to the Coldwalker family. At the same time, at the Ivory Tower's prison, someone was sneaking into this place. Those footsteps stopped in front of Cecilia's cell. Then spoke up. Long time no see, Cecilia. I'm surprised you're still alive. Because that person covered himself carefully. She didn't recognize him immediately. Who is it? He slowly took off his hood. It's me, Daniel. After that, the first words he said to Cecilia were criticism. I am very disappointed in you. I thought you were a good spy. Seeing him, Cecilia immediately got agitated and shouted, Daniel. Get me out of here. He calmly replied. Of course, but I have something to check. She immediately answered. I haven't said anything. That bratty Page. He knew everything from the start. From the existence of the Coldwalker family. And the people in it. Daniel asked suspiciously, is that true? She touched the back of her neck and added. He even knows about the Manhwa seal. That neither you nor I knew about. Hearing that, he said. Cecilia, that is something most Coldwalkers don't know. The superiors only told us after you were captured. Then Daniel asked further. So, do you have anything else to say? Cecilia replied, that's all. We don't have much time, right? Let's get out together. But at this moment, his attitude was hesitant. Is that so? Immediately after, the cell door slowly opened. Cecilia's face clearly showed joy. Because she thought she was saved. Then Daniel called her name, Cecilia. In the split second she turned to say, what? She was directly stabbed in the neck by him. Her eyes rolled back, as if unable to believe what just happened. Daniel coldly looked at her writhing in pain. Now he spoke up, when you were imprisoned in the ivory tower, we debated for a long time about what to do. Blood flowed ceaselessly from Cecilia's wound, leaving her only to wait for death, and listen to him continue speaking. You are a rather rare third-class mage. So we considered saving you. And this is the conclusion we reached. As soon as he finished the sentence, Cecilia also slumped onto the cold ground. Although he had just killed someone, he smiled and said, well then, fare thee well. I mean, goodbye. Suddenly, a voice rang out responding to him. You too. This made Daniel immediately alert and turn around. Then he quickly threw his knife straight towards where the voice came from. The knife rushed towards the target. But Ian only needed to tilt his head to easily dodge it. But it still grazed his face. Seeing him standing there calmly, Daniel shouted, who are you? Ian did not answer him but looked down at his feet. Seeing Cecilia's body lying there, he said, so you have eliminated Cecilia? Good. That's one less worry for me, thanks to you. Unknown to him when his two legs had been frozen by Ian. Then he slowly walked over. Daniel, truly. It is a pity that I meet you today. Ian's eyes were sharp and cold. He said coldly, I swore I would kill you with my own hands. Daniel saw he couldn't resist, so he spoke up. Wait. Wouldn't it be better for you to keep me alive? Of course, Ian had no intention of sparing him. Finally. I can repay the suffering of my friends. Daniel panicked and defended himself. What are you saying? I never killed your friends. Ian replied, obviously not yet. Because only he knew. There were still 15 years before that would happen. The cold ice kept freezing his entire body. Now Ian continued. I promised myself that when I returned, I would put everything back in its place. Then his hand gently touched the ice block. In the blink of an eye, it instantly shattered into 100 pieces. Ian looked at the murderer before him with a sharp cold gaze. Then he stepped closer to the corpse. Right on the back of his neck, there was indeed a Manhwa seal. I have identified the Manhwa seal on his neck. That is enough. Right then, hurried footsteps were heard from outside. It turned out to be Ronan and the mages of the ivory tower arriving. He widened his eyes in surprise and shouted, "Ian Page. What the hell happened?" Ronan stammered, seeing two bodies lying at his feet, elsewhere in the Emperor's palace. Terry angrily slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, "Two people have already gone missing inside the palace." He scolded loudly. From a maid to a royal scribe. What is the ivory tower doing, while criminals run rampant in the palace? Huh? Tower master, answer me. Didn't you promise to uproot all the roots of the festering sores within the kingdom? So you requested full authority to hunt spies be given to the ivory tower? Every single word of Terry made all the nobles there tremble. Then, he made a decision. I can no longer trust the ivory tower. So I will revoke all relevant authority of the ivory tower. From now on, the tower master must exchange any information obtained from the search so far with the knights and soldiers. Is that clear? Herbert heard this and bowed. I obey your command, Your Majesty. Terry rubbed his forehead and said, You may go. There will be a lot to do from now on. Herbert silently walked out as ordered. At this moment, the Emperor's attendant announced, Mage and Page. Step forward and pay respects to His Majesty. Ian slowly entered. Terry looked at him and said, So we meet again. Special guest from the north, Ian Page. Ian also carefully paid respects to the Emperor. Terry quickly got to the point. Thanks to your intellect, this time we were able to protect the Empire. Ian remained silent, listening to him continue. If not for you, we would have been helpless and lost a large amount of important information to unidentified enemies. That would have turned the Empire and the royal family into a laughingstock for the whole world. For all the above reasons, I will never forget your achievements in this incident. Therefore, I want to personally express my appreciation and the reward I want to bestow upon you. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant brought the reward in front of Ian. It is this. It was an eye-catching blue cloak. Terry said, This cloak is the only item that Michelle Green River left behind, my ancestor, and the only mage of the royal family. He explained that due to his will, I do not give it to anyone but royal members. So I want to say that I am only lending it to you. Of course, I will lend it to you until your last breath, or until you no longer want to keep it. The first and last mage of the Green River Empire's royal family. He was the hero who saved the Empire and rose to the position of Tower Master with his magical abilities. His cloak is an item that was hard to see, even in my past life. At this moment, Terry made a suggestion. Since this is just a cloak, I think you don't need to change clothes. Do you want to try it on right now? Ian also followed the order and took out the cloak, then clumsily draped it over himself. Looking at Ian's disheveled appearance, Terry had a good laugh. A bit too big for you, isn't it? I wonder when it will start to fit. Just as he put the cloak on, Ian realized this was a cloak that was enchanted. He immediately looked up and said to the Emperor, Then I will make it fit me right away. Immediately after, the cloak slowly shrank until it fit Ian's small body, before stopping. Seeing that scene, those around immediately exclaimed in awe. How did he do that? Terry also looked at him intently and praised. It suits you very well. The blue color also matches your eyes. It seemed Ian liked this gift very much. Then he knelt down before the Emperor. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. A while later, outside the palace grounds, Haley saw Ian's figure and hurriedly walked over. Excuse me, Sir Ian. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness Princess. But she waved her hand and said, Please don't be too formal with me. At this moment, Haley clasped her hands tightly together and trembled slightly. Sir Ian, Haley hesitantly expressed. Actually, I have something to tell you about what happened earlier. Ian quickly spoke up. At that time, I was too busy and extremely rude to you. Your Highness, I hope you will forgive me. Haley retorted immediately, It's not that. As if understanding the princess's intent, Ian reassured her. Also, what you are worried about will not happen. So please be at ease. Haley felt relieved hearing that answer. Suddenly at this moment, footsteps of someone were heard from behind. Ian immediately recognized this voice. You have indeed achieved a very wonderful accomplishment, Sir Ian. He said sarcastically, thanks to you. The safety of both the Empire and the royal family has been preserved. Without waiting for Ian to reply, he continued, and as His Majesty told you, your achievement in this incident is enormous. Ian's eyes now clearly showed astonishment when seeing the person in front of him. He suddenly said, forgive me for the late introduction. Perhaps you already know who I am. But I want to officially introduce myself. My name is Ragnar Greenriver, the fifth son of His Majesty the Emperor. Behind him, there were several knights following. A series of memories from the past life flooded back into his mind. It turned out that person was Ian's old friend. Back then, Ian had desperately knelt at his feet and begged, please. But when he looked up at that person, he only saw an indifference that chilled his spine. In this life, he didn't expect to see that face again. But Ian was still bewildered when thinking of the name Nar. He spoke again, although I arrived late, but I want to congratulate you for obtaining the position of High Mage in the Ivory Tower. Meanwhile, Ian still stood frozen in thought. It's too early to meet him. Ragnar added, I want to express my appreciation to you for protecting the security of the Empire from spies in the Morgrian territory. And today I also want to invite you to lunch to show my gratitude. Ragnar didn't care about Ian's current expression, and continued, are you free to accept my invitation? He clenched his fists and spoke softly, I. Just when Ian was in that awkward situation, Haley spoke up to the rescue, I apologize, Ragnar. But he has business with me today. He pretended not to understand and replied, is that so? Then tomorrow. At this moment, Ian calmed down and spoke up. I am terribly sorry. But I'm afraid that's not possible, Your Highness. A flicker of annoyance crossed Ragnar's eyes. He glanced at Haley as if to warn her, but still tried to reply softly, I understand. Ragnar looked straight at Ian and said, although it is regrettable, I will look forward to the next time. Pleasure meeting you, Sir Ian. Ian answered him with silence. He added one last word before leaving. Then, goodbye. Saying that, Ragnar and the two knights left together. Only the two of them were left standing, watching the fifth prince walk away. After confirming there was no one else to disturb them, Haley hesitantly spoke up, Sir Ian. She shyly said, I spoke without thinking. I apologize. Ian replied, it is okay. After that, Ian still turned his head to look back at that familiar figure of Ragnar, and thoughts flowed through his mind again. I met him 2 years earlier. And currently, he is just a prince who has to hide his true conspiracy. Now, Ian had made up his mind. I will stop you at all costs, Ragnar. Before you have the chance to expand your power. So you cannot advance even a single step. Ian will not stop. Until he despairs and meets a tragic end. I will be your opponent in this life. Scene shifts to the royal palace. Right now in the Crown Prince's study. Hayden complained while reading a book. I don't understand what it says at all. He said, can't they write it so everyone can understand? Who writes books in such a confusing and complicated way? Professor Laurent, standing next to him immediately, spoke up to explain. Your Highness, that book was written by the first king of Green River. It details how to become a ruler, explaining governance methods and measures. As the Crown Prince inheriting the throne, you should learn these things. Hayden looked at the thick books piled on the table, and silently lamented, read all of this? In just a few minutes, the stack of books on the table was brought by Laurent and piled even higher. He said, furthermore, you must also learn history, philosophy, economics, politics, and etiquette. When the number of books was almost taller than Hayden's face, he finally stopped. These are all the books you need to read. The more Hayden looked, the less he wanted to study those things. I don't care anymore. He found a random excuse to escape. The feng shui isn't right today, Professor. Laurent cried out, Your Highness, if you don't read now, your father will scold me. Then Hayden changed the subject. He asked, Vice Captain. Today is the last day the captain spars with Sir Ian, right? The vice captain replied without hesitation. Yes. Hayden dreamily thought of them. They must be fighting already, ignoring the reading. Then he immediately stood up. Let's go. I haven't watched them spar in a while. At the same time, at the Royal Knights Division Command Center, main training ground, Oliver was slowly regulating his breathing, then slowly lowered his center of gravity very carefully. Meanwhile, Oliver thought, until the very last moment. I swear. His hands gripped the sword tightly. Then a second later, he opened his eyes, as if sensing danger approaching. As expected, before Oliver's eyes was a rain of ice spears rushing straight down. With his determination, Oliver did not falter, but decisively accelerated forward. With his agile body, honed through thousands of practice sessions, Oliver easily dodged all the ice spears. Oliver's feet dragged against the ground to stop abruptly. Thanks to his decisiveness, Oliver avoided the next fatal strike. Immediately after, a series of sharp earth pillars thrust up continuously from the ground, attacking him. Oliver hurriedly jumped high to dodge. He used the tall earth pillars as stepping stones to fly upwards. Oliver's movements were so fast that one could only see a streak of light flashing by, and before anyone knew it, he had successfully escaped that attack. Oliver did not let his guard down because of that. He immediately devoted all his focus, waiting for the next attack. This time, what attacked him was a fireball. The giant fireball got closer and closer. Compared to it, Oliver was now only as small as a pea. However, in his eyes at that moment, there was no room for fear. Oliver raised his sword high, ready to fight it. Each stroke of his sword was tearing apart the flames in front of him. Because right now, in the mind of this captain, he always believed one thing, that I can reach him. He opened his eyes wide, looking through the red curtain of fire, and thought. The limit of a mage. Oliver faintly saw Ian standing behind it. So he acted immediately. Oliver rushed forward like an arrow. Immediately after, the tip of his sword successfully pierced through Ian's chest. That glorious moment seemed to be slowing down. However, only then did Oliver realize the strangeness. Ian's hand touched his back and said, "Well done." It turned out that what Oliver just stabbed was only a dummy of Ian. The real Ian was now standing right behind him. Oliver was silent for a while. He seemed a bit disappointed, then slowly turned back and said, "So I couldn't even leave a scratch on you, Ian." Ian just smiled at him, and then replied softly, "Talking about a scratch when you aimed for the heart? If I got hurt, I would be dead for sure." The two of them happily shook hands. Oliver spoke up. "Thank you for helping me over the past few years." Ian politely replied, "It's just the fee for the necklace." Oliver himself also knew that he had received help, far exceeding its value. And his efforts were also recognized by Ian. "You have indeed improved significantly compared to 5 years ago. You sliced a fireball in half with an iron sword." Oliver said, "Ian, can I ask you something?" He agreed immediately, "Of course." "How strong are you right now?" Oliver asked straightforwardly. Ian dodged that question a bit. "Not as strong as you think." Currently, Ian is a 5th class mage. Although in his past life, he only reached 5th class when he was 26 or older. It is relatively fast. But he had hoped that he would at least reach 6th class. Ian looked into his palm and felt. "But I cannot increase the development of my body and heart. Mana, so 5th class is my limit." Then he clenched his fist with anticipation. "I hope my body will finish growing as soon as possible." Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Truly the greatest mage of the Empire." Ian turned around and saw His Highness Hayden happily saying, "I heard today is the last sparring match between you two." Every word of his was filled with concern. "All right, let's go have breakfast. To increase the strength of my right and left arms, I will give you the best meal." With such an attractive offer, Ian refused. "I apologize. But today is the day I complete my studies at the Ivory Tower. And I have been given duties as a mage who has become stronger. So I must go meet the Tower Master immediately." Hayden reluctantly replied, "I understand." "Then it can't be helped." Although disappointed, he still said, "Go. Let's eat together next time." Ian replied, "I will arrange a time as soon as possible." After that, Ian cast magic, wind wrapping around his body, and bowed respectfully to the crown prince. In just a blink of an eye, he was no longer seen on the ground, but was now flying high up. Ian smiled and said, "I will return." Then immediately after, he vanished into thin air. The three of them below still watched Ian, until he was gone. Seeing that, Hayden exclaimed, "Does the cloak my father bestowed have a flight spell? I don't know about other things, but I feel terribly jealous." Suddenly Hayden turned to call the captain. Oliver immediately replied, "At your command." Hayden then spoke up. "I saw you fighting on par with Ian. What do you think? Can you fight mages now?" Oliver answered him, "My answer has two parts." Oliver admitted, "First, I couldn't leave a scratch on Ian. The gap between us will continue to grow. However, with other mages." Hearing this, Hayden guessed the next answer. The smile on Oliver's lips showed that he was completely confident in his abilities. He said firmly, "As long as it isn't Ian, I can handle it." Still that morning at the ivory tower, the door to the tower master's room opened. As soon as Ian entered, he heard Herbert's voice. "You've arrived." He struggled to stand up. "It feels quite strange. It seems like only yesterday I heard news about a special boy in the north. Yet that boy has become a young man." His voice was now hoarse, and his face seemed to have more wrinkles than before. Herbert continued, "That probably means I have grown old." Ian replied, "At least you will be healthy for a few more decades." Herbert held some papers in his hand. He just finished reading and said, "Excellent. I have nothing to say but praise." He said, "You are truly a great fortune for the Empire. And the ivory tower. Every lady wants to meet you. Aren't you the model for every mage to pursue?" Hearing him say that, Ian immediately denied, "You flatter me." But Herbert maintained his view, "We will soon know if I am flattering you or not." At this moment, he changed the subject. "You know, today is the last day. If you were a normal academy student, you would be sent to neighboring regions. But you are a special case. The last day is just chatting with this old man." Ian replied, "Not at all, actually it is an honor." "Thank you, even if those are probably empty words." He spoke while searching for something on the table, then handed Ian a card. "Congratulations on becoming an official mage." Herbert explained. "This is the symbol of your status. It will help you mobilize soldiers and citizens of the Empire at will. You will have many opportunities to use it." Ian asked curiously, "Are there many places that need a high mage?" Herbert's voice rang out again. "The problem is not just the demand." His eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Currently, there are very few high mages. Since Helen has settled down, what else do you expect? I don't want to pressure you, but your help is truly crucial." Ian replied, "So there is a lot of work waiting for me." Herbert affirmed again, "You are the strongest and most important force of the ivory tower. So you will soon be bound by many responsibilities." He opened an information board in his hand. "But since this is the first time, I will let you choose." The information board clearly displayed 3 places. Ian also looked up at it. The first place is Rodmia, the city with the largest seaport in the Empire. Next is Benson, the city that produces the most iron in the Empire. Ian turned to the last one, and that is Pyric, the land in the northeast. The place he was assigned to in his past life. That time, the reason Ian was assigned there was because the previous mage died in an accident. So he was sent to replace him. Ian walked to the third panel and immediately decided, "I am interested in Pyric." Herbert was also satisfied with that choice. "That is a place that desperately needs help." He recounted, "We sent 2 mages of the 3rd class and some soldiers from the army. But it was still not enough. Monsters from the Great Plains seemed to be harassing it." Then Herbert handed Ian a paper. "Details are written in here. Read it. Do you think you can answer them today? If you refuse, I will have to find." Ian interrupted him. "No, I will go there." He affirmed firmly, "I will go to Pyric." That afternoon at Ian's mansion, the skewer of meat in Douglas's hand hadn't made it to his mouth yet. And he had to exclaim in surprise, "You intend to go to Pyric on your first trip? That place is famously full of monsters." Douglas hadn't finished his sentence when he was choked off by the sharp look of Ian. Ian's mother sitting next to him, hearing that, also put her fork down. She said worriedly, Ian, isn't that a dangerous place? He reassured his mother, no, it's not that dangerous. It's only temporary, so I will return after a few months. Vanessa respected her son's wishes, but sadness still flashed in her eyes. I understand. You just said you will leave next week, right? This large mansion will be empty. Seeing his mother so worried, Ian promised, I will finish the work as soon as possible. And return, mother. Seeing the atmosphere dampen a bit, Douglas excitedly said, Leader, can you check the potions I made in the laboratory? Before you go? I created a few quite good things. They might help you on your mission. Lidio reminded his son, Douglas, you are grown up. Shouldn't you change how you address Ian? Douglas's eyes were a bit disappointed. Calling him leader is wrong? Then he looked over at Ian. Ian didn't understand what his intention was. By keeping looking at him, Douglas innocently said, how about calling him Big Brother? Because of that sentence, Ian, who had just taken a sip of water, hastily spat it out. The two words, Big Brother, shocked Lidio to the core. At this moment, Ian and his mother were also speechless. However, Douglas seemed to like this name very much. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then he called out again, Big Brother Ian. Ian froze for 5 seconds. Are you really the Douglas I knew in my past life? Contrary to Ian, Vanessa was very happy. It's great that you have such a cute younger brother. I even have another son. Ian helplessly called, Mom. Next to them, Lidio's heart suddenly pounded. He stammered, Miss Page, what do you mean? Ian thought to himself, then why are you suddenly blushing? Then the father and son were in chaos again. Lidio reminded, you must call him Sir Ian. But Douglas said, we are family now? Sir sounds too distant. Lidio said bluntly, living off others and still being picky? Douglas retorted, what do you mean? Father? My genius brain is very beneficial to the family. At this point, Lidio also gave up. Genius, huh? Fine, whatever, you are a genius. Vanessa chuckled seeing the scene of the father and son being so close. On the other side, Ian quietly watched his mother who was very happy right now. That also made him feel happy too. A thought popped up in his mind again. This isn't so bad. But then Ian changed his mind. You cannot call me Big Brother. Douglas heard that and tears streamed down. A week quickly passed. At this time, Ian was standing in front of his mansion. Lidio's voice rang in his ear. Are you ready? He asked, do you plan to go straight to Pyric? Ian replied, first, I must say goodbye to the Tower Master. Then I will plan to go there. But Ian still worriedly asked Lidio, the mana traps I placed in the mansion. He smiled and replied, you explained it yesterday. Don't worry, I will use my life to protect Miss Page. Ian replied, I hope you don't have to use it. At that moment, Douglas carelessly called out, brother. Ian and Lidio immediately looked annoyed, causing Douglas to hurriedly change how he addressed him. I meant leader. He held a potion bottle in his hand and gave it to Ian. Please take this. It's a potion I tried making myself. Douglas glanced slightly at Lidio and hesitantly said, it is probably. Then he sneakily leaned close to Ian's ear and whispered, probably better than father's. Douglas smiled confidently as he said that. Ian also smiled back, thank you. He thought to himself, Douglas still has 3 years before graduating from the Royal Alchemy Academy, but he has already been promised a position as a royal alchemist, thanks to his abilities. Unfortunately for Douglas, his father heard that sentence just now. He gave his son a big knock on the head. Not for a long time, kid. Looking at the potion bottle in his hand, Ian completely believed that it would certainly be effective. After a while, Douglas asked an innocent question again, leader. Will you fly to Pyric using the cloak? Ian bluntly replied, no, I will take a carriage to the outskirts of the capital. I don't want to attract too much attention right now. Vanessa rushed over calling loudly, Ian. She was carrying a very large box in her hands. Seeing his mother, Ian also called, Mother. She carefully handed him that box. Eat this on the way, okay? I packed a lot. Vanessa thoughtfully prepared everything. The first box is the food you need for today. The other boxes have beef jerky and dried fruit to eat. Later. Her affectionate eyes looked at her son. I even baked the red bean cakes you like. Ian replied, thank you, mother. I will eat a lot. Suddenly, she stepped closer and hugged Ian tightly. Be careful not to get hurt, and don't skip meals, okay? Ian was a bit surprised by his mother's hug. But then he quickly accepted it. His arms wrapped around his mother's waist, responding to her with a tight hug. Yes. He looked at his mother and said, I will return soon. So please don't worry too much. After saying goodbye to everyone, Ian spoke up, then I'm off. The wheels began to roll towards a new journey for Ian. His loved ones still stood there, but they were getting further and further away from his sight. A young man who has lived through 2 lifetimes thought that nothing could make him waver anymore. However, right now, as he parted from them, it seemed he still felt a bit of emptiness. Ian reassured himself, believe. Thinking of the mother he loved, he told himself he must believe that mother will still be safe even if I'm not there. Because this is a mansion protected by the palace, and the crime rate in the city is very low. And there is also a secret that only Mother, Lidio, and Douglas can activate. That is the mana trap. Ian clenched his fist and thought. With that, I can eliminate almost all dangers. At this moment, Ian mumbled a name. The Pyric territory. He recalled everything that had passed 25 years ago. On the other side, at a canyon near Pyric, a battle was taking place there. Kellyan Pyric loudly ordered the soldiers, behead them 100 times and bring them back here for me. Don't you dare die before then. Hearing that, the whole army felt as if they were empowered, continuing to fight against the monsters. At that critical moment, a cavalryman hurriedly ran over. My lord. Kellyan asked, is there? What is it? He stammered in response, the supply unit in the rear. Then immediately shouted loudly. The supply unit. Our rear is being attacked by orcs climbing over the mountain. Kellyan froze upon hearing the bad news. What? Looking at the monsters here still charging endlessly. He thought in frustration. Damn it, how could they swarm past the line like that? However, as a general, he was forced to make a quick decision. Squad 2 and Squad 3, hold your positions with the mages. Squad 1, follow me. Everyone responded in unison, Roger. He quickly mounted his horse, pointed to the rear, and said, we will deal with the orcs in the back. Immediately after that, Kellyan rode straight there with Squad 1. On the way there, he silently calculated. Their individual intelligence is very low, but they move like an army. Well-trained soldiers can cope with them, but they are more than capable of wiping out the supply squad, which has no combat experience. Anxiety was evident on Kellyan's face. At this moment, he could only pray, praying that I am not too late. Suddenly, snow began to fall around the area. Kellyan was stunned for a moment. Is this snow? With his knowledge, he immediately realized that it never snows in the north. But the sheet of white snow before his eyes kept falling ceaselessly. Even the canopies of the trees there were covered in a thick layer of snow. Some trees were even frozen solid. When Kellyan's group went deeper inside, they encountered a large block of ice in the middle of the road. Inside those blocks of ice were the monsters. All the orcs were frozen solid. Kellyan still couldn't believe his eyes. What is going on? Far away, atop a tree, there was a silhouette standing there. But in the blink of an eye, that silhouette blurred, as if it had vanished from that spot. The corpses of orcs lay scattered on the ground. Every one of them was pierced by an ice spear. Others were turned into frozen statues. In a mountainous region where it never snows, a large glacier had appeared, accompanied by snow falling everywhere. From the top of that ice block, Ian's footsteps landed softly. When he appeared, Kellyan immediately spoke up, show yourself. Only then did he reply, I heard that you all were in need of assistance. Meanwhile, Kellyan remained stunned. Then the boy introduced himself to them, my name is Ian Page. A high mage sent by the Ivory Tower. Kellyan repeated that name unconsciously. At this moment, he realized in astonishment. You mean the noble from northern Morgrian? That Ian Page? Then Kellyan said happily. I didn't expect such a young man to be the one helping us. I have heard of your achievements in destroying the goblin army in the Morgrian mountains at a very young age. He stepped forward and extended his hand, intending to shake hands with the boy. It is an honor to meet you, Ian replied. I am also very honored to meet General Kellyan Pyrick, the greatest warrior of the East. Kellyan's hand suddenly tightened. Surely. You must be very tired after your long journey. His eyes became serious as he said. But could you spare a moment? Because we have many things to discuss. That afternoon, at the campsite of the army, Kellyan spoke wearily. I didn't know that they would appear in such large numbers. Then he added. No, I guessed it, but not to this extent. They seem quite determined lately. Ian stood to the side, listening to him recount. There seem to be some troubles in the Great Plains. If not. Kellyan's serious tone rang out steadily. You know, Sir Ian. We sent requests to the palace and the ivory tower. Those were extremely urgent requests. First was a request for supplies and reinforcements to continue fighting. Second was a request to send a high mage, a mage skilled enough to overcome our current situation. Ian remained silent, recalling the unbelievable scene from this morning. Kellyan said, I was extremely amazed by your ability to wipe out the monster army in an instant, as well as how quickly you erected the ice wall. The canyon has been barricaded, so we will have bought some time. However, that is only a temporary solution. Because the main reason is that we are about to face a war with monsters on the Great Plains. Since the monsters have been invading continuously for years, the army is gradually becoming exhausted, and our food supplies are nearly depleted. Worry flashed across his face. If only reinforcements and food had arrived, we could have continued fighting the monsters. Speaking up to this point, Kellyan frowned slightly. But it seems the Empire has delayed that request. And it seems you have come to replace the reinforcements. So until we should figure out a more permanent measure for this problem. Hearing the situation, Ian replied, I understand. Everything was within Ian's calculations. He spoke slowly. The ice wall can last up to 10 days. If we monitor the movements of the monsters invading from the mountains, perhaps we will be safe temporarily. During these 10 days, we can go to the Great Plains. Kellyan asked in surprise, Sir Ian, you are going alone? Ian replied firmly. We must find the cause of this, and perhaps a thorough solution as well. However, it seemed Kellyan still did not trust the boy's abilities. I am glad you seem extremely confident, he continued. But I have sent countless troops to the Great Plains over the past few months, and it yielded no results. Helplessness was evident in his voice. The only thing we discovered is that monsters belonging to different species have stopped attacking each other. It's as if they joined forces and only attack humans. Those terrifying monsters seem to have made Kellyan's mind weak. He pointed to a spot on the map and said, the monsters aren't just attacking. The duchy is down towards the west. They invaded those borders simultaneously. He added, some nations have fewer paths leading to them, so they suffered less damage. Then Kellyan pointed to another place. Among them is the Great Gorge, leading to the monsters concentrating their attack on the Pyrick estate. After analyzing carefully, Kellyan realized one thing. But the strange thing here is that on the southern border of the Great Plains, the tribal lands have not been invaded by monsters at all. He moved his finger there as he spoke. Ian listened as he continued. It's like there is something preventing them from approaching this area. At this point, Kellyan arrived at a conclusion. We suspect that thing is related to the trouble in the south of the Great Plains. But we couldn't break through the monsters' assault in the canyon to send troops to the southern tribes to investigate more thoroughly. Hearing this, Ian pondered for a moment. Trouble on the Great Plains. This is something I didn't foresee from my past life. He thought to himself. There were many attacks from the Great Plains, but this is the first time it's on such a large scale. Then he spoke up. I should go to the southern border to see the tribes. Kellyan agreed. Correct. If it is the tribal chief, the Sorcerer King, I am sure he would know something about this problem. But Kellyan was a bit apprehensive. Do you think we can meet and talk to him? No chance. Ian confidently replied, Of course we can. Very quickly, time passed into the night. Amidst the vast mountains and forests, the sky seemed to become more magical. Ian stood alone on a high tower, thinking. The Great Plains. He looked up at the high sky, letting his thoughts flow freely. Thinking back, perhaps that thing is still there. The thing Ian remembered was an artifact passed down to the King of Mages, the leader of the tribes, the staff of the Great Plains. Remembering it, Ian nodded, thinking he quite liked that staff. A staff made from birch wood is rare too. Practical thoughts pulled him out of his daydreams. 3 years from now. The Green River Empire, the Coldwood Empire, and the Rhone Duchy. These 3 nations will establish an alliance to fight against the monsters on the Great Plains, to completely destroy them. In the end, most of the monsters on the Great Plains will be wiped out, and the 3 nations will divide. The Great Plains, which is full of natural resources. Ian clenched his fists as he thought about it. Because during that period, the Sorcerer King disappears, and the tribes on the Great Plains are turned into slaves. His mind wandered. An event that didn't happen in the past life has occurred. Ian assumed this change was perhaps due to his return. A fear rose in his heart. Trouble on the Great Plains that I know nothing about. Recalling the conversation that day, Ian had told Kellyan that in 10 days, the ice would melt and break apart. By then, I will certainly find the cause and the solution for this situation. In case I don't return within 10 days. Just as he said this, he interrupted him. I believe you will return in 10 days. Good luck, Sir Ian. Back to the present. Before Ian was a desolate mountainous region. The land was so arid that the vegetation had withered. As discussed with Kellyan previously, only Ian went to this land. Looking at the scene before him, Ian thought to himself, this is the vicinity bordering the lands of the natives. The surroundings were quiet enough to make Ian suspicious. Eerily silent. Every path Ian walked through showed no signs of life, compared to the monster horde in the north. I haven't seen a single monster since heading south. I wonder if this place is the cause of the change that Sir Kellyan spoke of. However, he calmly proceeded deeper inside. The sound of his footsteps was heard by the tribal people. They asked warily, Who are you? Ian said calmly, I am not an enemy. I am a mage from the Green River Empire. One of them shouted, How do you know our language? Ian didn't answer their question but directly requested, I don't have time to explain. I came to meet the Sorcerer King. Hearing that, they froze for a moment. What did you just say? The Sorcerer King is the Tower Master of the tribes. The natives are also people born with mana hearts and mana brains. Their way of controlling mana is quite basic, but they are raised to be mages, leaning towards shamanism/worship, rather than typical mages. Among them, the Sorcerer King is their king, standing at the highest position. At this moment, Ian still ignored their attitude and continued stating his purpose. I came to speak about the problem that the monsters in the north are causing. The Sorcerer King must know about it, so please. Before Ian could finish his sentence, a sharp spear was pointed straight at his throat. The man acted aggressively and shouted, How dare people from the Empire be so arrogant? Do you think the Sorcerer King would meet someone like you? None of them welcomed him, and they loudly threatened, Get lost. If you keep talking nonsense, we will offer you as a sacrifice to the spirits of the Great Plains. Facing those malicious words, Ian said calmly, Do I look like someone who would scurry off just because you told me to? Ian's expression seemed unable to be patient any longer. The man, unafraid, charged with his spear. Looks like you must die. Before realizing his situation, the native recklessly attacked Ian, not knowing that he himself was the one about to be in danger. From the void, Ian conjured an ice spear and decisively sliced through the man's spear. The spear tip fell to the ground. While the man had yet to realize it, Ian voiced a warning. Your head will be the next thing to fly. His words were light as a feather, but extremely lethal. Don't cause a scene here. Take me to the Sorcerer King. Right in that chaos, an old voice rang out. What business does a person from the Empire have here? Those people, including Ian, turned their heads to look. Seeing the familiar staff in the old man's hand, Ian vaguely recognized the staff as. Then he asked directly, Are you the Sorcerer King? The old man nodded slightly. Yes, I am called that. Ian said, I am very surprised that you came out here yourself. Not waiting for the old man to reply, he went straight to the problem. The monsters of the Great Plains are invading the borders of 3 countries. However, when I traveled south, I didn't see a single monster. I wonder if you know why the monsters are only invading the north? The old man replied, Monsters invading the border is a common occurrence. We do not know the reason why this is happening at all. But Ian immediately realized that the statement just now was a lie. The Sorcerer King froze, not expecting his words to be detected. It was that dishonesty that made Ian say uncomfortably, Your lies do not work on me. Ian's serious tone asked again, Please tell the truth. What is going on? A tribesman saw this and shouted loudly, How dare that bastard act so arrogantly in front of. But the Sorcerer King stopped him in time. The old man said calmly, I heard that. The Empire's mages have devised a spell to detect lies. But seeing it with my own eyes is quite surprising. Looking straight into Ian's eyes, the Sorcerer King had to speak the truth. Right, lying to you is useless. I will tell you the truth. The old man recounted seriously. Many years ago, there was a prophecy that the naturally beautiful Great Plains would turn into a sea of fire, and golden light would dye the land red. The people of our tribe, who have lived on this land for thousands of years, would be divided and turned into slaves. This news astonished Ian greatly. Then the old man slowly explained the root of the story. We couldn't do anything. We knew that our tribe would be destroyed if war broke out. Even so, we couldn't just sit there waiting and praying that the prophecy would not come true. The truth continued to be revealed. According to the Sorcerer King, one day, a lady found us. That lady imbued some spells into the staff, sharing her power with us, then vanished, the Sorcerer King said. Ian narrowed his eyes slightly. A lady? Then the old man added, She also said, if another outsider came here. Just hearing this, the space behind Ian burned furiously, and in front of him, at this moment, the Sorcerer King had summoned a series of skeletons rising from the ground. The old man's voice deepened accordingly. If an outsider comes here, we must not let him leave this place alive. An entire army of skeletons was constantly rising. And their target? They are, of course, Ian, the Sorcerer King said hesitatingly. I apologize, but you must die here. Having said that, his face turned serious, as if ready to attack him at any moment. Ian looked at the scene and understood. Is it dark magic? He thought to himself. I thought it ceased to exist 300 years ago when it was banned. Didn't it? I didn't expect the future to deviate this much. However, Ian did not flinch at all. On the contrary, he became even more excited, because he knew they were underestimating him. Ian immediately said to them, I apologize, but I don't intend to die without putting up a fight. He asserted with certainty that, even if I have to use force, I will take that staff. That has been imbued with dark magic. The old man stubbornly replied, "If you think you can do it, then try." From the palm of Ian's hand, he also began to cast magic. "You won't be able to take back what you just said." He said this with eyes that were incredibly sharp and cold. The ice wall that Ian had erected 10 days ago was now gradually melting away. The wind howled fiercely through the canyon gaps. At this moment, Kalyan thought to himself, "Is something wrong?" He looked toward the ice wall, unable to help but worry. The Lord Mage departed for the vast plains 10 days ago, and the ice wall blocking the canyon was quickly melting. The anxiety grew greater, forcing Kalyan to consider the most negative outcome. Even though he didn't dare to think about that terrible possibility, in his heart, he seemed to have prepared for something bad to happen. Then he called his subordinate, Adon. Adon replied, "Yes, sir." Then he ordered, "Prepare for battle in the canyon as planned. Bring all soldiers and catapults into the territory, and order the soldiers who are ambushing around the mountain to gather." Upon hearing this, he bowed respectfully to obey the order. Now, Kalyan could only rely on himself. "We can stop them." He deluded himself with the thought, "My soldiers will protect the territory and the people." Kalyan's eyes became even more determined, as if ready to sacrifice everything for a single thought. "We must become the strongest shield of the empire." The howling wind grew louder. It was as fierce as the roaring of monsters from the misty haze of the ice layer, making Kalyan unsure of what was on the other side of that ice wall. So he could only assume it was the sound of monsters and ordered the soldiers, "Prepare the catapults." The next second, he shouted the order to fire, but his words halted midway, and his heart pounded furiously, because he saw a human silhouette walking out from the canyon. It turned out that person was Ian. He walked while panting heavily. Kalyan froze for a moment before realizing it in shock. He called out loudly, "Lord Ian." The staff in Ian's hand was surrounded by a dark aura. He spoke up to warn about the scepter, speaking with difficulty. Don't ever touch it." As soon as he finished speaking, Ian could no longer stand firm and fell directly to the ground as Kalyan's panicked voice rang out. Ian didn't know how much time had passed. He finally woke up. He groggily raised his eyes to look at the ceiling, then observed the entire room once. Only then did he fully regain consciousness. Ian was lying on a sickbed. His entire body had been treated and carefully bandaged. He wondered, "This place is..." Looking at the layout of the room, Ian guessed, "Is this place Indusium?" Ian struggled to sit up and rubbed his head with his hand. "Seems like I'm in the right place." The effects from the previous battle made Ian tired, but he was still busy calculating. "But first, I must deal with the scepter." At this moment, Kalyan's voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. "Lord Ian, you've finally woken up." Ian saw Kalyan and called out, "General." He gently asked, "How long have I been asleep?" He replied, "You have been unconscious for 3 days. Next, Kalyan concernedly asked, "How do you feel?" He reminded Ian that the doctor advised you not to move too much. But Ian, though not yet well, forced himself to reply, "I'm fine." He anxiously asked, "Where is the scepter I brought back?" Kalyan pointed to the chest beside him. "The mages have stored it in that chest. It is called a storage chest." Using a principle similar to that of creating a mana prison, Ian walked toward the chest and complimented Kalyan. "You handled the situation very well." He did not reply, only moving his lips as if intending to say something. Finally, Kalyan hesitantly expressed, "Lord Ian, when you first returned to the canyon, the doctor said your mana source was depleted. If there had been a delay of even 1 second, it would have been dangerous enough to take your life." Anxiety could be clearly heard in Kalyan's tone. Then he asked further, "I know asking this to someone recovering is impolite, but I have no other choice. I need to know exactly what pushed you into such a dangerous situation." Kalyan really wanted to know what had happened on those plains. Ian did not hide anything either. He began to recount. "This staff is the cause of the unusual changes in the plains." He gripped it tightly in his hand, as if afraid it would harm everyone. Ian continued, the staff uses dark arts. The Sorcerer King controlled the monsters with dark arts and illusions. From this scepter. Hearing this news, Kellyan was incredibly astonished. Wait, what do you mean? Didn't dark arts disappear 300 years ago? Ian cast some magic on the staff as he replied. Later, the Sorcerer King was passed down the secret of using dark arts by someone, although we cannot know who that person is. Magic from his fingertips flowed into the scepter. He said again, since the king passed away, the dark arts and illusion arts went out of control. The monsters started to rebel, attacking the new owner of the staff. All of these things made Ian suspect that it seems this is the curse of the staff, to destroy evidence. After listening to the whole story, Kellyan understood. Therefore, you faced many obstacles on your way back here because of this staff. If this staff is so dangerous, shouldn't it be destroyed and thrown away? However, Ian explained calmly, I really like this staff. Kellyan didn't expect that answer. Is that the only reason? The staff, after being purified by Ian, became sparkling and beautiful, completely different from its gloomy appearance. At first, Ian said, just that. I have erased all the dark art spells carved on the staff. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly Ian's heart constricted. The sound of his heart beating in his left chest became more violent. Huh? Ian's whole body began to tremble. Even the staff he was holding fell to the ground. The pain continued to torment his chest. Ian's vision also became blurry. He only managed to see Kellyan panic and call out, Ian, are you alright? Ian's heart kept beating rapidly, without showing any sign of stopping. The worst thought flashed through his mind. Don't tell me it's my mana heart? Right then, fresh blood surged from Ian's mouth, soaking the bandage wrapped around his chest. He still hadn't determined what was happening to him. A ray of panic flashed across his eyes. It wasn't over yet. He continued to cough up mouthfuls of fresh blood onto the floor. It was now covered in Ian's blood. Kellyan, standing next to him, shouted in panic, are you okay? Seeing the situation becoming increasingly serious, he immediately turned to tell Adon, call the doctor now. Adon replied, yes, sir. Ian's whole body was covered in blood, but he still said, I'm fine, General. I just need to expel the impurities. He hesitantly asked again, impurities? He then explained for Kellyan to understand. This happens with a mana heart that is imperfect when it reaches a new level. It's nothing to worry about. But Kellyan confirmed it again. Are you really okay? Ian replied, really. He looked at his hands and thought, if my deduction is correct, then I have mastered level 5 and just entered level 6. The bloody hands from earlier were now clean again. I can feel the mana at a completely different level compared to before. Ian smiled when thinking about his level up. Finally, Kellyan was still not reassured. He said, regardless, it's a relief. But to be sure, we still need to call a doctor to check on you. Ian replied, thank you for your hospitality. Then Kellyan added, I have many things to thank you for. But I must tell you this first. For days after you went to the Great Plains, the Ivory Tower sent a letter. The mailbox opened. Inside was a blue glass orb. Guilt appeared on his face. I promised to hand it over as soon as you returned, but I can only do it now since you were unconscious. Kellyan said, please take a look. Ian took the orb and thought. A message from the Ivory Tower. Suddenly, he spoke up, wait. Kellyan searched for something in his pocket. There is one more thing. From his coat pocket, he took out a letter. Today we just received a letter. Sent directly by His Majesty the Emperor. Via a messenger. I was ordered to personally deliver it to Lord Ian. He asked back. It was delivered by a horseman? Kellyanne slowly said, it seems so. Hearing that answer, Ian pondered deeply. So? The king didn't use the ivory tower's communication orb, but chose to send a paper letter via a horseman. But using this method to send a message means there is a high possibility the letter will be delayed or encounter issues. What is it that he must keep secret from the ivory tower? Well, let's check the ivory tower's message first. Then he immediately activated the orb. An information panel immediately appeared in front of him. The content read, to High Mage and Page. We requested to postpone sending this message, because the content of the message could hinder the execution of your current mission. I hope you understand that this was an unavoidable choice. Your family encountered a little trouble. A suspicious person, whose identity could not be determined, broke into your mansion. But thanks to the guards, your family and property are still safe. Ian opened his eyes wide in shock. A suspicious person? But he still tried to stay calm and read on. Currently, the safety of your family has been ensured, under the absolute protection of the royal family and the ivory tower. So we sent this message to inform you that you do not need to worry. Reading this, Ian's body trembled uncontrollably. His hands clenched tightly. His eyes were now filled with anger, because he knew clearly, this message was surely sent to make me worry. What are you plotting, Tower Master Herbert? However, he still tried to remain calm. He took a deep breath, then decided to read the Emperor's letter and think later. Opening the letter was a very sincere greeting. Dear Mage and Page. Every word in the letter was written carefully. If you receive this letter, it means luck is still with me and my son. I silently thank the goddess of luck, and want to send you a request. Ian slowly read each sentence. As a high mage on a mission, surely you haven't heard the news yet. But a treaty between the three countries regarding the conquest of monsters in the western Great Plains will soon be signed. In the free city of Demodres. Reading this, he was surprised, thinking, they are about to sign the monster conquest treaty already? It should have been 3 years later. In the letter, Terry said that it was decided that Crown Prince Hayden Green River, 5th Prince Ragnar Green River, Tower Master Herbert Leon, and General Duncan Meadows of the Royal Army will be part of the delegation attending the treaty conference. When you read this letter, perhaps the conference has already taken place in Demodres. He thought about Hayden and added, right now, there is no one acting as eyes and ears for the Crown Prince. After rambling for a while, Terry cautiously made a request. Therefore, I want to ask you, his best friend. Then he told Ian to go to Demodres and become the boy's strength. At the end of the letter, he also pledged one thing. I promise to bring your beloved family into the palace and give them the best protection of the Empire. After reading the letter, Ian pondered for a moment. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind to remember his past life. At that time, the negotiation conference in Demodres was when Ragnar started to act seriously, and it was the first place he publicly participated in the war to seize the throne. And that was also the moment deciding the downfall of the Crown Prince. Ragnar used his outstanding diplomatic skills in this treaty to negotiate benefits for the Green River Empire. As a result, the nobles and the public recognized Ragnar's ability, along with the ignorance and incompetence of the Crown Prince seen by the public. Ian thought to himself, memories of my past life and the current situation. He frowned slightly when thinking that everything was planned by the Tower Master. Why? A series of recent events were linked together by Ian. I'm not sure when it started and ended, but the disturbance in the western Great Plains, to the Sorcerer King learning dark magic from a mysterious woman, then the Treaty of the Three Kingdoms, happening earlier than in my past life. All those things made Ian suspicious. I can't help but think these matters are all related to the Tower Master, the suspicious person breaking into my mansion is highly likely to tie my hands. Thinking of this, Ian was a bit bewildered. Although this is still just a hypothesis, he completely sees through me. But he quickly regained his composure. To think thoroughly. He put me in a situation, forcing me to ignore the emperor's request. And immediately returned to the capital. His train of thought continued. But something no one expected has happened. A type of mage. That even the Tower Master could not imagine. A type of mage not recorded. A category that can only be recognized by oneself. That is level 6 magic. That only a 6th class mage can use. After understanding everything, he turned to call the general. He immediately replied, "Please speak, Lord Ian." A smile appeared on Ian's lips. He said, "Can you do me a favor right now? In a city always famous for freedom, equality, trade, and a harbor. A city known for many things. Its name is Demodres. This place is always crowded, and the atmosphere is always noisy and bustling. Crown Prince Hayden is present here." He was a bit annoyed, muttering to himself, "Why can't we contact Ian right now?" Oliver, standing next to him, immediately spoke up. "Please be patient, Your Highness." He said that. "He is coming as a representative for Your Highness. Even Your Highness can't do anything to increase his speed right now." However, Hayden was still worried. "I know, but I'm still not at ease. Because the current situation is extremely disadvantageous for Hayden." He continued, "You know that too. But most envoys gathered at the Ivory Tower. It is made up of nobles supporting that stupid Ragnar." His eyebrows furrowed slightly. "I don't feel very good. I wish Ian were here at times like this." Oliver moved his lips to say something but stopped. On the other side, Herbert was calculating that this moment had finally come. He thought, "We have prepared a lot for this day. I believe that young man will rush to the palace." Then he remembered the words Ragnar once said. "I have figured out Ian Page's movements." The 5th prince was sure that he prioritizes his family's safety, and if something involves them, he will wipe out everything. When the negotiation ends, the prince will. At this moment, Hayden and Oliver were attracted by the noise nearby. People around pointed at the sky. Everyone curiously asked, "What is that? Something flying? A bird?" He also turned his head to look in that direction. His eyes immediately widened in surprise. It turned out the thing flying in the sky was Ian. His cloak fluttered in the wind. The very next second, Ian gently landed at Hayden's spot. Then respectfully said, "I arrived a bit late." He smiled and called out, "Your Highness." The people around, including Ragnar, were surprised by that scene. But Herbert was extremely shocked. He thought to himself, did he abandon his family? At the same time, at the royal palace of the Green River Empire, Douglas was dejectedly complaining, "Captain, please come back quickly." His tone was sobbing. "I can't go to the academy and meet my friends. Just because I'm confined in the palace due to some assassins. I am really, really, really bored." Lidio standing nearby spoke up. "Just stay here for a little longer. You should be grateful for being in the imperial palace like this." Then he said, "I would be happy if the assassin was caught by the guards. Since Sir Ian set a mana trap in the manor," Lidio kept saying, "if he activates a dangerous magic, the assassin won't be able to move his body immediately." Seeing Vanessa looking downcast, Lidio reassured her, "Don't worry too much." He said softly, "Isn't this the king's palace? It is safer than anywhere else in the world." However, after hearing that, she still couldn't cheer up. Seeing his words had no effect. Lidio was clumsy, not knowing what to do next to help her feel better. He confusedly added, "Didn't they report that they sent a letter from the Ivory Tower? The news will reach Sir Ian soon. Then he will be here before we can say." "Tada!" Suddenly Ian's voice rang out, "Tada!" Making Lidio freeze. For a moment, thinking he misheard. But it was really Ian. He happily opened the door and said, "Sorry I returned late." Douglas, who was lying there bored just now, quickly jumped up. Seeing Ian, the two adults were also extremely surprised. Turning to look at the door, meeting the loved one they hadn't seen for a long time, Everyone hurriedly called his name, Ian. He walked over and held his mother's hand. Everyone must have been very worried. Vanessa's face finally brightened up again. She looked at her son with affectionate eyes. Hearing him say, "Everyone can be at ease now," he smiled at his loved ones and affirmed, "I will protect everyone." Speaking of the reason why Ian could be here right now. Perhaps we must go back to the previous night at the Pyric estate. At that time, he said to Kallian, "General, I have a request to ask of you." He enthusiastically replied, "You saved this territory with me. You can ask me anything. Please tell me." Then Ian made a request. "So during this time, I want you to protect me." As he spoke, his hand was placed on his left chest, proving that he made this request with all his sincerity. Kallian was a bit surprised by that request. "Protect you?" Ian began to explain his reason. "The magic I am about to use. I might lose myself while performing this magic. In the worst case, if something like that happens, call Mage Passion and ask him to pump some mana into my mind. That way, I will wake up." The reason he had to be so careful was that he knew well, because there are not many official mages reaching 6th class or higher, so there are very few records of them on this continent. Even in my past life, the magic I used after reaching 6th class was either discovered by myself or learned a bit from ancient books. Ian's hand reached forward, preparing to cast that magic. "Let's start." In the blink of an eye, a magic circle appeared in front of Ian. His body also began to transform violently. Every cell seemed to be trying to escape. Immediately after, he successfully split his body into two entities. Because this magic consumed too much mana, Ian's original body immediately couldn't stand firm anymore. Then he staggered and fainted in Kallian's arms. He looked at the unbelievable scene before his eyes. How is this possible? The two copies of Ian were incredibly perfect, identical to the point of being indistinguishable, making Kallian astonished. This magic? Then his two copies spoke up to explain. Puppet play, along with the spell. From 6th class onwards, the original body will become the controller and fall into a coma. Not only moving freely, the two puppets can use magic, equivalent to a 5th class mage. The two of them looked at him and said, "So, I'm counting on you." Then both of them took turns walking towards the door. On Prince Hayden's side, he was currently very happy about Ian's presence. You came for me." Hayden walked over, held his hand, and said touchingly, "We must be telepathically connected. I missed you so much, Ian." Perhaps because he understood the prince's personality too well. Facing that excessive action, Ian said nothing and only sighed slightly. Just then, Herbert approached him and spoke up. "I was wondering who arrived." He asked, "Is it you, Ian?" Herbert said gently, "I heard Lord Pyric say that you completed the mission. I was told the mission was so hard you fainted." Then he praised him, "You didn't faint. You have achieved a great accomplishment for the Empire." Ian just politely replied, "I only did what I should do, as a high mage." After rambling a few words, he now asked the main point. "But why are you here? I definitely told you to return to the Ivory Tower to rest. Haven't you heard about what happened to your family?" Ian interrupted him, "I did receive a letter from the Ivory Tower." He placed his hand on his chest. "But after completing the mission, I received an order from the royal family." The letter in his hand was like concrete proof of his presence here. Ian continued, "As soon as I received the order from the royal family, I immediately joined the delegation to assist the crown prince." Seeing that, Herbert suggested, "May I read the letter for a moment?" Ian handed it to him, "Here you go." Then he didn't hesitate and immediately opened it to see. The letter had the emperor's name and the royal seal, proving Ian's words were true. But that also astonished Herbert. "I thought they would try every possible way, but I didn't expect Ian Page to abandon his family and run here." Thinking of this, he suddenly smirked. Herbert. Herbert said, I recognize this is a royal order from the Emperor. But you cannot join the delegation. Hayden standing nearby heard that and shouted, Cannot? Are you mocking the king's order? As if he had foreseen this, Herbert justified with a reason, Your Highness. This is a matter regarding trust between 3 countries. He claimed that the number of people and guards in the delegation has been fixed, and cannot have any changes. That is what was agreed upon in the previous negotiation. According to him, the diplomats all trust each other. How can we add a person? Not just anyone but a high mage. Into the delegation? At this moment, Hayden was extremely annoyed when hearing Herbert say, I believe the Emperor will understand why we cannot let him join the delegation. Ian thought to himself, the Tower Lord is not wrong. Although we are not in wartime, the countries used to have conflicts. Moreover, this is a treaty for 3 countries that have been wary of each other for a long time. Only when safety is ensured to a certain extent do the heirs of each country, the delegation, and guards gather. Ian also understood one thing clearly. There are a total of 3 high mages in the delegation, including the Tower Lord. If there is one more deadly weapon like a high mage, the treaty will start to fall into chaos. Thinking of this, he spoke up. The foundation of diplomacy is trust. A very reasonable explanation. I understand what the Tower Lord is worried about. Hearing the desired answer, Herbert immediately changed his attitude. He turned to leave and said, If you understand, then go back. Your presence in this city might cause trouble for diplomacy. Herbert told him. Although I regret doing this to you, who went through so much trouble to get here after completing the mission. I hope you understand that we cannot do otherwise. Suddenly, in this disadvantageous situation, a smile appeared on Ian's lips. He said, I will explain separately to the Emperor about what happened. But what if a high mage gives up his spot in the delegation? What then? With a sincere tone, Ian expressed an opinion. Can I replace that person? He added, This is a direct order from the Emperor, so we should be flexible about this issue. Herbert hadn't taken a step yet, hurriedly turned his head and said, Of course it is possible. But who will? As he was saying that, someone spoke up in agreement, I will yield. Just as he spoke up to yield his spot, that person took a step forward. It turned out that person was Ronan. He raised his hand indicating, I will yield my spot in the delegation. The people around immediately fell silent. No one dared to have an opinion, fearing that a slip of the tongue would implicate themselves. Even Hayden and Oliver froze for a moment, not expecting someone to actually yield for Ian. That also caused Herbert to exclaim in shock. What are you saying, Ronan? He, at this moment, was very firm with his decision. Then Ronan began to explain, as I just said, aren't we citizens of the Empire? No citizen disobeys a royal order. Hearing Ronan say that, Ian's eyes flashed with amusement. He added, even if it causes trouble for diplomacy, the delegation's mission is to represent the Empire. As a citizen of the Empire, it is an honorable mission. But while executing that mission, if I can help execute the royal order and the diplomatic part by yielding my position, then I will happily yield it. Those words were so reasonable that Herbert could not refute them. Ronan looked respectfully towards Hayden and said, Now I will hand over the sacred mission of being part of the delegation to Ian. Page, I respectfully ask your highness to allow this change. Hayden also immediately replied, I approve. I am extremely impressed by your sincerity and loyalty to the Empire. For what you have done for the Empire, I order you, prepare fully and return safely to the capital. Ronan replied, Thank you for your grace, your highness. Then he turned to Ian as if wanting to add something. Ronan softly entrusted his duty, I trust, and hand over the mission of being part of the delegation to you. Please make sure to complete your mission without error. He also happily replied, Thank you, senior. But he said, No need to thank me. Thoughts about this person appeared in Ian's mind. High Mage Ronan. Based on memories of my past life, he is one of the few decent mages. Although he is unyielding on every issue, His beliefs are not based on loyalty to the Tower Lord or the Ivory Tower. Because Ronan is such a person, Ian could completely control him. He thought smugly, he only cares about his own magic ability. In exchange for teaching him a few spells that even Tower Lord Herbert doesn't know. He easily took my side. Then Ronan said goodbye, then I will step down now. He repeated the words Herbert just said, because a high mage not in the delegation, staying in this city, would cause difficulties for diplomacy. That was what the Tower Lord had said. Herbert trembled with anger, but could do nothing. He realized one thing now. I thought he was just a brat who knew nothing. But has he taken root in my ivory tower already? Herbert's eyes looked straight at Ian. In his head, he kept repeating that name. Ian Page. Herbert frowned, seemingly having made up his mind. I will not allow a brat like him to ruin the plan, to turn the Empire into the Ivory Tower's empire, which I have planned for so long. He thought while staring at Ian, as if determining he was an obstacle. Right behind Ian. At this moment, he was also observing the situation. Ragnar was silent, not speaking. But from his eyes, it was clear that he had also started to be wary of him. The smile on Ragnar's lips was also gone now. Magnificent white castles, along with eye-catching architectural designs. That is Demodres. This place is a neutral city, not belonging to any specific country. That is why all three nations recognize the importance of Demodres, and it has been a symbol of freedom and neutrality for hundreds of years. Just arriving at the gate, the 19th mayor of Demodres, Angelo Nevelo, warmly welcomed them. Please go this way. Hayden immediately asked, where are the others? He replied softly, we have guided them to their places. Angelo pointed to the building next door and said, the people from Green River can use this building. He also thoughtfully arranged for Hayden. I think your highness can use that separate building. That is the house prepared for our most important guests. Hayden glanced at those spacious buildings and exclaimed, not bad. Then he turned to ask Herbert. Tower Lord, do you have no plans for now? He replied, before the appointed day, there are no special arrangements. It was unclear what Hayden's intention was, but he just smiled slightly and said, I understand. Then he ordered the high mages. Very well, everyone can rest. Ian will come with me. Follow me. Hearing that, he bowed to obey. When the tasks were assigned, he left with Hayden. But Ragnar still stood there watching their backs. A while later, at his room, the door was being pushed open by someone. It turned out to be Herbert entering. Before he could speak, Ragnar spoke first. I will not hold you accountable. Then he mentioned Ian, the mage standing next to him. He is troublesome. His eyes were extremely sharp at this moment. I also don't have a good feeling about this. Herbert replied, I understand. He added, but please do not worry too much, your highness. It is true that Ian Page's magical ability is outstanding, but the core of diplomacy is at this very moment. According to him, magic has very little to do with this matter. Even I do not have the right to speak. No, even if I spoke, there would be nothing to say. Herbert sought more reasons to justify himself. When countries conduct diplomacy with each other, there must also be a young mage there. Who are you thinking of? He believed that a high mage at the diplomatic table is just for decoration. Then Herbert reminded Ragnar, your highness, as you have prepared, please become the center of the treaty. He sighed and replied, understood, but I still feel very annoyed. Because he was fearing one thing. I have attracted Ian Page countless times, inviting him to become our ally, but he always refused. If left alone like this, he will be a major obstacle. Saying that, Ragnar glanced at the Tower Lord. I hope you resolve this matter as soon as possible. He respectfully replied, "Please leave it to me." Herbert assured him, "Everything will come true as your highness desires." Contrary to the tense atmosphere on the fifth prince's side, in Prince Hayden's room, the atmosphere was extremely relaxed. He happily sat on the sofa and said, "What a wonderful wish." Hayden seemed very excited about things here. He added, "Speaking of which, the street performance at night in Demedres is very good. There must be many fun things to see." Hayden was very eager to prepare to go out. "I have to sneak out. Should I buy some clothes to change into?" He said innocently. "Captain, I will hire some servants to run errands now." At this moment, Ian suddenly interrupted, "Your Highness." Hearing his name called, Hayden froze for a moment. Huh? Seeming to realize he had been too excessive and might have angered Ian, Hayden hesitantly asked, "What's wrong, Ian?" Indeed, he was extremely annoyed with that carefree and thoughtless attitude of Hayden. Although not saying a word, that expression was enough for Hayden to realize. That scary face. But with his status, Ian could only grumble to Hayden. "Do you know what position you are in, Your Highness?" He patiently explained for him to clearly understand the current situation. "You came here as a representative of the Green River Empire and the heir to the throne. You are also the person in charge of the three-nation negotiation. What I mean is, you didn't come here for a vacation." Speaking up to here, the anger in Ian rose. He bluntly shouted at Hayden, "Please abandon the thought of going out to play." However, he still innocently asked back, "Why? We still have plenty of time." That naivety of Hayden made Ian explode. "You must prepare right from now." Seeing Ian getting angry at him, he immediately turned to look at Oliver with pleading eyes. Oliver realized but ignored it, immediately turning his head away. Ian added, "You are the person with the highest authority to speak in this matter. If you don't say anything, that opportunity will be handed over to the fifth prince." He stubbornly said, "I heard father mention it." But he immediately said firmly, "I guarantee that if that happens, the negotiation will focus on the fifth prince. Do you find that okay?" Even so, Hayden was still very hesitant. "I hate that a lot." But he sighed and said, "Honestly, I don't know about military goods, land sharing, and anything related to slaves. There is no one by my side to argue politics with me, and no one to help me." Ian silently listened to the prince express himself. He thought that compared to being humiliated, "If I say something, wouldn't keeping silent and doing nothing be better?" Hearing Hayden's thoughts, he understood. It seems he is used to giving up and running away from reality. That won't do. Ian knew that for sure. Because the person with potential to help Ian right now is only Hayden. The prince can deal Ragnar the ultimate disappointment. My only capable pawn. Then he persisted in persuading the prince. "You should become the center of the negotiation, Your Highness." He still tried to find reasons to avoid it. But what now? Ian snapped his fingers and said, "I will only give you one chance." Immediately, pen ceaselessly wrote something on white papers in midair. He explained clearly, "The Emperor requested me to become the Crown Prince's strength. This is an opportunity for the Crown Prince to act himself." Ian recounted that following the Emperor's order, so that the Crown Prince does not lose the initiative. To the Prince, I will list all issues to be discussed at the negotiation, along with corresponding solutions. He snapped his fingers once more and said, "Therefore, Your Highness." The room door immediately locked tight at Ian's words. From now until the appointed day, all this place, he looked fearfully at a series of papers flying wildly around the room. Ian seriously told him, "You must memorize everything." 1 week later, Demedres. The three-nation treaty negotiation took place in a castle. Ragnar's footsteps were advancing inside. He spoke to those accompanying him. "Ah, one more thing. I heard. After my brother entered that mansion, he didn't go out for the whole week." Ragnar's eyes showed curiosity. "I wonder what's wrong with him." Herbert Leon immediately replied, "I also felt worried, so I placed surveillance all over the mansion where the Crown Prince is resting. But nothing happened." He continued. I heard. He only occasionally went to the garden and looked very tired. He calmly replied, I understand. At this moment, Hayden Green River also arrived. He appeared cheerful. Ragnar greeted. Good morning, brother. Did you sleep well last night? Hayden answered friendly, well. He smiled and said, I'm very glad to hear that. Ragnar continued. Then I will go to the conference room with the delegation first. See you later, brother. He walked past him. Ragnar walked past Ian. He turned back to look at him. At this moment, Hayden seemed nervous, he clenched his hands. Ian also realized Hayden's mood. He called out, Your Highness. He startled. Ian immediately reassured and encouraged Hayden. Please do not worry. You did everything you could during the past week to prepare. Then he emphasized, the main host of the three-nation treaty negotiation will be you. He hesitated for a moment then smiled confidently, right. The negotiation began. Angelo stood out to introduce himself. I am the one entrusted with the heavy responsibility of arbitrating the treaty negotiation. The 19th Mayor of Demodres. Angolo Nevelo. At the negotiation table, all parties were fully present. He announced. From now on, every detail of the treaty negotiation will be recorded, and I will supervise this treaty negotiation. I hope you all remember what I just said. So, we shall begin the treaty negotiation. Hayder was also attentively listening to Angelo explaining the rules. Maxwell and others were also very eager. Ragnar appeared very confident. Meanwhile, Hayden was still pondering. Even though Ian tried hard to encourage him before the negotiation, Maxwell raised his hand to voice an opinion. I am Maxwell Banat. He said, as you all know, due to the route leading to our duchy being very narrow and dangerous, it is difficult for us to transport soldiers and supplies. We hope to receive mages and elite knights instead of infantry, and money instead of goods. Actually, we have agreed with the Coldwood Empire on this matter. This place, a spacious mansion, made the negotiation more formal. Maxwell continued, please do not misunderstand. If the Green River Empire has a valid reason to object, we are ready to restart negotiations. He spoke while looking towards Hayden. Ian immediately looked at Hayden with trusting eyes. He thought, the starting topic is about the subjugation force. Do it. Speak as you have practiced. Hayden remained silent. Meanwhile, Ragnar was observing him. He then spoke up. I will speak on behalf of the Crown Prince. At this moment, Hayden also spoke up about the military issue. The person who will speak is the general and undefeated commander of our empire, Sir Duncan Meadows. I will leave this matter to him. He introduced and invited Duncan to speak. Maxwell appeared puzzled. He wondered silently. Isn't the fifth prince the person in charge? Hey, Den emphasized. We already have an expert on this matter, so I don't need to speak, right? He turned to signal Duncan. Sir Duncan. He obeyed. Yes, I will speak. Duncan began to say, according to what I think. Regarding the request of the Rhone Duchy, we just need to continue like that. At this moment, Ian was smiling and listening. He observed the situation. Everything in the negotiation is going smoothly. Hayden confidently stated opinions, and Maxwell's side also exchanged openly. Ragnar appeared very surprised and bewildered. The negotiation continued. It was already late afternoon. Ian thought, it's almost over. The Coldwood Empire, Crown Prince Hayder Coldwood clasped his hands and said, let's be frank with each other. He believed that dividing the territory into 3 parts, without any plan, that is why we can't divide it fairly. The quality of natural resources and land in that vast region varies. If you get a good part, consider it winning the lottery. However, won't the whole area become garbage if there is nothing underneath? Outside, the sky was gradually darkening. Some countries will suffer, so they have no other choice but to feel annoyed. Saying annoyed is putting it mildly. But that is exactly what can cause a war to break out. Isn't it? Ian began to get serious. He thought. The most important topic in the treaty. Negotiation. Negotiating the division of territory and natural resources after the subjugation. Hayder made a proposal with the wish. Our empire does not want any trouble. If we can maintain peace, for 1,000 or 10,000 years. That would be great. Therefore, please speak up if you have a good proposal. Let's enjoy what we achieve together. Without animosity occurring, Maxwell's side was exchanging and discussing enthusiastically with his members. Ragnar turned to look at Herbert Leon and said, Tower Lord. He smiled while he looked worried. Ragnar raised his hand to speak. This is just my humble opinion. But I want to share it. Suddenly Hayden slammed both hands on the table and shouted, I know a way so that nothing bad happens. Everyone was surprised. Maxwell also had to abruptly stop discussing and turned to look at Hayden. Hayden's face was full of confidence because he had prepared beforehand. Meanwhile, Ragnar was extremely surprised. Angelo immediately invited Hayden, Crown Prince of the Green River Empire. Please tell everyone here the measure you thought of. He started to speak. Okay. First, our empire's ivory tower. No. The magic tower developed a new spell. We can detect and identify, relatively, the amount of minerals lying under a certain area. Ragnar was stunned. Herbert was also extremely surprised. He thought, how does he know that? Maxwell immediately asked, is that true? Hayden confidently answered, of course it's true. Surely somehow. You have heard about this mage through rumors. He immediately introduced Ian. He is the youngest high mage of our empire, Ian Page. He is the one who created that magic. Maxwell was extremely surprised and said, I didn't expect such a spell could be used. Herbert bewilderedly thought, does he think like me? That mineral detection magic would be necessary for this treaty. Negotiation? He looked at Ian and doubted. How can this brat see through the key of this treaty? Negotiation? Hayden stood up and said, we are thinking of using that magic to create something called a resource map. Because we have to see how good that land is. He made everyone imagine an ideal map. And with a complete map, we will be able to divide the Great Plains into different pieces of land among the countries, based on certain requirements. Maxwell voiced an opinion. The borders might be a bit messy, but we have to farm and exploit this land for the next 15 years anyway. Right? At this moment, Ragnar just kept silent. He was boiling with anger. Ragnar glanced at Ian. He also turned to look at him. With an extremely confident face, Ian smiled, the smile of a winner. Meanwhile, Hayden was still arguing. I am sure that there is no better way than this. That is my opinion. Outside, the sunset covering the castle looked beautiful. Oliver was waiting for good news. Seeing Hayden eagerly running out, Oliver was surprised. Hayden called, Captain. Hayden ran over with a cheerful look. Oliver immediately called, Your Highness, too happily. Hayden ran while recounting in an excited voice, Captain. You should have seen that scene too. Today I was able to turn this meeting upside down. Ragnar and the Tower Lords' faces were so sour. It's a pity you couldn't see it. Hearing that, Oliver smiled. Hayden invited the whole group to celebrate. I will tell the details when we get out of here. Now let's go drink and walk around the city. He turned to invite Ian. Ian, come with us. There won't be another occasion to play like today. He immediately nodded in agreement. Hayden was overjoyed. He grabbed his shoulders and said in a delighted tone, Right. It must be like that, Ian. You will soon become an adult. You should also drink the wine I bestow upon you, right? Great. I will teach you how to drink. Suddenly someone interrupted calling, Your Highness. It was Ragnar. He walked over and wanted to exchange something with Hayden. Ragnar appeared very friendly. He immediately asked in a strict voice, "What is it?" He showed admiration and praised Hayden. "Today you were really impressive. I learned a lot from you." Ragnar put his hand on his chest and acted polite. Hayden forced a smile and said, "Sure, brother. I'm very glad you could learn from me. I think you will also be able to learn a lot from this treaty. Negotiation. Continue to strive and train yourself." He appeared compliant on the surface but dissatisfied inside. Meanwhile, Hayden acted like he was lecturing Ragnar. He told him, "If you need advice, feel free to ask me anytime." He hesitantly replied, "Thank you, brother." Then Ragnar turned and walked away. Hayden's group watched him. After Ragnar walked for a while, he turned to call Ian. "Captain, Ian." Hayden looked at him gratefully. "Today is truly the best day of my life." Flowers were blooming in his heart. Ian and Oliver were both happy, blending into the lively atmosphere. Hayden put his hands on both their shoulders and said, let's go, let's go. I held back all week, let's go wild today." He instructed Oliver, "Captain. You should also be relaxed and act normal today. Don't be too stiff." And Hayden turned to Ian and said, "You will soon become an adult. You should also drink the wine I bestow upon you, right?" I think I just said that." Suddenly he noticed something strange. "Huh? Ian, what's wrong?" His hands. At this moment, Ian's 2 hands were glowing. Ragnar's group also turned back to look. Hayden and Oliver looked bewildered. Ian then spoke up, "It seems this is my limit." Hayden wonderingly asked, "Your limit? Explain it so I can understand." Ian gradually faded away. He said gently, "I apologize, but I think I will drink the wine you bestow in the royal palace." Hayden asked in panic, "What do you mean?" Ian replied softly, "I will explain everything to you at the royal palace." Then he disappeared. Hayden still didn't understand what was happening. Everyone observed that Ian had disappeared completely. Herbert alone thought to himself, "A copy?" He thought, "Was it a copy all this time? A copy shouldn't be able to exist." Ragnar was extremely surprised. Ian disappeared? Herbert was furious. He growled, "He did all that with a copy? Were we played?" At the base, the sky was also gradually getting dark. Adon was bringing food in and he said gently, "Sir, I brought the food." Kallian was sitting by the bed taking care of Ian. He said, "Leave it there." Adon asked, "Has Ian not woken up yet?" Kallian replied with a worried look, "No, not yet. Many days have passed." Although this spell minimizes energy consumption and physiological phenomena, it is visible to the naked eye that his body is getting weaker. He looked over at him lying unconscious on the bed. Kallian recalled the instructions Ian gave before falling asleep. "If anything happens, please wake me up by transferring mana into my head." He stood up and said, "I will call a mage and forcibly wake him up." Ian suddenly spoke up, "I'm awake." Kallian looked back in surprise. He said, "I think that's not necessary. Either way is the same." He cheerfully said, "Oh, Ian, you're awake." Ian replied, "As you can see." Kallian asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" He looked tired and spoke slowly. "It seems I will have issues for a while. My head hurts and I can't move. Moreover, my stomach." He asked back, "Your stomach?" Kallian asked in panic, "Does your stomach hurt? I will call a doctor." Ian continued, "Right now, my stomach is hungry." He suddenly fell silent. The two paused for about 2 seconds. He emphasized, "Very hungry." The next morning, a beautiful sunny day. Ian was preparing to depart. Kallian told him, "Why don't you stay one more night? No matter how busy I am, I must prepare a feast for the Savior. Even if we are a bit short on time." Ian acted politely. He said, "Your help last time was enough. Isn't that the duty of a high mage? Like me? What savior? If it weren't me, another mage would have come to help. The sunrise here looks beautiful. Kellyanne said. I don't think so. If it were another mage. Not Sir Ian. I would have just blocked the monsters and turned back. He looked grateful. Kellyanne continued. Actually, the first time I saw you, I was skeptical. This young man standing before the monster horde on the Great Plains. I wondered if he could do anything. But I was wrong. For the past few years, I couldn't do anything on my own. Yet you, Ian, solved the problem at its root in just 10 days. Hearing this, Ian smiled. He continued asking, it seems you possess a special power that no one else has. Sir Ian. He suddenly wondered. Kellyanne invited, so, Sir Ian. Before you go, let's do that thing. Ian asked, you mean that thing is? He spoke in an open tone. I mean, I heard that 5 years ago you established a promise of distinguished guest with the Morgrian family in the north. I want to say, please make that promise with us too. He asked in surprise, huh? Is it that easy? Kellyanne laughed and replied. Don't misunderstand. It's because it's you, Ian, that I'm saying this. He said, promising you is not a problem. Pyrick is ready to serve you. Sir Ian. Kellyanne showed favor and said, this is not just simple courtesy towards a savior. I have a reason for doing so. If the only 6th-class mage of the Empire accepts the East serving him, then there is no greater honor than that. He listened and reflected. He emphasized, this is entirely my judgment. But I think no one will have to regret it. Neither you, Ian, nor I. He hesitantly said. I'm not sure I can accept a promise, called the 1,000-year promise of the Empire, so easily. And this is also a bit sudden. Ian smiled and said softly, but I don't intend to refuse. Kellyanne immediately turns to take the sword Adon brought out. He spoke up, I have been waiting for your answer. Kellyanne handed the sword over and said, we should probably follow the procedure, right? Is this the 1,000-year oath? He smiled brightly and explained, even if this seems strange, please bear with it a little. It will be over soon. Kellyanne thrust the sword into the ground. He spoke slowly, this clan will always welcome the High Mage Ian whenever he visits. If he ever needs the power of the East. His voice echoed through the blue sky, we promise to stand by his side at any time. This shall be passed down from generation to generation. In the name of the eastern flow of the 6 rivers, I swear. Ian smiled. Kellyanne and Adon bowed their heads to Ian. Then both of them laughed and said, no matter how many times I say it, it feels a bit wrong. If I could just say, this is my oath, and be done with it, that would be great. He smiled and replied, I'll be counting on your help next time I visit too. He immediately said, please let us know before you come. I will show you what a banquet in the East looks like. You can look forward to it. Ian spoke humbly, I will do that. I'll be going now. A breeze blew past as Adon and Kellyanne watched him go. Ian began a new journey. He stood gazing at the landscape for a moment and thought. A lot has happened in such a short time, and I gained unexpected results too. Ian smiled with satisfaction. He raised his staff and said, the one referred to as the King of Mages, the one who carved this magic into the staff. The revival of dark magic that disappeared 300 years ago. He showed determination. Thinking to himself, when I return to the capital, I'll have a lot of things to investigate. Hearing Ian come home, Vanessa rushed downstairs. She called out loudly, Ian. He looked over to see his mother coming. Ian called back happily in an obedient voice. Mother. Vanessa was teary-eyed as she walked and asked, how could you suddenly disappear into a puff of smoke? Do you know how worried I was about you? I was truly shocked. She looked worried, covering her mouth with both hands, saying, oh my God. Why are you so thin? Vanessa pinched Ian's cheek and said, you must have had a hard time recently. Your face has shrunk by half. You went there to work, did Lord Pyrick not feed you? She was bewildered, saying, how infuriating. He hurriedly explained. Something happened there. I just need to eat more. Ian pulled something out of his pocket and said, ah, right, mother. Please take this. He opened his hand and gave Vanessa a transparent blue orb and said, this is a mana communication ball. It's created from a mana crystal ball. On the way back to the capital, I asked the workshop to make this for us. In the future, you can use this to talk to me whenever I am in the capital. Ian pointed to his staff and told her, I placed mine on this staff. I'm sorry for making you worry. Vanessa hesitantly called, Ian. He said, from now on, I will always be by your side. At this moment, Douglas Hamilton approached and called Ian. Captain Douglas asked, what was that magic? I've read many spells in the academy, but I've never seen that spell. Behind him, Radio was also smiling. Ian looked tired. Douglas continued to ask, how could you appear simultaneously in Demedres and the royal palace? A mirror image? Something like that? Ian replied softly. You're asking too many things at once. Can you ask one by one? Ian explained. Simply put, I can do it because I'm already 6th class. After hearing this, everyone was astonished. Douglas asked in confusion, is that even possible? Does that mean you are now the highest-ranking mage in the Empire? Among us? Radio spoke up. I knew you weren't an ordinary person when I met you for the first time, but I didn't think you were this outstanding. Ian acted humble. He said, nothing has changed. So please treat me as you always do. Douglas said, Then this afternoon I plan to test a potion I just created in the lab. Do you want to join? Douglas happily invited Ian, but he tactfully declined. Sorry, but we'll have to do that together another time. Douglas asked, why? Ian replied in a tired voice. Because I've been invited to another appointment. After that, he went to the appointment he just mentioned. There, a simple and casual drinking party was being held. Ian thought to himself, is this it? Hayden saw him arrive and warmly welcomed Ian. He said, perhaps you've guessed it. Today's party is a celebration prepared for you. Ian thought in confusion, why does this feel like déjà vu? Ian asked himself. He asked me to wear casual clothes. So I was wondering what the party would be like. So it's this. Vice spoke up, Sir Ian, welcome. Oliver was also present to receive him. So the two of them pulled Ian to the banquet table. All right, please sit down. Sir Ian, bring the snacks to this table. Hayden immediately placed a huge glass of wine on the table. He excitedly told him, drink up. Ian, congratulations on reaching the 6th class. I specifically brought a few barrels of the best wine into the palace for this party. Precious wine like this isn't easy to find outside. Everyone enthusiastically enjoyed the fine wine. Hayden shouted, all right, drink. Ian was confused and thought. Come to think of it, I think I didn't drink much in my past life. Because Ragnar didn't drink a drop of alcohol. He said. Alcohol makes people stupid and lowers their guard. He gently and slowly raised the full glass of wine. Ian swallowed, taking a breath. He downed the entire full glass in one go. Hayden smiled and asked, how is it, Ian? He put the glass down. Ian wiped his mouth, looking refreshed, and said, actually, it's quite tasty. He smiled brightly, is that so? I'm glad you like it. The people around turned and asked, Your Highness, please tell us. What happened in Demedres? Hayden replied with interest, okay. So he enthusiastically told them the story, leaving Ian sitting alone in a corner. Oliver then approached to strike up a conversation. Ian, I will fill your cup. Ian turned to look at him and called, Sir Oliver. He poured the wine and continued speaking. If this is your first time drinking, you shouldn't overdo it. Oliver said, if you get drunk and something happens, you might fire magic missiles at the night squad. Ian laughed and said, haha. Sir Oliver, you worry all the time, don't you? He looked over at Hayden and said, actually, I was quite surprised to see His Highness so close with the night squad. And having fun with them too. Is it okay for him to do that? Oliver immediately explained. All the knights have sworn loyalty to him. He can trust them. Ian pondered, loyalty and trust, huh? Oliver looked at Ian for a moment and continued. I think I know why you don't have friends, Ian. He replied in surprise, what? Why do you suddenly say that? Oliver said, actually, I've known since I met you. He began to recount. Do you remember our first conversation? 5 years ago in the Morgan territory? Cecilia turned out to be a spy captured alive by you. Oliver recalled the image of Ian when he was young and continued. Even though you had just caught a spy who was a 3rd-class mage. To you, it was as if nothing had happened. Back then, you were very emotionless. You were truly good at controlling the expressions on your face. Children at that age wouldn't be able to hide their expressions or true emotions. He put the wine glass down on the table. Oliver analyzed. But back then, I couldn't read any expression on your face at all. It was like you were a soldier who had been trained for years not to show your true emotions. Ian reflected. Back then, I couldn't pretend to be young. I assumed that was when I sensed that he was too closed off. Even though he was still very small. Surely, he didn't have any friends to share his feelings with. Oliver asserted, I'm quite good at noticing things like that. Ian rested his chin on his hand and said, right, I admit it. But I'm not sure how to feel after hearing you. speak so bluntly? He thought about Ragnar and said vaguely, actually, I used to have a friend. But we didn't have a good ending. Oliver smiled and said, Ian's friend? I'm very curious. What kind of person were they? He suddenly added, training with you for 5 years, I realized one more thing. He asked in confusion, what is it? I'm a bit scared to hear what you might say. Oliver immediately said, I'm not sure why. But sometimes when talking to you, Ian, I feel like I'm talking to a person who is old and weary of life. I don't understand why that is. He was startled and asked, what? Ian laughed and replied, haha. You're really good at judging people. Actually, I'm almost 48. I always use magic to maintain my youth. Hearing this, Oliver looked at Ian in shock. He said, I'm just kidding. Ian hurriedly explained. You know, I'm the type of person who doesn't share my feelings. And has no friends. So sometimes when I joke, it sounds real. Please understand that. Hearing that, he became calm again. Oliver said in a forgiving tone, as someone older. I will let you off this time. Ian laughed and replied, wow, I really appreciate it. Outside, it was already dark. The party atmosphere was still lively. After drinking too much, Ian found a way to sneak out the door. He rubbed his head and said, looks like I drank too much. I never drank this much in my past life. Suddenly, someone outside called Ian, Sir Ian. He looked over in surprise. It turned out to be Vice sitting outside the door. Ian called out, Vice Captain. He asked him, what are you doing out here? Vice laughed and replied, haha, actually I'm not good at drinking. 1 or 2 cups and I feel tipsy immediately. He asked Ian, I'm hiding here to get some fresh air. What about you, Sir Ian? He replied, I also came out to get some air. I'm still not used to that person. Ian secretly observed Vice and pondered, Vice Captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Squad. Vice Pollins. He was the 2nd best swordsman in my past life. Standing behind Sir Oliver. He analyzed. He is a commoner. But his skills, swordsmanship, and loyalty to the royal family of his allowed him to gain the trust of the Crown Prince and Sir Oliver, then rise to the position of Vice Captain. Vice suddenly spoke up and asked, come to think of it, Sir Ian. You said this is your first time drinking, right? How is it? The first time drinking? Ian laughed and replied, not really. Drinking a little is fine. Vice burst into laughter and said, that's a relief. Let's go drinking together sometime. The others want to thank you, Sir Ian. Even Captain Oliver, who is a man of few words, started talking to you. Right? And it's been a long time since I've seen His Highness so radiant. It's all thanks to your power, Sir Ian. He answered hesitantly. Thank you for saying that. But I simply pushed him to move forward a little. Ian imagined Hayden being crowned. He continued, but on the bright side. He smiled slightly and said, I think I've become attached to this. Vice looked surprised. Ian saw that and asked, what's wrong? He replied to Ian hurriedly, no, I was just surprised. I didn't expect Sir Ian to have that kind of expression too. He was confused, not knowing what Vice was describing. At this moment, Finn stepped out and called him, Vice Captain, there you are. He said, the Crown Prince is calling for you. If you don't come in and continue drinking, they say they'll strip you of your Vice Captain title. Vice asked in shock, huh? Really? He stood up and bid farewell to Ian, Sir Ian, I'll go ahead. He smiled and said, you should have drank slowly from the start. Vice replied, if I could, I would have done so. The sky that night was full of stars. Ian wandered alone. He stood gazing at the starry sky and thought, my memories of my past life. Old images appeared. Ian thought, I no longer rely on them as my weapons. The changes caused by my choices will gradually affect each other and create situations completely different from the past life. No one can predict what this will lead to. Inside, Vice was struggling with Hayden. He was smiling very brightly. On Ragnar's side, he was standing there plotting. He was calculating something. Meanwhile, Terry Greenriver was reading a book. He was a wise emperor. Ian thought of his mother, his family. Vanessa's smile was very bright. Ian thought, I can only protect those I love. I can only move forward. He smiled. Ian silently said to his enemy, this is just the beginning, Ragnar. On Ragnar's side, he was asking Herbert, what plan do you have now? Ragnar's face was full of schemes and malice. He emphasized, what did I say? I said get rid of him. Before he becomes an obstacle. Didn't I constantly remind you? He replied softly, yes. You did say that. Ragnar continued, and what did you say every time I reminded you? If I waited a little longer, you would turn him into a useful weapon and present him to me. You always said that and ignored this matter, right? He said, so how is he now? He is blocking every path. Herbert looked self-reproachful. He said, I judged incorrectly. I should have resolved the problem quickly. But I only knew how to delay. Herbert frowned and said, no one expected a young boy could pull a stunt like that. He repeatedly affirmed, I will not make excuses anymore. However, this will be the last time you have to wait. Hearing this, Ragnar asked sternly, the last time? Herbert emphasized, this will be the last time. I implore you to wait a little longer. He acted confident and said, because all preparations are complete. Having said that, Herbert called for someone. Helen, greet His Highness. Ragnar asked in surprise, Helen? You mean the High Mage who went missing a few years ago? He appeared extremely astonished. Helen slowly took off her hood and whispered, it is an honor to meet your highness. Her face looked very dangerous, with bright red eyes. Ragnar stammered, looking confused. Herbert immediately interjected to reassure him. Please do not be too surprised, your highness. She is a human girl, a loyal subordinate of a manager, who obeys my orders. He claimed that she is also a long-term subordinate, who will dedicate her life to you, your highness. He rubbed his chin in thought and asked, Tower Master, could it be that she knows? Herbert immediately said, yes, it is the forbidden magic. His face looked serious. Herbert mentioned Ian and dark magic. Ian Page, the one who is like a thorn in our eyes, will become a long-term pawn, dedicating his life to you. Please do not worry, your highness. Ragnar was still restless. He continued, your highness, according to the plan, you will ascend to the throne of emperor. At Herbert's tower, he was still extremely angry when thinking about Ian. Herbert snarled, sixth class? He slammed both hands on the table and emphasized, sixth class? Herbert was fuming with murderous intent, his body feeling like it was on fire. In his rage, he just threw a glass object at the wall. Herbert appeared to hate Ian immensely. He secretly cursed, that brat. Suddenly, there was the sound of someone clattering in at the threshold. Marco stood there with his head bowed. He said, Tower Master, you called for me. Suddenly, he stopped and looked. Before him, Herbert was looking serious, different from the scary demeanor just now. He spoke slowly, you're here. Marco immediately asked, did something happen, sir? Herbert replied hesitantly, no, it's nothing. He slowly explained, I suddenly remembered the first time I met you. It's been 25 years, Marco. Back then, you were just a newborn baby. So you wouldn't remember, but that moment is still very vivid to me. Hearing this, he smiled very brightly. Herbert continued recounting. You were an abandoned child wrapped in a towel who smiled at me. He constantly mentioned Marco's childhood. You rolled over and stood on 2 legs. I enjoyed watching you so much that sometimes I even forgot my work. Herbert appeared proud. He said, just like that day, that child not only gained the ability of a mage, but also grew up to become an official mage. Who could have imagined? I am truly very proud of you. Marco immediately expressed his gratitude. It is all thanks to the kindness you bestowed upon me. He continued, if there is a chance to repay your kindness, I will do everything I can. Herbert raised his hand, his voice affectionate. You are like a son to me. For you to have to repay me is absurd. He continued, but the reason I called for you is that I have an important favor to ask of you. If you aren't doing anything, can you come to my residence tonight? He immediately bowed in clear obedience. You just need to give me the order. Herbert chuckled softly. But hidden within was a calculation. He said, thank you. Then I will see you later. The scene shifts to a market under the quiet night. The door of a small eatery suddenly creaked open. The owner, Gareth, immediately welcomed the guest. Then his eyes suddenly widened when he recognized this person. Looking at the figure before him, Gareth shouted, oh my God. Who is this? Isn't this the youngest High Mage of the Ivory Tower? Ian Page? Ian immediately asked him. You know me? Gareth replied casually. Of course, no one in this area doesn't know you. He bowed to Ian and said, I didn't expect such an important person like you to visit this small place. Gareth's expression suddenly changed to curiosity. But may I know what brings you here? Ian replied calmly. You don't need to be on guard. He placed a bag of money on the table and said, because I only came here as a customer buying information. He asked in extreme confusion, I heard that High Mages of the Ivory Tower receive a lot of research fees. It seems that's true. Gareth immediately asked hesitantly. All right, what information do you want? Ian said seriously. I want to buy all information related to dark magic. He rubbed his chin and thought. Oh ho, dark magic. Don't you know better than us? Ian replied, theoretically, that might be true. But that is not the information I am looking for. His brows involuntarily furrowed as he spoke softly. That information might be trivial. Or even baseless. I want to know the information behind the scenes. Not information known to the public. Gareth waved his hand, replying with a smile. I understand what you mean. He added, we just coincidentally tracked something related. You came at just the right time. Gareth asked seriously, Sir Ian, do you know the Order of the Dragon? Ian thought quietly, Order of the Dragon? He began to recount, one of the many religions in the Empire. They are a group that worships dragons as gods. Although they aren't famous, the Order of the Dragon is the oldest religious group, having existed for hundreds of years. Drifting to a blurry scene, he continued, the Order of the Dragon was originally a small religious group in a remote countryside. A silhouette gradually appeared. A grave robber claimed he saw the last descendant of the dragons, and he came to pass on the teachings containing the transcendental power of the hierarch. That is what people passed on to each other. Then it reached crowded places. Although at first they viewed him as a fraud and didn't believe, gradually the Order of the Dragon began to get members, and grew stronger day by day. A back view appeared. Who is the hierarch? How many believers are there and what is their goal? There is absolutely no information about them. It's as if they are covered by a veil. There are many speculations and rumors. Among them are very crazy rumors, such as they can revive the dead and brainwash. Gareth crossed his arms. Although I'm not sure. If the descendants of dragons truly exist, if you piece together many rumors and situations, a possibility emerges. Receiving this information, Ian widened his eyes, freezing in astonishment. Gareth confidently said, we are sure. The Order of the Dragon is related to dark magic. He looked at Ian then continued recounting. Recently, forces within the Empire have come looking for information on the Order of the Dragon. The voice continued, dark magic requires ingredients more inhumane than mana. Meaning there are forces in existence capable of buying such things. He said warmly, they are quite closed off. So I heard only chosen individuals can join. But finding out who is in that religion isn't easy either. If they can brainwash and control others, couldn't they bewitch people with high status and authority in the Empire? He laughed and said, Gareth advised, that's all we know. We will continue to investigate them. So if we get more information, I will send it to you via letter. Ian put on his hood, preparing to leave. He turned back and said, all right, please continue investigating. He watched his back and waved. Thank you, Sir Ian. I hope you will continue to support us in the future. When the night had completely covered the sky, at Ian's house, he rested his chin on his hand, troubled, thinking about the story he was just told. Order of the Dragon. Ian's eyes looked distant as he fell into thought. In my past life, I had never heard of it. If they are a sect that has existed for over 100 years, I should have heard of them at least once. Ian looked at the staff placed by the window and thought, the king of mages I met in the Great Plains used dark magic. Via the dark magic inlaid on the staff. The staff with the orb glowed gently. Remembering the desolate scene, he silently speculated. And the necessary ingredients besides energy. Mana. Perhaps. Ian suddenly fell silent, ceaselessly pondering. His mind drifted to Herbert. Although it's just my thought. I believe Tower Master Herbert knows well how much the changes in the Great Plains are related to dark magic. Perhaps he is directly related to the Order of the Dragon. Ian placed his hand on his forehead. Leaning back, this is a bit stressful. Too many things have changed in this life. He held his hand suspended in the air, whispering, there is a high chance the future has changed little by little. Before I return to the past. Ian's eyes looked towards the ceiling. The gap between Ian's past life and this life is gradually widening. Is it because I used the language of dragons? Or is it a side effect of turning back time? It feels like Ian opened a box he shouldn't have opened. Ian sat up and slowly took off his glasses. This time, I was too complacent just because Ian held the memories of the past life. His hand reached for the desk drawer, telling himself, from now on, I won't know what will happen. Ian was silent as if calculating, then took out a box. Opening the box revealed a metal necklace. Emitting a faint light, he thought, I must prepare for every possibility. Outside the house, a gentle voice spoke up. Marco, I apologize for making you come all the way here so late. He smiled and replied, it's okay, Tower Master. Marco immediately asked, may I know what you need my help with? He snapped his fingers, making a long ringing sound, about that. The guards immediately retreated outside, making him extremely confused. Herbert immediately said in a cautious tone, "This is a matter no one else can know." He stood up with his staff in hand, looking at him and said, "Can you follow me for a moment?" Marco wondered, "Where are we going?" Herbert took a book from the shelf and said. The book opened, emitting a soft light. "This book will lead the way for us." The gentle light from before suddenly swirled in a very mysterious way. Immediately, the energy within the book poured out, forming a teleportation gate. Looking at the scene before him, Marco was stunned, asking in confusion, "Tower Master, what is this?" He said, "What's wrong, Marco?" He turned to him with an urging tone. "Hurry and enter this gate." Although extremely confused, he still obeyed and stepped in. Marco slowly walked into the teleportation gate. He slowly followed Herbert. In the pitch-black space, suddenly there was a blinding spot of light. Marco raised his hand to shield his eyes from the light. That light grew larger, forcing him to shut his eyes tight and cover his face with his hands. Then Marco's eyes suddenly widened in horror. Before Marco's eyes was a prison area. Inside were silhouettes that were unclear, whether alive or dead, trapped here. Some had their faces buried against the wall. Some lay scattered on the ground. Looking at the horrifying scene, he hurriedly asked, "Tower Master, these people are?" He immediately replied, "Don't be too surprised. These guys are just ingredients." Marco was shocked, his eyes widening as he raised his voice. "What do you mean, ingredients? Aren't they all humans?" He looked at the cell next to him and was stunned. Inside was a man missing an arm. Marco realized it was Chris. He said in a hesitant tone, "You certainly..." Herbert immediately interrupted, "He almost died in an accident that happened while he was practicing magic." Then a man with a dazed look, weakly leaning against the wall. "The mages here are all similar. They all nearly died while on missions, due to accidents or illness. Occasionally, we also have mages from other countries. As for non-mage ingredients, we can find them in the alleys." He continued speaking calmly, "Because they are all those crawling on the ground. Their lives are probably like trash." Looking at Marco's shocked face, he pointed calmly, "The mages here are no different. They couldn't surpass first class. So they were looked down upon by others, accompanied by a sense of shame. I am simply saving them from that deep pit." Marco stammered in shock, "What are you saying?" His calm expression suddenly changed. In a terrifying way. "They are ingredients contributing to the empire of the Ivory Tower." Finished speaking, Herbert raised the staff in his hand high. Its magic power suddenly spread around the cell. Looking at Marco's frightened face, he just calmly said, "Don't worry. I won't turn you into them, I promise." Herbert glared, his face full of gloom. He gritted his teeth, "You are like my son. Right?" An aura of dark magic suddenly rose up. It unexpectedly wrapped around Marco, making him unable to react in time. Around Marco's eyes suddenly turned black. His body couldn't withstand it and trembled violently. Finally, Marco collapsed onto the tiled floor. He slumped his head, motionless. Herbert immediately told Marco, "Stand up." The order was given, and Marco stood up without hesitation. He said, "Look at me." He also silently looked up. He asked, "Who am I?" Marco immediately replied, "Master of the Ivory Tower of the Green River Empire, Sir Herbert Leon." Herbert continued asking, "And who are you?" He answered, "My name is Marco, second-class mage of the Ivory Tower, and currently the assistant mage to the Tower Master." At this moment, he tossed him a small knife. The knife fell to the ground in front of Marco. Herbert asked, "Can you cut off your pinky finger with that knife?" He didn't hesitate and immediately bent down to pick up the knife. Marco unconsciously brought the sharp blade to his pinky finger, right in front of Herbert. That red blood just gushed down. Herbert smiled sinisterly and said, "Now you are truly my son." The next morning at the tower, inside, everyone was still buzzing with gossip. The Tower Master requested indefinite leave? A group of people nearby were talking. "It seems a lot has happened to him recently. He is also quite old." The guy added. "Furthermore, there is the matter of Ian, right? Besides being the youngest high mage, he also reached 6th class. He must be under a lot of pressure." The girl asked, "But what will happen from now on?" The guy replied, "What do you mean?" The girl analyzed, "The Tower Master supports the 5th prince. Ian supports the Crown Prince. The two pillars of the Ivory Tower serve two different masters. Whose side should we be on?" The guy replied, "How would I know? We just do what the superiors say." Meanwhile, Marco passed by with a stack of document books in his hands. At this time, Marco was standing in front of a room. Hearing a knock on the door, Ian turned and said, "Yes, come in." Seeing him, he cheerfully greeted, Marco, you're here. He replied, yes, Sir Ian. Marco added with a serious face, I brought the things you requested. Ian said, thank you. I've been looking for them for a long time. Thanks to you, I didn't have to waste time searching further. His expression became confused. Ian asked, by the way, is the Tower Master seriously ill? Marco just replied calmly, you don't need to worry. Ian sharply noticed his injured hand. He immediately asked, why is your hand injured? Marco answered seriously, I practiced magic and had a small accident. You don't need to be concerned. Ian smiled slightly then said, I understand. I hope you recover soon. He seemed to sense the change in him. Ian thought, there is something very strange about Marco. There is a distance between us. It's as if he turned into a different person. Whenever Marco was with me, he never spoke formally and was always comfortable. Although it's still that voice and face, he is definitely more distant than before. After the Tower Master took leave, Ian pondered, then suddenly hardened his expression. He immediately brought up a few old stories. All right, I remember back then. Memories drifted back to the old days when he was still quite small. 6 years ago. The first time I met you, the one sent to Morgan. When the Lord went out to subjugate goblins and encountered danger. If not for your help, surely something terrible would have happened. Marco still showed no emotion. He replied emotionlessly, yes, that happened. Ian fell silent as if beginning to suspect. He bowed. If you have nothing else, I will take my leave. Hearing that, Ian hurriedly called, Marco. He stood up, approached him and said, please wait a moment. Ian said, at that time, you weren't present at the goblin subjugation. Looking at Marco in front of him, he continued, you helped me. When I did the energy reaction test. For mana, actually. Ian stepped forward to approach him. If I remember correctly. I apologize. He swung his magic staff out. Marco asked, what are you doing? Ian reached out to take the staff. Ian looked at Marco in front of him, his face decisive, holding the staff firmly in his hand. The orb inside glowed once again. Ian softly chanted, his voice slowly enunciating each word, dispel. He created a magic circle in front of him. Marco was blinded by the ring of light. A reaction occurred. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His body unconsciously collapsed again. Marco coughed repeatedly. A stream of dark magic energy escaped from his body. His eyes remained wide open, then a light flashed. The dark magic energy inside Marco gradually dissipated. Ian knelt down on one knee and asked, are you back? He widened his eyes in panic asking, why am I here? He looked at him calmly and explained, I cast anti-magic. It dispelled all spells on you. You were being controlled by dark magic. Marco recalled what happened earlier. Then he hesitantly said, stop. Marco suddenly raised his voice in terror, repeatedly saying, we have to stop him. We have to stop him, Sir Ian. He said, we have to stop the Tower Master. Ian frowned immediately and said, please tell me what happened. Evening fell. Switching to another tower on Herbert's side. The butler announced, Tower Master, Sir Ian is here to visit you. He asked, did he come alone? The butler immediately replied, yes, at least we didn't see anyone around. Herbert signaled, all right, bring him in. He thought smugly, so you took the bait, Ian Page. He recalled old memories. The reason I used dark magic on Marco was simply to give you an excuse to come find me. After all, a mage like you would be able to detect the dark magic I used on Marco. Everything is going according to plan. Although I couldn't use some ingredients, this is a worthwhile investment. To tame a 6th-class dog, I can always find ingredients again. Herbert calmly took a sip of hot tea, waiting for Ian to enter. The expected footsteps gradually approached the door. He immediately asked, did you come here personally today? I didn't expect the great 6th-class mage to visit because I'm sick. It's an honor. Ian bowed respectfully and replied, the eldest elder of the Ivory Tower is sick. So I had to visit. He said, I hope you recover as soon as possible. Herbert spoke calmly. Thank you for your kind words. Sit down, the tea is delicious. The two sat facing each other, neither speaking a word. Finally, Ian spoke, Marco is not feeling well. He pretended not to know and replied, oh my. I hope I didn't pass my illness to him. He continued, I examined him. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Herbert laughed and replied, haha. That's a relief. Marco is always very hardworking. I'm always worried he'll overexert himself. Ian put down the teacup and said, and I heard an unbelievable story from Marco. His expression became serious and somber. He continued, that in your mansion, There is a gate leading to a secret laboratory. And you are conducting inhumane dark magic research there. He laughed it off innocently, saying, "How is that possible?" Marco must have been mistaken. Because he wasn't feeling well. Ian kept his voice firm, saying he was controlled by dark magic. He narrowed his eyes, and the one who cast dark magic on him was you. The person who was like a father to him. He gritted his teeth. "He asked me to stop you." Herbert feigned ignorance and replied, "I don't understand what you're saying." He put down the teacup and said, "A gate leading to a laboratory? Such a thing does exist. That is the power of an artifact I accidentally acquired. It is quite convenient for this old body of mine." Herbert just sneered, "But dark magic experiments? That's a bit too much of a joke." He stood up and said, "Since we are talking about this, do you want to see my laboratory?" Herbert looked at Ian with calculating eyes, revealing his sinister nature. He said, "Because compared to suspecting me, it is better for you to see it with your own eyes." Ian listened calmly. Ian smiled and replied, "Only if you allow me to." He walked away, not forgetting to turn back and tell him, "Follow me." Herbert added, "I will show you the laboratory right now." The Tower Master should have been a good example. Yet has to suffer rumors of researching dark magic. Isn't that an insult to me? He walked to a curtain, while Ian quietly followed behind. Herbert calmly opened the curtain. He took out a book again and said, "This is the gate." Herbert looked up at him and calmly explained, "Created by the power of this artifact. If one infuses magic power into the book, anyone can use a magic gate ranked as an 8th circle spell." Ian remained silent, only observing him cautiously. Herbert created the teleportation gate and urged, "All right, let's go in." Just like Marco, Ian followed him through a pitch-black passage. Then, as he walked, he thought, Herbert Leon in the past life was recorded as one of the greatest tower masters in the tower. His memory returned to the image of him, the great mage, who prepared the foundation for unifying the continent. He was very simple and upright, a master of the ivory tower, kinder than anyone. He, who considered Ragnar as his master and helped him ascend the throne, led the ivory tower to have the highest power and status in the history of mankind. Ian pondered, his expression becoming distant. As servants sharing the same master, I also respected the tower master. Suddenly, his steps stopped. Herbert called softly, "Sir Ian." Herbert asked in a contemplative tone, "Do you know?" Herbert looked at the staff floating in front of him, then continued, "There was a time I wanted to be a hero. To become a mage, strong enough to protect the empire and save the suffering commoners." Herbert held out his trembling hands, staring at them while speaking. "However, gradually I realized." He suddenly clenched his fists and emphasized, "I cannot change anything with just my own power." He raised his head slightly, his tone distant. "And that?" Herbert approached, grabbed the staff, and said, "There is a special power in this world." He glanced back at Ian and added, "That can turn me into a hero." The dark magic energy around him suddenly rose up. It began to wrap around Ian, startling him so he couldn't react in time. Under that dark aura, he involuntarily gritted his teeth and groaned in pain. Herbert held out a hand with a small light hovering above it. He said, "Power. It allows me to mobilize countless talented mages. With this power, I will be able to truly protect the peace of the empire and the people." Herbert emphasized, his eyes glaring with ambition. "People call that power authority. He began the ritual. The room lit up with that creeping light. Herbert stared at him, speaking calmly, "Become a part of the tower." On the other side, Ian's body was still trembling incessantly, while Herbert called out Ian Page's name loudly. His staff glowed brightly in his hand. Observing as he had now collapsed to the ground, Herbert preached, "If you obey my orders, you will be more capable of protecting the empire than you are now. You can also save many commoners." He glared and added, "For a talented young person like you, and an old man like me, isn't becoming a hero what we want?" Ian just remained silent and motionless on the tiled floor. Herbert just stood there silently watching him. Suddenly he spoke in a commanding voice, "Now, stand up." Hearing this, Ian immediately obeyed. He calmly stood up straight, looking at him as if waiting for orders. Seeing his obedience, Herbert's body shook as if suppressing laughter. Then his face lit up. Herbert shouted triumphantly, "Too simple. It's like it was nothing at all." He looked at him, eager to check. "All right. Let's see how you answer." Herbert asked, "Who am I?" Ian lowered his head calmly and answered robotically, "You are the master of the Empire's ivory tower, Sir Herbert Leon." He looked at him with an ambitious, expectant face. When he paused and, contrary to that expectation, he suddenly tilted his head, smirked in contempt, and replied, "You are a madman." Herbert froze, his eyes widening in shock. "What did you just say?" Finishing his sentence, Ian threw a punch right in the middle of his face, causing him to fall backward. His body slammed hard against the wall. Crying out in pain, Herbert held his face, glaring up at Ian in panic. He stammered, asking, "How did you?" Ian stood towering before him, exhaling a sigh of relief, while Herbert hadn't recovered from the shock. "Impossible. It's impossible." He looked at him, his expression calm, but it made others feel a chill. When he raised his voice, "Tower Master." He spoke slowly, making him shrink back in fear. His mind was in chaos. "Didn't you say you weren't researching dark magic?" Ian explained, "Perhaps you don't know this. Because you couldn't surpass the limit of a mage. Class 5. The difference in ability plays a significant role." He slowly took steps closer and added, "A 5th class mage using dark magic is still just a 5th class mage." Ian crouched down in front of Herbert and said, "Furthermore, do you think I came here without preparing countermeasures?" He smirked slightly, continually provoking him. "Normally, you wouldn't let something like this slip past you. It seems you are in a rush." Herbert was furious and wanted to scream, but his face was beaded with sweat from fear. "You?" Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, Ian reached out his hand as if to grab his head. He created a magic circle and shouted, "Drain mana." He widened both eyes in astonishment. Herbert's body gradually trembled, losing strength. After a while, Ian removed his hand from his head, leaving a lingering blue light. He slowly stood up. Ian said, "Rest a bit. Having that much mana drained, it will surely be very difficult for you to move." He turned around but didn't forget to mock. "Since you are quite old, it will take a while to recover your mana." Ian turned and walked away while Herbert, who was already exhausted, cursed in a weak voice, "You bastard." Ian reached out to accept the small floating light. The light followed. He used this light to guide his way deeper inside, arriving at a room full of treasure chests. The gold bars were sparkling as if competing to shine. Besides, there were countless precious jewels and pearls hidden here. Ian laughed and criticized, "Haha, the simple and upright ivory tower master? Bullshit." He stood at the threshold looking inside and remarked, "You have no relatives. So I was wondering what you would do with the wealth you accumulated. Perhaps you didn't plan to return any of this to the Empire, and were thinking of hiding them from everyone in this mansion. Maybe." Ian mocked softly, "Did you plan to take them with you to the afterlife?" Herbert was still sitting in the corner trembling, not having regained his strength. Then he glanced towards the cells. Inside, these haggard people were still imprisoned, cowering there. Ian approached softly, his face softening as he thought, although their condition is quite bad, some are still breathing. These people all share the same condition. They lack vitality, struggling and suffering. He frowned tightly, his voice full of determination as Ian told them, "Please wait a little longer. I will get everyone out of here, and help everyone get treated." Suddenly Herbert spoke up from behind, "Marco? Do you think he is the only one?" Ian turned back to look at him. Herbert suddenly laughed, "Ha ha ha." Despite his painful body, he looked up at Ian, stating, "I still have many subordinates out there. Compared to someone like Marco, they are much more useful." Before that revelation, Ian had no reaction. He casually asked, "So what?" Hearing that, Herbert got agitated as if wanting to lunge forward, growling threats. "Don't play dumb, brat. I'm sure they have started acting. They will not stop unless I signal them. From the beginning, I set them to behave like that. Just aim for 2 things." Ian listened quietly then calmly said, "Is it my family and the Crown Prince?" He tried to keep a threatening tone while offering a deal. "What do you think? How about making a deal with me?" Herbert spoke up, "My proposal is very simple. We will pretend to forget what happened today." He pointed around and said, "If I don't reveal this gate, there will be no evidence. You won't be able to expose me. Just with your words." Herbert continued to threaten Ian, "I don't know what you are plotting, but messing with me won't do any good. Eventually, you will beg and regret doing so." Ian wasn't worried at all about that threat. He replied indifferently, "No thanks." He was confused, eyes wide, looking at him in astonishment. Herbert shouted loudly, trying to threaten and warn him, "Your mother and the Crown Prince will really die." However, Ian didn't flinch but even challenged him. He said, "If you can do it, go ahead." Not believing what his ears heard, he stammered, "What?" Ian tilted his face up, saying it again mockingly, "I said, go ahead and try." Switching to night at Ian's house. Vanessa sat elegantly on the balcony. A gentle voice spoke up, Lady Page. In front was Lidio. He approached and reminded, the wind is blowing hard today. With a kind face, he calmly told her, let's go inside. Vanessa's face suddenly tightened with worry. She said, Ian hasn't returned yet. And I can't contact him via the crystal ball. Her gaze fell distantly, but couldn't hide the restlessness. Vanessa repeatedly said, he would definitely let me know if he was going to be late. Lidio smiled gently and spoke to reassure her, Lady Page. Sir Ian is the only 6th-class mage in the Empire. Even a group of bandits would bow down before him. So you don't need to worry. Hearing that, Vanessa shouted in agitation, to me. He is still my little son. Surprised by the outburst, he fell silent after hearing that. Lidio hesitated for a moment, feeling embarrassed. I apologize for being rude, Lady Page. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head slightly to show sincerity. Lidio said gently, I also have a small son. Yet I didn't pay attention to your feelings. Please forgive me. Vanessa recognized his sincerity. Her face also softened as she smiled and said, it's okay. She looked at the empty street below, and began to confide. I always think, Ian is someone who always carries too many burdens. Vanessa's memory drifted to Ian's silhouette. He doesn't rely on anyone, and always tries to solve problems by himself. It breaks my heart. Vanessa fretted. Her 2 hands fidgeted uncomfortably on her lap. She blamed herself, as his family. I want to lighten the burden for him, and become someone he can rely on. But I am very angry with myself for not being able to do anything but wait for him like this. Lidio immediately comforted, please don't blame yourself, Lady Page. He smiled softly, believing, the reason Sir Ian is so strong is because he has a family waiting for him. Lidio's mind drifted to the image of himself when he was young. He recounted, there was a time I suffered from mana poisoning, but I found the strength to live on thanks to my son always being by my side. Isn't that what family is? Vanessa listened attentively to his words. Suddenly falling silent for a moment, Lidio said, although they think they won't be of help, they hope they can give other family members a sense of stability. He didn't stop there, and continued, so waiting for Ian, who could return at any time, is also being helpful to him. Lidio seized the opportunity to make a request. So may I stay by your side and wait with you until Ian returns? She stared at him. Then Vanessa smiled and nodded in agreement. Beneath the sky dyed in pitch black. Voices continued to echo. The night sky today is very clear and quiet. She replied, you are right. Normally there would be patrols roaming the area. It is quite quiet tonight. But then, Lidio's eyes suddenly widened. As he realized something was wrong. He immediately shot up from his chair, turning to Vanessa. Warning, Lady Page, please go inside. Something is wrong. Lidio's body suddenly froze when he heard a noise below. He shouted alertly, who is there? From a hidden corner, 2 figures quietly stepped out of the shadows. In front of them were 2 strangers controlled by dark magic. Lidio realized it and shouted tensely. Stop right there immediately. He gritted his teeth, frowning in worry, damn it. They aren't listening to me. Lidio watched their footsteps, slowly approaching the barrier, thinking, if they cross that barrier. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Lidio turned to Vanessa, his hand reaching out instinctively, while shouting, Lady Page. He used his whole body to shield her, shouting, get down. Before Vanessa could react, the barrier activated. A fierce lightning bolt immediately struck down. Not far from there, Hayden and Oliver turned back to observe. Hayden exclaimed, startled. With a clearly confused look, he said, that scared the life out of me. Why is there suddenly thunder and lightning? Oliver also spoke up, Your Highness, are you all right? Oliver said in a firm tone, I have a bad feeling. Let us return to the palace. Hayden immediately showed a displeased expression and refused. Return already? Come on. We haven't done anything yet. He looked towards the empty residential area and said, I gathered all my courage to ask Father. And am secretly traveling around the places where our people live. I can't go back just like that. Hayden turned to look at him and asked, more importantly, Captain, I have a question. Oliver bowed and replied, please go ahead. He scratched his cheek with a puzzled expression and asked, well, I was wondering if I could learn some swordsmanship. Hearing this, Oliver asked in surprise, swordsmanship? While Hayden shyly turned his face away. Feeling embarrassed, Hayden immediately explained, it's nothing big, just for self-defense. Will it be hard? If so, just learning the poses is enough. Suddenly, Oliver sensed someone stalking them. But Hayden was still unaware. He continued. Like how to draw a sword coolly. Just then, Oliver drew his sword. Hayden saw that, misunderstood, and felt awkward. Wait, I didn't ask you to teach me right now. Oliver said, Your Highness, please stand behind me. While Hayden didn't understand what was happening, Oliver held his sword firmly and gave an order. Second Night Squad. Protect His Highness immediately. A troop quickly arrived. They all stood around protecting Crown Prince. Hayden Green River. He shouted, Show yourself. A figure slowly approached. Oliver stood firm, observing the black-robed figure. His brows furrowed as he recognized this person. He muttered, It's you. In front of them was a high mage of the ivory tower. Helene. Oliver said alertly. I heard you disappeared a few years ago. What are you doing here? She said nothing and kept moving forward. Looking at her indifference, he agitatedly said. Wait a minute. Tell me your purpose, now. Their eyes met as they stood facing each other. Finally, Helene spoke slowly, Hayden Green River. Oliver felt the tension and broke into a sweat. She suddenly glared and said, I must kill the one blocking our way. His eyes widened in surprise. Oliver suddenly rushed forward. He swung his sword, slashing at Helene, but she managed to block it with her staff. Helene's eyes suddenly changed. Oliver immediately knocked her back. Helene landed, sliding back a few steps. Her eyes suddenly glowed as she muttered. Explosion. Around her body, flames rose up, gathering into dangerous burning orbs. The orbs immediately flew towards him. Oliver took a stance to counter, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Suddenly, he swung his sword, splitting the orb in front of him in two. It split into two blazing trails of fire. Witnessing the unbelievable scene before her, she widened her eyes in surprise. Not giving Helene time to react, he immediately sprang forward. Oliver rushed in, sword ready to strike her. The two immediately fell into a battle. Helene gracefully dodged his attacks. Oliver jumped up, raising his sword high to strike down on her. Helene immediately activated a mana shield, blocking his fatal blow. Oliver's sword hit it and bounced off. Useless. He retreated, watching her calmly withdraw the shield. Oliver smiled slightly and remarked, Mana shield. It seems I can finally try it. He quietly stood up straight. I wanted to show Ian first. Oliver used his teeth to pull off his glove, then ran his bare hand along the blade. He said, But it seems testing it out first isn't a bad idea. Suddenly, he cut his hand, letting blood flow onto the sword, and said, I don't have the ability to release mana, because I only have half a mana heart. But the mana dissolved in my blood. Helene observed. Oliver held his sword in a combat stance and added, Can be released for a short time. He swung the mana-infused sword and shouted, I will show you. Oliver raised his sword, his face determined, the greatest effort of one who bears half a mana heart. He immediately rushed forward with agility. Oliver slashed powerfully at the shield. It shattered into pieces in front of her, leaving Helene astonished. He swung his sword to strike again. Oliver stabbed straight into Helene's shoulder, causing her to freeze. Helene grabbed the sword in pain. Oliver looked at her with unforgiving eyes, and said, I won't kill you, because I need to find the one who ordered you to harm His Highness. Don't expect a peaceful death. On Herbert's side, the situation was still intense. He widened his eyes in surprise, asking, What? Ian stood confidently before Herbert, while he stammered, What do you mean? I didn't do that. Ian tilted his head haughtily and mocked. Unlike someone. I am someone who trusts the people I have met over the past 5 years. Herbert said, Even so, you won't be able to win. Hearing that, Ian laughed. Ha ha ha, Tower Master. He said calmly, Do you think I've just been sitting around doing nothing all this time? Didn't you send some suspicious people to my house during the negotiations in Demodres? The same trick won't work twice. As soon as he finished speaking, Herbert's face was so tense it was drenched in sweat. Ian said, Those intruders are probably trapped by mana right now. Or maybe they are no longer in this world. Finally, he tilted his head, shrugged indifferently. Negotiation failed. I gain nothing from this negotiation anymore. Ian said, You will have to stand trial. But the death penalty would suit what you've done better. He smiled, but his words carried a strange threat. Because I will make that happen. The ivory tower that you spent decades of blood and tears to build. I will take good care of it. Ian stepped in front of Herbert. He said, The ivory tower that you spent decades of blood and tears to build. I will take good care of it. He stopped right in front of him and spoke. And actually, I didn't plan to do this. Saying that, Ian leaned down and reached out his hand towards him. He placed his hand on Herbert's head. To Herbert's surprise, A current suddenly emitted from his hand. Ian said softly, increasing the power of the ivory tower. Is what a tower master should do. While Herbert trembled. Under the effect of the electricity. He continued, I understand why you support the fifth prince. Instead of the crown prince. Because there was a time I also thought Ragnar was an ideal candidate to become a ruler. Ian continued despite his screams of pain. Secretly accumulating wealth? It's not surprising for humans to do that. He emphasized, the current getting stronger, dragging my family into this, was the worst mistake you ever made. Ian said, however. The king's anger can fall upon anyone. Right? Shift to another location in the castle the next morning. In the luxurious hall. An authoritative voice rang out. The heinous crimes of Tower Master Herbert Leon have been exposed. Emperor Terry Green River sat on the throne, speaking before the entire assembly. That criminal forgot his position as Tower Master and indulged in dark magic. Recalling the images of the figures in the prison, he added, that is not all. He used human souls as sacrifices. And cruelly exploited the lives of innocent people and his fellow mages. Terry slammed his hand on the armrest in rage and shouted, this is a grave crime. Even death cannot pay the price. He affirmed, his face full of anger. What he did is unforgivable. I have no intention of showing mercy. Everyone present became anxious at his anger. Therefore, from now on, all titles and authority of Herbert Leon are stripped. I order the death penalty. Of course, this will be a public execution. Terry said. His name will forever remain in the Empire's history as the most terrible criminal of all time. If he is hiding any relatives or accomplices. Terry's eyes narrowed with determination. He emphasized, I declare. We will certainly find them and root them out. Terry growled. We will also investigate those who are connected to this incident. And if there are any other mages researching dark magic, I will personally supervise the investigation and related matters. He looked down at all the nobles below and said, throughout this investigation, there will be no exceptions, regardless of status. And I order all nobles to cooperate fully with the investigation. Terry offered an immediate resolution and said, I suspect there are those who supported the Tower Master's plot. Without knowing what was actually happening, I allow them to be cleansed of dark magic and return to their original state. He said sternly, but the punishment for High Mage Helene, who targeted the Crown Prince's life, will be different from those victims. Terry looked at Hayden and added, although she may have only acted under the Tower Master's orders and could not control her own mind, assassinating the Crown Prince is a very serious crime. Mercy cannot be shown at any cost. He made his decision and declared loudly, therefore, I sentence High Mage Helene to life imprisonment. Then Terry waved his hand, speaking in a praising tone, finally, the two heroes who helped prevent this incident. We cannot fail to recognize such outstanding deeds, he calmly pointed out. Ian Page thwarted Herbert Leon's plot, and Knight Oliver Raywood excellently stopped High Mage Helene. Step forward. The sound of slow but powerful footsteps approached as he continued. Since Ian Page is still investigating the dark magic incident, the ceremony recognizing his contribution will take place after this incident is completely concluded. A figure with a sturdy build walked forward confidently. Terry introduced, and now, right here, the knight who protected the Crown Prince from a fourth-class mage. He looked at the figure before him and commended loudly, Sir Oliver. Terry looked at him and said, come closer. Before him, Oliver, with a noble bearing, bowed politely. Terry continued, Captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Squad. Oliver Raywood, he stated. You are truly a blessing to the Empire. And deserve to be praised. Not only because you protected the Crown Prince, but you also surpassed the limits of human birth. I am sure you will become an ideal role model for the entire Empire and Knights all over the world. Terry slowly stood up while speaking. I will not let the efforts and achievements of someone like you go unrecognized. He stood on the high dais before everyone and declared, right now, Captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Squad, Oliver Raywood shall be granted the authority to command all knights in the Empire, and granted the highest title, Sword of the Empire. Everyone gasped in awe. The crowd immediately began to buzz. Terry noted that the title had been vacant for a long time. He explained, the reason the title Sword of the Empire has not been granted to anyone in the past few hundred years is because the sword has been overshadowed by magic. Below was his image. While Terry's speech continued, however, Oliver Raywood has stepped out of that shadow and surpassed the limits of the sword. He has also demonstrated his loyalty as a royal knight, and he will continue to do so. Elsewhere, Hayden stood watching Oliver, smiling secretly. And he will continue to do so. Until the final introduction. Hayden still looked at Oliver with gentle eyes. Terry brought out the national treasure sword and said, therefore, I have decided that granting him the title Sword of the Empire is entirely appropriate. He said, Royal Knight Oliver Raywood, kneel. He immediately knelt to receive the decree. Oliver bowed his head, while Terry held the sword firmly in his hand. With full authority, Terry spoke decisively. In the name of the main branch of the 6 rivers. He lowered the sword to hover over his head, and continued, I bestow the title Sword of the Empire upon Knight Oliver Raywood with great honor. Terry looked straight at him and asked, are you willing to hold the position left vacant for hundreds of years as the Sword of the Empire? Oliver immediately replied, in the name of the Sword of the Empire. He raised his head confidently and said, I swear to use my life to protect this empire. In another development, a pathetic cry echoed in the castle. Father Emperor. In front of him was Ragnar. With a scowl, he shouted his objection. No matter how I think about it, it makes no sense. Ragnar asked. How can you execute our country's ivory tower master? Please reconsider. Don't you see that doing so could cause huge damage to our country? He analyzed and presented countless arguments. The tower master is a great 5th-class mage. Executing him would be synonymous with executing 10,000 mages. Ragnar found enough reasons then said, that's not all. He painted a picture of the Empire's future, saying that when the Tower Master is executed, other nations will hear the news, including the Coldwood Empire, which has been eyeing our borders for a long time. Even the Rhone Principality will also take action. After finishing dealing with the Great Plains, he was still extremely agitated, claiming that since our country's strongest mage is about to die, the Empire's internal affairs will fall into chaos. If they have even the slightest malicious intent, this will be the perfect opportunity for them. They will see this as their chance. After a while, Terry also spoke up. He turned to Ragnar, saying, the strongest mage currently is no longer Herbert Leon. He emphasized in an indifferent tone, the strongest mage in the tower now is humanity's first mage to reach 6th class. Ian Page, isn't it? Terry said. He will soon shoulder the responsibilities of the Tower Master. Because of that, there will be no problem. Actually, I see this as an opportunity to raise the ivory tower to a new height, because there will be a generational change. Hearing this, Ragnar showed a dissatisfied expression. He muttered, am I wrong? Answer me. He frowned and replied, you are right. From now on, Ian Page will certainly open a new era for the ivory tower. Ragnar tried to use persuasive words again. He analyzed. However, the Tower Master is on the same level as him, and is a mage possessing decades of experience. If he leads the ivory tower together with Ian Page, the Empire, we will be able to stand at the top of the entire continent in the shortest amount of time. An image of stability that he created appeared again. Furthermore, if a mage, who is young and talented, and a mage, full of experience are in charge of the ivory tower together, they will be able to keep each other in check. Ragnar said. That means the responsibility of controlling the ivory tower by the royal family will be carried out by the ivory tower itself. Isn't this the most ideal situation? Terry considered it and then slowly said, you are right. Ragnar hesitated, his eyes widening. He thought there was hope, but then he was cut off. But, he sternly criticized. The Tower Master conducted dark magic research, which is forbidden. No, it wasn't just simple research. As the ivory tower master, he used countless mages, and the lives of innocent commoners, whom he had the responsibility to protect, as ingredients for dark magic. He did not hesitate to sacrifice them. Ragnar froze, stammering, unable to find words, that Terry believed that the Tower Master's actions had crossed the line. He must have gone mad. He waved his hand, bluntly rejecting Ragnar's request. The thing he wanted to get his hands on, by sacrificing countless lives, was only power. Didn't he try to eliminate the threat to his power, which was Ian Page, by using dark magic, and got exposed? While doing so, Ragnar closed his eyes tight, trembling slightly as if holding back. He clenched his fists and stubbornly said, but the Tower Master is the second most powerful person in the Empire, is he not? Although his methods were wrong, the black magic he researched could become a very powerful weapon, bringing immense benefits to our empire. Ragnar offered his opinion with an innocent look on his face. As for the materials used for black magic, we could use dangerous criminals as substitutes. Hearing this, Terry raised his voice sternly. Sacrificing for the greater good in that manner. That is exactly your problem. Ragnar paused and asked, why is that? He explained, frowning with dissatisfaction. That is the reason why I cannot choose you as my successor. Black magic is a crime that absolutely corrupts the soul and destroys the order of the world. Our founder, Michelle Greenriver, worked very hard to ban black magic and make it completely disappear from this land. Terry asked in a serious, low voice. You know that well, don't you? He said, Ragnar, I know your thoughts, your personality, and your ambitions. You are very smart and bright. Terry reminded him. However, you lack one very important thing. And I am sure you know what that is. He warned, perhaps until now you have always hidden that flaw of yours. But you will not be able to hide it when it becomes essential. Terry walked past him. Ragnar did not forget to turn back and say, just like what you are doing right now. He elaborated. The ultimate goal of politics is to execute justice in this world. The quality of an emperor who can rule and execute that justice is a heart that struggles for the benefit of the common people. He declared firmly. Someone who views others as tools, like you, does not have that quality. Ragnar's expression suddenly darkened, yet he remained silent, saying nothing. Suddenly, he laughed in a grotesque manner. Ha ha ha, Ragnar spoke up. No, that's not it. Terry frowned at him and said, what did you say? Ragnar quietly turned around, his tone certain. The real reason why I cannot become the successor, do you think I don't know? His mind drifted to the image of his royal brother Hayden, born from the lover whom he loved, then drifted back to his own image. He lamented, as for me, on the other hand, I am a son, born so you could manipulate the power of the nobles, right? Ragnar emphasized, that is the difference between us. He immediately frowned and shouted loudly at Ragnar. Despite that shout, he continued speaking, to be acknowledged by you. Do you know how hard I have worked? His memories returned to his childhood. Have you ever? Unlike his brother who was played with by the father emperor, Ragnar only stood silently in the corner. Ragnar asked implying, I want to ask, have you ever treated me like you treated my royal brother? He further asserted, I am certain, if he was the one making the request to release the Tower Master, you would have accepted it. In his uncontrollable anger, Terry suddenly raised his hand high. Ragnar did not resist but just closed his eyes in resignation. But then Terry stopped, his arm hovering in midair, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Terry let out a long breath. Then he turned and walked away, muttering the word, foolish. Ragnar stood still, showing no reaction. Terry walked to the door, turned to the person next to him, Delphin. I want you to personally watch over Ragnar's mansion. He instructed carefully. Ensure he cannot go out, and no one is allowed to contact him. Terry asked, you understand what I mean, right? He immediately replied, your servant obeys. By this time, the sun had gradually set into the afternoon. One early morning, when sunlight shone on the mansion, outside the door, slow footsteps approached. Hearing this, Ragnar asked, who is it? From outside, the guard replied, Your Highness, High Mage and Page requests an audience with you. Hearing this, Ragnar turned around in surprise. Then he suddenly frowned, showing hatred. Ragnar turned away, his tone annoyed as he replied, I don't want to see him. Tell him to leave. Despite those words, the door suddenly opened. He immediately showed an angry expression, saying, You. Ian walked in, speaking calmly to interrupt. This is an urgent matter, Your Highness. The two just looked at each other in silence for a moment. Ragnar frowned, looking disgusted. You say it's urgent? He replied, By His Majesty's order. We must conduct a test to see if you are under the influence of black magic. Since you were closest to the criminal, Herbert Leon, I ask for your cooperation. He immediately shouted in agitation. But today is the execution day of the Tower Master. And you say you will confirm if I am manipulated by the Tower Master's black magic? How long do you intend to humiliate me? Ian immediately replied, All officials, including members of the royal family, will undergo a similar test. Please be assured. Ragnar fell silent, feeling displeased. Finally, he blinked slightly and let out a long sigh. Ragnar slowly sat down in the chair. He turned his face elsewhere, then said coldly in an annoyed voice, Leave immediately once you are done. He stood in front of Ragnar, calmly saying, It won't take long. Ian tapped his staff lightly against his hand while explaining. You might feel a bit dizzy or nauseous, but that proves You are not affected by black magic, so there is no need to worry. He created a magic circle and chanted, "Great Dispel." Ragnar frowned slightly in discomfort. Ian noticed his trembling, and asked, "Are you alright?" He lowered his head and replied, "I feel terrible." After a while, he said, "I found no traces of black magic. Rest and you will feel better, so you don't need to worry." Ian bowed, placing his hand on his chest to salute Ragnar. "Then I shall take my leave." He turned on his heel, preparing to leave. After taking a few steps, suddenly he called out, "Wait." Ragnar, behind him, continued, "I have something to ask." Ian stood still as if waiting for him to continue. He hesitated slightly before asking, "You? Why do you serve my brother?" He turned back to look as Ragnar continued, "You are smart enough to understand what I mean. He believes that my brother is not suitable for the position of emperor. Do you know that many nobles and followers have turned their backs on him?" Ian did not rush, he simply replied slowly, I do not serve the crown prince," he said bluntly. Ragnar immediately showed a surprised expression. He stammered, asking back, "Wait, you mean?" Ian did not reply, only saying, "I will go now. Please rest, your highness." Just as he finished speaking, he decisively walked out the door. But then Ian suddenly stood in contemplation. His hands holding the staff suddenly trembled. He slightly raised his hand to look at it, thinking to himself. He looked at his hand, involuntarily shaking as he whispered to himself, "I once served Hayden, Green River." Ian recalled a moment from his past life. Having knelt before Ragnar, saying, "Because there is only one person." In front of him was that man with an arrogant expression. The memories continued. "I swore loyalty." Ian clenched his hand into a fist. He slowly looked up and told himself, "What I am about to do is revenge. It is also treason." In front of Ian now was the grand hallway, resembling the path ahead, shifting to when the sun had set. At this time in the mansion, a knock on the door suddenly rang out. The door slowly opened, revealing a figure. It was Delphin. He entered, noticing him sitting in thought. Delphin called out, "Your Highness." Ragnar did not answer immediately, but slowly asked, "Was the Tower Master executed?" He replied gently, "Yes." Images flashed back to the past, to the afternoon. Before him was the terrified look of Mr. Herbert. He continued, "At the execution site in Green Riverium Square. He was beheaded." Ragnar replied slowly, "Is that so?" He added, his voice tinged with melancholy, "I understand. You may leave." Delphin astutely realized and gently consoled him. "Please do not be sad, your highness." Ragnar laughed weakly. "Haha, sad." Then he suddenly approached. Delphin placed a letter on the table. He calmly slid it over for him to see. He asked quizzically, "What is this?" He said, "This guard requests permission to leave, your highness." Ragnar silently stared at the letter. Then he reached his hand toward the letter. Holding the letter in his hand, he silently read its contents. Ragnar smiled after reading it. He whispered, "There is still a chance." Shifting to another place, in the room of Emperor Terry. Green River. Ian and he sat opposite each other as he announced, "The survivors in Herbert Leon's spatial gate are being treated in a safe place. Testimonies from those still conscious in the ivory tower are being collected and investigated." He said calmly, "As for the assets he concealed, they are being recovered for the treasury." Ian continued, "The investigation into the black magic of those close to him has also shown no strange reactions to the test." Terry lifted the teacup in his hand, while voicing his praise. "You have done a lot of work, Ian." He put the teacup down and said, "I didn't expect Herbert to be that crazy." Terry rubbed his chin thoughtfully and blamed himself. "I also bear a large part of the responsibility, because I did not suspect his actions earlier." Ian replied, "I also did not notice. After all, he was a famous person. Frugal and upright." He put on a serious expression and evaluated, "I did not expect him to have this side behind his virtuous and gentle facade." Ian looked at him and continued, "From now on, I will continue to report on the Ivory Tower investigation and the progress of the black magic checks." Terry replied, "Good." He added, "Since things have turned out this way, I want to ask you one more question, may I?" Ian replied without hesitation, "Please speak, your majesty." Terry crossed his arms and asked seriously, "What do you want to do with the crown prince?" Ian's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He involuntarily did not know how to answer. Finally, he hesitated and asked back, "I do not understand your question." He immediately interrupted Ian, "No." Terry frowned and affirmed, "You understand." The two just looked at each other in silence for a while. Finally, Ian stammered, "I He spoke bluntly. I cannot swear loyalty to the crown prince. Terry was taken aback. He asked, you cannot swear loyalty? But then Ian continued. But I will cooperate. So that the crown prince can safely ascend the throne. He said seriously. And for him to always be a wise king in the future. I will try my best to help him. He rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment, then said. You cannot swear loyalty to the crown prince. But you will assist him. Terry thought a little more. Then he said, all right, that is enough. Terry picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and told the guard, open it. The guards carried in a strange long box. He looked at Ian and said, take it. This is the staff recovered when Herbert was arrested. The box opened to reveal the item inside. Terry added, I am sure you understand clearly. But the process of selecting a new ivory tower master is not that simple. Even if there is a clear heir, there is still a lot of work to be done. With those words, Ian just listened silently as he began to explain. Although the proper procedure to take over the ivory tower requires royal approval, he continued, but at times like this, we cannot leave the tower master position vacant for long. I decided it would be better to shorten the process. That is why I trust you with this staff. Terry put down the teacup and said, one more thing, Ian. I want to ask you a favor. Ian immediately replied, I await your command, your majesty. He narrowed his eyes and said, I think Ragnar will not give up, even though all those who helped him have fallen. His image was evoked, as he added, I know better than anyone his ambition and temperament. If Ragnar seizes the throne, there will definitely be bloodshed and many people will be sacrificed. Through those words, Ian contemplated in silence. He calmly stood up and said, however, as a father, I have caused him an incurable wound. Terry blamed himself, thinking that he will probably hate me until I die. He turned away and made a request, can you do it in my place? Terry turned to look at Ian, trustingly asking, can you stop him? Ian slowly reached out and took the staff. He knelt down as a sign of respect to the king, then replied, your servant obeys. Your majesty. He said, then I will entrust it to you. Ian Page, master of the ivory tower. Shifting to the afternoon scene at the ivory tower, the door slowly opened, and he calmly walked in. Everyone inside cheered, welcome Ian Page. He stared at the new chair. Ian's mind suddenly recalled Mr. Herbert's words, Ian. You know, I once wanted to be a hero. He looked out the window and continued pondering alone. Protect the empire. Become a mage. Save those who are weeping. Drifting to the image of him in a strangely desolate place. By my decision, I will have the power to command countless people. The power to truly protect the prosperity of the empire. And the people. People call that power authority. Ian's eyes became distant, thinking, authority. Then remembering his cruel past life. The thing you want to protect, even if you kill me. Ian looked out the window and told himself. I don't want to be a hero. He showed a solemn expression. What I want is simply. His face tensed up. To kill the one named Ragnar Greenriver. Ian thought further, a death worse than death. A death full of shame. That is my reason for living and what I will gift to you. My revenge. Shifting to Ragnar's location. He was still sitting alone pondering. Calculating something. His expression was pensive. As if preparing for the next plan. Hayden saw Ian and happily said, greetings, Tower Master. He looked tired in front of this crown prince. Ian said to him. This matter has not been announced yet. Please wait before calling me that. Hayden said, who cares? It's just us here anyway. He recounted, I can't believe it. The child who once begged to go to the old ivory tower 6 years ago is now the respected tower master. Hayden looked extremely impressed. He looked proud and said, just watching you grow up makes me feel satisfied. Ian thought to himself, when did I ever beg you? He whispered, Your Highness, you see. I am busy checking for black magic. Ian said, you were already checked the day before yesterday. Unless you feel something strange in your body, please leave. He replied disappointedly, come on, don't be a killjoy. You were so busy that I had to come personally. Hayden asked further, by the way, are you sure I'm okay? I've been feeling dizzy and nauseous all day. Ian replied, yes, everything is fine and you are very healthy. However, inside he thought. It's not that I wasn't suspicious. I also considered the possibility that he was influenced by black magic, which made him stupid like that. For Herbert, the one who wanted to put Ragnar on the throne, clearly the crown prince was a stumbling block. Eliminating him, by making him embarrass himself, and ruining oneself, is a very easy thing. But Ian looked at Hayden who was laughing carefree with him. Ian expressed dissatisfaction and told himself, He is just a natural-born idiot. Hayden spoke up, speaking of which. Next is my sister Haley, right? Ian immediately replied, yes, that is correct. He said, Ian, before I go, I must say this. Lately, that girl asks me about you a lot. It seems she is interested in you. Ian asked in surprise, Her Highness the Princess? Hayden replied. Yes, she asks things like what do you do in your free time? What do you like recently? What food do you like? Things like that. Ian was confused. Thinking, what is the use of her knowing that information? Hayden continued. But the problem is, although I am close to you, I cannot answer those questions. Because I don't know the answers. He walked out, turned back, and said, Tell Haley the answers when you see her. They are just small details, but she will like them. After speaking, Hayden walked out and closed the door. Ian stood pondering for a moment, thinking, mature. The Crown Prince has also matured a lot. His personality has become brighter. He is gradually improving. And he is hardworking too. Ian looked after Hayden and thought, if he is guided correctly, he might become an emperor, who rules wisely. Someone knocked on the door from outside. He said, yes, please come in. A girl walked in, it was Haley Greenriver. She said, long time no see, Sir Ian. He immediately greeted her, Your Highness, how are you? Haley replied in a gentle voice, thanks to you, I am well. Ian invited her to sit, that's good. Please sit down. Suddenly Haley stood hesitating and stuttering. She caused the space to become silent. He realized Haley was using magic. Ian said, this is a second circle spell. Soundproof. Isolate sound from the surroundings. Have you reached the second circle already? She replied shyly. Actually. Haley held up 3 fingers. He asked in surprise, third circle? Haley replied, yes, my teacher said so. Ian immediately congratulated her. Congratulations. I didn't expect you to reach the third circle. He smiled. Ian asked carefully, so what do you want to tell me? After casting the silence spell, she hesitantly said, Sir, Ian. Haley wondered, what should I do from now on? He asked back, please explain further. She said, I don't know where to start. Ian saw that and said in a serious tone, then. Let me ask you a question first. Why do you hide the fact that you are a mage? Haley was silent. She stammered, that is. Haley seemed hesitant to give an answer. She said, that was my father's idea. Haley recounted, when I turned 12, the person who checked my mana reaction was Mage Kevin. Sir Kevin discovered that I had the talent of a mage. He didn't immediately report it to the Ivory Tower, but reported it to my father. You know, being an imperial mage means giving up status and becoming part of the Ivory Tower, even if that person belongs to the royal family. Father didn't want me to become a member of the Ivory Tower. He wanted me to remain a member of the royal family. Since then, Sir Kevin was ordered to keep silent about my aptitude as a mage. And I have spent this life fulfilling the duties of a princess. But one day I realized inside me there is a desire for magic that I cannot erase. Ian immediately asked, so you secretly studied magic and then told me? He thought to himself, Kevin was one of the few people who supported the crown prince in the past life. The princess is lucky. Haley said, at first, I just wanted to help my brother. Back then, no one was on his side. She reasoned, but it's different now. He has you, who is my goal. And Swordmaster Oliver. Most importantly, he is now on the right track. Ian asked to clarify, to sum up. Basically you have no goal left, right? She replied to him, something like that. I, someone who studies magic illegally, am wondering if I am getting in my brother's way. Ian smiled, he walked closer to Haley and said, this problem is simple. She asked in surprise, what? Ian slowly said, Haley, live your life. That is all. He emphasized. Not the life of a royal family member, but your own life, Your Highness. She looked troubled and said, I'm not sure about that. Ian continued. Origin does not decide how anyone lives. If you only do what others say, then your life will fall into the hands of others. Haley silently pondered. He explained. And gradually you will forget yourself, wandering aimlessly with regret and emptiness. Ian spoke while relating to his own self. Ian offered an opinion. So I suggest you should choose for yourself, Your Highness. From now on, I hope you will make your own decisions to move forward. He suggested with a respectful attitude, I am sure you will find your own way of living. Haley replied gently, Sir Ian. She asked him back. Have you found the life you want? Ian froze upon hearing that. He struggled to come up with a suitable answer. Finally, Ian replied, I don't know. He blamed himself. It seems I made a rude remark. Haley hurriedly reassured him in a rushed voice, not at all. She said, actually, Ian, you are the first person to tell me that. Because I was always forced to fulfill the duties of a princess. I couldn't even imagine any other life. Haley looked appreciative and said, thank you for encouraging me, Sir Ian. He looked at her and smiled. Ian stood up and said, if your highness continues to study magic, the study will help the path you choose in the future. Since you have improved so fast, you will develop even more in the future. Haley looked shy and said softly, that is why I want to ask Sir Ian a favor. He was surprised. She hesitated, Sir Ian. Can you teach me magic? He asked back in surprise, huh? Wasn't it decided that Brother Kevin would teach you? Haley replied in a helpless voice. About that? Kevin said. He has nothing left to teach me. Kevin refused to continue teaching because of his schedule? No, I apologize, Your Highness, he is only a second circle mage. Suddenly she clasped her hands and begged. Please, Sir Ian. Please become my master. He pondered in confusion. Ian started calculating. He thought, clearly the princess is very talented. The third circle is innate. Something that cannot be achieved just by the help of others. Her potential can match the royal mage of the fifth circle in the past, Mitchell. Green River. Ian analyzed silently. Only a few people can realize. The princess has the aptitude of a mage. If she becomes a high-level mage, it might be useful for the future. He replied, I agree. Haley looked happy and asked, really? Ian added, but I have one condition. Whenever I need help, Your Highness must also help me. She smiled and replied, of course. Even if it is a difficult request, I will help Sir Ian with all my might. He asked, you answered without any hesitation. Aren't you going to ask what my request is? Haley showed great trust and replied, because I trust Sir Ian. Hearing that, he felt extremely happy inside. Ian looked awkward. He replied in a casual tone, very good. He said, we will discuss studying magic later. For now, let's conduct a checkup. She immediately replied, okay. After a while of checking, he diagnosed. It seems there are no signs of black magic. You can stand up now. Haley looked tired and stood unsteadily. Ian said, you might feel a bit dizzy. Please take it slowly. She replied in a weak voice, okay, thank you. Suddenly Haley lost her balance. She fell onto him. Ian immediately asked, are you okay? Shall I call someone else to help? Haley shyly replied, no, I'm fine. Both were silent for a moment, then he asked, Your Highness. Ian answered the questions that Hayden told him to answer when meeting Haley. Oh, normally when I'm done at the Ivory Tower, I spend most of my time reading books and researching spells. In the laboratory. Because of Douglas. I am also interested in alchemy. Ian continued, I am not very picky with food. But I don't really like spicy things. She asked shyly, Sir Ian. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? He replied frankly, the Crown Prince mentioned your curiosity. Haley panicked and said loudly, it's not a big deal. But my brother told you? Ian looked confused and replied softly, yes. She looked extremely shy. Haley ran away saying, then take care, Sir Ian. She ran straight out and slammed the door. He stood there thinking, huh? Did I do something wrong? News about the incident with Tower Master Herbert Leon, a fifth circle mage, spread widely throughout the empire and shocked the people. Responding to this matter, Emperor Terry Greenriver of the Empire personally commanded the entire investigation into black magic and raised the empire's alert level. Ian Page, the young high-ranking mage, chosen as the next master of the Ivory Tower, conducted a thorough investigation into all matters related to black magic and appeased the people's anger. The name of the beheaded man, Herbert Leon, was recorded as the most evil criminal in the history of the empire, and some nobles who supported Herbert Leon turned their backs on the fifth Prince Ragnar, then began to pay special attention to the actions of the new Ivory Tower master. At Ian's house, he was enjoying his early morning tea when he saw something on the table. Ian asked, what is this? On the table were many letters. Lidio said, these are all party invitations sent to you. Ian looked tired and said, Hayes, the black magic incident isn't even settled yet. These people are truly carefree. He asked, you don't intend to read them? Ian replied, I don't plan to go anyway. Lidio said, but I think you should read them. Ian asked, what are they? He said, they are marriage proposal letters sent to you. Hearing that, Ian spat out the tea in his mouth. Lidio said, a person known as Count Jair wants you to become engaged to his eldest daughter who just turned 12. and hold the wedding when she comes of age in 5 years. Ian thought helplessly, she just turned 12? What kind of lunatic is that? He laughed and said, ha 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 ha, you are an adult now. It's not strange for people to discuss marriage with you. Lidio continued, as the youngest High Mage and the next master of the Ivory Tower. I am certain there will be many more matters regarding your marriage. Ian scratched his head and said, these nobles probably just want to use me to gain political power. He expressed dissatisfaction, saying, I can't believe it. He would exploit his own 12-year-old daughter for a political marriage. He must be insane. Lidio laughed and replied, I agree with that. Anyway, finding a wonderful life partner is also a matter of nature. He gathered the letters and said, then I will help you decline these letters. Ian thanked him, good, please help me do that. Thank you, Uncle Lidio. Lidio said, it's nothing. I'm sure you are busy investigating black magic, so I have to help you with these things. To be allowed to stay here, right? Ian was silent for a moment. He put the teacup on the table and said, speaking of which, it seems I haven't thanked you properly. He stared at Ian in surprise. He continued, showing a respectful attitude. Thank you for protecting my mother, Lidio. He sat still for a moment. Lidio cracked a smile. He said, ha 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 ha, it's nothing. Actually, if you think about it carefully, the manna trap you set up in the mansion was what dealt with those suspicious people. And I also promised to protect Mrs. Page with my life, didn't I? Ha 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 ha. Hearing that, Ian felt reassured. He said, then there is something I want to help you with. Ian asked. Which mage injected manna into your body, causing you to suffer from manna poisoning? Please tell me that person's name, or anything you remember about his appearance. Lidio was confused. He emphasized, I will definitely hunt him down and punish him appropriately. He hesitated and said, about that. Lidio scratched his face and said, I don't remember. He asked in surprise, come on. He recounted, it happened in the dark. And there were many mages who hated me. When I was young, I made a living by alchemy in the capital, so I don't know who it was. Actually, there was a time I really hated mages. Whenever I thought I could suddenly die and leave Douglas behind. Ironically, I almost died because of bandits before getting manna poisoning. But now I met you and won't die from manna poisoning anymore. My future and Douglas's are more important, so I forgot all that hatred. Of course, I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. Ian was silent after hearing that. He suddenly spoke. Lidio, I have never seen my father's face. Ian walked while speaking. He went missing before I was born. No one knows if he is alive or not. He smiled and said, but after meeting and living with you, I know. Ian looked at him and said, if I had a father, he would be like this. He said, I think I understand why Douglas is always mystic and cheerful, as well as why my mother is healthier. It is all thanks to the medicine you made. Ian looked concerned. He said, in the future, the time I spend away from my mother will increase. Ian implored, I hope you will always keep your promise to protect my mother. Lidio immediately accepted. Of course I will do that, Ian. He looked at the clock and said, it's almost time. Suddenly Douglas opened the door, came in, and called, Leader. He held a bottle of medicine and said, I did it. The cure for manna poisoning from Landier's flower. Douglas said, I must quickly give it to Dad. Dad? He saw Lidio sitting there. Douglas asked, why are you here, Dad? I wanted to surprise you with this. He was surprised. You created the cure for manna poisoning? Ian, what does this mean? Ian explained. I searched in the library, where only the Tower Master is allowed to enter, and tested the method to harvest Landier's flower. It is a high-level magic that allows stopping the time of an object. Luckily, it worked on plants. Lidio walked over to Douglas, staring at him. He burst into tears and said, thank you, son. Thank you, Ian. Thus, the father and son hugged each other, looking very happy. Douglas told Ian, Leader, I will become an alchemist who can create cures for critical diseases, so that no one has to suffer like Dad anymore. Ian smiled. Douglas looked appreciative and said to Ian, thank you, Leader. Someone walked in and said, you are the last one remaining. Dragon Ian Avantis stood listening silently. Mitchell Greenriver said to him, the barrier covering the world, humans, and the dragon race is closing. He said, the dragon race brought chaos and destruction to this world. And the price to pay for that sin is extremely high. Mitchell believed that, until you die, you must bear the sins that your race has caused. He used his own blood to seal the dragon Ian. Evantus said that, you are not allowed to step foot out of this land. Forever. The seal was established. Michael stood watching. Returning to reality, at Ragnar's house. He appeared surprised and said, it really looks exactly alike. In front of Ragnar was a guy with an appearance identical to him. Ragnar said, the paper wrote that I must wait for someone to come here. But I didn't think it would turn out like this. He asked the other guy, but how do I get out of here? Ragnar said, Ian Page has covered this place with the ivory tower's magic to monitor me. So I don't think that I can fool them just by disguising as myself. The other guy immediately said, you don't need to worry about that. The Pontiff has more power than the current ivory tower master. Ragnar was surprised. The Pontiff? The other guy said, you will know more details when you have a private audience with the Pontiff. This guy took out a mana book. A teleportation gate was created. Ragnar confusedly asked, what is that? The other guy said, please enter. That is a gate to help you get out of the capital. He asked, a gate? Inside the gate, a hand reached out, it was Delphin. He called out, Your Highness. Please take my hand. Ragnar surprisingly called, Sir Delphin? He broke into a sweat. Ragnar took his hand and entered. Both came outside. He asked, how can you cast that magic? Even though not even Herbert Leon was capable of casting it. Delphin said, there is nothing surprising. He said, Your Highness. Do you really think that Herbert Leon could rise to the position of Ivory Tower Master solely by his own strength? Delphin continued. Although he possessed great power, he was only focused on seeking advancement. For his position, he was someone who would have been eliminated sooner or later anyway. We are now more at leisure, thanks to him ruining himself. Ragnar thought for a moment. He said, the world is vast. You might think that this world is a place dominated by a few chosen ones, and you are among them? Even the Emperor was not chosen. He vaguely asked, chosen? Delphin immediately said, that's right. The Pontiff thinks that you are the perfect candidate for the position of ruler. He said, the perfect ruler is someone who will eliminate the ignorant elements and bring progressive concepts to the world. Delphin affirmed, you are also the one who inherited the bloodline that opens the way for the new world. The Pontiff has also been waiting for this day for a long time. Ragnar confusedly thought, what the hell is this? He pondered, is there someone with magic more powerful than both Herbert and Ian Page? How can such a person exist? I have heard about the existence of a sect that does not follow the country's common beliefs. But I didn't think that the captain of the Imperial Knights and the Ivory Tower Master were also involved. Are they plotting to change the nation's beliefs? Do they also intend to use a royal like me as a tool to execute that? Ragnar thought this was an opportunity. In the current situation, I need to seize every opportunity to consolidate power there. Even if it's not a very good thing. He thought of the throne. To do that, I need to utilize everything possible for the purpose of reclaiming my rightful throne. Both stopped. Delphin announced, we have arrived, Your Highness. Ahead was an ancient castle. He said, please follow me. This place was hazy. The space was quiet, only the sound of the wind could be heard. Ragnar asked, where is this? Delphin replied, this is the castle where the dragon race used to live. He recounted that 300 years ago, this place was wiped off the face of the earth because it was sealed by the isolation magic of the ivory tower. Not long after the isolation magic gradually weakened, humans found this place. Ragnar felt uneasy. He asked, why did you bring me here? Delphin silently walked on. Another group of people appeared and greeted, here you are. They showed respect and said in unison, we pay our respects to Your Highness. Ragnar observed these people. He was silent for a moment. Ragnar asked them, are you all nobles? I see quite a few familiar faces here. Delphin explained, because this is an important moment. When the progressive concepts of the world begin, I could only gather the most prestigious members within the capital. He immediately said, however, I think you missed the most important part. The purpose for which you gathered here and whom you serve. Since I am in the same boat as you, shouldn't I also know? He immediately replied, you will know soon. Delphin looked towards the gate and said, the Pontiff is waiting for you inside. The gate opened, and Ragnar walked in. He looked astonished to witness what existed inside. Inside was the dragon Ian Evantus waiting for Ragnar. He had an imposing and majestic appearance. Those people immediately knelt down, bowing, they chanted, The only remaining descendant, the last dragon. Ragnar was startled upon hearing that. He pondered, so that is their leader. Dragonian Avantis spoke in a majestic voice. You must have many questions. About who I am and why I invited you here. He introduced himself, I am the Dragonian Avantis. The last Dragonian in this land. Ragnar was stunned upon hearing that, thinking, weren't they destroyed 300 years ago? Creatures that can cast the most powerful spells. His appearance is quite similar to the records of the dragon race. Is that what the only descendant of dragons looks like? He curled his lips, you look very confused. It is true that in the war 300 years ago, our species was defeated and exterminated by humans. Except for me. That is the truth. Your ancestor, Mitchell Greenriver, cast a powerful seal, using his own blood, to prevent me from taking a single step outside. I have always been waiting for this moment. Dragonian Avantis stared at Ragnar and said, his bloodline. Mitchell Greenriver's seal. To break the seal, I need the blood of his descendant. Ragnar wondered, wouldn't it be easier to kill me? And use my blood to break the seal? Why do you have to make this offer? He laughed and replied, you are too savage, Prince. I just thought it would be beneficial for me to make you the emperor. He continued, I will eliminate the old habits and start a new era of absolutism. This deal could be the root of a grand plan. Dragonian Avantis looked sinister and said, the foundation for a peaceful world, where the dragon race and humans can coexist. Ragnar asked, so you mean you will use me as a tool? He predicted, and if I refuse, you will kill me? Right while the impostor is in my room? He immediately replied, I have no intention of harming you if you refuse. I will just erase your memories and send you back. He looked down at the seal lines and continued, but the reason I chose you is that I am sure you will not refuse this opportunity. Ragnar was silent. He clenched his fist and said, promise me. Ragnar looked serious. He continued, that after making me emperor, you will not betray me. He smiled, I promise. Ragnar took the knife Delphin brought and said, very well. Ragnar immediately used the knife to cut his arm and dripped his blood onto the floor. Ragnar said, I accept your offer. Ragnar's blood immediately flowed, spreading to the area with the seal lines. The whole area glowed brightly, the seal was gradually dissolved. Dragonian Avantis and Ragnar looked at each other. Dragonian Avantis smiled sinfully, he. He laughed loudly. Thank you, Prince. He put on his coat. Dragonian Avantis slowly walked out and said, I should blend in with humans, shouldn't I? He stared at Ragnar and said, your face is full of fear. Dragonian Avantis said, there is nothing to fear, Prince. I will not harm you. He said, I have a feeling we will become good friends. He walked over and took a cloak. Dragonian Avantis put the cloak on himself and said, now, finally, I can taste the outside world. After all this time. Switching scenes to Haley. Our beautiful princess also has moments of insecurity and worry. The thing she is thinking about is really important to her. Suddenly, a not-so-cheerful sound rang out. She unintentionally blurted out a question. Why hasn't he met me yet? Haley clasped her hands together, she exclaimed again. Did he forget me? The maid standing behind her was suddenly a bit confused. She hesitated for a few seconds and then slowly replied. That's not it, princess. He's probably just a bit busy with the black magic investigation recently. Hearing these words from her close maid, Haley quickly regained her spirits. A bright smile blossomed on her lips. That's right, he is quite busy after all. Haley thought to herself. Right, that must be it. But only a few seconds passed. She could no longer deceive herself. She fell into a state of confusion again. The maid stood behind, but she dared not speak. The quiet space at this moment was extremely heavy, covering the whole room. Immediately, a loud sound rang out, tearing through this atmosphere. Two other maids appeared with panicked faces. Princess. Looking at their hurried appearance. Haley looked at them and asked, what is it? Did something happen? The two maids simultaneously clenched their hands and answered in unison. The time has come. That person is here. The maid on the left spoke quickly first. He has finally arrived. Then followed by the maid on the right. Please, princess, just wear a formal dress. Don't put on a cloak. They again shouted in unison with great harmony. Surian Page has arrived. Although not knowing if it was true or not. But upon hearing his name, Haley's face turned red. She slowly asked again. As if wanting to confirm, he is here. She clenched her hands with a flustered look and screamed, help me. A while later, she quickly entered the main palace. Magnificent and grand inside the castle. Those exquisite bow-adorned high heels walked fast. In a chaotic rhythm, Haley tried to walk very fast. Because perhaps she couldn't wait another moment. Arriving at the main door, she hurriedly asked the maids, "How is my hair? Is it messy?" Haley took a deep breath. Phew. The maids raised their hands high as if cheering for her. The maid in the black dress reassured her, "Please don't worry, princess. You look extremely radiant today." The other two maids also agreed in unison. "That's right." Haley turned back to look at them. She said, "Then see you later." They replied together, "You can do it, princess." Then the door opened. Inside was Ian with an extremely elegant appearance. At this moment, he placed his hand on his chest as if bowing to her, accompanying the classic greeting, "Long time no see, princess." She was shy, her hands clasping each other tightly. Haley's face turned redder and redder. She dared not look straight at Ian. Her embarrassed eyes finally stopped at the floor. She slowly said, "I thought you forgot." Ian smiled gently and replied, "Please forgive your servant. I have been a bit busy lately." Haley replied hurriedly, "It's okay. Thank you for coming." She smiled a silly smile and said, "You look great in this formal outfit." He replied, "I thank you." A bit of shyness exuded from Ian's face. First of all, I think we should go to another place. More suitable for practicing." He explained further, "There are too many prying eyes in the palace. If anyone sees me meeting the princess, there will be many unpleasant rumors." Ian feared it would affect the princess. He continued, "After all, it is the public opinion." Haley was a bit touched. She said, "Sure. Let's decide on that." He continued, "Then, allow me to take the princess to another place." He held out his hand towards the princess. Ian shyly asked her, "May I hold the princess's hand for a moment? Is that okay?" Haley replied in regret, "Excuse me." Haley suddenly asked again, "Hold my hand?" Ian shyly explained, "I will take us via teleportation magic." At this moment, Haley's stunned face looked really funny. Haley asked him, "Is that the teleportation magic I've heard about?" At this moment, Haley's stunned face looked really funny. It turned out that the one overthinking was her. Haley asked him, "Is that the teleportation magic I've heard about?" She slowly placed her hand on Ian's hand. He considerately instructed, "The princess will feel a bit dizzy." Ian held her small, lovely hands, saying affectionately, "Please concentrate." A light suddenly flashed. A picturesque scene appeared. Majestic high mountain ranges lay close to each other. Haley panicked and exclaimed, "This place." Ian replied to her, "These are hills located on the outskirts of the capital. This is a place where people rarely pass by." He explained further, "Because the range of teleportation magic of the sixth circle is not wide, I decided to teleport here. This place is spacious and airy, so it is the perfect place to practice magic." Looking at her bewildered look, Ian said the last few words, "Princess." Haley at this moment had not yet regained her composure. She began to exclaim, "I have never left the palace before." Speaking of this, Haley's eyes suddenly sparkled more than ever. This perhaps only happens in dreams. Looking at the flock of birds flying freely across that vast sky, she said a sentence as if expressing gratitude. "But after holding your hand, that dream immediately became reality." Haley happily smiled a truly happy smile. She said loudly, "Magic is truly an incredibly wonderful thing." Saying that, Haley turned back to look at that elegant face of Ian. Speaking of this, involuntarily, in his mind, he thought of the image of a woman. Although she had a beautiful appearance, she sat silently on a chair, in front of a large window. But then that image disappeared. Ian answered Haley, "The princess is right." A gentle smile blossomed on his lips. "Magic is truly wonderful." Haley's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Ian. Shyly, she asked, "So, you must have seen me practicing magic in the royal sanctuary already?" His gaze was still directed at Haley's face. "Yes. I was touring the palace and walked into that place. I hid in the corner because your highness and the royal mage. It was when I entered that I saw." She suddenly turned around to face me, her eyes wide open, revealing her curiosity as she asked, "But why did you enter that place? There were supposed to be guards in that area." Ian stammered, "I was just young and curious." She couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if childhood memories came rushing back. The smile made her eyes squint happily. "I understand. When I was young, I explored the restricted areas in the royal palace with my brother and got scolded a few times." Haley, with eyes both mischievous and warm, looked at Ian brightly. She made a deal with him, that I will turn a blind eye to you entering the royal sanctuary, since you also ignored the fact that I study magic. Haley continued to tease him. Now we are comrades. In the same boat, aren't we? Ian's expression was full of helplessness at Haley's playfulness. He whispered, yes. Suddenly she lowered her voice seriously. Speaking of which, my brother is holding a birthday party. You will attend too, right, Ian? He silently closed his eyes tight as if concentrating, thinking about something, then said decisively, I have received the invitation, but I do not intend to attend it. Haley's tone became astonished, asking why. My brother will surely be very disappointed. Ian had his own concerns about his background, and didn't want to hear the gossip, so he decided to decline. Ian pondered, his voice carrying a bit of heaviness. The Crown Prince's birthday party is attended only by those of high status. Although I have been promoted to Tower Master, my background is that of a commoner, so the nobles will definitely cause an uproar if I attend. Ian told himself he must take responsibility for the mission he has to carry. Ian took a deep breath and continued. The powerful force that the previous Tower Master built over the years will not easily collapse. They will keep an eye on me. He paused for a moment. Everything that the previous Tower Master worked hard to build will be threatened. Ian cautiously continued, until the Crown Prince secures his position in politics and high society, and safely inherits the throne by his own strength. I think I should focus on fulfilling my role as Tower Master. Hearing this, Haley lowered her head, no longer looking at Ian. The space between them suddenly fell silent. She said softly in a pensive voice, I understand. Suddenly, Haley's eyes were full of determination, making him stunned for a moment. Every word she uttered came from a steel will inside. Then I must also be determined to fulfill my role as a princess. I will make the nobles who oppose my brother in high society unable to make a move. Haley turned to look at Ian with sparkling eyes, her voice hesitant. Haley expressed her determination. I will also study magic hard. She smiled at Ian, her eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness as she asked for help. Master. Can I call you that when it's just the two of us? Ian smiled lightly, his affectionate gaze directed at her. Ian's voice was warm. Yes, you can call me whatever you like. Elsewhere, twilight covered the fifth prince's palace. Ragnar's voice rang out, that is my plan. Evantus sat calmly leaning back in his chair. His calm face spoke, in short. Before dealing with that mage named Ian Page, we must eliminate the Crown Prince first. Ragnar's eyes were sharp and cold as he said, that's right. Currently, some nobles and commoners are paying special attention to what the successor Tower Master, Ian Page, is doing. The large room was terrifyingly quiet. Although Ian Page has outstanding magical talent, he is still just a young mage who has just come of age. He lacks experience and was born a commoner, so he does not have much influence in politics. There are quite a few nobles and vassals who are unhappy about Ian becoming the Ivory Tower Master. Ragnar's eyes were steadfast, secretly smug with his calculations. He continued, if the Crown Prince he supports falls, he will be at a disadvantage, and we will naturally be able to eliminate him. Delphin maintained a serious expression, his voice ringing out decisively. We will need a puppet to execute this plan. Ragnar nodded in agreement, but his gaze flickered with hesitation. He replied thoughtfully, right, I haven't decided on a suitable person yet. He looked at Ragnar with confident eyes, placed one hand on his chest, in a neat and solemn posture, and said, will you trust me with that task? I know someone very suitable for this plan. Ragnar looked at Delphin and affirmed firmly. I should completely trust and entrust this responsibility to you. I will leave it to you, Sir Delphin. Everything had been discussed. He and the group quickly left. At this moment, in the large room, only Ragnar and Evantus remained. The atmosphere was quiet, with nothing left to discuss. He spoke up, then I will be going too. Ragnar suddenly called out, Mr. Evantus. Ragnar took a quick step towards Evantus, hurrying to stop him. I have a question for you. Facing Evantus's questioning look, Ragnar didn't let him wait long and went straight to the point. With your power, you could seize the rule of the Empire even without using me. If it is to propagate doctrine and build order, there are many ways for you to achieve your goal. Ragnar did not stop, but continued to pour out the doubts in his heart, wanting to know the reason. He asked, why did you ask me to cooperate with you? He calmly and slowly replied, I need to find someone. Hearing this, Ragnar's eyes were full of questions. He hastily asked, who? Ragnar's face remained cold. The last remaining ancestor on this land. The dragon that controls time, the gold dragon. All Dragonians search for and aspire to be like him. Ragnar broke out in a cold sweat, his voice bewildered. Isn't that just a creature of imagination and legends? Seeing the surprise clearly on Ragnar's face, Evantus maintained his inherent calm expression, his eyes unwavering as he replied casually, most humans in this era think so. But dragons have existed and still exist. We cannot find him, because he lives in places we cannot reach. However, if a great disaster befalls this land, the gold dragon will surely appear. At this moment, Ragnar began to understand what he was implicitly implying. His voice blurted out hesitantly, "You mean chaos is?" Evantus did not speak at length, just uttering one word, war. Ragnar was shocked to hear that word, but he kept his composure. He quickly asked Evantus, "Don't tell me that the war started by the dragon race 300 years ago was to lure the gold dragon out?" He replied briefly and firmly, "Correct." Evantus's usually calm face changed slightly as he spoke. His voice contained resentment, saying, as that person said, "We are not descendants of dragons, so he helped the humans. You agreed that the fact that Michelle Greenriver was capable of destroying Dragonians, who are much stronger than humans, is very unreasonable, isn't it?" Ragnar was still very bewildered by this information. Every word spoken was filled with skepticism. But there are no records of dragons in world history. Even the records stating the reason Michelle Greenriver could destroy Dragonians attribute it to the magic he developed alone in the ivory tower. Evantus took a deep breath, feeling a bit helpless, and said, "That person always erased all connections with the world and disappeared without a trace, as if he did not exist in this world." Evantus's eyes suddenly sparkled, his voice both firm and emotional. "But as a Dragonian carrying the blood of a dragon, I can feel him. I can feel his existence." Ragnar leaned in, slightly turning back towards him, and boldly asked, "So you intend to make me emperor and declare war?" Evantus's face was now completely different. Looking very smug, he laughed and said, "Yes, that is my intention. But this is not a bad thing for you." He emphasized seriously, unifying the continent. Evantus emphasized the importance of the potential threat, while urging Ragnar to recognize the responsibility and danger. He said seriously, "Isn't that what your ancestors desired? If war breaks out, that person will appear to settle the chaos in this land. I must find that person." Facing him, Ragnar's eyes were full of questions and wariness. He asked, "What do you intend to do after finding the gold dragon?" Evantus did not answer Ragnar's question directly, but instead showed a tired expression and replied, "It feels like we've been talking for too long." Immediately after, he stood up and said, "Don't worry, I intend to go along with your plan." A peaceful morning at the Royal Knight's Tower was suddenly shattered when Paul's panicked voice rang out, "What? Is that true?" At this moment, the knight, with an elegant and calm face, replied, "It's true, Vice Captain. You are ordered to go to the captain's room immediately." The captain of the Royal Knights. Paul was confused. He lowered his face, as if trying to understand what was happening, then asked himself, "Why is that scary Delphin calling me? I haven't gotten into any trouble lately." Paul quickly regained his composure. After a moment of confusion, he smiled, patted the other knight's shoulder, and said, "I'll go right away. Thanks for the news." Paul quickly left. Standing before Sir Delphin's room, he stopped at the door, trying to compose himself to face him. Delphin suddenly ordered, "Come in." Paul appeared before him, asking with a serious posture, "You called for me, Captain?" Delphin stood up and said seriously, "You, Paul Lance, come over here." He didn't hesitate for another second. The atmosphere became tense. Delphin went straight to the point, his voice deep and decisive. "I heard that the reason High Mage Helen attacked the Crown Prince earlier was because she was under black magic." Delphin maintained that serious look and asked, "I received a report stating that security has been tightened, but is everything still okay so far?" Paul replied immediately, "Yes, there are no problems at all right now. The knights have raised their alert level and protected the safety of the Crown Prince more tightly." "Good. The Crown Prince is our future king. His safety is the top priority." He continued, "I have had many opportunities to speak directly with Captain Oliver, but I think this is the first time we have spoken like this." Delphin asked seriously but sincerely, "You have been appointed vice captain for some time now. I wonder if I have done anything to make you uncomfortable?" Paul's voice was a bit rushed but sincere. "I am very honored that you called for me." Delphin smiled with satisfaction and said, "That is good." He slowly walked closer to Paul, his voice deep but full of authority, asking him about what he had heard. That your swordsmanship is second only to Captain Oliver, the one who was awarded the title of Swordmaster. Delphin said, "You are truly very talented. Possessing talent acknowledged by His Majesty, the Crown Prince, and Captain Oliver." He was a bit embarrassed, his cheeks turning red at the praise as he humbly replied, "I am still lacking in many ways." He looked at Paul, seemingly understanding immediately his shyness and humility, so he immediately said, "There is no need to be humble, because your recognized talent made you the vice captain." Delphin walked closer to Paul and recounted thoughtfully, "When Captain Oliver proposed you, a child, who was an orphan and a commoner from the northern border, as vice captain of the Royal Knights." Delphin stopped and said bluntly, "I thought he was crazy." He looked directly into Paul's face, frankly revealing his skepticism about him. In his past thoughts, he said pensively, "I doubted the reason he chose someone without a good background to become a member of the Royal Knights, protecting the Emperor." Delphin's face was full of annoyance now. He said frankly, "I couldn't believe he would just let a guy into the noble and prestigious Royal Knights. I simply couldn't stand watching it anymore." Delphin continued, "Therefore." Suddenly, Evantus appeared right behind Delphin. Paul was startled. His hand immediately went to his side, preparing to draw his weapon. His voice rang out tensely, "Who are you? How long have you been there?" But Paul was controlled by Evantus's magic. He realized he couldn't move. He spoke, ordering Paul, "You must become the foundation for a great empire." Switching scenes to a green forest. The air was fresh, birds were singing, mixed with the sound of clashing swords. From Hayden and Oliver practicing. Oliver said, "Right, very good. Please keep your balance in that stance." When Oliver realized Hayden couldn't hold on much longer, he immediately reminded, "Your Highness, wait a moment." The sword in Hayden's hand fell. Oliver smiled at him and said, "Your Highness, let's stop here for today." "Thank you, Captain." Hayden slumped down on the grass. He was exhausted, panting as he said, "I don't think I'm suited for swordsmanship." Oliver smiled lightly, his warm and encouraging eyes directed at Hayden. His voice full of belief, he said, "That's not true. You are definitely better at using a sword than most other people." Oliver continued, "You are improving faster than Tower Master Ian." Hearing that, Hayden immediately perked up, eyes wide open. "What? I'm improving faster than Ian?" Oliver nodded gently, admitting, "Yes. I taught Ian for 5 years and sparred with him." Suddenly Hayden got angry like a sulking child. Face flushed, he pointed the sword at Oliver. "Although no one can catch up to his magic, let's stop here for today." Oliver calmly soothed him. He smiled and said, "But honestly, he has no talent for swordsmanship." Oliver's eyes lit up with mischief, looking like a child. As he reminded and teased Hayden, he smiled and said, "Please keep the fact that he learned swordsmanship from me a secret, okay?" Hayden burst out laughing in delight and surprise, saying, "I can't believe it. That perfect Ian actually has something he's not good at." As soon as the laughter stopped, Hayden's cheeks flushed pink, shy with happiness as he thought, "I finally have something I'm better at than Ian." He whispered, "I see. There is something I am better at than Ian." Hayden was happy and excited. He determinedly said loudly to Oliver, "All right, from now on, I will work even harder. Until I surpass you, Swordmaster." Suddenly, Hayden looked into the distance. He looked in that direction and asked in confusion, "Hey Captain, is something wrong with the vice captain?" Oliver realized it was Paul. With sad eyes, he told Hayden about Paul's situation. "He speaks much less and seems sad. I noticed and asked him. But he said everything is fine." Hayden sighed and told Oliver, "Continue to keep an eye on him." He fussily ordered, "Don't be too strict with him." The role of a commander is also to listen to the worries of his subordinates and care for their mental state. Oliver happily agreed and replied, "I will keep that in mind, Your Highness." Right now at the royal palace, preparations were underway for Prince Hayden's birthday party. In the banquet hall, servants were constantly running back and forth to get ready for the royal party. When it was almost time, Oliver hurriedly entered and reminded him, "Your Highness, the party is about to start." Hayden, having just finished preparing, replied, "All right, I'm coming, Captain." However, as always, Hayden's face clearly showed gloom. He complained again, "I always feel nervous at parties." Remembering the times Ian got angry at him, "You must consolidate your position yourself." Hayden sighed and said, "Ian isn't coming either, that heartless guy." Seeing the prince in low spirits, Oliver spoke up to encourage him. "You are the main character of today's party. Your Highness. You must stand tall with pride and confidence." The nobles are the ones who should feel nervous. Not you. Hearing those words from the captain maid, Hayden suddenly realized the truth. The corner of his lips lifted in a faint smile as he replied, right. Hayden immediately regained his high spirits. He laughed while patting Oliver's back, saying, and I also have the swordmaster. Oliver going with me, who is very reliable. Just as the two of them were happily talking, Haley walked over from somewhere and called, brother. Seeing his sister, Hayden immediately replied, Haley? She appeared. In a beautiful blue dress. From the design to the material, everything enhanced her royal aura. Before that splendor, Hayden did not spare any words of praise. You look very beautiful today. Haley happily replied. Thank you, brother. I made an effort to dress up. Because today is your birthday party. Then Hayden made a joke. It's a pity Ian isn't here today. He should see you when you are this pretty. Hearing him mention Ian, Haley said awkwardly, what are you saying, brother? Then Haley continued to question. How could you tell him what I asked you before? To Sir Ian? I was so embarrassed. But she stopped speaking there. Because today was a special day, Haley took a deep breath, then, using her affectionate eyes and gentle voice, she said to her brother, Happy birthday, brother. I am always proud of my hardworking brother. Not stopping there, she also stomped her foot on the ground and showed a determined attitude, saying loudly, I will crush the high society nobles who dare to badmouth you. So don't worry about them. Seeing that lovely action of his sister, made Hayden burst into happy laughter. Thank you, Haley. Finally, it was time for the two of them to go inside. Hayden said, let's go inside. Yes. Just as Haley finished replying, she linked arms with her brother. After a while, when the party started, the servant announced, Crown Prince Hayden Green River and Princess Haley Green River have arrived. The nobles present there immediately bowed respectfully. After the announcement, the siblings also walked in. Hayden and Haley both appeared very solemnly. Right then, the conductor signaled with his hand. The musicians waiting for the order immediately began to play. A gentle melody echoed throughout the room. The nobles hurriedly surrounded Hayden and Haley. Everyone spoke up in unison. Happy birthday, Your Highness. Happy birthday, Your Highness. Hayden also politely replied. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the party. At this time, Oliver stood to one side, looking at the prince, who was confidently socializing with other nobles. One could clearly see the look of pride Oliver had for Hayden. At the same time, Emperor Terry also appeared. At the banquet, the servant was a bit surprised by this sudden appearance, and before he could react, only hearing Terry's reminder, what are you doing? Announce it quickly. Only then did the man regain his composure and replied, yes, Your Majesty. Terry then stepped inside. As soon as he appeared, the announcement echoed loudly. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. The nobles were simultaneously astonished by the Emperor's presence. Even Hayden was surprised. Royal father. He hurriedly walked to his father and said, I didn't think you would come. He replied, it is your birthday. As a father, I must come to celebrate the day you were born. And turned a year older. Terry looked straight into Hayden's eyes and praised him. I am proud of you. Hearing those words from his father made Hayden extremely happy. Then Terry stepped forward again, and Hayden followed him to the banquet table. Only then did Terry speak up. It seems many people have come to congratulate the prince on his birthday. His voice rang out steadily. Hardship is the beginning of good things. I am very happy to see everyone here today. Then he turned to look at Hayden and said, for parents, every moment of a child's growth is like a miracle and full of surprises. I am both proud and amazed to see that such a small child is now an adult. Terry nostalgically recounted the past. I remember when the boy was about 5 years old. One day, while I was walking, he followed behind me. Back then, I asked, why are you following me? Hayden smiled brightly and said, I follow you because you lead the way for me. At that moment, Terry bent down and patted the head of his 5-year-old son, Hayden. He recounted, although it was just a meadow, that gave the child the strength to walk. So I continued to lead the way, and the boy trusted and followed me. Speaking to this point, Terry couldn't help but feel emotional. A lot of time has passed. Then he looked at his son again and continued. Since that day, you have always followed in my footsteps until now. You followed my steps very well. As your father, I always believed you could do it. Hey. Dan was a bit embarrassed by his royal father's flowery words. As soon as he finished speaking, Terry held up the wine glass in his hand. Let everyone raise a glass. He spoke loudly and clearly. May the future of the empire and the prince be filled with many blessings. The nobles also raised their glasses and echoed the emperor. Many blessings. Finally, as he drank the wine, he didn't forget to say, "Happy birthday, son." Hayden replied softly, "Thank you, royal father." Suddenly, just as Terry took his first sip of wine, he coughed violently. Fresh blood ceaselessly gushed from his mouth onto the floor. Hayden froze for a moment, still unable to comprehend what had happened. The nobles also instantly froze, no one daring to say a word. Hayden's face was now filled with horror. Only Oliver, with his agile knightly body, reacted immediately. He seemed to want to rush forward. The next second, the entire banquet hall fell into chaos. Panic-stricken screams rang out incessantly, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Yet Hayden remained frozen in place. As he watched his father continuously, spewing fresh blood from his mouth. Even the wine glass he held in his hand fell. As Hayden's wine glass lay on the floor, the cold liquid spilled out. That was also when he realized the horrifying truth. Before his eyes, Hayden called out loudly in despair, "Your Majesty!" The sky was now extremely gloomy. Rain poured down incessantly. By the window, Hayden was sitting alone, dazed. He just sat there unconsciously, not clear what he was thinking about. His lips kept moving as if to say something, but no words could come out. Just as Hayden was relentlessly worrying, a voice echoed from outside the door. "Your Highness, Captain of the Second Royal Knight Order, Oliver, requests an audience." Hayden immediately panicked and stood up. "The captain? Let him in quickly." Immediately after, before Oliver could step in, Hayden rushed to open the door and urgently called, "Captain." Oliver replied, "Your Highness." Hayden's voice clearly showed his worry, "My father. How is he?" He quickly explained the situation. "He is past the critical stage thanks to timely treatment. But he is still in a dangerous condition. All the doctors and alchemists are trying their best to treat him. He will soon." Hearing this, Hayden could no longer keep calm, and loudly interrupted Oliver. "What happened to the one who tried to assassinate him?" A trace of sadness flashed across Oliver's eyes. He paused for a moment when shouted at, but he understood the prince's anxiety clearly. So he calmly replied, "We immediately arrested the culprit, who poisoned His Majesty's cup. The criminal has confessed to his crime." Hayden took a sharp breath. He gritted his teeth, unable to hide the anger in his eyes. Hayden shook Oliver and shouted, questioning, "Who is the culprit?" Oliver's eyes now held no light. He hesitantly answered, "Prince. The culprit is..." Oliver's voice faded, to the point where it was just enough for the two of them to hear who the culprit was. The surrounding space suddenly fell into silence. Hayden's hand resting on Oliver's shoulder also immediately trembled uncontrollably. Upon hearing that name, Hayden was stunned for a long time, still unable to believe the truth that the captain had just said. What? Meanwhile, elsewhere, an emergency meeting among the noble officials was taking place regarding the emperor's recent incident. The angry voice of a man in red echoed throughout the room. Why would the vice-captain of the Second Royal Knight Order want to assassinate His Majesty? He stood up in frustration, slammed the table, and shouted, "Isn't he the knight closest to the crown prince in recent years? Keeping a traitor like him right by his side. Until now, what have His Highness and Captain Oliver been doing?" A young man in black nearby added, "The culprit did not act alone. We must expose the one behind this at all costs." A gentleman in blue also spoke up sternly. "I heard that Paul Lance bit his tongue during interrogation. It seems he doesn't intend to speak." At this moment, the hand of a white-haired nobleman pointed to a spot on the document and said, "I heard he is an orphan from the northern border. That is next to the Kurd Empire, isn't it?" He added, "Think about it, everyone. 6 years ago, a series of explosions occurred inside the royal palace. Then he brought up Ian's incident from years ago. It was a shocking event. A mage from the Ivory Tower, a maid, and a secretary in the palace were all found to be spies for Kurt." Then he said suspiciously, "Although he has outstanding talent at a very young age, he does not have a proper background. If we think carefully, we will see that he is very suspicious. It is possible he is a spy from Kurt, who has been rigorously trained." The person sitting opposite immediately retorted, "But Paul Lance has no traces of a mana seal." Hearing that, he said loudly, "Does that matter now? He tried to poison His Majesty. He remains silent about the mastermind and his reasons. He keeps insisting on that." Just as everyone was discussing noisily, a man in gray calmly spoke up. "Such problems occur only because we decided to use him without considering his status and background. We must strip him of the title of vice-captain. of the Second Royal Knight Order. And Paul Lance must be executed for assassinating His Majesty. Everyone hearing this agreed. That's right, I agree. Before the ceaseless discussions in the meeting, Ian remained silent and said nothing more. A while later, after the meeting had ended, the sky outside was still gloomy. Ian was walking alone to the meeting point, when a call rang out from behind him. Although the man used a cloak to cover himself, Ian still recognized it was the captain. He stepped forward, took off his hood, and urgently asked, "How is it, Paul?" Ian replied, "Everyone thinks he is a spy for Kurt." Hearing this answer, Oliver couldn't keep calm and shouted, "Ridiculous. He is not a spy." Ian also agreed. "I agree. The vice-captain was willing to sacrifice his life for the crown prince." Recalling what Paul has done in the past, regardless of where he came from, he is also an honorable knight, who swore loyalty to his master. He affirmed with certainty, "I know Paul is that kind of person." But after this incident, his death sentence has already been decided, and there is no reason that can explain his actions. Paul Lance. Oliver held him back upon hearing this bad news. He added, he remained silent about the person who gave the order, as well as the reason he wanted to assassinate His Majesty. Then he tried to keep his voice calm to speak to him. "We must find out why he did that first." Speaking to this point, Ian hesitated for a few seconds. Then he asked, "How is the crown prince?" He recounted the situation. "He hasn't eaten anything and forbids anyone from entering his room. I think he is blaming himself for causing His Majesty to be poisoned." Hearing that, Ian replied, "I understand." Then Oliver continued, "You know, everyone in the second division has been confined. We will soon be interrogated." His hand clenched tightly until it trembled. As the person in charge of the team, I cannot do anything reckless. It could be seen that his face clearly showed helplessness. Because he couldn't do anything, he kept blaming himself. "I know I'm asking for too much. But I can't count on anyone to help but you." With all his sincerity, Oliver immediately bowed before Ian, and begged, "Please expose the truth behind everything." However, Ian calmly replied, "I didn't detect any lies in the vice-captain's confession. Nor was there any reaction from the interrogation magic of the ivory tower." Hearing this, he froze. Perhaps he himself didn't expect things to be this bad. Then Ian added, "Tonight the vice-captain will be thrown into prison. I will personally go see him." Then he looked straight at the captain and said seriously, "After that, I will come to your house to find you." Oliver knew well that he was also trying to help him and Paul, so he tried to stay calm and replied, "I understand." In the sky over the ivory tower, more dark clouds were gathering. It seemed that even the heavens understood his anxiety. Currently, outside the solitary confinement camp, the sky seemed about to collapse under the torrential rain. The prison guard, relying on the weather and the solidity of the prison, had nodded off and fallen asleep for some time. Ian's footsteps were entering inside. He was gentle but decisive. The sound of his footsteps was swallowed by the sound of the rain. Ian, full of doubt, walked straight to the solitary confinement area, where the most dangerous criminal of the Empire was being held. At Paul Lance's cell, Ian stood looking at him, his heart wrenching. Paul was chained up on the strong body of the majestic vice-captain of the past. There were now covered in bleeding wounds. Ian called out with a choked voice, "Vice-Captain Paul." He slowly opened his eyes to look at him. Those eyes were cloudy and soulless like a dry well. Ian immediately asked, "Do you recognize me?" Paul did not respond. He lowered his face, his eyes vacant. That silence was like a knife cutting into Ian's heart, making him ache. Ian said, "I don't think you are the one who wanted to assassinate the Emperor. There is no spy from a hostile country, or anyone plotting against the Emperor. I know that better than anyone," he affirmed. Ian continued, "You swore loyalty to the Crown Prince, and risked your life for him. So I cannot understand why you did that." He began to use magic to read Paul's mind, and said, "From now on, I will enter your memories. Please allow me to do that." Ian created a magic circle on Paul's forehead. The surrounding space blurred. He was sucked into the chaotic flow of memories of the vice-captain. The memories were gradually revealed. First was the image of Oliver. Next, he saw the image of Paul talking to Mr. Demphin. But standing behind his back was another person, the last descendant of the dragon kin, Dragonman Avantis. But Ian didn't know his background clearly yet. This Avantis was using black magic to carry out dark intentions. He realized, so that's it. It was the Dragonman Avantis who used black magic to control him. Paul was shocked to realize a thick stream of black magic covering his mind. Ian and Demphin observed Paul suffering the effects of this ghostly magic. He gradually lost consciousness. Ian pondered. He didn't act according to his own will. He thought in astonishment, he was controlled by black magic. Deep inside that memory, he dove deeper into the subconscious, where Paul's true self was huddled. It was his true self. Where Paul was residing, he said, I was too stupid. Paul said, I knew well that the royal palace has the most enemies. Ian called, Vice Captain. Paul smiled weakly and said, I've been waiting for you to come here. Ian, it was worth the wait. He panicked and said urgently, please wait. I will free you from the black magic first. He suddenly held Ian's hand tightly. Paul asked, how is the crown prince? He shouted, trying to persuade him based on his memories. The truth about this incident has been exposed. If we find the person who used black magic on you, we can clear your name. Paul shook his head. His voice heavy with despair, he replied in a self-blaming tone. The situation isn't good, is it? It's my fault, he continued. Even if the culprit is found, it won't change what I did. I put poison in His Majesty's wine. Ian hurriedly advised, you must not give up. If you stop here, you will forever be seen as the traitor who assassinated the emperor. Paul suddenly became strangely determined, shaking his head. I don't care about the crimes attributed to me. The humiliation I will bear is nothing compared to the pain I caused to the person I swore loyalty to, he told Ian. No matter who the enemy is, as long as they target His Majesty, they will surely target the crown prince too. I might just be the beginning. So please let me end this. I don't want to get in the crown prince's way anymore. Ian was confused. He asked, Paul, what are you talking about? Vice Captain Paul asked Ian. Pass this message to the crown prince and Captain Oliver. For me, okay? He instructed, tell them I'm sorry. And also very grateful. This is probably the last thing I can do. As the sword protecting His Highness. Ian panic-strickenly called, Vice Captain. Paul stepped closer to him and entrusted him. Ian, please take care of His Highness. He pushed Ian out of his memory. He was extremely surprised and disappointed. Paul smiled, his figure gradually fading into the mist of memory. Paul, with a face full of hope, closed his eyes and whispered, may he shine at the highest place of the empire. Paul thought of Crown Prince Hayden and smiled one last time, a strangely peaceful smile. Outside, Ian was thrown out of the subconscious, returning to reality in the cold cell. He gasped, sweat soaking his forehead. His face was extremely worried. Ian looked at Paul and breathed heavily. He quickly used magic to push the black magic out with a great dispel. However, everything was completely useless. Ian confusedly thought, did the great dispel not work? He called out loudly, Vice Captain. Please hang in there, I will neutralize the black magic right now. Ian said, I won't let you die in vain like this. Suddenly, he looked shocked. Paul seemed to have stopped breathing. He chose to leave forever. Ian was stunned. The Vice Captain of the Second Royal Knight Order, Paul Lance, had taken his last breath. He passed away. The sound of the rain outside was like a scream, replacing the painful cry of his heart, getting louder and louder. At the Crown Prince's residence, a heavy atmosphere prevailed. Oliver sat huddled in a dark corner, his eyes having dark circles, staring into the void. He suddenly heard a strange noise outside. Oliver, with the reflexes of a warrior, jumped up. His hand drew the sword at his waist in precaution. Ian called, Captain Oliver. A familiar voice rang out. He recognized it was Ian Page. Oliver lowered his sword, hurriedly opened the door, rushed out, and called, Ian. He stood silently, his body soaked from the rain. Rainwater streamed down his face. It was unclear whether it was rain or tears. He asked, did you meet Paul? How is his situation? Did you discover anything? Ian stood silently for a long time. His throat choked with bitterness. He hesitantly replied, Sir Paul Lance. He looked up with red-rimmed eyes, looking at the captain who was trembling with anxiety. Every word uttered was heavy as lead. He died in prison today. Oliver stood frozen. His limbs trembled uncontrollably. He stammered, asking, what? He slowly placed his hand on the table. Oliver braced his hand hard, trying to suppress it. But then he couldn't bear it anymore. He lowered his head and burst into loud sobbing. Painful and tragic. The crying of a grown man echoed in the quiet room. While crying, Oliver recounted chokingly, memories rushing back like a slow-motion film. The first time I met Paul was at an orphanage on the northern border, sponsored by the House of Xerius. He was a child who was always radiant, smiling, and cared for those around him more than himself. He looked up, tears streaming down his face. My father, who discovered Paul's swordsmanship talent, decided to support him. After that, we sparred with swords like biological brothers. He could no longer control his emotions. Oliver continued, his voice breaking from grief and resentment. He worked harder than anyone and always stood on the side of justice. I didn't expect him to die so pointlessly like this. Ian quietly waited for Oliver's emotional outburst to subside a little, then spoke to him, saying, before Sir Paul took his last breath, I read his memories. He froze, looking up at Ian in surprise. Oliver asked, did you find anything? Ian's eyes darkened. He recounted the fragmented but terrifying images he had seen. A few days ago, the vice-captain went to meet the captain of the First Night Order, Sir Demphin, and the person standing with him. Demphin used black magic to brainwash the vice-captain. Oliver asked in surprise, you say Paul went to meet Sir Demphin? He was shocked. But then he realized a more serious issue. Wait, more importantly, black magic? Does it still exist? Who is that person? Ian replied, I have never met him. He has a pale face and long silver hair. Deep inside, Ian searched through all his memories from his past life, but it was completely blank. He silently thought, someone I never met in my past life either. Ian affirmed, I am certain this matter involves Sir Demphin, captain of the First Night Order, and the nameless high-ranking mage who aided him. Oliver worriedly asked, you say a high-ranking mage? How strong is he? Ian said, I tried to use Great Dispel, after realizing the vice-captain was affected by black magic, but it didn't work. He reasoned, he is someone capable of using higher-level magic than me. Ian analyzed the situation. I think I might know who he is. But I don't have concrete proof. I'm not sure if he acts alone, or is involved with other black mages. I must investigate this further. Oliver looked at Ian with eyes full of fear. He asked in confusion, but if he is strong enough to cast magic that you cannot dispel, isn't it very dangerous for you? If they cast black magic on you, the Empire will drown in a sea of blood. Ian didn't answer immediately. He reached into his pocket. Ian took out an object. He handed Oliver a stone necklace. He looked at it for a moment. Oliver realized, this is the necklace I gave you during the sparring match 6 years ago. Ian explained, it is the necklace the Empress bestowed upon you. Although you once said it has magic that helps calm the mind, it is not simple magic. This pendant has a very precious stone, made from dragon's tears. The necklace contains an anti-magic spell that can absorb black magic. Ian assumed, and its power must be of the 8th circle or higher. He replied, I understand. Then that's fortunate. If you have that necklace, you won't be affected by black magic. But contrary to expectations, Ian shook his head. Oliver looked puzzled. He analyzed. Details about the anti-magic spell have not been widely publicized. Currently, only you and I know. People just think this necklace is one of the ordinary treasures of the royal family. Ian spoke slowly, his eyes becoming sharp and determined. Captain. He looked tense and asked for his help. Can you promise not to tell anyone what I am about to tell you? Sensing the gravity, Oliver nodded decisively. Okay, I promise you. Ian began to detail the plan to him. Oliver listened silently. When he mentioned something, every word from Ian made Oliver's eyes widen in astonishment. Outside the window, the rain began to pour down more violently. Thunder and lightning tore across the sky, signaling a great storm was coming. At the luxurious mansion of the Ragnar family, the atmosphere was as gloomy as the turbulent sky, and black clouds outside. Demphin reported to him, Paul Lance died in prison. Ragnar sat on the armchair, silently looking at him for a moment, then turned away and replied coldly, I know. Demphin recounted, and a rat sneaked into the prison. It seems that person realized Paul Lance was affected by black magic. He calmly replied, of course. But he couldn't do anything. Ragnar calmly took a sip of tea. His tone showed no worry, assuming Ian Page still knows nothing about the existence of the Dragonkin. He said, when things are still unclear, perhaps he will try not to get involved with black magic. Herbert's 5th circle magic cannot affect Ian Page, who is 6th circle. But Dragonman Avantis is a mage stronger than Ian Page. By human standards, he is an 8th circle master. Ragnar's eyes flashed with a cunning look as he said, although he says he hasn't fully recovered his power due to the seal, he is still stronger than Ian Page. That there is a mage stronger than him is probably what Ian Page has realized. Demphin immediately asked, won't he simply give up everything and run away? He laughed, ha ha ha, he won't do that. If he were that stupid, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. Ragnar laughed and said, actually, I don't know exactly what Ian Page is thinking. 6 years ago, when he first entered the palace, He was already one of the crown prince's aides. But he once said, I do not serve the crown prince. Ragnar looked at his own reflection in the rippling. Tien said, I thought I hid myself very well. But sometimes I feel like he sees right through me, as if he has known me for a long time. He put the teacup down. Ragnar pondered for a moment and then said, I think for now, it's best that we observe his behavior. Early morning at Ian's house. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension. Holding a carefully sealed letter, he instructed Haga, the loyal old butler. His voice was low but authoritative. Send this letter to Sir Pyric in the east. As soon as possible. How about the letter I sent to the Morgarian mansion in the north? The butler placed his hand on his left chest, bowed respectfully, and reported. It will arrive soon. Ian nodded slightly, I understand. He immediately handed an important letter to Haga. He looked surprised. Ian said, take this. The letter was carefully sealed with a thumbprint. He instructed, this is a letter of authorization. Under the name of the Merchant Guild. Disguise yourselves as merchants and leave the capital. Ian stated, I am sure you understand what I mean. Haga received the letter. His hand tightening around it, nodding firmly. Outside, the morning light was shining through the window. He continued, his voice allowing no hesitation. Once you finish packing and the sun begins to set, gather all the servants in the mansion, and take them to Morgan along with my mother. If you head north, Sir Morgan, having received the letter, will help us. He replied with a confident voice, understood, Master Ian. Just then, rapid footsteps were heard. Vanessa was rushing over. She called out loudly, Ian. He was surprised, Mother? Vanessa looked worried, breathing heavily, her eyes gleaming with extreme anxiety. Vanessa didn't wait for anyone to explain. She immediately asked, what's going on? Why must I leave suddenly? Ian stepped forward, trying to stay calm to reassure and explain. I cannot explain clearly. But the capital is currently very dangerous. I have sent a letter to Sir Morgan in advance. He will keep everyone safe. Vanessa was very emotional. She asked in an uneasy tone, how can I leave you here alone? If you stay, I will stay too. He gently held the two trembling hands of Vanessa, his eyes gentle but firm, and gently said, you don't have to worry about me. I'm all grown up. Ian smiled brightly and spoke confidently to his mother. And I am a renowned sixth circle mage. Master of the Ivory Tower. I am more than capable of protecting myself. So please don't worry. She looked restless and shook her head continuously. Tears on the verge of falling. You are only 18 years old. You are my only son. Vanessa complained. Why do you keep putting yourself in dangerous situations? I can't just watch you face danger alone anymore. We should go together. Ian lowered his head and then looked up. His voice becoming strangely serious, Mother. She stopped speaking, staring at him in stunning silence. Her son suddenly became unfamiliar and overly mature. Silence enveloped the mother and son for a moment. Ian lowered his voice and said to Vanessa, I beg you, please listen to me this one time. His hands gripped her shoulders tightly. She trembled, her mouth stammering, saying, if something happens, I might end up hurting you. Vanessa looked confused. Ian lowered his hand slowly. He turned to look at Lidio and instructed him, Lidio, please take care of my mother. Ian entrusted, even if I try to find my mother, you must never tell me where she is. When the time is right, I will send a letter to Sir Morgan. Lidio looked tense. He replied hesitantly, understood, Master Ian. Douglas spoke up, Leader, I will stay here. He said, I don't know what's going on, but I can be of help to you, right? After all, I am your #1 subordinate. Ian shook his head immediately. His voice gentle but decisive, advising Douglas. Thank you, but this is more dangerous than you think. You should go with them. Ian thought of the image of Douglas as an adult in his past life. And thought to himself, and you are the one I don't want to fall into the hands of that bastard. Ian took a few steps. He announced to everyone, once everyone leaves the mansion, I will erase part of my memory. After that, I won't know where everyone has gone. Ian instructed carefully, please remember the situations I mentioned before and follow them. I count on all of you. Haga and all the logistics staff and servants and bodyguards shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the mansion, loud and clear. Yes, Master Ian. Lidio escorted Vanessa out. She still turned back to look at him, her face full of anxiety and worry. Everyone had gone out, preparing to depart. When the last figure disappeared behind the door, the mansion became awfully vast and empty. Only Ian remained standing there. He let out a long sigh, as if lifting a 1,000-pound burden. but at the same time taking on another burden. Lonelier. Ian looked down at the box on the table. He thought, now only this necklace remains. Ian took something else out of his pocket. A small vial. The liquid inside shimmered with a strange dark purple light. It is the black magic antidote. He whispered, and this. Scene changed to Ragnar's house. A henchman of the dragonkin rushed in. To report to him. The crown prince stays in his room and refuses to come out. According to the maids in the palace, he is very weak. He continued recounting the situation in the royal palace. Although the emperor has been treated and passed the critical stage, he is still in a coma. Even if he wakes up, his internal organs are damaged and likely to have negative sequelae. Ragnar rubbed his chin in thought and said, he held on longer than I thought. He appeared uneasy and worried. Ragnar assumed, if my father's condition improves, it's not good for us. Demfin immediately spoke up, I will bribe one of the royal alchemists first. He said, it's best we act early to prevent unexpected situations. The nobles do not care about Prince Hayden. They are doubting his ability to rule. Because he cannot solve the country's problems. At a critical time like this, Ragnar, Ivantis, and the henchmen listened attentively. Demfin announced, the Royal Knight Order 2 has been confined and is under investigation. The council is discussing stripping Captain Oliver Zirius of his title. Ivantis laughed. Everything is going smoothly according to plan. Very good. Now just wait, and you will naturally step onto the throne. Ragnar was not so optimistic. He looked worried and suspicious, saying, it's strange that Ian Page hasn't made a move yet. Just waiting for the situation to clear up itself. Is not like him at all. I am sure he is plotting something. Just as the atmosphere was sinking into calculation, another henchman suddenly burst in with a panic-stricken face. He called, Your Highness. Demfin angrily scolded, what is it? I told you not to disturb us. The henchman trembled, knelt down, and said, please forgive me. He looked panicked and reported, but Ian Page is coming to the royal palace. Both Ragnar and Demfin looked surprised. He lowered his face, closed his eyes to calculate, and said, let's end our meeting here today. Ragnar turned to suggest to Ivantis, Mr. Ivantis, please erase your presence and stay in this room. Ivantis calmly replied, fine. Outside, steady, confident footsteps rang out closer and closer. Ian Page was entering. Ian arrived at the door of Ragnar's room. The heavy wooden door leading to the fifth prince's room appeared before his eyes. With a bit of hesitation, he spoke in a cold voice, the sound penetrating the thick door. Your Highness, Ian Page, Master of the Ivory Tower, requests an audience. He told the attendant, let him in. Ian stepped in, his sharp gaze sweeping across the luxurious yet stifling room. Ragnar Green River was standing there, his expression terrifyingly calm. He looked up and flashed a perfect social smile. But there was no mirth in his eyes. Long time no see, Tower Master Ian Page. He stood motionless, staring at him, not bothering to return the greeting. Hatred surged in his chest. But his face remained icy cold. Ragnar sighed, his voice lowering with feigned emotion. This is our first meeting since Herbert was executed. He rambled on. I heard that many unfortunate things happened during that time. Ragnar's shoulders trembled as if suppressing emotion, feigning grief, saying, I still can't believe something like that happened to father. And I can't even see him while he is in such a condition. This distresses me greatly. He turned around, his sorrowful expression suddenly turning serious. He asked seriously, so, at such a time, why have you come to see me? Ian remained silent. His eyes seemed to want to look straight through the dark heart of the person acting in front of him. He took a deep breath. His low but weighty voice rang out, slowly questioning, why? What are you plotting? Ragnar raised his eyebrows, feigning ignorance, and asked, what are you talking about? Tower Master Ian did not let him evade. He took a step forward, pressing on. Knight Paul Lance was affected by black magic. The reason was his meeting with Knight Demfin Morris, captain of the First Royal Knight Order. He mentioned the Dragonkin realm. Your Highness, I am certain the Order of the Dragon is involved in this, as well as those involved in teaching black magic who have always been by the prince's side. Ragnar remained silent, listening with an unusually calm expression. But his body trembled slightly. Ian affirmed with a steely voice, Fifth Prince. This is all your plan. He chuckled, shaking his head vigorously. What are you saying? That is just slander. Ragnar analyzed. If Paul Lance was affected by black magic and wanted to kill father, wouldn't you be held responsible later? Since you are responsible for investigating black magic? He spread his arms, looking innocent, and said naively, and what is the Order of the Dragon? I have never heard of it. How could I collude with a group whose existence I don't even know of? Moreover, all my actions are monitored by the ivory tower. Being confined, I can't even set foot out of this palace. As the ivory tower calls itself the watchdog of the palace, you should know better than me. Ian was silent. He warned, Your Highness, I can use truth detection magic. Ian stepped forward and said, I know everything you just said is a lie. You are involved with the Order of the Dragon, and have made a pact with a black magic user. He stood facing Ragnar, and asserted, that is the leader of this group. He calmly replied, Is that your conclusion? Ian looked at Ragnar with a hateful expression. He lowered his face, not to cry, but to laugh. You are more naive than I thought. He showed a look of contempt, brought his face close to Ian's, and whispered, in a venomous voice, So what do you intend to do? Do you think I will admit that I fabricated that story? Because I'm afraid of your words? Ragnar threatened Ian Page. If what you say is true, do you have any proof? He mentioned the death of the vice-captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Order, Paul Lance. The culprit died because he poisoned the Emperor. Even if you use that great interrogation magic, you won't detect any lies in his confession. Ragnar sneered, his malicious expression like a knife cutting into the heart. He spoke in a sarcastic tone. Paul Lance bit his tongue and stayed silent. Ian listened, his heart full of hatred. He continued, But even so, you still came here yourself. That is truly foolish. He appeared extremely confident and affirmed, Ian Page, you lost. And I have been chosen. Ragnar called out, Mr. Avantis. He immediately appeared behind Ian. A pitch-black, cold, and evil aura erupted. He began casting 8th circle black magic. He was startled and turned back to look. A terrible pressure weighed on his shoulders. Ian looked at Avantis and thought in confusion, It's the guy I saw in Paul's memories. He smiled sinisterly and asked him, What an interesting young man. Ian Page, right? Avantis said, You deduced the whole truth. He used black magic to subdue Ian. Avantis looked at him and said, That cloak looks very familiar. He walked over, held Ian's cloak, and said, It seems I can't forget it. I didn't expect to see it here. He tried to observe the enemy. A thought flashed quickly in his mind. His appearance, a descendant of dragons? A dragon man? Avantis turned to ask Ragnar, Prince, you asked me to turn this guy into your pawn, right? Ragnar replied, Correct, I still need him. Avantis cast high-level black magic, and said, Very well. Ian appeared to writhe, screaming, Arg. His eyes turned glowing red. Ian dropped his hands, accepting defeat. He stood with his head down, body motionless. Ragnar asked, Is it done? Avantis replied, Yes. Ragnar looked suspicious and asked again. But he looks no different. Avantis looked displeased and said, You doubt me too much. Avantis called out, Ian Page, harm yourself. Ragnar looked at Avantis in panic and asked hesitantly, Huh? What did you just say? He immediately followed the order without a word. Ian used a knife made of ice, preparing to harm himself. Ragnar panicked and said urgently, Wait. He gripped the knife tightly. He shouted, Wait. Stop. Ian stopped immediately. The three stood in silence. He stood there, holding the pose, the sharp knife drawing blood from Ian's hand. Ragnar, still shocked, said, Enough. Avantis said, From now on, proceed according to your plan. He turned away and said, I'm going to rest. Avantis disappeared. Only Ragnar and Ian remained in the large room. He stared at his new puppet. Ragnar's face still held the recent tension. He needed one final confirmation. Ragnar kept staring at him, his expression becoming increasingly tense. Ragnar called, Ian Page. He asked seriously, Who is the monarch you truly serve? Without a bit of hesitation, he knelt on one knee, showing respect. Ian bowed his head, showing absolute submission, replying in a reverent voice, The person who will rise to the pinnacle of this empire. His Highness the 5th Prince, Ragnar Green River. He smiled, his face relieved of some tension and suspicion. Someone knocked on Hayden's door. It was his butler. He came to inform Hayden, Crown Prince. Please prepare to attend the council meeting taking place this afternoon. He calmly replied, Right, it's today, isn't it? I heard this is a meeting convened by Ian using his authority as the master of the tower. He rubbed his face and continued, I haven't seen Ian in a long time, so I can't meet him in my current state. Okay. He asked the butler. Can you help me spruce up a bit today? I'm counting on you. He replied respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. The council meeting was about to begin. All the nobles, people of power and status, gathered here. To hear the decision. A young man asked. This is the first council meeting that the Master of the Ivory Tower has convened, right? A girl replied. That's right. It seems. He has summoned both the Crown Prince and the Fifth Prince to attend. A man assumed. They have always been quiet until now, but I guess they are trying to talk about that matter. Another asked in surprise, that matter? He explained. Don't you know? It's about which of the two will inherit the throne. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Won't Lord Ian support the Crown Prince? Hasn't he always supported him until now? A young man shook his head. He said, but recently. It is rumored Lord Ian met the Fifth Prince at his palace. Another voice asked, Lord Ian met the Fifth Prince? The young man analyzed. Recently, there have been many things unpleasant happening, haven't there? And since the Crown Prince has committed quite disappointing actions, Lord Ian might have changed his mind. Hayden entered, he looked surprised. Hayden saw Ian and called out happily, Ian. He eagerly ran to Ian and said, Long time no see, Ian. How have you been? Hayden said, Just seeing you makes me feel better. I missed you so much. He was silent. Hayden reached out to put his hand on Ian's shoulder and said, Hey, if you don't mind, after the meeting, we can meet for a bit. Immediately, without a word, he brushed Hayden's hand away. He was stunned. Hayden looked confused. He stared at Ian. He appeared emotionless, like a stranger. Hayden choked up, calling, Ian? He bowed in apology, Please forgive me. But I have other matters to attend to. He scratched his head and replied, Ah, I see. All right. So, perhaps we can meet after you're done. The attendants came to call the Master of the Ivory Tower. They told Ian, Please enter the conference hall. He quietly walked away. Hayden looked after him, his heart troubled. Hayden's face showed some thought and confusion. The meeting officially took place. Ian spoke before the entire council. And the nobles attending the meeting. Respected members of the council. Elders, and nobles. Thank you for attending this meeting. He said, Our empire has just gone through a horrific tragedy. Due to Paul Lance's assassination plot against the emperor has not been able to regain consciousness. Even though 15 days have passed. Hayden listened with a sad expression. Ian continued. Even if he actually regains consciousness, there is no guarantee that he will be able to shoulder the responsibilities as he once did. It is time to make a choice, and I am sure you all know that. The nobles showed particular interest. Ian emphasized, Our pillar has collapsed. Currently, the empire is in a state of alarm, and enemies at the border are looking down on us. Fear has engulfed our land, now turned into a mess, plaguing those lands. When the future of the empire is in such an unstable state, we need to face reality calmly even more. Ragnar sat listening with a confident face. Ian mentioned the position of emperor. To choose who would become the rightful ruler. He said, Just showing a good appearance on the outside is not what will save our empire. Ian emphasized, What we need now is a leader who will lead us out of the current crisis, restabilize the empire, and stabilize the political situation between the three nations. He claimed, a person capable of turning the Green River Empire into the greatest nation in history. That is the person who should be crowned. Ian looked solemn and said, That is also the reason why Ian Page, Master of the Ivory Tower. He placed his hands on the table, showing serious assessment, and said, In this council meeting, Ian Page decides to declare, I declare that I support the bloodline of the great emperor, the fifth prince, Ragnar Green River. The entire council and the attendees looked astonished. They started looking at each other with confused expressions. Hayden was stunned. Ragnar knew the result beforehand. He smirked. He stepped forward and shouted, Ian. Hayden reached out towards him. Hayden grabbed Ian's shirt, his face furious. The attendants spoke up to intervene. Your Highness. He questioned Ian. How could you? He appeared calm. Hayden punched Ian in the face. The attendants tried hard to intervene, Please stop. Your Highness. The Crown Prince shouted, Let me go. Get lost. He sat rubbing his face, looking at Hayden, then ordered, Someone escort His Highness out of the hall. He walked away, his heart in turmoil. Hayden cried as he walked, looking at Ian, shouting his name loudly, Ian. The scene shifted to Hayden's room window. At night, he lay tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the window. It was Captain Oliver. A voice rang out. Your Highness, it's me, Oliver. Hayden was surprised and stammered. Captain? Hayden opened the door and saw it was indeed Oliver. He immediately asked. It's so late, why are you here? You should be at home at this hour. Your Highness, the situation is urgent, there is no time to explain. Please dress warmly, we must go immediately. He asked suspiciously. What on earth is going on that you are acting like this? Where are we going? The closet door opened. Oliver ran his hand over the cloaks, paused slightly, and said, There is a shortcut behind the palace. Going through there, we won't be detected. Holding a cloak in his hand, Oliver stepped close to Hayden. Although calculating, his voice remained steady. It is a secret path. Only used in emergencies. Oliver approached, but his eyes looked outside and said, All soldiers of the second palace are guarding the door. Outside. Hayden froze, his eyes wide open, as if not believing what he just heard. He asked, just to confirm he didn't mishear. All the soldiers of the second palace? Suddenly, Oliver knelt on one knee and reached out to support him, because Oliver knew Hayden was very worried right now. Your Highness, we must go now. His body trembled slightly, hesitant but still choosing to trust. Hayden placed his hand on the captain's hand. After a while, the two arrived at a place in the forest. Suddenly, many voices shouted loudly, Hayden. Your Highness. A young man gripping the reins tightly. His eyes turned towards Hayden, smiling softly. His voice rang out clearly. You're here. We've been waiting for you forever. Hayden stammered, everyone. It's. Hayden's appearance made them all rejoice. We missed your Highness so much. Your Highness looks much thinner than the last time we met. Meanwhile, Hayden opened his eyes wide, unable to hide his confusion because he had no idea what was happening. Hayden turned to Oliver and said, Can someone please explain a bit about what is happening? Why are they all gathered here? At this moment, Oliver suddenly said to the prince, The royal palace and the capital are no longer safe. Oliver continued, That is why from now on, we, the 2nd Royal Guard Division, will protect you. We will take you to the Pyrrhic estate. After hearing Oliver's explanation, Hayden was quite surprised and wanted to confirm once more. The Pyrrhic estate? Isn't that in Ian's territory? Why there? Oliver wanted Hayden to get moving quickly, so he suggested, I will explain in more detail on the way. Please allow us to escort you. Hayden vaguely understood the situation, but still wanted to warn them beforehand. Wait, setting aside the fact that this could cause you to lose all your titles. You could even be beheaded for treason. Hayden's face showed clear worry as he continued, and also, your title could be stripped. Or worse, executed for treason. Oliver asked boldly, Who ordered it? Hayden was surprised and asked, What? Oliver replied firmly, We are your sword and shield. The only one who can order us is you. You are the only Prince Hayden to us. Who could replace you? We have never received an order to stand by idly and watch while our liege is in trouble. No matter how strong the enemy is, protecting you from enemies is our duty. Everyone suddenly knelt down, saying in unison, We will continue to fight and continue to protect you. Their eyes were full of hope, desiring to fight alongside Hayden to the end, boldly asking for permission. So please allow us to continue fulfilling our oaths. Hayden was choked up by their spirit of not fearing hardship. He murmured emotionally, You guys. Hayden covered his face with one hand as if helpless and accepted. I understand. Hayden ordered Oliver, Captain, on the way. You must explain clearly to me. What is happening? Scene shift to Ragnar. Demfin hurriedly approached Ragnar to report, Your Highness, we have a small problem. Ragnar asked immediately, What is it? He began to report. Hayden disappeared right at dawn. Furthermore, the 2nd Royal Guard Division, which has been acting modestly lately, has also left with their weapons. His face changed color, revealing clear worry. Have you found out where they went? Demfin had investigated before coming here, so he quickly replied. According to witness testimony, they headed east. Upon hearing the news, he immediately handled it, reporting to the 5th Prince early in the morning. We have dispatched troops to pursue them, and will continue to send more troops. But Ragnar calmly said, No need. They are planning to go to the Pyrrhic estate. He was so calm because he knew well that the road to the Pyrrhic estate is winding, treacherous, and full of monsters. But they have Oliver Xerius, and are all elite cavalry, so naturally they won't encounter any problems. So acting recklessly would only deplete our forces. Demfin still didn't know what to do at that moment, and hesitantly asked, Then Ragnar understood his reaction and ordered, Let them go. Find out Vanessa's whereabouts. It is more important than chasing that guy Hayden. That cunning mage. He anticipated even the intervention of black magic. When hiding his mother. And refuses to say anything about her. Then he thought to himself. It can't be that Avantis failed to brainwash him. Moreover, it seems he also erased his own memories. Hearing that, Demphin wondered and said to Ragnar. With all due respect, may I ask, why are we deliberately looking for the mother of the Tower Master? She is also a very strong person. Ragnar did not hesitate to reply bluntly. Ian's weakness is his mother. Such a cunning person. Suddenly coming here. And agreeing to become my puppet. Isn't it very strange? Even if it involves black magic. He is definitely plotting something. We must find Vanessa Page at all costs. To prevent any unexpected incidents. Demphin placed his hand on his chest, bowed to show understanding, and said, Yes, I understand. Waiting until he went out, he let out a breath. Ragnar worriedly thought, everything is going too smoothly. I really feel anxious. What on earth are you plotting, Ian Page? Meanwhile, at a magnificent castle, filled with bright sunlight, Hayden and Oliver were standing in the corridor, discussing something. While the discussion was still unfinished, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. So you are here, causing both of them to turn around. It was Pyric. He spoke while walking, his eyes directed at Hayden. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Hayden smiled and replied, No. Thank you for your hospitality. Despite my unexpected arrival, I will remember this. Kellyan, looking clearly radiant, added, It is nothing, Your Highness. This is the honor of my life. Suddenly his eyes drooped with regret as he said, Actually, I was a bit surprised when I received Ian's letter. I am very sorry. I hope the king will be healthy. Pyric and Kellyan bowed, placing their hands on their chests. Their voices were calm but solemn. Like an affirmation. Fulfilling the duty to protect the crown prince. At Ian's request, the Pyric family in the east will join the crown prince. Please rest. We will ensure your safety. After the two of them left, Hayden's facial muscles relaxed, and he gave a slight smile. Appreciating Pyric's heart. Saying, the patriarch of the Pyric family is indeed a good person. He is a strong and open person. Come to think of it, sir. Kellyan and the commanders are also here. Oliver's eyes suddenly sparkled. As if agreeing with Hayden's words. His voice mixed with pride and approval. That's right, he is my cousin. He taught me swordsmanship when I was young. Hayden's face darkened as he said, Is that so? Ian calculated everything. He spoke softly, Captain. Was Ian really affected by black magic? Oliver froze and replied, What? Hayden turned away and said, Nothing. Ian must have chosen the fifth prince. Ragnar has been better than me in every way since childhood. Although it's unpleasant, it's still the truth. Maybe Ian thinks so too. Just as all the nobles think. He will become an outstanding king. Oliver understood Hayden's mood when saying these things. So he reassured him. That is impossible, Your Highness. Oliver's gaze was fixed on Hayden. He repeated the sentence Ian had said years ago, both as a reminder and as reassurance. 6 years ago, Ian promised to fight and I will never support the fifth prince. He said that. Oliver now showed bright eyes and a radiant smile, his voice full of energy. Please believe in Ian, Your Highness. He certainly has a plan. Flashback to a few days ago. Outside, it was raining heavily. Droplets splashed on the glass, wind whistling through the cracks. The sound of rain was steady like a heartbeat, making the space inside even more quiet and tense. Oliver seemed not to believe what he was hearing, wanting Ian to clarify once more. Ian, can you repeat that? Ian's eyes were calm, his voice low and clear. Every word uttered was coherent, every sentence unwavering. I will go to meet Ragnar and allow him to perform dark magic on me. If the crown prince knows about this, he will certainly stop me. You must not tell him about this. The moment Oliver understood Ian's plan, he didn't want Ian to fall into danger alone. So he couldn't control himself. Oliver shouted, That is too dangerous. You must not do that. Ian still kept his composure, as if he had considered this for a long time. And was prepared, ready to face all dangers ahead. He kept his voice quiet and said, Ragnar won't kill me immediately. Because he wants me alive rather than dead. Because I will be useful to him. Ian's eyes became sharp and full of determination. Like a blade, he placed a hand on his chest. A strong movement, as if engraving his own oath. His voice rang out, I am a sixth circle mage. Master of the Ivory Tower. The position I hold is very influential in the politics and diplomacy of the kingdom. Ragnar will use this to seize the throne. Ian lowered his voice, emphasizing every word. I don't want to be used by him again. But Oliver seemed to be trying to understand the deep meaning hidden in Ian's sharp words. He was a bit confused and surprised, thinking, again. Ian seemed to have mapped out every step and wanted to execute this plan himself. He said thoughtfully, "If I do that, I will be able to know the plans of Ragnar and those associating with him." Ian looked at Oliver with deep eyes, his brows furrowed slightly, as if he had accepted in his heart to step onto a dangerous path that only he could shoulder. Every word about to be uttered was a command. "If I announce my support for him, to stay safe, you must go to the east. Take the crown prince to the Pyric family. I will send a letter to the lord of that land." Although understanding Ian's plan, he still couldn't hide his anxiety. Sweat poured down his thoughtful face as he said, "But Lord Ian, we need someone to dispel that dark magic for you. Without the royal family, or anywhere else we can trust." Ian's eyes, which had been serious, suddenly glinted with a strange light, and he gave a slight, meaningful smile, as if holding a secret only he knew. "No, there is still one person. A person Ragnar does not expect. That is a friend we can trust." Scene shift to a large, quiet room. Haley sat on the edge of the bed, casting a sad gaze towards the Emperor's bed. He was lying in a motionless coma. She couldn't help but feel sorrow. Her voice heavy, she called, "Father." Although she knew the Emperor couldn't respond now, she still spoke softly, like an announcement, but also a weary heart wanting him to hear. Lord Ian announced his support for the fifth prince. "My brother has also left. Ragnar is preparing to seize the throne. Things have come to this." Haley couldn't stay strong anymore. She sobbed, not knowing how to handle everything. Every word was clawed out from a heart in so much pain it couldn't breathe. Choking back tears, she said, "What should I do? Who should I trust?" Now all the beautiful memories of the past involuntarily appeared in Haley's thoughts. Once again, I cannot believe that those gentle gestures were all lies. Blurred memories clouded Haley's mind, making her unable to believe that everything happening was true. In that heavy silence, Haley trembled slightly, uttering gut-wrenching words. "Even right now, my heart really wants to believe in him." She whispered as if begging, as if praying, like a voice strangled by fear. "Father, please wake up." Suddenly a sound echoed in, breaking that heavy atmosphere. "Princess, it is me, Kelvin." Haley hurriedly wiped her tears and said, "Come in, Kelvin." She walked over to Kelvin and stood in front of him. Her voice was gentle, carrying both calmness and curiosity. "Is something wrong?" Kelvin's face was serious, his tone carrying a bit of caution, as if gauging Haley's reaction. "Princess, can we talk?" Confusion was evident on her face. Kelvin held out a box towards her. His eyes remained serious, his voice steady. "Princess, please accept this." Haley fixed her eyes on the box in front of her, full of questions, asking, "Kelvin, what is this?" Kelvin looked straight at Haley. His two hands still carefully held the box, as if guarding a precious treasure. His voice was slow, explaining while carrying a heavy responsibility, saying, "A few days ago, the master of the ivory tower asked me to protect it. He told me to give it to you." Haley widened her eyes, revealing confusion and bewilderment. She involuntarily blurted out, her voice echoing through the room, "Ian?" Kelvin was startled, gently put a finger to his lips to signal Haley. He whispered, "He told me to give it to you secretly." Kelvin bowed, one hand on his chest in a respectful gesture, saying, "Farewell, Haley. It is time for me to go." "Princess." Her hands clutched the box tightly, but her eyes still followed Kelvin, filled with questions and curiosity. She did not hesitate, sat at the table, and gently opened the box. The sparkling light of the necklace said that this necklace was not ordinary at all. Beneath it was a vial of liquid, and hidden under the vial appeared a letter from the owner of the box. Haley picked up the letter, opened it, and read, "Dear Princess, I am sure you are very surprised that this letter reached you. Perhaps I have become a completely different person due to black magic. The reason I am writing this letter to you is because I need your help. The Emperor's poisoning incident was not the intention of Vice Captain of the Imperial Knights, Paul, but due to black magic and an unknown high-level mage. The fifth prince is collaborating with them to plot the poisoning of the Emperor and inherit the throne. To find out the truth and the real culprit behind this, I will become the fifth prince's puppet. The necklace in the box is something the late Empress left behind. It carries a spell of anti-curse from an 8th circle mage or higher, capable of destroying black magic. If you read this letter, please put it on me. The spell on the necklace will destroy the black magic cast on me." Every line in the letter became heavier and more dangerous, making Haley unable to help feeling worried and afraid. That liquid is a poison. Made from the flowers of landier, a special herb. It has the effect of neutralizing the mana in the body, and is also a deadly poison that can kill a mage. If this necklace cannot destroy the black magic on me, her hand holding the vial with the beautiful color trembled ceaselessly. She almost dropped the vial. Please use it to kill me. A clattering sound rang out closer and closer. It was Ragnar and Ian approaching. Haley calmly greeted them. Long time no see, Ragnar. She asked further. Have you seen father? Ragnar felt it was ridiculous and spoke arrogantly. He is my father too. Since I am no longer confined, I must fulfill my duty. Haley calmly replied, I see. She turned to observe the expression on the face of Ian, who still kept his usual calm demeanor. Long time no see, Tower Master. How are you? Ian did not reply to Haley. This made the suspicion in the letter's content likely true. Ragnar asked, Can I speak with Lord Ian for a moment? He didn't mind, saying, Sure. The fifth prince did not forget to remind Ian. Lord Ian, after talking, come to me immediately. After the fifth prince left, she spoke up. Lord Ian, please come this way. After arriving at Haley's place, she thought for a moment and then spoke. I missed you, Lord Ian. But surely you are not happy to see me. Do you remember what you asked me to do? I came here to return the item you entrusted to me. Can you lower your head? After he lowered his head, Haley put the necklace from the box on Ian's neck. A few seconds later, the necklace took effect, causing Ian pain, and he collapsed, spitting blood. She fearfully called, Lord Ian. Lord Ian, are you okay? Indeed, the power of the anti-curse spell of an eighth circle Mage was extremely strong. After a few seconds, the black magic on Ian was completely eliminated. He gradually realized that the person sitting worriedly in front of him was Her Highness the Princess. Haley knew that the black magic had been eliminated. She was extremely overjoyed and hugged Ian. Lord Ian. He was quite surprised when Haley hugged him. He wonderingly called, Haley? Princess? She was scared, unable to hold back the tears streaming down her face. How could you do that? How could I kill you? Ian remembered the vial of beautiful colored liquid. Ah, that. He honestly answered Haley. I thought I had to risk my life so that you could believe my words. But I'm glad the black magic was destroyed smoothly. I was quite worried that the spell in that necklace would not work. Hearing this, she was quite angry that Ian dared to take such a risk. What? You weren't sure if that spell would work or not, but you still did such a risky thing? Recalling the countless dangers before that he had experienced, at this moment, Ian just felt extremely lucky. Sometimes taking risks creates miracles. That's why I can exist here. Seeing Haley sitting opposite him worriedly, he felt quite guilty and comforted her. Thank you for believing in me, Princess. She was extremely happy after saving Ian from the black magic. No. I'm very glad you're back. Haley helped Ian stand up and said, There are many things I want to ask you. First of all, I wonder, did you discover anything? Ian knew this was the right time to tell the princess about this extremely important matter. Princess, the power of the Order of the Dragon is actually much larger than I imagined. The leader of the Dragon's Order was the Ivory Tower Master, Herbert Leon. The high-ranking members there are also nobles of high power and status. Even Demphin Morris, who has worked for His Majesty for decades as the captain of the Royal Knight Order, is also an accomplice. She couldn't believe her ears at the words he had just revealed. Unbelievable. The person the whole royal family trusted did this behind His Majesty's back? What? Sir Demphin? Ian continued. The leader of the Dragon's Order is a person nicknamed the Dragon Man, whom everyone assumed had disappeared 300 years ago. He can transform into human form and can easily use eighth circle magic, like a high-ranking mage. He recounted very angrily that the fifth prince had released the last Dragon Man, who was sealed by Michelle Green River, and colluded with him. She found it hard to believe and frightening, her whole body trembling ceaselessly. Oh my God. Why is Ragnar so foolish? He gently voiced his own speculation. It seems this is something he has been planning for a very long time. The goal of the Dragon's Order is not to succeed the royal lineage, but to cause a war to invade the territory. The royal palace has now fallen into the hands of the fifth prince. So currently, what threatens the princess's life is not just poison anymore. Please do not trust anyone, princess, and always stay by His Majesty's side. Haley was extremely worried about his safety. What about you, Lord Ian? To reassure her, Ian chose to tell the plan. He had thought of to deal with the fifth prince. I will still pretend that I am being manipulated by black magic, and stay close to the fifth prince. Although understanding Ian's power clearly, she was still extremely worried about him. Why would you? He had no choice but to find a way himself. I need to find out the method that Michelle Green River used to destroy the Dragon Man. In the library of the Ivory Tower, there are absolutely no records of this. But if we search the royal castle, who knows? Harry thought of a diary that the king had gifted him. Ian, I want to show you this. Please follow me for a moment. Ian was extremely curious when he saw this diary. She handed it to him. Here. Harry explained, hoping that the diary could be of help to him. Is this the heirloom the king gave you? It is a first-class relic of the royal mage, Michelle Green River. Perhaps this is the diary that his ancestors recorded over many generations. Ian asked doubtfully, perhaps. Harry said sadly, I am only guessing, because no one has ever been able to open this seal. According to documents left behind, Sir Michelle Green River was a fifth-class mage. But the seal on the diary is high-level magic. Much beyond that. Harry handed the diary to Ian. Can you undo this seal? He replied anxiously, Harry, I will try. Ian thought of the best method he could use. If I channel mana into the diary. He tried to read it, and not betraying his expectations. He realized what was on the diary. This is draconic. Harry was overjoyed. The seal is open. Sir Ian, please try reading it. He began to open the diary, read the contents recorded inside, and explain to her. This is indeed a record left by the ancestor, starting from after the Dragonkin War. The content is mainly to commemorate the mages and knights who sacrificed themselves for the kingdom, as well as outlining plans to leave the destroyed lands, to rebuild the Ivory Tower. In here there is also research on how to operate magic. A word in the content caught his attention, and he knew this word. Fran? Ian suspected. Why is father's name in there? Reading further into the content. That night, Fran came to find me. Intuition told me that I would never be able to meet him again. I will definitely keep that promise until death. I have written down his final words into this diary in the language of dragons. Suddenly, everything around him became silent. Everything lost its inherent colorful hues. Now everything, including the princess, her highness, and the items around him remained only in a dull black and white gray. Ian anxiously called out, Princess? He speculated, has time stopped? He discovered a blinding light emitting from behind the door. Ian walked over and opened the door. Ahead was a vast steppe, a land he had never set foot on. This is? He noticed a boulder. Far ahead, there was a person sitting. He couldn't help but be curious, who is that? Approaching while raising his voice, he asked, Excuse me. After that call, a man wearing a black cloak turned his head to look back. Ian stepped closer and asked, I want to ask a question. Where is this place? Who are you? A calm voice rang out from the mouth of that mysterious cloaked person. This place is a time record. A place lying outside of spatial dimensions. Ian skeptically repeated what he had just said. Time record? He added. It is hard to explain it according to human definitions. So, simply put, Ian, this place preserves all time from your space. His eyes opened wider than before, clearly showing more astonishment than ever. Only a few seconds later, Ian regained his composure, his gaze steadfast as if wanting to scrutinize the other party. You know who I am? Who are you? How do you know my name? Still with that mysterious expression, he said, my identity. Humans call me the First Mage, or the Dragon Emperor. Just as the words ended, Ian seemed to pause for a moment. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Because in his head, he suddenly thought, the Dragon Emperor is something that only appears in legends, holding dominion over time. The first mage recorded in history was the one who developed magic. Ian thought to himself, are those two the same person? Before he could be confused for even a few seconds, he quickly heard the voice from the other person. Finding this place means you know Michelle. He made a grave mistake. I didn't think he would let that dragonkin live. He recalled the past and continued. I don't understand why he let that thing live in this dimension. At that time, he wondered, was it empathy or a form of revenge? Human emotions are incredibly complex, yet very detailed. Ian's face was full of confusion. Wait, what are you talking about? What on earth is your relationship with Michelle Green River? The mysterious person gently replied, we were very close. After all, I am the one who granted him the power to destroy the dragonkin. Ian's legs, which were usually steady, suddenly missed a beat. But he also spoke remarkably calmly. If what you say is true, let me ask one question. Ian's clenched hands squeezed tighter and tighter. He asked, why didn't you do it yourself, but had to grant power to Michelle Greenriver? The person in the black cloak remained in that position. He slowly replied, a long time ago. Humans had to suffer because of dark magic. He continued to explain that the power to conquer all, the power of dragons, because they craved it, an evil power, was created, dark magic. According to his words, dark magic created by the dragonkin was also greedy. Just like its very origin, it distorted human souls and destroyed the balance of the world. The result was disaster after disaster. Speaking to this point, his tone became even more helpless, because even after countless people had to suffering, I still couldn't intervene. Dragons do not interfere in the human world. A law that has existed since the time this world was created. The mysterious person said. But that doesn't mean we could sit idly by. The source of that suffering stemmed from the power of dragons. Suddenly, he unconsciously turned in another direction. I broke the rules and intervened in human history. Ian now seemed to understand everything. He slowly responded. The first mage, so to fight against dark magic. You transferred magic to humans. The person quickly continued. Correct, but that was still not enough. When a great calamity struck, humanity fell. They needed a hero to lift them back up. Therefore, I shared my power with a human. Half believing, half doubting, he voiced his inner suspicion. That was the hero Michelle Greenriver? Why? He added. He was a smart and compassionate child. Even though he was of royal blood, he always placed people above power. A moment of remembrance for Michelle. He showed clear regret in his words. Michelle spent his whole life trying to destroy dark magic. However, a single mistake made all his efforts meaningless. He continued to explain and analyze for him. Humans are imperfect creatures, and I, one who lost his memories. The price to pay for interfering in the human world could not resolve this problem. Hoping that I would once again remember my mission. That person was reminiscing about what remained in his memory. I sealed all my remaining time inside the body of a human, with no memories of anything. I wandered around the world, to wherever my feet took me. Compared to the time that has passed, that was just a fleeting moment. However, every second, every minute was glorious and full of life. Saying this, he unconsciously took off his hood and continued. And when I met that girl, it was the same. Ian now had a face full of surprise. When he heard him utter a name, Vanessa. He seemed to be coming alive again. With old nostalgias, precious things that had passed. She was an honest and lovely person. The time I spent with her was the most beautiful time I possessed in my long, endless life. And I was granted another gift. Each spoken word hit Ian's ears like a nail. I missed you so much. His eyes looked affectionately straight at Ian, uttering words. My son. Turns out, he was indeed Fran, Ian's father. But Ian stood dead silent. He trembled as he spoke. Please don't speak such nonsense. My father died a long time ago. Hearing that, Fran admitted. Correct, Fran died. The only thing left here is a soul that has lost its body and no longer exists. I have been waiting to see you. Ian clenched his hands tight and replied firmly. What you did was not just waiting. At this moment, he seemed to explode with all the resentment in his heart. Shouting at Fran. Why did you leave? Because of you, mother, he patiently said to Ian. There are some goals that must be pursued for a lifetime. Fran explained further. As time passed, the seal weakened, and my memories also began to return. I realized what I needed to do. That was to completely eliminate dark magic, the plague of this world, and protect the world where you and Vanessa lived. But the time I had was too short. He said that, my having to leave my family was unavoidable. Now Fran stood face to face with Ian, saying, it seems that in this life, you are going through a difficult time. I hope that you can find the life and happiness that you desire. A bit of hesitation on his face. But Ian still decided to state the purpose of his coming to this place. I didn't come here to talk about that. Although Ian hadn't stated his purpose yet, he quickly understood. You are seeking power. That will eliminate the dragonkin, right? Fran continued. The power you are seeking is already within you. That is because I left my power to you when I left Vanessa. Ian hesitated but still spoke. Power? Fran replied, correct. He spoke with a confident expression. The draconic you are using and understanding. Do you really think It is simply because you are a high-level mage. Ian fell silent, thinking. Come to think of it, since when was I able to use Draconic? Since when? Friend suddenly stepped to Ian's side. Now I will awaken the power sleeping within you. But before that, he added, it is best we look at this first. The expression of Ian was still bewildered by the overwhelming amount of information he had just heard. Then, Fran's hands gradually reached out from that cloak. The distance to Ian grew closer. Then he spoke. I will awaken your latent power. Fran slowed down a bit. But we should see this first. Ian's eyes showed some astonishment upon hearing those words. His father continued to relieve that tension. The life you truly desire, but have not yet realized. A surprise suddenly struck. In a flash, Fran sent his subconscious to a certain place. In the future. Ian tried to open his eyes. A cool breeze brushed past his body. At this very moment, Ian realized he was sitting under the canopy of a very large tree. After a few seconds of composing himself, as a natural reflex, he exclaimed, where is this place? Ian clumsily stood up, his steps unsteady, still thinking in his head. I was definitely just with Fran. Right then, a girl with familiar blonde hair appeared. Ian looked closer. Next to that girl was a very cute little girl. Before he could realize who it was, the girl turned to look at Ian affectionately. Turns out, she was Princess Harry. All thoughts vanished when she spoke. You are awake? Seeing Ian standing still, Harry gently put her hand on Ian's hair, then continued to scold him poutily. Really, we rarely have time to go out together as a family. Yet you fell asleep. Seeing him still standing still with an innocent look, she continued. You said you've been very busy lately. You have been overworking. I will scold my brother and tell him to reduce the work for you. Hearing this, he seemed to have somewhat stabilized. Sweat rolled down Ian's face. A call escaped his mouth. Princess? Hearing that, Harry smiled and replied. Why do you call me that? Are you still not fully awake? She kept smiling, then paused. Princess? It's been a long time since I heard that word. Ian's face was full of panic as he thought. A long time? Before he could get an answer, Harry turned back and shouted. Johanna, your father is awake. The call grew louder. Come here and hug father. Johanna, as if receiving a signal from her mother, hurriedly stood up and turned around. Her clear voice rang out, filled with happiness. Daddy. Johanna ran quickly to the two of them. She shouted as she ran, Papa. Johanna rushed over, hugged Ian's leg tightly, and nuzzled into him affectionately. Ian looked down in a daze and gently asked, What is it? Harry suddenly looked at Ian in confusion, then asked, Why are you just standing there? As she spoke, her eyes shifted to their daughter, as if signaling Ian to hug Johanna. At this moment, his hand rested lightly on Johanna's shoulder. She slowly looked up at Ian. Then, Johanna buried her face in his embrace, seeking love. She hugged Ian tightly, whispering, Father. Ian's eyes stung, and tears appeared in his eyes. He reached out to pat that small back, as if soothing her, to reassure Johanna. At the same time, Harry standing nearby, and the two of them smiled contentedly. A family filled with love, simple yet happy. Suddenly, in an instant, the warm hug turned into an infinite void. Disappointment was etched on Ian's face. Ian slowly looked down at his hands. While he was struggling with his thoughts, his father interrupted. What did you see? Still in that dazed state, Ian's eyes hadn't left his hands. He replied, A child. There was a child with eyes and hair color just like mine. Ian stammered slightly, finally uttering a name, Johanna. He continued, When I hugged her, the scent, that voice and that weight, made me feel warm. That hug just now seemed to still linger in Ian's mind. He asked suspiciously, What really was that? Ian hadn't figured out the answer yet. His father quickly replied, That is love. He looked straight into his eyes, calmly defining it for his son. It is a powerful spell that nurtures humans, and also a very ordinary word. Ian seemed to feel some emotion boiling up in his heart. He listened intently to the heartfelt words from Fran. They will do everything for the ones they love, and fight to protect that, and at the same time gain the courage to live on. What you want is the greatest thing, which is also the bond of an ordinary life. Ian's face appeared full of confusion once again. He asked again, An ordinary life? But, at this moment, an image as beautiful as a dream appeared in his mind. A tight hug for his little daughter. A smile full of peace and happiness from his wife. A happy family of three gathered together. Ian suddenly exclaimed, Too peaceful and beautiful to be my dream. His two hands clenched tight. Ian spoke to Fran skeptically. Did I just see my future? Fran quickly replied, Maybe, or maybe not. He said, everything depends on your decision. Glancing up at the vast sky, Fran suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, then finally said, "It seems it is time for you to go." Stepping a few steps closer to Ian, Fran spoke firmly, "I will awaken the dragon's might within you." Saying that, his hand slowly placed upon the boy's hair. Fran paused a bit then said, with this final authority, "I hope you will finish the things that I could not do." Finally, that hand touched Ian's head. A stream of energy rushed into his body. Ian widened his eyes as if silently realizing something. He thought to himself, Fran's memories are being transferred to me. Ian uttered, "This is." A majestic scene suddenly appeared. The ancient divine beast appeared again as if embracing his father's body. But this time it was not amidst thousands of sparkling stars, but an extreme light. That light was so brilliant that it could easily obscure the vision of others. At this moment, Fran looked at Ian with eyes full of affection and said, "I will always accompany you." After speaking, he was like a child who had just unburdened all his confidings. "I love you." At this moment, Ian seemed to burst with emotion, looking towards his father who was still echoing the word forever. A flash of light obscured Ian's vision, the image of his mother stroking his father's hair seemed to appear before his eyes. Before he could see clearly, Ian was awakened by a loud call. Harry's familiar voice rang out. "Sir Ian, are you okay?" He silently asked himself what this feeling was. He immediately rubbed his rosy eyes, determining if this was real or a dream. Then he replied, "It's nothing. Something flew into my eye." Suddenly, Ian's eyes dilated to their maximum. A panicked look began to appear again. When he saw the blank page of the book resting on the table, Ian thought to himself, "The draconic has disappeared." Saying that, he hurriedly looked towards Harry and asked in a very naive tone, "Princess, do you remember the content in here?" Harry replied, "What? I don't remember." At this moment, it seemed she started to feel something wasn't quite right. That page was empty to begin with. Thinking for a moment, Ian now seemed to have understood everything. He said, "I understand." Harry saw his slightly strange expression and asked, "What is it? Have you found a way to defeat the dragonkin?" Ian replied immediately, "I think I found it." "There is a way." Harry's hands suddenly grabbed his hands. Those glittering eyes looked at him unblinkingly and surprised, saying, "Really? Great." Ian's face suddenly changed color. It was no longer the naive white color from before, but instead was replaced by the pink of embarrassment. Then he tried to suppress that shyness inside, turned back to look at the princess and said, "It seems I need to talk to Ragnar. Please stay by his side." The princess's face, full of lingering attachment, seemed to say it all. Her voice regretful, "I can't help with anything?" Ian, with a gentle affectionate smile, replied, "Please take care of yourself. I will be fine. After finishing everything, I will return." Harry held his hands tightly with both of hers, face bowed down, then spoke instructively, "You must return." Ian's gentleness spread throughout the room. He replied solicitously, "I promise." Scene change, each sound of someone's footsteps echoed in the hallway. A hurried voice of a man suddenly rang out behind Ian. "Ian, consider it carefully." The voice got closer and louder. It was Ronan. His eyebrows furrowed as he began to persuade, even though the war has ended and the continent has been unified, small disputes still continuously break out. And our empire needs a hero. An 8th-class mage. Ronan reached towards Ian's back and continued. "In the ivory tower, there is still much work you must do. Do you really want to throw all that away?" Like a reminder and a warning, Ronan uttered a sentence. "There is no way. His Majesty will allow you to leave." At this moment, Ian's hands clenched firmly. He gritted his teeth, turned around to him and replied, "Whether he allows it or not, I will still leave this capital. I have also finished preparing the necessary procedures for Sir Ronan to become the succeeding master of the ivory tower." Eyes full of helplessness appeared on Ronan's face. He called out helplessly, "Ian." He coldly turned around and said directly, "The person standing in front of you is not a hero, or an 8th-class mage, but is just a monster." Ian insisted on that. Saying that, he turned and walked away. A while later, Ian arrived at a room. He slowly opened the door and went inside. Just as Ian entered, Ragnar raised his voice calling, "Ian, come in." He bowed his head, hands clasped together showing clear respect. Then he heard Ragnar sigh and say, "I have read the letter you sent." With a face full of doubt, he asked Ian, Why are you suddenly leaving?" He lowered his face at this moment, listening to Ragnar's subsequent questions. "Do you need rest? If that is so, then you can rest for a few months or a few years, it's fine." He sighed and continued, I know well how much you had to suffer to unify the empire as it is today. I know better than anyone. And I will agree to all your requests. Giving you time to rest. A series of benefits were mentioned immediately after, aiming to keep him there. He closed his eyes tight, continuing to speak as if wanting to compromise. Let me entrust the title of Tower Master of this ivory tower of yours to someone else. While you are away, is that okay? If you have recommended Ronan, I will let him be the acting Tower Master of the ivory tower. Ian now softly replied. Then thank you, Your Majesty. I accept. After that, Ragnar tore the letter in half in front of Ian. I will also recruit new people. And adjust the strategies, so that when you return, you won't feel unfamiliar. So, after you have rested enough, you must return to this empire. Ian called out loudly, Your Majesty. He had knelt down on the ground. Ian tried to suppress the suffocation in his heart and spoke. I beg you, I will not return. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. Ian spoke slowly but decisively. My existence is no longer helpful for the future of this continent. Instead, it will be the source of disagreements, inciting the division of this empire. He said loudly, therefore, I ask to resign from all positions I hold and return to my hometown. I will not use magic anymore, but instead, will spend my whole life atoning for my mistakes. So please, before he could finish, Ragnar shouted loudly, I will not allow you. Saying that, he suddenly stood up. Ragnar's face was full of anger, saying, Mistakes? I won't let you lower yourself. Ragnar's eyebrows knitted slightly. He said loudly, in the entire empire, your contribution is the greatest. You should feel proud of yourself, shouldn't you? While speaking, Ragnar walked towards Ian saying, Is there anyone who dares to doubt your merit to this empire? Not a single citizen of this empire dares to have even a single thought about that. Arriving in front of him, his voice gradually slowed down. The angry face from before suddenly became a bit confused. So you should forget those small, meaningless things like that. At this moment, he was still kneeling on the ground, slowly replying to Ragnar. Even if you force me to forget, my hands are stained with fresh blood. So how can I forget? Glancing at Ian's helpless face, Ragnar changed to a different tone of voice. Gentler. He said, Ian, those were just unavoidable sacrifices. Ian bowed his head and silently admitted the painful truth. Correct, those unavoidable sacrifices were all sacrificed by my hands. Ian's two hands clenched his thighs, remembering everything that had passed. He choked up, with these very hands, I killed them. I really can't take it anymore. Hearing this, Ragnar fell silent and didn't reply. Seeing that, Ian took the opportunity to add, As your friend, I beg you. Please let me atone for my mistakes. Ragnar replied, Just because of something like that. You think of leaving me, after putting me on the Emperor's throne? Saying that, he took a step to glide behind his back. We have been together for so long. We're such close friends, yet you ask me like that? Ian bowed his face down, not daring to reply. Ragnar continued, Ian, I never imagined that we would have to part ways like this. As he spoke, he walked further and further away. He only left his back view before that magnificent, splendid main hall. Ian kept his bowing posture, showing respect for that man. He slowly said loudly, I apologize, Your Majesty. I truly apologize. The echoing sound hadn't even ended, when from the other side a very loud sound rang out. A man with a fierce face full of murderous intent hurriedly spoke up. Your Majesty, you're just letting Ian Page leave like that? He continued attacking the remnants of the enemy, and the rebels of that alliance are still eyeing our borders. If the news of him leaving leaks out, at a time when the situation is unstable like now, our position will be shaken. Adding to his words was another man. We also have to consider the situation where he joins those rebels. If he changes his mind, then him seizing this throne is only a matter of time. Some gossip has just appeared. A group of commoners worship him as a hero of the war and even say he should be crowned. His existence alone is overly dangerous. If Ian Page is not our ally, then we must definitely kill him. Scene change. At that time, Ragnar was sleeping in his room when he suddenly woke up. His hand clutched his chest, breathing urgently. Then he raised his hand to touch his head, which was splitting with pain. Ragnar shouted, Is anyone outside? A servant quickly opened the door a crack and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Ragnar immediately ordered, Invite the royal alchemist, Douglas Hammer here. Immediately after, Douglas arrived by Ragnar's bed. How effective was the medicine you used this time? He continued asking, You still cannot sleep? Ragnar, holding the medicine packet in his hand, replied dazedly. Nothing has changed. I even feel the situation is gradually getting worse. I hope you can give me a type of medicine that is stronger. Douglas looked at Ragnar with a slightly dissatisfied face. Your Majesty, that medicine contains herbs that are capable of causing addiction. If the dosage is increased any further, your health will be affected. He explained further. And medicine only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. The important thing is that you must resolve the problem at its root. Hearing this, Ragnar froze and repeated the words. Root of the problem? While he was still thinking, Douglas replied very quickly, You. It is the reason why you cannot fall asleep. Ragnar suddenly laughed loudly. That is not something I alone can solve. Holding the medicine packet, he confided further. I feel very afraid because that old friend has left me. I'm afraid he might betray me and take over this empire. Turns out the thing Ragnar feared was Ian. The scene just now was the darkest shadow in his heart. He feared him. Then Ragnar continued. When he was by my side, I could trust him. But after he left, I knew what kind of monster he could be. Speaking of this, he imagined Ian holding the great staff. That was what he feared the most. Douglas's face suddenly turned pale. If that is so, then you can only kill that monster. Ragnar glanced at the alchemist sternly. Are you inciting me to kill my own friend? The painful tone spoke with some doubt. I truly doubt that he is your friend. If he makes you worry this much. Ragnar said anxiously, he is an 8th-class mage. There is no way to kill him. Even if all mages in the ivory tower combined to attack him, they couldn't possibly kill him. Pondering for a while, he turned and asked. What should I do? Douglas seemed to catch the signal. There is still a way to kill him. When hearing that, Ragnar's face flashed with surprise. But Douglas spoke full of confidence. I can create a type of poison that can kill him. Scene change to a simple wooden house, covered amidst layers of white snow. Contrary to the gloomy look outside, inside the house was extremely warm. At this time Ian sat leaning back on a chair, holding and reading a book. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. He took off his glasses and wondered, who is it? It's already this late. Saying that, he proceeded to open the door, muttering, Excuse me, who is it? Ian's eyes suddenly dilated. A drop of sweat suddenly rolled down Ian's cheek. His mouth stammered, Your Majesty? Opposite him, a familiar face showed clearly. It turned out to be him, Ragnar. He spoke first. It's been a long time, Ian. Can I come in? Ian's face was full of worry. He asked him as if seeking an answer. Why did you come here? Ragnar smiled and calmly replied. Even though you resigned and retired into hiding, we can occasionally meet like this, right? In his hand, he held a bottle of wine. Holding it tight in his hand, he said. Not as master and servant, but as friends. Ian seemed to have gradually dropped his guard. One hand gestured into the house inviting Ragnar in. Ian happily said, You are always welcome, Your Majesty. Saying that, the two slowly walked inside. He quickly grabbed the glass in his hand, gradually walking towards Ragnar. Ian asked half jokingly, half seriously, as if probing, You don't like drinking wine. Why did you bring it here? Ragnar calmly replied. Sometimes drinking a little is fine. I was suddenly curious about my friend. I didn't know what he was doing. Saying that, he gave Ian the glass of wine he just poured, gesturing, Take it. He hesitated a bit at this moment, but finally took that glass of wine. Politely said, Thank you, Your Majesty. He also picked up a glass and immediately asked Ian. How have you been lately, Ian? You look much healthier than when you were in the capital. Ian looked down at the floor and slowly replied. I traveled to the unified lands of the Empire. Ragnar raised the cup to his lips. But he just stopped there, and listened to his next words. I met people from all different walks of life, as well as observed their lives. It was a meaningful time for me. At that moment, Ragnar remained motionless, silently listening to him speak. I also learned many things. After returning to my hometown. When I think about it, magic is the only thing I've known in my life. When the snow melts and winter passes, I think about having a small garden. Speaking to this point, Ian's face was now filled with joy and happiness. Ian began to take a sip of wine from his glass and heard Ragnar reply to him. You must be living a much simpler life, compared to your status as a hero, who fought for the unification of the land. A fleeting look of sadness appeared on his face. He remained silent, listening. I am very glad that you are satisfied with what you are doing. Ragnar placed a hand on his thigh and continued rambling. Many things happened after you left. After we successfully stopped the Coldwood forces in the north, this unified empire is finally at peace. Ian hurriedly clutched his chest. There was a very strange sensation in his body. Ian thought to himself, what is wrong with my body? Ragnar didn't care about his strange behavior. His expression was unreasonably calm, as if he knew beforehand that Ian would react strangely like this. He closed his eyes tight, ignoring Ian's abnormality. Ragnar's tone became stronger. The daughter of Duke Bernat, ruler of the Principality of Rhone, will soon announce her marriage to the Crown Prince. With this marriage, we can establish a peaceful relationship with the people of the powerful Principality of Rhone. A mysterious smile appeared on Ragnar's lips. It's wonderful to see the Crown Prince, who was just a child not long ago, is now getting married. He exclaimed, I think. Finally, I understand how my father felt before. At this moment, he had bowed his face down. His limbs had no strength left. He had to prop one hand on the chair to keep himself sitting steady. He still ignored it. Ian continued speaking in a challenging tone. When the ivory tower is not strong because there are no people, the lands are stable. When balancing value and influence with the royal family. In just a moment, Ian collapsed to the ground. Pain gradually spread throughout his body. But Ragnar still sat motionless, because this was his plan. He continued to speak very quickly. The restoration that was once destroyed, it is due to the world changing rapidly. Ian's voice was weak, sir. Ragnar smiled maliciously and then gritted his teeth, speaking loudly. Everything is being resolved satisfactorily, and the empire is entering its greatest days. He slammed the wine glass down on the table, shouting, if you disappear. Blood suddenly gushed out from Ian's mouth uncontrollably. He covered his mouth with his hand, but could not stop the flow. Ragnar said coldly, this poison will neutralize the mana flowing in your veins. His face was as cold as ice, without a single fluctuation. It only lasts for a short time. For you, I mean. He suddenly stood up and spoke clearly. That is why I had to mix in another poison. Ian used his weak breath to force out 2 words. Why? Ragnar glanced down at Ian. He was extremely calm and asked Ian back. You don't understand? The wine glass in his hand had spilled onto the floor. He slowly replied. It is because your power will threaten the developing unified empire. Ian looked up at that familiar face, which now felt so strange, watching carefully every word he was about to say. During the war, this source of power was very good, but now it is no longer needed. That is why you returned to your hometown, to atone for what you have done for the rest of your life. Ian went silent for a few seconds. He continued, those were the words you said. Ragnar looked at Ian and confessed, but Ian, you know. His face at this moment showed a flash of fear. He spoke very slowly. I am afraid. He turned his back so as not to see Ian anymore. He spoke louder. I am going crazy fearing this old friend. The fear in Ragnar's heart appeared. An 8th-class mage. If he wanted to, he could steal the empire from my hands. Ian listened intently, his heart still holding on to a vain hope. Perhaps the thing Ian waited for was an explanation from Ragnar's own mouth. Uttered, but no. He extinguished the little hope that remained in him. How could I let that monster live freely? Immediately after, a cold chill suddenly ran from Ian's heart. Then cruel reality, like a slap, struck that little bit of hope of his. He gritted his teeth, my old friend. At this moment, Ian's tears truly flowed. He cried not because of the pain he was suffering, but cried because his faith had been extinguished. Betrayal from the people he trusted most. Ragnar looked at Ian and said, please do not forgive me. Saying that, he turned sharply and left the house, leaving Ian with so many emotions buried in that house. Just as he went outside, Ragnar immediately said to Duncan, who was waiting, burn it all. The next second, the fire flared up and spread, engulfing the house. In the middle of the misty snowy night, Ragnar walked coldly a few steps, leaving Ian's house being burned to the ground. As he walked away from the fire, Ragnar suddenly turned his head to look back. Ragnar's eyes looked briefly sad, as if he had just lost something very important. Then Duncan spoke up, sir. We will handle the rest. Please return to the carriage. Duncan was stunned for a moment when he saw the scene before him, because he saw a stream of tears running down Ragnar's face. He thought to himself, so this is how we part ways? He deceived himself with a sentence that he considered sincere. I truly detest this ending. Returning to the present, a peaceful morning at the royal palace. Ian was walking somewhere. Turns out he was walking to Ragnar's desk. He greeted softly, Ian, you've arrived? He continued asking, what did the princess say? Ian replied, The princess asked me why I betrayed you. Ragnar's face was full of smugness, so how did you answer? Ian calmly replied. I said I have no obligation to answer the princess. Suddenly he laughed loudly. Truly pitiful. She seems to like you a lot. As he spoke, he crossed his arms, showing his arrogance. Any suitor who proposes to her, my father is displeased with, and refuses immediately. A bit of confusion showed on him. It's really strange. I don't know why. Father hates those guys so much. For people like us, weddings are basically just transactions. For the benefit of the family and power. Ian silently listened to him speak. I didn't expect him to hide her away. Just because he didn't want those things to happen. Ragnar smiled faintly as if mocking. How ridiculous. He is the type of person who would utilize those transactions. He stood up from his chair as he spoke. When the time is right, I will help you betroth a lady. From a worthy family. Saying that, he walked closer to Ian. It won't be long. Ragnar raised his two hands, as if wanting to enjoy what he was about to say. I am about to inherit the throne and become a king, stronger than my father. I will become the first person to unify these three countries, and lead the Green River Empire to its peak era. At this moment, infinite greed was written clearly on his face. Ragnar stood close to him and said, that is my intention. Then he patted Ian's shoulder. Please stay by my side in such a momentous time. His boastful voice echoed throughout the room. Now you belong to me. You won't regret swearing loyalty to me. At this moment, Ian replied, Your Highness, the fifth prince. Saying that, he placed a hand on his arm, clearly stating, I have already witnessed that. A scene appeared before Ian's eyes. In the scene he thought of, he stood next to Ragnar, surrounded by cheering. Ian emphasized every sentence he was about to say. The solemn moment of seeing the Green River Empire become a unified empire. Then with intense faith, Ian shouted loudly beside the great king. Ragnar frowned, his face looking clueless as if he didn't understand him. He asked back, Ian, what do you mean? Ian slowly replied, I gave up everything I had for the king and for this empire, because those two things were my life. A look of expectation appeared on Ian's face. He said to him, but this time I found it. The life I truly desire. Hearing this, Ragnar stood frozen. He immediately asked a question to prove his suspicion. Don't tell me you dissolved the black magic? How could you? Ian, with a calm face, gently replied, I regret telling you this. Ian revealed more, as the only person in the past, present, and future. He clenched his teeth listening to the rest of what he was about to say. At this moment, Ian suddenly knelt on one knee as if to show respect. Finally, a friend and also a master, the person who trusted me most, showed me absolute respect. The image of him kneeling before him appeared in his head. Ian continued. At the same time, also made me despair. Ian said loudly, Ragnar, come find me. Ian placed his hand on his chest in a salute. I will be waiting for you at the ivory tower. The very next second, Ian disappeared in front of Ragnar, leaving him with so many wonders in his heart. Ragnar angrily clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. It seemed he really couldn't control it anymore. A while later, Ragnar hurriedly pushed the door open, stepping into another room. A man in there was startled and asked, Fifth Prince? What is the matter? Ragnar screamed like a madman. Bring the commander of the first royal knight. Order here immediately. Gather the knights and prepare the fastest horse for me. Also, find Avantis. At the same time at the ivory tower. Outside, the wind and snow were blowing. Only Ian sat dazed on the steps. He was thinking to himself, my coming to this place in the past life was not a coincidence. He muttered to himself, you have watched me. Always watching over a wanderer like me all this time. My life is full of regret and hatred. In his head appeared an image of a person who looked quite like Ian, holding a scepter and walking everywhere, finally stopping at the ivory tower. It was you who brought me to this place. To give me one more chance. Ian seemed to burst into tears. He understood everything that father, Ian, had told him. The final memento you left behind is the Draconic of return. I think I know the reason why. I can understand Draconic. His eyes at this moment looked a bit tragic. And how to use the authority you passed down to me, too. Then a noise caught his attention. Turns out the fifth prince's group had arrived. Ragnar looked at him with eyes like bullets. But in response to him, Ian stood up and greeted politely. Welcome, Ragnar. Ragnar looked at Avantis and called, Sir Avantis. This time you must kill him. Can you do it? Avantis's furrowed brows were unsightly. He closed his eyes and said in a condescending tone, we should have killed him from the beginning. Instead of getting ourselves into this. mess. He is just a 6th-class mage. I will deal with him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Evantus's sharp cold eyes looked straight ahead and added, but there seems to be another problem. Hearing that, Ragnar annoyedly turned and asked, what problem? Evantus's slightly wary eyes were clear. I have sensed the dragon's might of the Dragon Emperor. That person is nearby. When he saw Evantus and Ragnar, Ian slowly stepped down and greeted. Nice to meet you, Ragnar. However, Ragnar replied extremely angrily. Are we close enough to call each other by name? Anger and jealousy had taken over his reason at that moment. Ian Page. You are mistaken. His tone was extremely twisted. Do you think the Crown Prince can rule this empire? What this empire needs is an emperor who is rational and strong. That idiot has no right to shoulder that responsibility. Those eyes showed Ragnar's envy and jealousy, stronger than ever. If he was aware of his own position, he should have given up long ago. Where does he get the right to rely on the royal father's love and act arrogantly everywhere like that? Lowly insect like him. Witnessing the crazy outburst from his best friend, Ian couldn't do anything but try to calmly listen. Ragnar continued, enjoying what should belong to me, as if it were natural. His reason has been taken over by dark magic. Only dark thoughts remained, and were expressed through all his crazy words. He shouted, I will never acknowledge him. I am the one who is qualified. I am the one who will become the emperor. After listening, Ian calmly explained, dark magic always lurks to occupy the human soul. And you are no exception. You have lost your inherent strong judgment. And those words completely reveal your true nature. He knew clearly he couldn't save his best friend. At this moment Ian said to him, Ragnar, you cannot go back to how you were before. Ragnar felt it was ridiculous that Ian calmly spoke those meaningless words. He replied in a mocking tone, keep ranting. This is the last time you have a chance to say those bullshit, hollow words. Then he turned back to signal Evantus to execute according to plan. Perhaps there were no words left to say between them. Ragnar called Evantus. Sir Evantus, after receiving Ragnar's order, knew it was time to act. He began to unleash moves intended to take Ian's life. Sensing the powerful attack force coming from Evantus, Ian knew that the situation could not be salvaged anymore. He had to launch a counterattack at him. At this time, Evantus was still very confident. He attacked while saying, I heard he is one of the humans with brains. But rumors aren't always true, are they? Rushing to find death like that. Suddenly Evantus's pupils dilated, clearly showing astonishment. How is it possible? He felt Ian's power had become incredibly strong. Unexpectedly, he could neutralize his attacks. He asked himself, Ian Page. His level is not even close to being compared to me. No matter how special he is still just a human. He cannot fool a dragonkin who has lived for more than 5 centuries. Evantus struggled with those thoughts, thinking of many scenarios. Then how? All of his attacks were neutralized. Not only that, he couldn't help but recall the energy from when he first entered the ivory tower. The energy that Evantus felt when he first arrived here, the pressure of the Dragon Emperor. Evantus couldn't believe it as he witnessed him release an extremely gentle strike, but the power was incredibly strong. I can feel that energy on him. Evantus immediately felt a bit fearful of his own deduction, hurriedly asking Ian, who are you? He looked at him and replied, despicable dragonkin. You coveted the power and authority of dragons to the point of harming your own ancestors. But now your kin are no more. You are the only dragonkin left. Michelle Greenriver gave you the most painful punishment possible. Ian softly uttered. The punishment Michelle Greenriver gave him. Worthlessness, hatred, anger, and suffering. Extreme helplessness. When unable to do anything. Living with that humiliation until now. You have done very well. These were the hateful words that he wanted to hear least in his entire life. He shouted loudly, shut up. Evantus's reason now had only one thing left, which was to destroy the one who knew the dirty past that he was trying to hide. He opened his mouth to reveal sharp fangs and long claws, then spoke. I will kill you. Contrary to that anger, Ian gently said to Evantus, finally, I will send you back to your kin, with the very power you sought all your life. He felt an immensely large source of power, exceeding his endurance. Ian used the power of the dragon tribe to gently order Evantus, last descendant of the dragonkin tribe, die. His eyes widened. What did you say? Evantus could not believe it when standing before his power. He really couldn't control his own body. His hands no longer listened to his own command. but harmed his own body. The long sword pierced through his hot chest. Using his last bit of breath, he asked him, "Why do you have that power?" Each page of Ian's memory book was opened. His life in the previous incarnation was like a novel. He remembered the first time he met Ragnar. The next page was turned to that meeting. Perhaps it was a carefully calculated move, but his approach meant a lot to him. Finally, that piece of memory paper turned back to the first page, that fleeting moment. It was this very moment that started all the tragedies he had experienced. Remembering back then, Herbert had told him, "Feel honored, Ian." He used a condescending tone to speak. This is the first time he has actively approached someone. Before this, he also promised to provide any resources available to develop your potential, because he values the talent you possess very highly. Ian timidly followed behind the Tower Master, silently listening to his instructions. Be careful with your actions and words. Behave properly. The person you are about to meet is the one who will inherit the throne in the future. Ian felt a bit of pressure hearing this. After a while, Herbert led him to the front of that person's room. The guard's voice rang out announcing to Ragnar, "Your Highness, the Master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert, requests an audience." He immediately ordered him to enter. The door gradually opened according to the command. Herbert and Ian walked inside, facing Ragnar. He initially greeted them very politely. "Welcome, Master of the Ivory Tower and Mage of the Ivory Tower, Ian Page." Ian was a bit scared at that time, so he couldn't reply. Then Ragnar added, "I heard the Tower Master talk a lot about you. You possess a talent the Academy has never seen before, and have amazed everyone." Facing those words of praise, Ian showed a humble attitude and replied, "I am not worthy of such praise." Hearing the answer, Ragnar sighed. Then he directly mentioned a matter that made Ian sad. "I heard that a few days ago, your mother passed away due to an illness." Seeing Ian's face still not over it, he told him that, "Since I also lost my mother, I can understand your feelings a little." Ragnar's voice softened a bit. "You will still feel sorrow, no matter what I say. But I still want to express my deepest condolences." After speaking, he slowly walked forward, then stopped in front of Ian and said, "Raise your head, Ian Page." He obeyed and raised his head. Ragnar continued speaking. "Now I am not the prince of our empire. I want to meet you as a human being." At that time, it was clear he used the most sincere tone to speak. Ragnar hesitated. "I want to become your friend." Those eyes filled with expectation looked straight at Ian. Returning to this life, in the cold snowy rain at the Ivory Tower, Ian just walked step by step forward. Through each freezing snowflake, those feet stopped when facing Ragnar. Ragnar's eyes flashed with surprise, or perhaps fear. Perhaps only he himself knew at this moment. His eyes suddenly closed tight, as if preparing his mind to face his end. He took a deep breath and spoke first. "I won't beg you not to kill me. Kill me? I'd rather let you kill me right here than have to go to the execution ground." Ian just bowed his head slightly without answering him. Perhaps he himself was also hesitating. Ragnar tried to use an arrogant tone. "What's wrong? Don't you hate me a lot?" He continuously questioned Ian. "But why do you look at me like that? Pitying me?" Suddenly Ragnar could no longer keep his calm. He began to scream madly. "Someone like you, I should have killed right from the start." He looked straight at Ian and spewed out vicious words. "You monster." Facing those insults, Ian still calmly replied, "Is that how you feel? Are you that afraid of me? A member of the royal family, a fifth prince of this country, a haughty human, yet now helpless, kneeling before Ian." Ian continued, "In the final moments of your life, I want to show you this." He touched his hand lightly to Ragnar's forehead. A stream of magical light ran into his head. "To let you see who he was." As soon as Ian finished speaking, that stream of light grew stronger. Then from this moment on, all the truth would be exposed in his mind. A series of Ian's memories appeared like a sad movie. From the first times they met in the previous life, to how Ian assisted him, along with the words he himself had said back then, including the accidental encounter with Hyde. Ragnar's cold, hateful eyes also appeared clearly. But despite these things, Ian still loyally followed him. But everything started to change from one day. Ian blindly followed him, doing everything, even if it was wrong. He used his full power to help Ragnar. And in the end, he helped him successfully ascend to the throne. Then consecutive arguments and conflicts also increased from this point on. Perhaps he no longer remembered the sincere words that he wanted to be friends with him. Ragnar's eyes now became strange and bitter looking at him. Then he ruthlessly walked past Ian, who was still kneeling on the ground, denying all of his previous merits. His cold footsteps seemed to strangle Ian's heart. All the sins Ragnar committed had not ended. The peak was the time. Ian cast aside all his honor to kneel down and beg him. But he looked at him with disgusted eyes, heartlessly driving him to a dead end. At that time, he was also the one who said, "Please do not forgive me." After knowing the truth, Ragnar snapped back to reality. He froze for a moment, as if he hadn't processed this large amount of information. Ragnar's lips moved slightly as if wanting to say something. Finally, he softly called, "Ian." "Page, you?" Ragnar's hesitant voice rang out like that. At this moment, Ian also cast magic, creating an ice spear in his hand. Just a moment later, Ragnar was seen collapsed on the ground. Then both his lives full of crimes finally ended lightly like that. Ian was silent for a while. His face was completely emotionless, unclear if happy or sad. But immediately after, he decisively turned and left, leaving behind everything that had once caused him pain. After that day, when the Dragonkin and the fifth prince died, a large-scale purge was conducted, targeting the Dragon Order and those related to it. The order was executed, starting from the captain leading the Royal Knights, to all the nobles who helped the fifth prince in the rebellion. Thanks to the princess's devoted care for the emperor, Terry Greenriver, he was able to quickly recover and restore his mind. Terry sat haggardly on the hospital bed, talking to Princess Harry. After knowing the truth, tears rolled down this emperor's cheeks. He heard about the death of the fifth prince, and was extremely sad about it. Valence, the person who tried to assassinate the emperor because he was possessed by black magic, was determined to have returned to a normal state, and was judged innocent. His grave was respected, and he could rest in peace with the other Royal Knights. The rebellion of the fifth prince, related to the use of black magic, which was already banned, was recorded in history books as a rare case in history. Horrifying crimes and records of the Dragonkin of Antis were sealed under the emperor's order. His existence was kept secret from the world forever. Time passed and the death of the fifth prince Ragnar was gradually forgotten by people in silence. Thus, Ian's revenge and the journey of the rebellion, that felt like it lasted forever, had ended. One morning at the Ivory Tower. Today was the day of the trial for the princess for the crime of using illegal magic. Harry was sitting worriedly alone on a chair. Suddenly Ian spoke from somewhere. "Are you worried?" she called out. "Sir Ian." Ian, in judge's robes, walked over. Harry expressed to him, "Actually, I am very worried." Ian asked seriously, "You don't regret your decision, do you?" Harry's small hand clenched slightly with determination. "Correct, I do not regret it." Her determined eyes said it all. "I don't want to hide it anymore. I want to help everyone with my power." Hearing that sure answer from the princess, a faint smile appeared on Ian's face. Then he bowed slightly and said to her, "Don't worry, Your Highness. Everything will be fine." At this moment, the door to the courtroom opened. A low-ranking mage announced, "Master of the Ivory Tower. Your Highness, please come inside." After a while, the trial finally began. Harry, as the defendant, also stepped out to present herself. When Harry stood in the dock, the announcement rang out. The trial to decide what to do with Princess Harry Greenriver, for the crime of casting and using illegal magic, will begin right now. Ian sat in the highest position, quietly looking at her. He said sternly, "Before the trial begins, I have something to say." Then he suddenly stood up, then walked to Harry's side. Ian said bluntly, "I am connected to the accusations against Her Highness, and therefore I cannot preside over the trial. I will let Sir Ronan and Deckard preside over the trial in my place." After Ian's words, everyone present at the trial immediately buzzed with discussion. Deckard shouted in surprise, "What are you saying all of a sudden?" Facing that question, Ian placed his hand on his left chest and stated clearly, "I am one of the people who taught magic to Her Highness." Ronan calmly said, "Please tell us the details." Only then did Ian slowly recount everything. "I knew that. She was a mage 6 years ago." Everything was gradually clarified according to his story. "Even though I saw her use magic right before my eyes." Back then Harry said to Kelvin, "Why is my magic so bad?" Kelvin replied, "It's because you just started learning magic." Ian continued, "I ignored that matter because I was sure she had her own reasons." Ian recounted, "Years later, I had to secretly investigate the Order of the Dragon. At that time, the organization closely linked to black magic had managed to infiltrate quite deep into the royal family. As quite a few nobles in the capital were mixed in with them, the existence of the Dragonkin became an extremely huge threat." Ian's voice rang out steadily, "Because he was a high-level shaman. One who could immediately turn the entire empire into a sea of blood, if he wanted to. Naturally, I had to act very carefully, to ensure everyone's safety. But human strength is limited. The things I could do alone also had limits. All those attending the trial were astounded at Ian's next words. I needed the help of someone in the royal palace, whom I could trust. That person also had to have power and political influence. Then he turned to look at Harry. That is what I proposed to her. In exchange for teaching magic to her, and developing that ability in secret, she had to help me whenever I needed. Harry's eyes flashed with surprise. Ian said, therefore, thanks to her help, I was able to escape the influence of black magic and then find a way to defeat the Dragonkin. Finally, Ian ended with a sentence. More complete details about this can be found in the report on the Fifth Prince's Rebellion incident, and the investigation into the Order of the Dragon. That is all I have to say. After listening, Ronan immediately spoke up to ask, Princess, Your Highness, I want to ask you a question. Is what the Master of Magic saying true? She hesitantly replied, correct, it is the truth. After asking, Ronan added, now we will give you a chance to speak. Please feel free to say whatever you think. Harry was a bit worried. She turned her head back to look, seeing those who had hidden, and helped her standing there, scared. Then Harry turned back to look at Ian. Ian responded to her with a gentle smile. Harry's cheeks blushed. She moved her lips as if making a resolution to say everything. Then Harry strongly explained to the judge, I am a sinner who broke the laws of our empire. I will be ready to accept any punishment I am sentenced to. With all her courage, Harry declared loudly, I do not expect any special treatment. Just because I am a member of the royal family, I want to accept punishment according to the Empire and the Ivory Tower. However, Sir Kelvin and the maids who are here, those who knew I was a mage, and hid that truth, are completely innocent. Things have come to this point, but she still wants to protect those to whom she owes a debt of gratitude. They simply followed my orders, without any other choice, because I am a member of the royal family. Kelvin and the maids were all surprised by those words of the princess. Then she continued, please consider this special situation and place all the blame on me alone. I earnestly swear to everyone from the Ivory Tower. Right when the tension was rising, a deep voice, but carrying absolute weight, rang out. No, the princess did nothing wrong. Making Ian and Harry startle and turn around together. Even Ronan and Deckard were also astonished, looking in the direction that majestic voice came from. The people in the hall were also immediately shaken, because the person appearing before their eyes right now was His Majesty, the Emperor of the Empire. Ian concernedly asked him, are you all right, sir? Terry replied, I am fine. It seems it is not yet time for me to die. Then Terry walked up proudly and spoke to the judges. I want to say this to the mages of the Ivory Tower. The princess did nothing wrong. She simply followed my orders. He recounted everything. When Mage Kelvin told me that the princess was a mage, I ordered them to keep this a secret, because I wanted her to live as royalty, not as a mage. At that time, Terry also realized, although later she was indeed more wary of the Ivory Tower, but I am certain I played a important role in influencing that decision. He believed that everything happened because of the wrong decision I made, along with the love I have for her. The next second, Terry made a request. I earnestly swear to everyone, please place all the blame on me, and give the princess a chance to become a mage. Deckard silently looked at Ronan. The two exchanged glances. Ronan nodded, indicating he understood that intention. Then he began to speak. Normally, we only announce our decision after discussing with the Master of the Ivory Tower. But since the Master of the Ivory Tower is also involved in this matter, so I will be the one to announce our decision. Ian and Harry focused on listening to Ronan's verdict. This trial is to judge a serious crime, teaching illegal magic, and training a mage. We acknowledge this is a special situation. According to Ronan, first, the person who made Princess Harry Greenriver wary, the head of the Ivory Tower, Herbert Leon, was a slave and the right hand of the traitorous criminal, Ragnar Greenriver. Therefore, her decision to be wary was correct. He added, and we have confirmed that Her Highness has not received any benefits through the use of magic. Therefore, it cannot be concluded that she hid the truth for her own ambition. Next, Ronan reached a final conclusion. Since she was able to reach the 4th class in a limited environment, clearly, her talent for magic is extremely rare. Even if one searches the whole continent, it is hard to come by. His voice slowed down a bit, enunciating every single word. Therefore, instead of punishment, the Ivory Tower wants to give Harry Green River a final chance. Ronan made the decision. We will postpone the punishment for 5 years. And we want you to take responsibility under the title of a mage of the Ivory Tower during these 5 years. You will be the first to be transferred in a different dispatch mission taking place within the Empire, and you will also be taught everything you could not learn at the Academy through private lessons from the Ivory Tower. Harry froze for a moment upon hearing the verdict for herself. The importance of postponing the punishment is what happens during those 5 years, and its results will determine what punishment you will receive in 5 years. Finally, Ronan declared loudly, and so, at this moment, we declare that Harry Greenriver is no longer a princess of the Empire, but a mage of the Ivory Tower. The verdict ended, making her extremely happy. An early morning at the Ivory Tower. The sparkling morning sunlight shone on the window frame. Ian was standing by the window thinking about something. Suddenly he heard a call, "Sir Ian." Ian turned back to look and saw it was Her Highness. Hearing that address, Harry immediately explained in confusion. "I am no longer a princess, just call me by my name." Ian also smiled and replied to her. "All right, Miss Harry. Do you like life at the Ivory Tower?" She replied shyly, "I like it very much." At first everyone was a bit distant, but now they have gradually accepted me. Understanding clearly that what she had was thanks to Ian, Harry immediately expressed her sincere thanks. "It is all thanks to you. Without you, I could not be a part of this Ivory Tower. Thank you sincerely." He replied, "I'm glad you're okay. Don't be so polite." Harry hesitated for a moment. Seeing that, Ian said, "It seems you want to say something else?" Then she gathered all her courage to speak. "I heard about you wanting to leave the position of Tower Master of the Ivory Tower. Is it because of me?" "Because I asked you to teach me magic that you..." Ian immediately denied. "No, it has nothing to do with you." He explained gently, "It's just that I have something I need. I have something I must do. But as long as I remain a member of the Ivory Tower, I cannot accomplish it. That is why I wanted to meet you, to return this." After saying that, he reached out and opened the chest beside him. Inside was the very cloak that the Emperor had lent him in the past. Harry was a bit surprised to see this. Ian said, "This is the cloak of Mitchell Greenriver, which His Majesty lent to me." According to Ian, this cloak, originally, should be returned to the Royal Mage. "I only borrowed it for temporary use. Now my responsibility is to return it to the one worthy of it." Then he took out one more item. "This is the staff I used." What Ian was holding in his hand was the Great Origin Staff. It was made of materials very rare outside the kingdom, with the function of amplifying mana efficiency. Ian said this staff was very light, so a woman could use it easily. Harry accepted it. She immediately felt that this was a high-quality item. Excitement was evident in her eyes. Seeing that, Ian asked, "Princess, do you like it?" Harry quickly replied, "I like it very much." Seeing her so happy made Ian unconsciously happy as well. After hesitating for a moment, Ian spoke. "And finally, I have a favor to ask." Harry replied, "What is it?" Ian said, "I will be leaving the capital soon. I fear this trip will be very long, possibly up to several years. While I am not here, please take my place in looking after my family, so they can stay safe in the capital." Hearing this, the happiness on Harry's face from earlier now vanished, making room for surprise. "What?" she hesitantly asked again. "You are leaving here? Where do you intend to go?" Ian shook his head slightly and replied, "I cannot tell you right now, because even I don't know where I must go." He could only say vaguely that the world out there still has many dangers lurking. "I will seek out those dangers. Dangers that only I can find and resolve." Harry's eyes could not hide her sadness upon hearing this news. Her 2 hands gripped the staff he gave her tightly. "Ian, I have lived the life I wanted to live." Harry tried to persuade Ian, "With the power I have in my hands, I will wholeheartedly help those in difficulty and distress. Establish funds to donate to the needy. Along with my brother, when father learned of my plan, father was very happy. He is always ready to support me." So, speaking to this point, her words seemed to get stuck in her throat, unable to be spoken. Harry paused for a second to regain her composure, then directly stated her wish. "I really hope you can stay by my side. Please, don't go." In Harry's tone, one could hear utter helplessness. Ian knew this well. He closed his eyes to think for a moment, but in the end, he uttered words that disappointed her. "I'm sorry." The next day at the royal palace, Hayden shouted in astonishment. What? You're leaving the capital? Ian calmly replied, Yes, Your Highness. Hayden said in confusion, Do you know that when I received the news about you leaving your position as Tower Master, how surprised I was? Now you want to leave altogether? The troubles haven't even been completely resolved yet. Then he remembered his sister. And Harry keeps crying all the time, too. Then Hayden questioned Ian with an annoyed attitude. Did you dump her? Ian stammered. What? No, it's not like that. Hayden cleared his throat and spoke seriously. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Harry is truly a woman of great personality. He listed Harry's good points one by one. She is kind-hearted like the Queen Mother. And she is also an incredibly talented high-ranking mage. You won't find a second person like her. However, Ian didn't catch Hayden's drift, and calmly replied, She is indeed a lovely girl with a strong personality. So, honestly, I really hope she can meet someone better than me and live very happily. Hearing that straightforward answer from Ian made Hayden frustrated. Why are you so dense whenever it comes to romance? After that, he also gave up on this love story and asked about something else. All right, what did you want to tell me? Ian spoke seriously. Before Sir Palance passed away, he asked me to do something. That is, he wanted me to convey a message to the Crown Prince and Captain Oliver that he apologizes and is very grateful to everyone. Hayden was dazed for a moment upon hearing this news. After speaking, Ian bowed respectfully. That is all I can do. I hope Your Highness forgives him. Looking at the person before him, Hayden replied, Ian, you have helped me a lot. He sincerely expressed his thoughts. If not for you, I would still be a useless puppet crown prince, who always looked down on himself. Hayden added, I will definitely try harder in the future. I will definitely become a worthy successor, not betraying the trust of those who believed in me. Hayden's eyes, full of trust, were fixed entirely on Ian. So, after you have finished what you must do, please come back here and help me. Seeing Hayden support him, Ian happily replied, Of course, Your Highness. Now Hayden continued, All right. Let's get to the main business. Ian asked curiously, What main business? Then he called, Captain Oliver. Oliver immediately brought something out. It turned out to be a sword. Hayden took it and slowly drew it out. He happily showed it off to Ian. Did I look cool swinging the sword? I practiced a lot to do that. However, Ian still didn't understand his intention, so he asked, What do you mean, Your Highness? Seconds later, Hayden explained his intention clearly. I grant you this eternal covenant, as a gift for a friend, a teacher, as well as a benefactor. The sword tip touched the floor lightly, symbolizing a firm affirmation that the royal family will always open its doors to welcome Archmage Ian Page. If he ever needs the help of the royal family, our royal family is ready to give our all to support him. Ian was a bit surprised upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the Crown Prince to do this. Not stopping there, he boldly declared, This covenant will always remain in effect through the future generations of our two families. Then Hayden and Oliver placed their hands on their left chests, speaking seriously before the sacred river. I swear to keep this covenant whole. Just as he finished, Hayden sheepishly said, When I was small, I used to see the lords do that. It looked so cool, so I wanted to try it once. Go do what you have to do. We will wait for your return. Those words once again made Ian touched. 2 tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Ian leaned his head lightly on the prince's shoulder and said, Thank you, Your Highness. One late afternoon at Ian's mansion, while he was in his study, organizing documents, he heard a knock on the door. Vanessa stood outside the door and called in. Ian, may I come in? Knowing it was his mother, Ian replied, Come in, mother. He walked to her side and said, Why did you come here? You are still tired from the trip. Why don't you rest more? But as soon as he touched her hand, Ian immediately realized something was wrong. He hurriedly asked, Are you okay, mother? Your hands are so cold. Your complexion isn't good either. But Vanessa did not answer. Her whole body trembled slightly, but she still tried to endure, saying, I'm fine. Suddenly, just a second later, she couldn't take it anymore and collapsed into Ian's arms, causing him to panic a bit. He shouted, Mother, then Ian immediately said, Mother, wait a moment, I will call Lidio and the doctor right away. Her trembling hands stopped him. Don't. Vanessa used all her strength to articulate, I came to greet you on your safe return, that's all. Seeing you, I couldn't say a word. Seeing his mother like that, Ian was also very heartbroken. He kept calling Mother. At this moment, Vanessa asked, Ian, can you not go? She recounted, after returning to the capital. I heard that something happened to you. After hearing it, I couldn't breathe. At that time, she couldn't help but sob. Vanessa blamed herself. Why did that bad thing happen to you? Why did you have to overcome that challenge alone? That harsh challenge? It's all my fault. My heart felt like it was being torn apart. Knowing his mother was worried about him, Ian hurriedly explained, Mother, about that. When I was in Morgan's territory, I was very afraid I wouldn't see you again. Her eyes revealed clear shock. Ian, if you made a mistake. Even if you made a mistake, I couldn't live on. Because for this mother, besides her missing husband, she only had Ian as family left. So Vanessa said, I don't want to lose my family ever again. Ian was silent for a while, saying nothing. Then he gently held his mother's hands and spoke, Mother, perhaps you won't believe it, but I met Father. Ian said this calmly. She was completely astounded by that. What? But Ian quickly continued, it will take time to explain everything, but he told me that. Even though we can't see him, he is always in your heart. Ian's father said that to him. Ian continued, I hated him so much. But actually, I realized that everything I have is the love that Father left behind. With a sincere tone, coming from deep within Ian's heart, he told his mother, so I will follow the path that he walked. He said, I want to know more about a heart that wants to protect you and me, what it is like. Finally, Ian said, please allow me to fulfill the request. The first and also the last favor Father asked of me. In that moment, Vanessa seemed to see the shadow of her husband on this son of hers. She froze for a moment, and tears welled up. Tears from those gentle eyes rolled down her cheeks. But now she spoke very calmly. You really have grown up a lot. I still thought you were still my little child. Ian reassured his mother, please don't worry too much. Don't think that you are alone. Because now there are people who love you very much. Even Ian clearly saw this change. He mentioned Lidio. Sir Lidio is truly a good person. His heart can be said to be like the love of a father, something I have never felt before. Next is Douglas. With that boy around, the atmosphere always becomes bright. He is a smart and gentle child who knows how to care for everyone's hearts. Ian looked straight into Vanessa's eyes and said, I hope you will be happy, then immediately hugged her. I will definitely return. The two of them talked without knowing. The room door was still ajar. Who knows how long Lidio and Douglas had been there, but Douglas couldn't hold back and sobbed. Time passed quickly, arriving at the next morning. Ian was preparing luggage on his horse. At that moment, Lidio spoke up, You are going now? Ian answered him. Yes, I probably have to go now. This scene felt a bit nostalgic to Lidio. You are bringing only one horse? You remind me of when I left the village and met you. He laughed and recalled, back then, you were terrible at riding. Ian replied, I'm good at riding now. Because back then my body was too short. After joking for a while, Ian got to the main point. Sir Lidio, please take care of my mother. He replied, please don't worry. I pledge my life to protect the madam. Just then, Douglas's clear voice rang in his ear. Ian. Ian still wasn't used to him calling him that. Douglas, if you address me like that. Douglas took out a bag of something and gave it to Ian. Douglas innocently said that this was a mana elixir and medicine that he had brewed himself. I guarantee it is much better than the products sold on the market. I know you won't get injured, but just in case something happens, if needed, just send a letter to my mansion anytime. I will make plenty of better medicines ready. At the same time, Vanessa was also rushing over. Ian hadn't noticed yet and replied to Douglas, thanks. Arriving at the spot, she immediately called out, Ian. Seeing his mother arrive, Ian also immediately called, Mother. Vanessa, thoughtful as always, brought out a package of cookies. Eat while you travel. I prepared a lot. She advised him carefully not to skip meals. Always take care of your health, and write to me often. Ian replied, yes. You take care too, Mother. After finishing the farewells, he walked towards the horse and said to them, I'm going then. The horse's hooves stepped slowly. Under the guidance of Ian, one man, one horse, just headed straight forward. However, after going just a few steps, those feet stopped. Ian turned his head, looking back at the things he had gained throughout the past years, looking at the mansion he had lived in for so long. He thought to himself, my home, where I can return anytime. A smile carrying boundless happiness was on Ian's lips, because he knew that in this house, in that place, there was always family waiting for him to return. After looking at them one last time, Ian gently turned around, then he looked away, heading straight forward. Time gradually passed. Douglas wrote a letter to Ian. Leader. How have you been? In the letter, he wrote that Ian had been gone for 8 years. There were many things that had happened. I graduated with excellence from the Imperial Alchemy Academy. On Douglas's desk at this moment were piled, full of trophies. He also recorded that in the letter, I found a cure for the incurable disease. My wish since childhood. I was recognized and became a royal alchemist. Douglas also added, Father, who researched with me, was also invited to be a royal alchemist, but he refused. Although he said it was due to pressure, I see that actually he didn't want to be far from Mother. According to him, at first, the two of them were a bit awkward. But now they are very happy. He spoke again of matters in the palace, letting Ian know His Majesty could not fully recover from the poisoning incident 8 years ago. Currently, the Crown Prince is his representative. Douglas also added with surprise, the current Crown Prince is so talented, he is unrecognizable. Recently, he signed a peace treaty with Kote and Prince Ron. Thanks to that, trade is very favorable. The economic and technological situation of the empire is also very developed. Douglas mentioned the princess again. Miss Harry's 5-year punishment also ended. Now she has been recognized as a high mage of the Ivory Tower. She founded an organization to help those in need, and is very famous with the public. She is the brightest candidate for the position of the next master of the Ivory Tower. Sitting by the window in his office, Douglas wistfully wrote, We are all doing our best and miss you very much. Please come back soon. We are waiting. P.S. Next time we meet, can I call you brother? After finishing the letter, Douglas stretched and muttered to himself, I miss him so much. I wonder where he is now. At that moment, Lidio's voice echoed into Douglas's room. We are ready, come down quickly. He quickly replied, Yes, father. Then he ran downstairs. Suddenly, Douglas's eyes widened in surprise. He saw Vanessa standing in the hall. You look beautiful today, mother. She happily replied. Thank you, Douglas. But Vanessa said with a bit of worry. But is it okay for me to go with you too? Lidio replied firmly. Of course. The new king personally sent the invitation and carriage for us. Douglas also chimed in. That's right. He also arranged VIP seats for us. Of course, we all have to go. Persuaded by the father and son, Vanessa finally agreed, all right then. Then Lidio asked, shall we go? At the same time, at the royal cemetery, Oliver was sitting offering flowers at Pauline's grave. A moment later, a knight came to remind him. Captain, it is time. He replied, all right. Oliver turned to leave, but couldn't help turning his head back to look. Oliver's eyes were directed at Pauline's grave, and he thought to himself, it would be good if you were here. I will return soon. Rest in peace, Paulance. Also that morning at the Ivory Tower, Maris pushed open Harry's door and asked, Miss Harry, are you ready? Harry stepped out in formal attire. I'm coming right now. She looked toward the staff Ian had given her, walked over to it, and touched it lightly. Then Harry decisively took it with her. Then let's go. After she was ready, she said, to my brother's coronation. Right now at the royal palace. The place was decorated incredibly grandly. Everything was prepared meticulously for today. Everyone was dressed neatly and beautifully to attend the ceremony. The surrounding atmosphere was extremely lively and happy. Finally, the important moment arrived. The current emperor, Terry Greenriver, slowly walked down. He began to announce, my beloved subjects. Vanessa, Lidio, and Douglas were also there, focused on listening to the emperor's speech. I want to take this occasion to pass this noble throne to my son, Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. Harry stood to one side with Ronan and the mages of the Ivory Tower. Happily accepting this, Terry continued. Usually, this throne would be passed on when I pass away. But after thinking carefully, I realized that this is best for the Empire. His solemn tone rang out. For the Empire to continue developing. And for everyone to be even more prosperous with the new king. Terry spoke with all seriousness. And the doors also gradually opened. Subjects of Greenriver, please greet the new king. Hayden immediately appeared from behind the doors. Different from his usual carefree appearance, Hayden was now incredibly mature, completely looking the part of a monarch. He slowly advanced forward. Every step exuded a superior aura. Hayden stopped in front of his father, then gently knelt and bowed respectfully before him. Terry said with satisfaction, I am proud of you, son. Hayden seriously replied, I will try my best to make you proud. Hearing that, he nodded gently in satisfaction. To continue the ritual, a servant brought him the emperor's crown. Then Terry gently placed it on Hayden's head. The next second, he solemnly declared, At this moment, I declare Crown Prince Hayden. Green River is the king of Green River. The people immediately responded. Everyone happily congratulated, long live the king. Elsewhere, everyone ceased cheering, but mingled in the crowd. It seemed a familiar figure was also there, enthusiastically clapping. Amidst everyone's congratulations, long live. Congratulations, your majesty. Hurrah. May God bless you. Suddenly, flower petals fell down. As if a miracle was happening. Now, Hayden seemed to have seen that person. Even though he was hidden among so many people, he could still recognize him. Everyone at this moment shared the same question. What is happening? Why are there flower petals? Only Harry could sense the magic in these petals. A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Congratulations on your ascension, your majesty. Ian looked straight at Hayden and sincerely congratulated him. On Hayden's solemn face, for the first time since the coronation began, a radiant smile appeared. He immediately spoke in return, welcome, Ian. In the ceremony hall after the coronation ended, Hayden was so happy he wept. At Ian's sudden appearance. You came, he kept shaking Ian to express himself. Completely ignoring. Maintaining the serious image of an emperor. I missed you, Ian. I missed you so much. Looking at the person in front of him, Ian said, you haven't changed a bit. Then he bowed slightly. Congratulations on your coronation. Just then, Vanessa saw her son and shouted in surprise, Ian. Immediately, Vanessa, along with father and son Lidio, rushed to hug Ian. She couldn't contain her emotion and said, oh my God. Why didn't you contact anyone? Are you well? Did you eat properly? Do you know how much we missed you? Douglas, tearing up, said, Ian, I missed you so much. Ian replied to them, I missed everyone too. Mother, Douglas, and father too. He called each person one by one. Vanessa immediately asked, son, did you finish what needed to be done? Ian smiled and replied, yes, mother. This time, everything is truly resolved. Then Hayden cleared his throat loudly. Ian, as if trying to remind him not to forget someone. Ian still didn't understand his meaning. So Hayden had to blatantly point to the side. Ian looked in the direction Hayden pointed and saw Harry standing there waiting for him. Only then did he suddenly remember this girl. She was smiling, looking at him. Ian called, Harry. He walked quickly toward her. Long time no see. Are you well? Harry's cheeks blushed slightly, and she hesitantly replied, I am well. How about you? Ian answered Harry with a smile always present. I just lived a life of traveling here and there. Your name is mentioned everywhere. From the capital to remote places and even the distant borders. Everyone tells the story of a righteous person who cared for commoners and orphans. In the ivory tower. You really did a great job. Hearing those words made Harry embarrassed. Not really, it's not that amazing. Suddenly, the atmosphere between the two began to become awkward. Feeling she was about to lose control, Harry clumsily said, then I will take my leave first. I hope you enjoy the party, Sir Ian. As she turned to walk away, Ian stood there frozen. He seemed to want to say something but then stopped. Seeing that, Hayden approached and asked suspiciously, you look a bit disappointed. Ian stammered, what? No, I'm not. Then Hayden told Ian directly so he would understand, Ian. Harry still hasn't married. According to him. Although she received countless marriage proposals, she rejected them all. Because she said she was waiting for someone. I wonder who she has been waiting for these past 8 years? Hearing this, Ian had a shy expression. Before Ian could reply, Hayden added, and furthermore, she is not the only one waiting for you. From now on, there will be a ton of work to complete. He said, you will execute them with me. Right, Ian? Ian replied, I await your command, your highness. It was another peaceful day at the ivory tower. Harry was sitting admiring flowers in the garden. She kept thinking about that day. I should have talked to him a little longer last time. Recalling what Ian had told her, she thought to herself, surely he forgot what happened that day. Back then, Ian cruelly apologized. And left me without a trace for 8 whole years. That made Harry a bit disappointed. Then she denied her own thoughts. Don't expect anything anymore. He just returned. He must be very busy. He surely doesn't have time. For someone like me. Unknown to her, Ian was standing right behind her. Harry, so you are here. Suddenly hearing Ian's voice made Harry startle. And scream loudly, sir. Seeing Harry so frightened, Ian hurriedly explained. I didn't mean to scare you. Sorry. Harry slowly stood up and asked. It's fine. What are you doing here? Ian replied. I came here after greeting the mages of the ivory tower. Everyone said you would probably be here at this hour. She was a bit confused, thinking, everyone? Then Ian looked around and praised. The Ivory Tower's garden has become very beautiful. When I was here, this place was just a pile of weeds. Harry shyly explained. After becoming an official mage, I started planting trees here. I thought it would be great if this place could become a peaceful resting place for the mages. Hearing that, Ian responded to her with a smile. Great idea. Then he continued speaking. If possible, could you show me the garden? Harry immediately became radiant and replied, ah, of course. The two walked together around the garden grounds, chatting endlessly as they walked. Ian comfortably shared with Harry. Although Landier flowers are very rare in Green River, I was shocked when they were treated like weeds in Coldwood. There were people who suffered because they couldn't get those flowers. Next, he told more about his travels. I heard there was a lake that sparkled like gold in the west of the Principality of John, so I visited. But when I arrived, it looked no different from a normal lake. But in the moment the sun began to emerge, it truly reflected golden light. At that time Ian witnessed that beautiful scene alone. Recalling the lake surface reflecting sparkling light made him feel nostalgic now. That scene was truly magnificent. It was a moment I will not forget for my whole life. Hearing the interesting things Ian told, Harry replied, you had a wonderful journey, didn't you? A lake illuminated with golden light. Sounds so magnificent. I hope one day I can go there too. She spoke happily. Ian looked at her and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he told her, I can take you there. Or anywhere you want. These words surprised Harry a little. Ian reached his hand out to her and said, just take my hand. He listed them one by one, from the golden lake, the shimmering forest, to the scorching desert, or the vast ocean. Every sincere word of his was now dedicated entirely to one person. I have gone everywhere in this world. But the first thing I thought of when setting foot there was you, Harry. Ian slowly expressed his heart. I wondered what expression you would have if you stood beside me right then. Then came a day. Thinking about you even became distress. He added, and I realized what this emotion is. When I had done everything I had to do, the first thing I thought of was still you. Harry was still dazed at this moment. She didn't believe that there would be a day her feelings would be reciprocated by Ian so romantically. Right after that, Ian knelt on one knee. Then he uttered tender words from the bottom of his heart. Harry, please become the partner who walks with me all my life. With all his love, Ian said, please allow me to stay by your side for the rest of my life. Looking at the person she had secretly admired for so long, now expressing his feelings in front of her, Harry momentarily didn't know how to react. Her beautiful face became more and more flushed, but hesitation still remained in her eyes. Harry then hesitantly asked, you won't leave again, right? Ian immediately affirmed, correct. I will always be by your side. After that answer, Harry burst into tears. Ian saw her crying so hard. She trembled, and confusingly asked, Harry? But her next words truly touched Ian's heart. I missed you so much. I truly waited for a very long time. Then, Harry responded to him with a firm answer. I do. She gently placed her hand on Ian's hand and said, I am very willing to allow you to do that. Finally, all of Ian's hardships in both lifetimes closed with a happy ending.